Feng, having traversed into the Dragon Ball universe due to a game, unexpectedly acquired system. Beep. Battle power 1000. Basic storage space 1 cubic meter. Sends of beans 10. Beep. Task completed. Defeat Raditz. Task reward. Lower Saiyan bloodline. Beep. Task completed. Defeat Frieza. Task reward. Time fragments 1. Key to time fragmentation 1. Beep. Task completed. Defeat Gogeta. Task reward. White magic. While he understood the significance of sins of beans and the Saiyan bloodline, the nature of the subsequent rewards baffled him. Is the system deceiving me? System. Ding. The host battle power is excessively formidable, rendering the rewards indeterminate. Superdimensional battle U, 4 Majin Bu. Is that fellow's recovery ability stronger than mine? Demigra. Feng has arrived. Quick, flee. GT Goku. Feng surpasses even my Super Saiyan 4? Gogeta. Feng. I find myself at a disadvantage against him. Superdimensional battle U16 Vegito. The title of King of Pressure should rightfully belong to Feng. Beerus, what? Upon awakening, I find myself face to face with a Super Saiyan God? Grand Minister. This child's strength rivals my own. Zeno. Strange. I am unable to eliminate Feng. Witness how Feng triumphs over the God of Destruction, subdues the Grand Minister, and ascends as the sovereign of the multiverse. Chapter 1. Crossing into the Dragon Ball world. The gentle breeze caressed the youthful forehead of Feng, ruffling his bangs. Feng gazed vacantly at the desolate landscape before him. Where am I? Observing his surroundings, a sense of familiarity washed over him. Isn't this the very scene from the game Dragon Ball, Shining that I just played? Feng exclaimed in astonishment. It dawned on him that he was merely a recent university graduate, struggling to find employment and resorting to a life of leisure at home. A devoted Dragon Ball enthusiast, his favorite game was indeed Dragon Ball, Shining. Just moments ago, he had completed the Raditz storyline, and the scenery around him mirrored that experience. I have actually traversed into the Dragon Ball universe? A torrent of information bombarded his mind. After a considerable duration, Feng grasped that he had indeed crossed into the Dragon Ball world. As a seasoned Dragon Ball aficionado, he was well-versed in all its narratives. With the assistance of the system, wouldn't he flourish immensely? As Feng indulged in his daydreams. Ding. Detection in progress. Location. Dragon Ball Universe A1807. Successfully bound. Feng got a prompt resonated in his mind. Before him manifested a virtual screen displaying his personal information. Name. Feng. Skills. None. Battle power. 5. Bloodline. Earthling. Indeed, I am merely a lowly 5 in battle power. Feng chuckled at himself. In the Dragon Ball universe, later stages of battle power are measured in billions. Here, he would undoubtedly be cannon fodder. How could he possibly have such a paltry battle power upon arriving? I shall strike down the gods of destruction, trample the angels, marry a wealthy beauty, and ascend to the pinnacle of the world. Ahem. Let us not indulge in fantasies. Just yet the immediate task is to elevate my battle power swiftly. Just as Feng was lost in his dreams. Beep. Congratulations, host. On your first login to the Dragon Ball Universe A1807, you have received a novice gift pack. Battle power 1000. Basic storage space 1 cubic meter. Sins of beans 10. Would you like to claim it? At that moment, the electronic voice reappeared. Claim. Without hesitation, Feng opened the gift pack. Before him materialized a virtual 1 cubic space, filled with a bag of sins of beans and a white fruit. Indeed, basic storage space exists in this high-tech realm of Dragon Ball. Similar storage can be found in Bulma's capsule technology, yet one's personal storage is undoubtedly superior. Next, there are the sins of beans, whose significance is self-evident. They are life-saving in dire situations and an unparalleled tool for Saiyans to enhance their battle power. Oh, what might this fruit be? A means to augment battle power? What is this white fruit? Feng inquired of the system. Due to the host's initially weak physical constitution, this fruit is intended to provide a boost in battle power. Feng couldn't shake the impression that the system had subtly looked down upon him. Are there more of these fruits available? A few tens of thousands would suffice. Feng sought to curry favor with the system. If he could start with several million in battle power, wouldn't that lead to rampant victories? Please abandon such fantasies, host, and focus on combat. The system coldly rebuffed him. Very well. Reluctantly, Feng consumed the white fruit from the Tree of Might. Boom! A wave of sweetness washed over him, followed by an immense energy erupting from within Feng. His muscles and bones cracked and popped as his once frail physique swelled significantly. Instantly, Feng felt as though every cell in his body was reborn. Is this what Ki feels like? As he experienced this dramatic transformation, the surge in his battle power allowed him to perceive the existence of his own Ki. Beep. Detection indicates that the Saiyan Raditz has arrived on Earth. Mission issued. Defeat Raditz of Universe A1807. Mission reward. Saiyan Bloodline. So, it appears that the story of Dragon Ball Z is just beginning. Although his battle power stands at only 1005, due to his familiarity with the plot, he is confident that he can ambush Raditz at a critical moment and emerge victorious. Li Feng was not foolish enough to engage directly, considering his complete lack of combat experience and the fact that his power was inferior to Raditz. Charging in headfirst would surely lead to his demise. He would instead wait until Raditz was severely weakened to strike. Suddenly, Li Feng noticed a prompt on the system interface. There are many universes within Dragon Ball. The host currently resides in Universe A1807. The cold system voice echoed. No wonder. Not only does the original work feature the universe with future Trunks time travel, but there are also the GT universe, Dragon Ball Super Universe, and the 12 universes of the Gods of Destruction, among others that, in the future, he might even traverse these realms. Thus, the prospect of becoming a ruler across various universes seems quite plausible. Li Feng's excitement surged with imagination. Enough of that, he must first familiarize himself with his newfound power. He recalled the matter at hand. The sudden surge of strength felt alien, akin to a child suddenly bestowed with the might of a giant. With merely a casual punch, a piercing sound sliced through the air, propelling a stone ahead with the force of the wind. Impressive strength. Is this the might of a warrior with a battle power of 1005? Let's test my speed. Whoosh! Without exerting much effort, a single step sent him soaring several dozen meters away, leaving behind faint imprints on the ground. This is utterly terrifying. No wonder Dragon Ball was once hailed as the pinnacle of combat in the two-dimensional realm, that a mere battle power exceeding 1,000 is sufficient to dominate other worlds. Yet in Dragon Ball Z, this is merely the beginning. Moreover, Li Feng distinctly sensed an elusive energy lingering in the air. His own body inadvertently radiated this energy. Could this be the essence known as Qi? Li Feng closed his eyes, holding his breath and concentrating, attuning himself to the energy coursing through his being. Unbeknownst to him, he had already learned to harness his Qi. The most exhilarating aspect of wielding Qi is undoubtedly the ability to perform the technique of flight, to soar through the skies. Li Feng began to gradually concentrate his Qi in his upper body, watching in awe as he slowly lifted off the ground. An indescribable thrill surged within him. This is the sensation of flight. Unlike traveling by airplane or relying on external forces, he was genuinely flying. Due to the sudden surge in his battle power, Li Feng initially struggled to adapt to his own body, his flight erratic and unsteady. However, within minutes, he acclimated, mastering the control of his Qi as seamlessly as one controls their own limbs, enabling him to maneuver through the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as Li Feng was reveling in his aerial prowess, he suddenly detected 3 formidable energies emanating from a distance. These 3 potent forces radiated like brilliant lights against the backdrop of the night. Among them, one energy fluctuated violently, clearly surpassing the other 2. It seemed to be Raditz, Son Goku, and Piccolo. The plot is unfolding. Let's see how I could decisively defeat Raditz. With a breath, Li Feng once again employed the technique of flight, propelling himself toward the direction of the 3 energies. Chapter 2. Confrontation with Raditz. In the desolate expanse of the west, 3 figures emerged. Now you comprehend the immense strength of the Saiyans, do you not? Alas, it is too late. The sinister laughter belonged to a robust man with spiky hair, his right eye adorned with a scouter. Goku, you must be thrilled to face such a formidable foe, remarked a green-skinned alien, sweat streaming down his face, his head crowned with 2 antennae. I am not thrilled. I tremble in fear. Goku quivered, sensing the terrifying aura of the man before him. Yet the warrior blood of the Saiyan coursed through him, igniting a flicker of excitement. Wait, Gohan, father is coming to rescue you. Do not harbor such delusions. What makes you think you can save him? You shall perish long before him. With that, Raditz propelled himself towards Piccolo and Goku, stomping the ground with ferocity. This battle can only be won through sheer grit, Piccolo declared, charging forward, dust swirling beneath his feet. Swish, swish, swish. Goku and Piccolo launched a synchronized assault on Raditz, their figures a blur of motion. Bang, 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 bang. Though their attacks were as rapid as a machine gun, Raditz effortlessly parried their strikes, unfazed. Hey, Goku shouted, vanishing from Raditz's front and reappearing from the side. Delivering a powerful kick aimed at Raditz's face, a fierce gust of wind trailing behind. Seizing the moment, Piccolo struck from Raditz's left. Whoosh. In an instant, Raditz seemed to teleport behind the 2, delivering a swift kick. Bang, bang. Both Goku and Piccolo were sent sprawling backward, akin to kites severed from their strings. You scoundrel. Piccolo cursed, leaping to his feet to re-engage Raditz. Perish. Raditz sneered, rapidly conjuring yellow energy orbs, launching them towards Piccolo and Goku. Oh no. Goku's pupils dilated as he narrowly evaded, the searing shockwave grazing his hair and crashing into the ground, leaving a massive crater. Piccolo was less fortunate. He hastily dodged a critical area, yet the tremendous energy of the shockwave obliterated his left arm in an instant. Boom. The two shockwaves erupted with a terrifying roar, unleashing a violent gust. Hee, and you two are supposed to be a team? Pathetic. Raditz mocked. Piccolo, how are you? Goku inquired. Do not worry. Though I am down to one arm, it will not hinder my combat ability, Piccolo replied, beads of sweat glistening on his brow. You distract him and draw his attention. I possess a secret technique that can defeat him, Piccolo whispered. Understood. Goku responded, propelling himself towards Raditz with a fierce kick. Thud, 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 thud. Goku fought valiantly, unleashing a barrage of attacks upon Raditz. What is this? Kakarot, is this the best you can muster? Raditz nonchalantly countered with a single hand, then delivered a swift kick, sending Goku flying. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Goku, refusing to yield, pushed off the ground with both hands just as he was about to be knocked down, propelling himself 10 meters into the air. Came. Goku clasped his hands together, gathering blue energy at his lower back. What? His battle power is rising? 924? The combat power measurement device on Raditz's left eye continued to escalate. This brat has concentrated his energy, enhancing his battle strength. Beep, beep, beep. What? On the other side, Piccolo pointed his right hand at his forehead, similarly accumulating vast amounts of energy. Power. Boom. Goku thrust both hands forward, a blue shockwave surging toward Raditz. Hey! Raditz met Goku's Kamehameha with his left hand. Bang! Smoke and dust erupted, but once it cleared, Raditz merely had a small cut on his left hand. Here is a gift for you. Raditz swiftly unleashed a purple energy sphere, sending the nearly exhausted Goku crashing to the ground. Die! Raditz charged forward, intent on eliminating Goku. The one who will perish is you. As Goku stalled for time, Piccolo pressed his right hand to his forehead, gathering immense energy. At this moment, Piccolo had fully amassed his power, his aura surging higher. Special beam cannon. Piccolo pointed his right hand. A spiraling wave of red and yellow energy surged rapidly toward Raditz. Combat power, 1330. They can control their own battle strength. Raditz was filled with fury. He roared. Bang. The beam, undiminished in power, pierced through the distant mountains. Phew. Raditz wiped the cold sweat from his brow, grateful that he sensed the threat of death just in time to evade a fatal blow. However, his right shoulder was still scorched by the terrifying heat, taking away part of his armor and flesh. Bastard. You actually pierced my battle armor. If I had been hit, I would surely have died. Raditz's heart raced. I will not forgive you. You shall perish. With that, Raditz raised his left hand, condensing a terrifying energy sphere. Swish, swish, swish. Powerful energy gathered in his hand. Purple lightning crackling, surpassing the energy amassed by Piccolo for the special beam cannon. Die! Raditz bellowed. What? Just as Piccolo thought he was about to be killed, the energy sphere in Raditz's hand suddenly dissipated, and he collapsed weakly. You were too careless. I've caught your tail. It turned out that Goku, lying on the ground, had seized Raditz's tail while he was distracted. Piccolo, quickly use that technique again. Goku urged Piccolo. Well done, Son Goku, but I can only use it once more. Kakarot, are you going to kill your only brother? Raditz said weakly from the ground. Son Goku, don't listen to his nonsense. He won't spare us. Piccolo quickly interjected. I want to do it. Let me go, and I promise to leave this planet. Raditz pleaded sorrowfully. Don't let go. This is a trap. He is deceiving you. Piccolo loudly warned Goku. Please, brother, I will keep my promise. Raditz quietly begged for Goku's mercy. Kind-hearted Goku ultimately released Raditz's tail. Bang. So easily deceived, you truly lack the qualities of a warrior. I, however, am a top-tier warrior. I can kill my own brother without hesitation. Does it hurt? Die? Raditz exerted force, stomping down on Goku's wound. Goku cried out in agony. Farewell. Raditz's palm began to coalesce a sphere of purple energy, poised to deliver a final blow to Goku. Do not bully my father. A small figure, accompanied by a youthful voice, burst through Raditz's spaceship and soared into the air. Goku looked up and recognized the familiar figure. Gohan, quickly escape, he urged. Raditz, intrigued, wondered how Gohan managed to break free from his confines. Beep beep beep. The battle scanner before Raditz emitted a series of alarming sounds. 750, 850, 950. Raditz's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Gohan. How is this possible? This child's battle power is an astonishing 1,000, and it continued to rise. Both Piccolo, exhausted and on the ground, and Goku were equally astonished. Do not bully my father. Gohan, his cheeks flushed with rage, charged at Raditz. Impossible. Raditz briefly questioned the integrity of the battle scanner. Boom. In a flash, Raditz could not evade Gohan's powerful strike to his chest. The armor on Raditz's chest shattered upon impact. Following Gohan's furious assault, Raditz sustained severe injuries. Damn you. Wretched brat. Raditz clutched his chest and furiously lunged toward the exhausted Gohan. With just one hit, Gohan would surely have no chance of survival. No. Goku cried out in despair, yet he remained powerless, unable to move. Chapter 3. The Slaying of Raditz. Stop! Goku shouted in anguish. Just as Raditz was about to strike Gohan, a rush of wind heralded the arrival of a shadowy figure. Impossible! Raditz exclaimed, astonished to find Gohan had vanished before his eyes. I'm not too late. Li Feng sighed in relief. His mission was to eliminate Raditz. But Gohan could not perish in this encounter. However, with a battle power of only 1005, he was insufficient to confront Raditz directly. He would have to weaken Raditz using Gohan's explosive anger. As in the original tale, Gohan unleashed his power and collided with Raditz, inflicting grave harm. Who are you? Piccolo inquired, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. It was astonishing that someone had silently entered the battlefield and directly rescued Gohan while they had been engaged in combat. I am Li Feng, here to assist you. He briefly introduced himself. Thank you, Mr. Li Feng, for saving us. Please, take Gohan and flee. That man is extremely dangerous. Goku, struggling to rise, expressed his gratitude to Li Feng and urged him to escape with Gohan. Yes, it was perilous until just now, but perhaps not anymore. Li Feng said little more. As he stomped his right foot, causing the ground to cave in and unleash a shockwave, propelling him toward Raditz at near supersonic speed. Incredible. This man's strength is astonishing. Piccolo marveled. Indeed, besides Raditz, there exists such formidable power. Goku remarked, both anxious and exhilarated. You, bastard. Raditz seethed with rage, compelled to entertain murderous intent in response to Li Feng's audacity. Bang. However, the grievous injury inflicted by Gohan had diminished his combat power to half, rendering him incapable of evading Li Feng's onslaught. He was sent flying nearly 100 meters by a single kick from Li Feng. His chest armor shattered by the brutal force. Beep, beep, beep. Combat power, 1005. At this moment, Raditz's scouter revealed Li Feng's combat power. Who are you? Raditz exclaimed, both astonished and enraged, utterly unprepared for the emergence of an adversary boasting a power exceeding 1000. I am the one who will end your life. Li Feng replied coldly. Instantly, he accelerated towards Raditz's direction. Die! Raditz gritted his teeth, enduring the pain from his wounds, as he conjured a sphere of violet energy in both hands and hurled it towards Li Feng. Whoosh! Boom! The two energy blasts struck Li Feng with tremendous force, enveloping the area in thick smoke. Ha! Who is this ignorant brat? Raditz laughed boisterously upon witnessing Li Feng being hit. What? Li Feng actually got hit. Goku gasped, dragging his injured body towards the explosion's aftermath. Wait, it's not that simple. Piccolo's eyes remained fixed on the smoke, sensing that Li Feng was not easily vanquished. Hiss. That still stings a bit. As the smoke cleared, a robust figure emerged from the haze. Li Feng stood firm, his arms raised in defense. The energy wave's assault had merely left him with minor abrasions. He had intentionally allowed Raditz's strike to land, testing his body's resilience. He had gambled wisely. Raditz's ultimate technique, with a power below 800, could not harm him. Phew. Li Feng exhaled deeply. What? How is this possible? Raditz was drenched in cold sweat, shocked that his most formidable attack failed to bring Li Feng down. Die! Panic surged through Raditz as he abandoned the effort to conjure a large energy wave, opting instead to unleash a barrage of ordinary energy blasts towards Li Feng like a machine gun. Whoosh! 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 Boom! 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 Li Feng understood that Raditz, in his current state, was the perfect litmus test for gauging his combat abilities. He needed to acclimate his body to the battle swiftly, facing the oncoming energy blasts. Li Feng remained unperturbed. His recently enhanced combat power had significantly sharpened his dynamic vision. The rapidly approaching projectiles seemed to slow down in his eyes, allowing him to discern their trajectories with ease. Thus, he deftly dodged them with agile footwork. Incredible strength. Piccolo observed the advancing figure through the smoke, swallowing hard. Li Feng is truly powerful. I must also grow stronger. Goku, relieved to see Li Feng unharmed, felt his Saiyan warrior's spirit rekindled. Meanwhile, Raditz, employing his princely tactics, realized that the figure which had once been several dozen meters away was not only still standing, but was now drawing closer, instilling a sense of dread within him. No, this cannot be. How could this happen? Fear had begun to take root in Raditz's heart. As he continued to unleash his energy, Li Feng not only evaded but also sensed his body gradually adapting to this speed. Occasionally allowing himself to be struck by the energy blasts further enhanced his resilience. Cough. Li Feng is certainly not a masochist, yet he ought to refine his formidable combat prowess before fully acclimating to it. Raditz serves as an excellent litmus test. If he were aware of Li Feng's intentions, he would undoubtedly spit out a mouthful of blood. Am I fighting to provide you with experience? Li Feng retorted, indeed. I appreciate your experience package. Raditz, huh? As Li Feng deftly dodged Raditz's energy blasts, he steadily closed the distance. Upon reaching close quarters, he unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Raditz's face. With a resounding thud, several of Raditz's teeth flew from his mouth. his body hurled backward as if struck by a cannonball, the tremendous force shattering the nearby mountain peak. Cough, cough, cough. At this moment, Raditz found himself grievously injured, his heart swelling with fear towards the mysterious and formidable man before him. That should suffice. It's time to end this. Feng sensed Raditz's energy dwindling significantly. No, no. You cannot kill me. Raditz pleaded desperately. You possess great strength. You could surely join our team. My two companions also possess formidable combat abilities and will arrive on Earth in a year. Do not believe him, Feng. Piccolo warned, anxious that Feng might, like Goku before him, show mercy and allow the tiger to return to the mountain. Thus, he summoned all his energy, gathering it behind him. In no time, he felt the power surging from his hands, gradually coalescing into a blue sphere of light. Came. At this moment, the energy sphere expanded, blue light spilling through his fingers, illuminating the surroundings. Is this the Kamehameha? Goku exclaimed in astonishment as he recognized Feng's familiar stance. Hey! Feng summoned more energy, compressing it further. Indeed, old friend. He is also a disciple of Master Roshi, Piccolo mused in confusion. Huh. The energy in Feng's hands intensified. Huh. This was the very essence of power. Feng unleashed the energy. No. Vegeta and Nappa, my other two comrades will not spare you. Raditz cried out in despair. Boom. A thick beam of azure light erupted forth. The shockwave of energy pierced through various rocks, striking Raditz directly and causing his body to disintegrate. The residual force surged skyward. Unrelenting. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Defeat Raditz. Task reward, Saiyan Bloodline. Chapter 4, the Saiyan Bloodline. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Defeat Raditz. Task reward, Saiyan Bloodline. With the battle concluded, an exhilarating voice resonated within Feng's mind. Saiyan Bloodline attribute significantly increases combat power upon nearing death. Boom. At this instant, Feng felt a surge of energy coursing through him. The energy expended in his Kamehameha suddenly replenished, and his physical form grew stronger, wounds fully healed. Utilizing the combat detector integrated within the system, Feng assessed his combat power. Name, Feng. Bloodline, Saiyan Bloodline. Combat power, 3000. Skill, Kamehameha. Goodness. After absorbing the energy and transforming his bloodline, his combat power doubled. The Saiyans are indeed a race of warriors. Is my bloodline the same as that of Son Goku and Vegeta? Feng inquired. The bloodlines of the Saiyans are indeed similar, all possessing the remarkable trait of significantly increased combat power upon the brink of death. But why did Goku's power surge so dramatically after nearly dying twice on Namek, while Vegeta's did not? Feng expressed a question he had long pondered. It is well known that when Goku first arrived on Namek, his normal combat power was a mere 90,000, yet after two near-death experiences, it soared to an astonishing 3,000,000, an increase of more than 30 times. Although Goku possesses a lower-tier bloodline, his personal potential is immense, and years of battle have stimulated the cells within his body, leading to this tremendous enhancement in power. Vegeta, on the other hand, had insufficient cell activation at that time, which consequently affected his combat strength. Well, let us not dwell on it. It's simply the protagonist's halo. While the protagonist's aura certainly plays a role, it is also inseparable from Goku's relentless efforts. However, do not lose heart, host. Your potential is greater than anyone else's. Please strive diligently, the system consoled. Indeed, with a system at my disposal, how could I possibly fall short of Goku and the others? It would be better to simply meet my end by colliding with a block of tofu, Feng mused. From a distance, Goku sensed an astonishing surge of energy from Feng and was even more astonished. Dragging his injured body, he approached Feng. Incredible. Feng, do you also know how to use the Kamehameha? Goku exclaimed, both curious and amazed. There's such a thing? Goku said in shock, realizing that there exists someone who could learn his technique merely by observing it once. Later foes like Cell and Majin Buu would be left bewildered. You are truly powerful. Mr. Feng, thank you for saving us. Goku sincerely expressed his gratitude, his excitement palpable. Now, please, you must fight me. Come on, your body is in this state. Take this first, Feng insisted, handing Goku a Senzu bean. Oh, thanks. Goku, unfazed by how Feng came to possess Senzu beans, after all. So much about this young man astonished him, was an optimist at heart. After sharing the beans with Piccolo and Gohan, he swallowed one himself. Boom. Another wave of potent energy erupted before settling down. At this moment, Feng assessed Goku's combat power. 1,000. After consuming the Senzu bean, Goku's battle prowess surged due to the Saiyan's unique trait of recovering from severe injuries. The storyline had now diverged entirely from the original. Goku had not perished alongside Raditz, but instead survived, experiencing a remarkable increase in power. However, if this were the case, he would miss the opportunity to journey to King Kai's planet. Feng did not wish to alter the protagonist's chances due to his own actions. Goku, Would you like to know why I am so strong? Li Feng enticed. Goku's eyes lit up with eagerness as he inquired. Then you should ask the deity. Go to a place called King Kai's planet, Li Feng replied, feigning profundity. Goku took note of this, feeding the Senzu bean to Gohan. Upon awakening, Gohan appeared bewildered. But after Goku explained the recent events, he graciously thanked Li Feng. Although Piccolo seemed outwardly cold and unfeeling, he too expressed his gratitude towards Li Feng. At that moment, a loud rumble emanated from Goku's stomach. Haha, I'm still a bit hungry after the battle. Come on, Li Feng, join me for a meal at my home. You saved both me and Gohan, and Chi-Chi will surely agree. Let us invite Piccolo too, Goku exclaimed, extending his invitation. Well, it would be impolite to decline. Li Feng replied, eager to strengthen his bond with Goku's family. Humph, Son Goku, next time I shall defeat you. Piccolo retorted with a touch of pride, though Li Feng, familiar with the narrative, understood that Piccolo was merely putting on a brave front. Suddenly, a jet aircraft appeared in the distance, landing nearby. Ah, my Gohan. A frantic voice called out as a black-haired woman rushed down, pushing Goku aside to anxiously check for any injuries on Gohan. It was none other than Chi-Chi. Accompanied by Bulma, Master Roshi, Yamcha, and Tien Shinhan, the main cast. Upon hearing that Gohan had been abducted, Chi-Chi nearly fainted, but quickly boarded Bulma's aircraft to reach the battlefield. Mom, I'm fine. Uncle Li Feng saved us. The battered Gohan informed Chi-Chi of the recent events. I see, Mr. Li Feng, I am immensely grateful to you. Please allow us to express our gratitude, Chi-Chi said sincerely. You actually defeated that powerful Saiyan. Impressive. Krillin marveled, astonished. Ah, so handsome. Bulma exclaimed, blushing at the sight of the tall, strong, and stoic Li Feng. The depth of youth today is truly unfathomable, Master Roshi remarked, sensing Li Feng's energy and realizing it was boundless, far surpassing Raditz. What a terrifying individual, Yamcha thought, fully aware that Li Feng's combat prowess rivaled his own. I must also train harder, Tien Shinhan silently resolved. Please, just call me Li Feng. As for my background, I will keep it a secret for now. But I hope we can all get along well. Li Feng smiled gently, expressing his desire for amicable relations with the main group. After exchanging pleasantries, they accepted Goku and Chi-Chi's warm invitation to visit their home on the Buns Mountain, while the others began to take their leave. However, as they departed, Bulma blushed and discreetly handed Li Feng her contact information, hoping to communicate more with him. That evening, under Chi-Chi's culinary prowess, the voracious eaters were thoroughly satisfied, and Li Feng felt the warmth of Goku's family. After relishing a hearty dinner, Goku once again invited Li Feng to spar. This time, Li Feng found it impossible to decline. Following Chi-Chi's complaints to Goku, the two soared to a distant clearing, preparing for combat. Chapter 5. A sparring match with Son Goku. On the plains, two youthful figures faced each other, both radiating formidable energy. Son Goku and Li Feng assumed their battle stances, meticulously searching for each other's weaknesses. With a sudden sound, a stone swept down by the wind heralded the commencement of the duel. Goku took the initiative, his figure flashing as he appeared before Li Feng in an instant. Li Feng could clearly perceive Goku's movements and calmly raised his right hand to block. Thud, 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 thud. Goku's assaults intensified, his fist striking at Li Feng with the rapidity of a machine gun. Li Feng assessed Wukong's current combat power, 800. Indeed, Wukong remained true to the original narrative, initially reluctant to exert his full strength. Although his own combat power soared to 3,000, it was improper to exploit such an advantage. Especially in a friendly sparring session, an excellent opportunity for honing martial skills. Through a series of probing exchanges, Li Feng elevated his own combat power to around 800. However, lacking abundant combat experience, he found himself at a disadvantage. Suddenly, Wukong feigned a vulnerability. As Li Feng launched his attack, Wukong's figure became ethereal, only to reappear behind him and deliver a powerful kick that sent Li Feng flying. What kind of technique is this? Li Feng exclaimed, retreating to create distance, astonished. Hehe. This is the afterimage fist. It took me quite some time to master it. Wukong proudly boasted, scratching his nose. Oh, how intriguing. Please demonstrate it a few more times for me. Li Feng expressed his desire to learn the technique. This move isn't easily learned. Pay close attention. With that, Wukong's silhouette materialized once more before Li Feng, then became elusive, while the true strike came from above. Bang! Li Feng braced himself against the blow with his formidable physique. This time, he did not rely solely on sight. He tapped into his energy perception, while his eyes confirmed the presence of Wukong's figure and some energy ahead. The actual energy source was not in front of him, but above. Again, Li Feng began to grasp the principles behind the afterimage fist and felt confident that he could replicate it soon. Here I come. Wukong was equally exhilarated. Bang, 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 bang. The two continued their fierce exchanges, the energy of their strikes creating turbulence in the air, stirring up clouds of dust. If a detector were present to measure their combat power, it would reveal a steady increase from 800 to 850 to 900. I see. Li Feng comprehended the essence of the afterimage fist. It was indeed a manipulation of energy. At the moment of attack, a portion of the original energy was separated to create an afterimage, while the practitioner swiftly relocated, giving the illusion of sudden appearance. Understanding the principle, Li Feng attempted to execute the technique himself. Wukong once again unleashed the afterimage fist, his right fist aimed directly at Li Feng's chest. Anticipating this, Li Feng utilized a portion of his energy to create an afterimage. As Li Feng's afterimage collided with Wukong's true form emerged from behind Li Feng, his right elbow thrusting toward Li Feng's back. Wukong expected Li Feng to be struck as before, but to his surprise, it was merely Li Feng's afterimage, leaving him to miss entirely. The force of the blow impacted Li Feng's actual body, sending him crashing into a small hill. Li Feng's true self appeared behind Wukong, successfully deceiving him. You managed to execute it so quickly, truly remarkable. Wukong marveled. Once more, Li Feng was eager to further familiarize himself with the afterimage fist, his excitement palpable. Despite possessing a system that would continuously elevate his combat power, he recognized that practical experience and combat techniques were still lacking and required diligent refinement. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The figures of the two individuals moved with increasing speed, the sound of their passage through the air growing ever louder, until they became mere fleeting shadows. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed as a large crater appeared on the ground. Coughing and covered in dust, Wukong emerged from the pit, perplexed. Initially, he believed Li Feng to be an unparalleled master, yet he soon realized that in terms of combat techniques and practical experience, Li Feng fell considerably short, appearing quite inexperienced. However, what astonished Wukong even more was Li Feng's extraordinary aptitude for martial arts. He grasped the principles of many of Wukong's techniques after just a single demonstration, and he learned them with remarkable swiftness in subsequent encounters. The battle evolved from Wukong initially overpowering Li Feng to a scenario where they were evenly matched, culminating in Li Feng unexpectedly gaining the upper hand against Wukong. Of course, both combatants maintained their fighting power at around 900, eliminating the possibility of Li Feng overpowering Wukong through sheer brute force. Determined, Wukong resolved that having tested their skills in hand-to-hand combat, it was time to transition to energy attacks. With a hearty laugh, he propelled himself into the air, launching several yellow energy blasts toward Li Feng with his left hand. Li Feng, possessing an exceptionally keen sensitivity to energy, immediately dodged upon witnessing Wukong's energy attacks. Boom, boom, boom. 3 craters appeared on the ground once more. Wukong ascended into the air using his aerial technique, once again gathering energy into spheres in his hands, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts akin to a rapid-fire gun. Initially, Li Feng evaded the onslaught, but as the area of impact expanded, he found himself forced to endure the hits with his body. Observing Li Feng's apparent helplessness, Wukong intensified the barrage of energy blasts, hoping to finally defeat him. At first, Li Feng resorted to blocking with his arms, then began to strike away the excess energy blasts, ultimately retaliating with white energy blasts of his own. As the energy flowed and coalesced in Li Feng's hands, he grew increasingly adept at wielding it, producing more and faster energy blasts. The scene transformed from a torrent of yellow energy to a dazzling display of white starlight, culminating in a chaotic storm of white energy projectiles filling the air. Wukong was once again taken aback by Li Feng's martial prowess. In a swift motion, he distanced himself from the fray, soaring to greater heights. No longer employing ordinary energy blasts, he began to channel the Kamehameha wave. Upon witnessing this, Li Feng also positioned his hands at his waist, gathering energy for his own Kamehameha. Above and below, the two figures were amassing vast amounts of energy. With a powerful shout, they unleashed 2 brilliant azure waves of energy, instantly illuminating the night sky. As the 2 energy waves collided, they coalesced into a blue energy sphere at the center, sending shockwaves through the air. Wukong, perspiring profusely, increased his output, determined not to lose in this clash against a member of the Sun family. Li Feng, too, unleashed an even greater surge of energy, causing his blue beam to swell in intensity. Charge forward, Wukong bellowed, exerting all his might as the Kamehameha surged downward toward the earth. Counterattack, Li Feng shouted in response, unleashing his own energy. Even though Goku's energy has now reached a staggering 1500, Li Feng's full power soars to an impressive 3000. Li Feng's energy clearly surpasses that of Goku. With a powerful Kamehameha, he struck Goku directly. Boom. A tremendous explosion echoed as Goku's figure fell helplessly from the sky. Chapter 6, Training Plans. Following the explosive sound, Goku's form descended limply. Oh no, I overdid it. Li Feng rushed towards the falling figure. Surely Goku wouldn't meet his end like this? Catching Goku, Li Feng was left speechless at the sight of Goku, charred and battered. Could it be that Goku, who survived Raditz's hand, perished by his own? That would be far too dramatic. Fortunately, Goku proved to be quite resilient, still clinging to a thread of life. It appears I must learn to control my power during battle. Goku genuinely believed he was on the brink of death. His Kamehameha had been entirely reflected back at him. His body was ravaged by energy, leaving him in a state of near unconsciousness. Eventually, he felt something in his mouth and instinctively swallowed it, regaining his awareness. Huh, I'm alive. Goku sighed deeply, lying on the ground. You are truly remarkable, Li Feng. I've never encountered anyone with such exceptional martial prowess. Goku marveled. You are impressive as well, Goku. Do you wish to become even stronger? Li Feng enticed Goku to train on King Kai's planet. Absolutely. I yearn to battle formidable opponents. Please tell me how to grow stronger. Goku clasped his hands together, his eyes sparkling with excitement. You need to seek out the deities on Earth and then head to a place called King Kai's planet for training. King Kai's planet? Goku scratched the back of his head, his carefree nature causing him to question why Li Feng possessed such knowledge. Li Feng gazed upward, a subtle smile playing on his lips. In the sky, a green figure leaning on a staff observed the scene below. Since Li Feng's appearance, cold sweat had been trickling down his forehead. Who was this mysterious young man? Why had I been unable to sense his presence until now? A shadowy figure beside him, wearing a headscarf, remarked, Master, that powerful one must be here to aid Earth. Bobo stated, I sense no malice from him. He is indeed a formidable and enigmatic individual. We must not provoke him. Let us inform Goku about King Kai's planet when he arrives. The old sage sighed. A year from now, a more terrifying enemy will emerge. I hope you can protect Earth. The following morning, Li Feng assessed his battle power, 3,500. Goku's battle power stood at 1,900. Due to Goku's near-death experience and subsequent healing, his original power had significantly increased, while Li Feng, having faced a formidable adversary, had also become more adept in combat, resulting in a slight boost to his power. By the way, Li Feng, was what you said yesterday true? Goku inquired about Li Feng's words following their battle, specifically regarding him and Piccolo. Li Feng informed them that two even stronger Saiyans would appear on Earth in a year, far more powerful and ruthless than Raditz. Thus, it is suggested that not only should Goku train in a place known as King Kai's planet, but Gohan should also train alongside Piccolo. Indeed, both of them possess formidable strength. I am, by no means, their equal, Li Feng candidly admitted. At present, with a combat power of merely 3,500, I fall significantly short compared to Vegeta's initial combat power of 18,000 upon his arrival on Earth. However, there remains more than a year for training. Alas, while I have no objection to training on King Kai's domain, I fear that Chi-Chi would vehemently oppose Gohan's participation. Goku lamented. Fear not. You can approach it this way, Li Feng suggested, imparting a method to persuade Chi-Chi. Oh, will that truly be effective? Goku inquired, doubtfully. Let us persuade her together. She will acquiesce, Li Feng replied, producing a capsule for Goku. This capsule was a token provided by Bulma, representing her payment for the advanced spaceship technology, essentially a share of the technological venture. Poor Raditz had indeed become a mere experience package for Li Feng. Even the spaceship had been thoroughly exhausted. Li Feng recognized that part of Chi-Chi's reluctance for Goku and Gohan to train stemmed from Gohan's youth and the necessity for him to attend school, coupled with the family's financial struggles, as Chi-Chi had to support two voracious eaters, which placed an immense burden upon her. Sufficient funds could alleviate some of the economic pressure on Chi-Chi's family, although Goku often appeared somewhat simple-minded. He understood the value of Li Feng's gift and hastily attempted to refuse. However, under Li Feng's persuasion, he reluctantly accepted the financial assistance, promising to earnestly train on King Kai's planet and to allow Gohan to join him. Having concluded their discussion, they noticed Piccolo training not far away. Upon sharing their plans with him, Piccolo initially displayed little interest in taking on a child. However, upon hearing of a formidable enemy approaching in a year and recalling the debt of gratitude he owed Li Feng for saving his life, he begrudgingly agreed to the arrangement. Piccolo, you can't escape your responsibilities as a father, Li Feng chuckled inwardly. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi could only vent her frustrations on Goku, resulting in several bumps on his head. It was then that Li Feng truly grasped the formidable nature of Saiyan women, who indeed possess an impressive aura and strength. Meanwhile, the innocent and delightful young Gohan was filled with joy, resolutely determined to grow stronger as he trained alongside Piccolo. Thus, the two set off towards Bulma's residence. Whoosh! Thud! Goku and Li Feng arrived in West City, at the Capsule Corporation. Hey, Bulma, we're here, Goku called out. Oh, Goku, you've come. Ah, Li Feng, you're here too, Bulma exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she flushed upon seeing the tall and handsome Li Feng. Hello, Bulma. Has there been any new findings regarding the Saiyan spaceship from yesterday? Li Feng inquired. Oh, undoubtedly. Come inside. My father is also quite intrigued by extraterrestrial technology, she replied with enthusiasm. Suddenly, a golden-haired woman emerged from the room, and upon noticing the strikingly handsome Li Feng, she smiled warmly, linking her arm with his. Oh dear. Mother, this is Li Feng, a friend of Goku's who saved us all. He is here to discuss something with my father, so please let go of his arm. Bulma hurriedly pulled her mother away, fearful that she might steal Li Feng from her. After a while, an elderly man with blue hair and black glasses emerged. Bulma conveyed Li Feng's request to her father. "Oh, you wish to construct a gravity chamber? The higher the gravity multiplier, the better?" Dr. Brief exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed. I hope to trade utilizing the technology from my spacecraft," Li Feng replied. "In the realm of Dragon Ball, currency holds little significance, primarily serving to procure sustenance. Why fret over food when one could exchange money for enhancements that elevate one's strength? No worries, grant me a week, and I shall thoroughly examine that material, Dr. Brief responded. At that moment, Mrs. Brief entered with red tea and cake, gently speaking. Mom." Bulma, blushing, cupped her cheeks with her hands. "Thank you very much." Li Feng expressed his gratitude. "Since Vegeta hasn't arrived yet, I shall take care of your wife for now." "No, she is not your wife at this moment." Li Feng resolved to take Bulma under his wing. Li Feng, didn't you say I should go to King Kai's planet in a week? How shall we train this week? May I also stay here?" Goku, singularly focused on training, inquired. "Of course, as long as Chi-Chi agrees," Bulma chimed in with a smile. Goku, rubbing the still sore back of his head, quickly declined. "Ha ha ha." Laughter echoed from the Brief family. The final arrangement was that Li Feng and Goku would train during the day, while Li Feng would temporarily reside at Bulma's home in the evenings. Chapter 7, Sins of Beans and the Gravity Training Room. A week later, Goku accepted Li Feng's suggestion to seek the deity at the temple for a route to King Kai's planet. The deity informed Goku of the location, but it was quite distant and required the assistance of the Dragon Balls. In the original tale, Goku discovered King Kai's planet only after his demise, while in the underworld. After gathering the Dragon Balls, Goku arrived at an open space and made his wish. "Come forth, Shenron." Goku summoned the eternal dragon. Whoosh. Although it was daytime, the sky suddenly darkened. The 7 orange orbs on the ground radiated a dazzling light. Whoosh. 7 beams of orange light erupted, converging in the air to gradually form a colossal figure. A green dragon, stretching hundreds of meters, coiled majestically in the sky. Is this the dragon of Earth? I once thought it grand when watching on television, yet witnessing Shenron in person is utterly breathtaking. Li Feng marveled, as he sensed the dragon's aura. Although it paled in comparison to his own, he detected a unique energy, presumably the divine power of the dragon god. At this moment, not even the god of destruction compares to me. I must first enhance my battle power, Li Feng mused. Shenron's crimson eyes glowed as he addressed Goku and the others. State your wishes. No matter what they are, I can grant one. Oh, Shenron, could you transport me to the location of the North Kaishin? Goku requested. That wish is quite simple. Shenron's eyes gleamed with red light, and a tremendous divine power enveloped Goku. In an instant, Goku vanished. Your wish has been fulfilled. Farewell. Having spoken, the divine dragon vanished, and the 7 Dragon Balls transformed into stones, soaring towards various locations on Earth. After a week of sparring with Goku, his combat power had escalated from an initial 1900 to an impressive 4600. Meanwhile, Li Feng's own combat prowess soared to 8000, akin to a meteoric rise. Beyond their mutual training, the inherent physique of the Saiyans and the properties of the Senzu beings significantly contributed to this enhancement. Indeed, the increase in combat power over these few days was considered modest. In the original narrative, Goku's combat power reached only 8000 after a year of training on King Kai's planet. However, for Li Feng, the greatest boon was not merely the increase in combat power, but rather the invaluable combat experience and techniques he acquired. Although Goku had yet to face the subsequent great battles on Namek against the androids and the formidable Majin Buu, his childhood experiences battling various strong adversaries provided Li Feng with a wealth of knowledge. The next phase involved training in the gravity chamber, yet prior to that, there was still one crucial task to attend to. Li Feng's training plan was remarkably clear. First, to engage in sparring with Goku to refine his martial skills, followed by utilizing the gravity chamber for further enhancement and employing Sins of Beans to recuperate from any severe injuries, thereby amplifying his combat power. Now, all that remained was to acquire the Sins of Beans. Initially, there had been 10 beans. 3 had been used to aid Goku and his companions. And after several days of training, they were all exhausted. Today, Li Feng's primary objective was to procure more Senzu beans from Corinne. He reasoned that Corinne, being a cat, would naturally have an affinity for fish. Time was of the essence. In a mere span of seconds, Li Feng soared to the vast ocean several kilometers away. Gazing upon the boundless sea, tumultuous waves surged, instilling within him a profound sense of exhilaration. With a casual flick, he unleashed an energy wave into the ocean. Boom. Li Feng's energy sphere detonated like a colossal torpedo, sending towering waves crashing into the sky, displacing a myriad of fish that rained down like droplets from above. Unperturbed, Li Feng deftly caught them all using a pre-prepared net. With a sense of direction attuned to his ki, he sensed Corinne's presence. His mastery over ki had matured significantly, enabling him to detect the strongest energies on this planet. To the north, he discerned 2 powerful auras. Surely those belonged to Piccolo and Gohan. Further afield was the direction of Master Roshi's house, where Krillin and the others likely resided. In the air, he could also sense the presence of the gods and bubbles. With a swift motion, Li Feng propelled himself forward, cutting through the air like a cannonball, creating winds that rivaled small shock waves, cleaving the waves in two once more. Soon, he arrived at Korin Tower. His astounding speed created gusts that nearly toppled the tower itself. "Who are you?" the cat sage inquired, beads of sweat forming as he expressed his astonishment. "I am Li Feng, a companion of Goku, here to exchange for Senzu beans." Li Feng elucidated his purpose. "Oh, so you are Goku's companion. Were you the one who dealt with the Saiyan issue?" Korin queried. "Indeed," Li Feng confirmed. "And what about the fish behind you?" Korin asked, noticing the net full of fish. "Korin, I propose to trade these fish for all the Senzu beans you possess," Li Feng stated, maintaining his composure and breath. Everyone is well aware that the value of the celestial beans far exceeds that of fish, yet Li Feng feigned a pained expression, as if he had suffered a significant loss. The actor Li Feng was in full effect. How could he possibly be embarrassed? Master Karen, drooling, promptly produced 3 large vats of celestial beans. "Take them," he urged, fearing that Li Feng might refuse, and swiftly retrieved the fishing net. Li Feng stored all the celestial beans in his spatial storage. He then inquired about the cultivation of these beans. "Simply plant them underground. Are there any specific conditions required?" he asked. "They require fertile soil, and the cultivation conditions are rather stringent," replied Master Karen. Upon hearing this, Li Feng nodded. Since cultivation was feasible, he could certainly attempt it himself. After all, leaving them with Master Karen would only result in waste at the hands of the likes of Majiro Bin. These were strategic resources. Having celestial beans during the various battles ahead would be immensely advantageous. If he faced Frieza, could a combat power of 12 million truly be formidable? Did he understand the Saiyan physique? As long as he wasn't killed, he would voraciously consume celestial beans, stacking them high. Cough, cough, just a jest. Combat power must be gradually enhanced. Li Feng took out a jar of celestial beans and sought a spacious area at Bulma's home, requesting Dr. Brief to undertake their cultivation. It was no joke. Such a crucial resource deserved the utmost attention to yield maximum output. Dr. Brief was equally intrigued by this substance that could instantly heal injuries and restore stamina. Once the initial preparations were complete, Li Feng flew to an open area on the outskirts of West City, tossing out Bulma's capsule. Boom! A nearly 100-meter semi-spherical room materialized. This was the gravity training chamber that Dr. Brief had constructed at Li Feng's behest. The highest gravity multiplier had now been modified to 100 times. "Great. I'll strive to adapt to 100 times gravity within a year," Li Feng declared with enthusiasm. Upon entering the training chamber, he set the gravity to twice its normal level. Boom! The sudden surge of gravity immediately bent him at the waist. Double gravity not only increased his physical weight, but also affected his blood, bones, and other bodily functions in the same manner. Was this the gravity that Goku and the others had trained under? Li Feng marveled in astonishment. It was hard to believe how they managed to overcome gravity levels of 100 or even 300 times. However, now that he had arrived in the Dragon Ball world and possessed the Saiyan physique, what they could accomplish, he could too. Thus, Li Feng began performing squats, push-ups, and other foundational exercises. Unaccustomed to the doubled gravity, the exertion required for basic training was no less taxing than his prior battles with Goku. Half a day passed, and Li Feng had acclimated to the double gravity. In the afternoon, he commenced simulating combat. Whoosh, 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 ha, ha, ha. He relentlessly swung his fists, executed whip-like kicks, and moved with agility. The initial sluggishness caused by the doubled gravity had long dissipated, and Li Feng was steadily growing stronger. Chapter 8. A Date with Bulma. Outside West City, within the semi-spherical structure, a terrifying tremor reverberated. Swish, swish, swish. A week later, Li Feng had fully acclimated to the quintuple gravity. He executed the dance of the sky, moving like the wind under the immense gravitational force. With relentless punches, he stirred up gusts of air. His most formidable imagined adversary was Frieza, the infamous cosmic emperor whose terrifying battle power reached a staggering 100 million. Yet, at present, his own combat prowess barely surpassed 10,000. Naturally, he understood the folly of overreaching. His immediate foe was the impending arrival of Vegeta on Earth. Why did Li Feng not accompany Goku to learn the Kaioken and the Spirit Bomb? He was acutely aware that while the Kaioken offered a substantial boost, it exacted a heavy toll on the body. Goku's later affliction with heart disease might well be a consequence of this technique. As for the Spirit Bomb, he deemed such a move unnecessary. He firmly believed that as his combat strength continued to ascend, no enemy would remain unconquerable. Li Feng recognized the paramount importance of ki manipulation in the Dragon Ball universe. Thus, he endeavored to develop innovative applications of ki during his training. Turtle School's Kamehameha. He brought his hands together at his waist, summoning a sphere of azure energy. A deep blue shockwave erupted from his hands. Yet this was merely the beginning. He needed to master the Kamehameha completely, just as Goku had done. He could distinctly feel the energy he released. Before striking his target, Li Feng deftly shifted both hands to the right, causing the Kamehameha to follow suit. Whoosh! The energy wave circumvented the central console, poised to collide with the wall. Huh! Bang! Hiss! The Kamehameha wielded considerable power. The violent impact left him gritting his teeth in pain. Indeed, he had begun to control the direction of the energy wave. The next step was to refine his accuracy. The reality of battle is ever-changing. Opponents do not present themselves as mere targets. The mastery of Ki must be honed to perfection. Li Feng continued his practice, his battle power steadily increasing. A week passed. Boom. Following a cataclysmic surge of energy, the gravity chamber could no longer withstand the pressure and was finally breached. Prior to this, Li Feng had consciously restrained his Ki. However, the rapidity of his growth was overwhelming. A torrent of energy burst forth as Li Feng emerged from the training room. Without the burden of tenfold gravity, he felt an immediate lightness, as if he could float effortlessly with the slightest pressure, even without the dance of the sky. Every cell in his body thrummed with excitement, reveling in an unparalleled sense of ease. This was merely after a week of training. Li Feng had already adapted to training under tenfold gravity. His physique, strength, and speed far exceeded what they had been before entering the training chamber. Now, his battle power soared to 12,000. The rate of increase was astonishing. Well then, since the gravity chamber was damaged, he might as well enlist Dr. Brief's assistance for repairs, and take the opportunity to deepen his connection with Bulma, Li Feng mused. It was no wonder that Goku and Vegeta, those Saiyans, were so addicted to training. It truly was an obsession. He had spent the week living in the training room, and it was certainly a lot for Bulma to handle. Upon hearing the thunderous explosion, Bulma arrived in her hovercar. Li Feng, are you alright? Disregarding the invaluable training chamber, Bulma hurriedly approached Li Feng, her voice laced with urgency. I'm fine, Bulma, Li Feng chuckled. I merely accidentally damaged the Dr. S gravity training room. Oh, that's a trivial matter. But why aren't you dressed? Bulma, previously too anxious to notice, now observed Li Feng's bare torso, revealing his well-defined muscles, which caused her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. It's rather inconvenient to wear clothes while training, especially when one is sweating, Li Feng replied, a hint of resignation in his tone. Then why not come to my place for a shower? You could also take the opportunity to rest, Bulma suggested, covering her face yet furtively peeking through her fingers. Well, I suppose it would be impolite to refuse, Li Feng conceded. One couldn't help but marvel at Bulma's family. They were indeed the wealthiest on Earth. Setting aside their various luxuries, their technological advancements were nothing short of remarkable. Reclining in her bedroom, the massage service provided by the robots allowed every cell in his body to relax, elevating his very being. Oh, Li Feng, you're out. Come join us for dinner. It's been an entire week since I last saw you, and you seem to have lost weight. At this moment, Li Feng emerged from the bathroom, discovering Mrs. Brief, the blonde beauty, waiting at the dining table. Thank you very much, Li Feng said graciously, diving into a Saiyan's voracious appetite. It was evident that the Saiyan blood coursing through his veins had dramatically increased his food consumption. He had already finished all the supplies in the training room. Just like Goku, you're quite the glutton, Bulma remarked, amused by Li Feng's insatiable hunger. By the way, Bulma, haven't you been wanting to go shopping with Li Feng every day? Now that you have some free time, why not go together? Mrs. Brief suggested with a smile. Bulma glanced at Li Feng, her face instantly turning crimson. That sounds great. I haven't had much chance to explore the big city, Li Feng. Would you take me along? Seizing the opportunity to deepen their bond, Li Feng replied. I would be delighted. Wonderful, Bulma exclaimed, her joy reminiscent of a child. After their meal, the two changed into fresh attire, and once again, Bulma found herself captivated by Li Feng's dapper suit, while he admired her youthful and vibrant appearance. It was previously noted that Bulma's hairstyles and outfits varied in almost every episode. It appeared that when she put effort into her appearance, her charm was undeniably compelling. Their date in West City was delightful, and they indulged in a plethora of shopping. Li Feng couldn't help but admire a woman's shopping prowess. Particularly when combined with the purchasing power of a wealthy patron, it was indeed formidable. Simultaneously, he witnessed the bustling vibrancy of the Dragon Ball world alongside the mundanity of ordinary lives. Having always viewed the Dragon Ball universe from the protagonist's perspective, he had previously perceived ordinary people as mere cannon fodder, devoid of significance. Yet, he realized they were living beings with their own existences. From now on, he vowed to avoid involving innocents during battles and to safeguard this world. Their day together had undeniably brought Li Feng and Bulma closer. Bulma found herself deeply attracted to Li Feng's aura, powerful, witty, humorous, yet possessing the innocence of a big boy. Likewise, Li Feng's fondness for Bulma grew steadily. Good night, Li Feng, Bulma said shyly yet excitedly as she bid farewell before her room. Good night, and may you rest early as well. Today, I am filled with joy. Thank you. As if she had made a momentous decision, Bulma suddenly dashed before Li Feng. wrapping her arms around his neck and pressing her crimson lips against his right cheek. Then, like a fleeting shadow, she retreated to her room, closing the door behind her. Li Feng touched the lipstick on his face, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Patience is key. Emotions must be nurtured gradually. Chapter 9, The Saiyan Assault. 1 year later. Boom, boom. In a bustling metropolis on Earth, 2 resounding explosions echoed. 2 spherical spaceships crashed into the ground, creating massive craters. With a crack, the hatches of the spaceships opened. Is this how Earth is? Quite impressive, remarked a man with upright hair and a receding hairline as he stepped out of the vessel. Let me greet these unsophisticated folks. Another man, a fierce-looking bald figure, raised his right hand, extending his index and middle fingers with a slight motion. Boom. It was as if a nuclear bomb had detonated, obliterating the entire city. The warriors on Earth felt the intense shockwave. That's enough, Nappa. If we cause too much damage to this planet, it won't fetch a good price, Vegeta stated. Indeed, Vegeta. Let us seek out the Dragon Balls that can grant any wish, Nappa responded eagerly. First, let's locate the strongest warrior on this planet, the one who defeated Raditz. Vegeta pressed the buttons on his scouter. Beep, beep, beep. Vegeta, there are more than just a couple of individuals with power levels exceeding 1,000 on this planet. Nappa exclaimed in astonishment. Come, let us have some fun with them, Vegeta smirked. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 figures streaked across the sky like comets. Gohan, a green-skinned individual called out to a small child. Yes, Mr. Piccolo, someone is approaching, Gohan replied. Suddenly, a short, bald man appeared before them. Ah, it's been a while. Piccolo, you aren't here to cause trouble, are you? Piccolo inquired. I've been training hard lately, the newcomer said. I remember you. You are Gohan from the Turtle School, right? Ah, I am Krillin. You must be Goku's son. You resemble him as a child. You must have endured quite a bit while training with Piccolo, Krillin asked discreetly. Uncle Piccolo has been quite good to me, and I wish to fight alongside you, Gohan declared resolutely. Enough chatter. They are here, Piccolo said. His expression serious as he sensed the formidable energy of 2 powerful entities approaching. Whoosh. In an instant, the 2 figures stood before them, despite not releasing their energy. The overwhelming presence of their combat power was deeply oppressive. Were you waiting for us? Vegeta mocked. To be cautious, I shall ask once more, what brings you here? Piccolo's forehead glistened with cold sweat as he sensed that the individuals before him were significantly stronger than Raditz had been a year ago. That voice, did you kill Raditz? Vegeta inquired. Voice. This device can also serve as a communicator. Vegeta pointed at the scouter he wore. This fellow is a Namekian, otherwise. How could Raditz have been defeated by him? Nappa remarked. Enough of this. Our objective is to obtain the Dragon Balls, so hand them over. Nappa shouted. Are you implying that I am a Namekian? Piccolo responded, astonished. Humph, spare me the act. With your skin color and the antennae upon your head, you are undoubtedly a Namekian. I have dispatched several of your kind. Nappa boasted arrogantly. While Vegeta and his companions had yet to visit Namek, they had encountered wandering Namekians along their journey, thus becoming acquainted with the legend of the Dragon Balls. I was about to thank you for revealing my ancestry, but I cannot create Dragon Balls. My sole interest lies in combat, Piccolo declared, assuming a battle stance. Heh, against you lot. We won't even need to lift a finger. Nappa produced a vial containing 6 seeds. Just cultivating these beings will suffice. With that, he planted the seeds in the ground. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Mere moments later, 6 diminutive green creatures sprouted from the earth. How revolting, Krillin remarked disdainfully. Swish, swish, swish. At that moment, 3 figures descended upon the battlefield. Tien, Kaiatsu, Yamcha, Krillin exclaimed with joy. More allies have arrived, but they are all worthless. Nappa scoffed. 6 of us, a perfect one-on-one matchup. This should be entertaining, Vegeta taunted. How dull. I could handle all of them by myself. Piccolo declared, brimming with determination. Very well. I shall take the lead, Tien announced, stepping forward. Yeah, the cultivated warrior shouted as it lunged toward Tien. Tien brought his right hand's index and middle fingers together, effortlessly deflecting the assault. Wham! The creature struck, rolled, and upon landing, the skin atop its head split open, launching a ki blast. Tien swiftly dodged. Boom! The ki blast struck a nearby hill, scorching the ground black in its wake. Tien moved rapidly, evading the creature's energy blast and elbowing it in the head. Thud! The creature was dealt a fatal blow and lost consciousness. Humph! That creature underestimated its opponent, Vegeta remarked with a cold smirk, casually obliterating the defeated creature with a ki blast. I instructed you all to give it your all. Vegeta commanded the remaining cultivators. How merciless, Tien said, sweating. Let me take my turn. Allow me to show you how the game concludes. Yamcha stepped forward. Swish, swish. The 2 figures vanished in an instant, only to reappear several dozen meters away, engaged in a fierce battle. Wolf Feng Fist. Yamcha unleashed his signature technique. Bang, bang, bang. It appeared as though several wolves had manifested behind Yamcha, augmenting his attacks and rendering them even more ferocious. The cultivator countered skillfully, and the duel remained evenly matched. Huh. The cultivator extended its arms, attempting to ensnare Yamcha. Yamcha evaded with a swift movement. Kamehameha. In midair, Yamcha launched his attack. The cerulean energy wave struck the cultivator down, creating a crater upon impact. I find these monsters unimpressive. Leave the rest to me, Yamcha declared confidently. This time, you were careless, Vegeta mocked. Crack. The cultivator on the ground emitted a faint sound before enveloping Yamcha in an embrace. What? Yamcha was taken aback, feeling a surge of life-threatening energy rising from his back. The cultivator self-destructed. Boom. A deafening explosion created a massive crater in the earth. The iconic scene of Yamcha lying on the ground unfolded. Yamcha! Krillin cried out in despair. Damn it! Yamcha was too careless. Witnessing his companion perish due to negligence, Krillin gritted his teeth in anger. He then clasped his hands together and unleashed a Kamehameha wave towards the remaining cultivators. Just as the cultivators attempted to evade, Krillin raised his hands. Instantly, the Kamehameha wave split into several parts, each hurtling towards the remaining cultivators and Vegeta. Bang! 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 After a series of thunderous explosions, several cultivators were obliterated. Humph! The game is over. As the dust settled, Nappa and Vegeta emerged unscathed. Indeed, the game has concluded. At that moment, a strange voice resonated across the battlefield. What? When did this person appear? Nappa exclaimed in surprise, gazing at Feng, who had suddenly materialized beside him. It turned out that Feng had noticed them long before Vegeta and the others arrived on Earth, yet he had suppressed his energy and remained hidden. The mission had yet to be triggered. Beep. Mission, defeat the Saiyans. Mission reward, beginner instant transmission. Feng understood that with such a pivotal plot point, the system would undoubtedly issue a mission, but it had waited until Yamcha's demise to do so. It appeared the system possessed a rather twisted sense of humor. System, did you not wish to witness a replication of this classic scene? One could not deny that. Although the scene was tragic, the actual effect was somewhat comical. You were the one who killed Raditz? Vegeta instantly recalled the voice from the communicator. What? Nappa was taken aback. Humph. That would be me, Feng replied coldly. Ha. Raditz was a useless fool, but you seem formidable. I might consider taking you on as a subordinate, Vegeta proclaimed with arrogance. No need, you are all too weak. With that, Feng's figure began to fade. Chapter 10, Nappa's demise. What? Everyone was astonished by Feng's astonishing speed. His form suddenly vanished, only to reappear right before Nappa. Bang! Feng delivered a light punch. Boom! Nappa was sent flying as though struck by a cannonball, his massive body hurtling through layer upon layer of rock. This bastard. Vegeta was astonished, unable to fathom that this Saiyan speed exceeded his imagination. Incredible. The warriors behind him could not help but exclaim. You bastard. Cough. 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 At that moment, Nappa struggled to emerge from the distant rocks. His armor shattered and blood spilling from his mouth as he spoke fiercely. Just a single punch had left Nappa gravely injured. Huh. Boom. Whoosh. 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 Nappa's rage erupted. A terrifying energy exploded from his body. The debris and sand on the ground were swept up as the tremendous power turned the earth beneath him into a colossal pit. I will kill you. Nappa snarled through gritted teeth. He could not tolerate the humiliation of being wounded by a feeble insect. With a thunderous aura, Nappa charged towards Feng like a ferocious beast. He thought to himself that if Feng were to receive even a single punch, he would either be gravely injured or perish. In Feng's eyes, Nappa appeared to be moving at a snail's pace. With minimal effort, he effortlessly evaded the attack. You scoundrel! Nappa roared in rage upon missing his strike, intensifying his onslaught. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Feng's figure danced gracefully, arms crossed over his chest, as he nonchalantly dodged each blow. No matter how ferociously Nappa attacked, he could not even graze Feng's shadow. Puffing and panting, Nappa seethed with indignation. How dare this wretched earthling insult a noble Saiyan? The audacity of Feng's mockery was unbearable. Boy, is dodging all you can do? Nappa was convinced that Feng was only marginally faster. If he landed a single punch, Feng would surely be finished. Feng chuckled. What's wrong? Can't even keep up with my shadow? He taunted. You might as well concede defeat. Nearby, Vegeta's forehead throbbed with fury. Hey, Nappa. You can't even defeat a weakling with a battle power of 4,000? Do you wish to throw away your life? Vegeta felt that Nappa was bringing shame upon their Saiyan lineage. No, Prince Vegeta. I will take care of this brat immediately, Nappa replied, drenched in cold sweat. Die. Nappa launched another assault. Let us see what you've got. This time, Feng chose not to evade. Nappa swung a punch towards Feng's chest. Boom. Feng effortlessly blocked it with his left hand, absorbing the weight of Nappa's powerful strike. The energy erupted, sending shockwaves through the air. What? How is this possible? Nappa was taken aback. He had previously scanned Feng's battle power, which was only 4,000, while his own full strength was a formidable 6,000. How could he possibly be outmatched? Before Nappa could contemplate further, Feng retaliated. In a swift motion, Li Feng's right foot connected solidly with Nappa's abdomen. Cough. Nappa doubled over in pain, his body hurtling through the air. Whoosh. Li Feng, moving with astonishing speed, almost as if teleporting, appeared behind Nappa. Then, with a powerful elbow strike, Nappa plummeted to the ground like a cannonball. Bang! The violent impact created yet another massive crater in the earth. As dust and smoke billowed and eventually settled, only Nappa's weakened form remained on the ground. What? The onlooking warriors were utterly astonished, particularly Piccolo, who had made significant progress in his training over the past year, boasting a battle power of 5,000. Yet, even he felt a sense of danger during Nappa's explosive fury. Who would have imagined that Li Feng would toy with Nappa? Just how strong had he become? Uncle Li Feng is incredible. Gohan marveled. Truly worthy of being Li Feng. Krillin, witnessing Li Feng's prowess for the first time, expressed his admiration. Is this the mysterious powerhouse known as Li Feng? Remarkable. Tian Jinhan exclaimed. Is this your confidence? Li Feng coldly inquired. Cough. Nappa, furious and humiliated, spat out a mouthful of blood. Impossible. I absolutely cannot allow this to occur. His full combat power reached an impressive 6,000, yet before him lay a mere insect with a power level of only 4,000. Within mere seconds, he found himself vanquished. A humiliation of the highest order. The pride and self-worth he once possessed as a Saiyan were utterly crushed by Li Feng's overwhelming might. Infuriating. He yearned for another chance to fight, yet he could scarcely rise. Nappa, you are utterly useless. As a noble Saiyan, how could he be defeated by a lowly earthling? Vegeta seethed with rage. Hearing Vegeta's scorn, Nappa summoned his final reserves of strength to crawl toward him. Prince Vegeta, save me. I was careless just now. Grant me another chance, and I shall surely vanquish that scoundrel once I recover. Nappa clung to hope, still shackled by his pitiful pride. Entirely oblivious to the true reasons behind his defeat, blaming it solely on his own negligence. Vegeta raised his right hand, igniting a flicker of hope within Nappa. Surely, the prince would not abandon him, Nappa thought. Li Feng did not intervene. According to the established narrative, Nappa was destined to be slain by Vegeta himself. His sole objective was to defeat the Saiyan, and he relished the sight of despair on Nappa's face. Humph, I have no intention of saving you. At that moment, Nappa felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. Prince Vegeta, I do not comprehend your meaning, he stammered, thinking he must have misheard. Do you truly believe that you can defeat that man with your full strength? Vegeta's head turned dismissively as he spoke coldly. Of course I can. A weakling like that would fall before me if I were to take this seriously. Nappa protested. Foolish. Vegeta interrupted. Do you think he possesses only 4,000 in combat power? The Earthlings can drastically alter their power levels during battle. In that moment, he unleashed a staggering 9,000. This was the reason for Nappa's swift defeat. What? How can that be? Nappa could hardly fathom this truth. It must be a malfunctioning detector. He desperately insisted. Foolish and ignorant. You possess no value in your current state. Vegeta replied icily. You are no different from that trash Raditz. Perish here. With that, Vegeta conjured a white energy sphere in his hand and unleashed it toward the prostrate Nappa. No, Prince Vegeta. Nappa cried in despair, unable to comprehend that he was not slain by Li Feng, but rather by the very prince he had revered. No, he screamed in utter hopelessness. Boom. The energy wave mercilessly detonated upon Nappa. As the smoke cleared, Nappa's vitality had completely extinguished. What? Were they not comrades? Krillin and the others were left in shock. Even Piccolo was taken aback, unable to believe the brutality displayed by this Saiyan, capable of killing his own ally, truly merciless. Li Feng had anticipated this scene long ago. Trash should not exist in this world. It seems you possess the potential to become my subordinate. Vegeta extended an olive branch to Li Feng. Humph, I refuse. Came the curt reply. Is that so? Although your combat power reaches 9,000, you are still far from my match. Vegeta proclaimed with fierce conviction. Is that so? I shall return your words to you. Unchanged, Li Feng replied coolly. Chapter 11. The battle against Vegeta and Boppo. Seeking death. Vegeta accelerated, throwing a powerful punch towards Li Feng. Boom. Li Feng met his fist with his own. The shockwave from their clash reverberated through the air. Humph, this is somewhat interesting. Vegeta scoffed. In quick succession, Vegeta unleashed a flurry of strikes, his left fist following suit. Bang, bang, bang. The tempo of their attacks escalated rapidly. Swish, swish, swish. Their movements blurred, almost akin to instantaneous teleportation. Remarkable. I can barely see their actions. Krillin exclaimed in awe. Piccolo's face darkened, drenched in cold sweat. Even he, with his formidable prowess, could only faintly perceive the afterimages of their combat, unable to discern their movements clearly. Could it be that my strength pales in comparison to Li Feng's? Piccolo wrestled with his disbelief, yet he had to concede that Li Feng was indeed vastly superior. As Li Feng and Vegeta exchanged blows, they each landed a punch that sent the other reeling. Humph, not bad for a warm-up, Vegeta smirked disdainfully. Now, allow me to demonstrate the true power of a prince. With a mighty roar, a formidable aura erupted from Vegeta. His power intensified, radiating a terrifying energy. Dust swirled violently around them. How astonishing! Tien and the other warriors were left in shock. Was that merely a warm-up? This aura is overwhelmingly fearsome. A mere brush could spell disaster. Huh. Vegeta continued to gather energy, a white aura swirling around him until it stabilized. Ha ha ha. What do you think? This is my full strength. Vegeta declared with arrogant pride. Is that it? Li Feng casually scratched his ear. You're as good as dead. Prepare to perish. Vegeta could no longer tolerate Li Feng's insolence. With such overwhelming power, Li Feng should be trembling in fear and begging for mercy. Huh. Tap, 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 tap. Here it comes. The Prince's Gambit. Vegeta swiftly conjured energy blasts with both hands, unleashing them at Li Feng like a machine gun. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying energy spheres relentlessly hurtled towards Li Feng. The mere shockwave from the explosion forced Krillin and the others to activate their defensive shields. This is bad. This power is too terrifying. Can Li Feng withstand it? Krillin thought, filled with trepidation for Li Feng's safety. Whoosh. After the barrage, the ground lay utterly flattened. Ha ha. That arrogant fool must have been reduced to mere fragments. Vegeta was convinced his energy blast had struck Li Feng squarely. Under such a furious assault, survival was impossible. Is this truly your full strength? As the smoke cleared, Li Feng's icy voice emerged. Uncle Li Feng, well done. Gohan exclaimed excitedly. Li Feng's aura was even more potent than before. Piccolo marveled in astonishment. What? Vegeta exclaimed in disbelief. Li Feng's figure stood clearly before them all. Not only was he unscathed, but even his clothing showed no signs of damage. How could this be? During their confrontation, Vegeta had assessed that Li Feng's battle power was approximately around 10,000, while his own full power energy wave reached 15,000, more than sufficient to defeat Li Feng. Yet now, Li Feng appeared completely unharmed? This revelation took Vegeta by surprise. Could it be that his battle power exceeded 10,000? Vegeta activated his scouter. 16,000. The number displayed on the device astonished him. Humph. Ha. Vegeta's excitement surged. Now there was meaning in defeating you. His own maximum battle power was 18,000. Still enough to dominate Li Feng. The warrior spirit inherent in Saiyan ignited his fervor. Vegeta understood that battling a formidable opponent would only enhance his own strength. You shall become the touchstone of my ascendance. I shall slay you as a token of my gratitude. With renewed vigor, Vegeta charged toward Li Feng. Li Feng too unleashed his energy, meeting Vegeta head-on. The two commenced their second bout. Their speeds doubled, rendering Krillin and the others unable to perceive their forms. Only Piccolo could barely catch glimpses of their afterimages as they clashed. Bang, bang, bang. The residual force of their combat reverberated through the air. The mere energy they emitted enough to shatter mountains. Not only on Earth were there spectators. On King Kai's planet, King Kai observed the battle between Li Feng and Vegeta, growing increasingly alarmed. Their confrontation was utterly terrifying. Even Goku might not stand a chance against them. After a year of training, Goku's base battle power reached 15,000. In the original timeline, Goku at this same period possessed only 8,000. The reason for this remarkable growth, aside from the rapid enhancement from battling Li Feng that week, was primarily due to Li Feng's overwhelming strength, which motivated Goku to train more diligently than ever before. Of course, the influence of the Senzu beans provided by Li Feng was also indispensable. After all, the near-immortal Saiyan's ability to grow stronger when on the brink of death should be utilized wisely in the early stages. The two energies sensed on Earth must belong to Li Feng and his companions. Hurry up. Goku unleashed his energy and swiftly traversed Snake Way. His intense focus on training caused him to lose track of time. Bang. Their speeds escalated, but Li Feng seized upon a flaw in Vegeta's defense, landing a powerful punch to his face. Cough. In a battle of experts, a mere second can determine victory or defeat. A moment's delay can lead to a cascade of missteps. As Vegeta was struck, his breathing slowed, and his vulnerabilities multiplied. Li Feng capitalized on this opportunity, unleashing a barrage of punches upon Vegeta's body. Following this, he delivered a sweeping kick, sending Vegeta soaring into the air. In a flash, he appeared behind the airborne Vegeta. With hands clasped together, he executed a crushing blow, driving Vegeta into the ground. Bang! With a speed akin to that of a cannonball, Vegeta's form slammed into the earth, creating a massive crater. Cough, cough, cough. Vegeta spat out several mouthfuls of blood, appearing utterly disheveled. The combination of moves that I had just used on that fool has now turned against me, and I find myself humiliated. How infuriating. Vegeta seethed with rage. You have thoroughly provoked the prince. Vegeta rose once more, extending his arms backward in unison. With a swift motion, he began to gather energy, a violet wave coalescing in his hands. How is this possible? Vegeta's power continues to escalate. Krillin trembled in astonishment. Be annihilated by the prince's ultimate strike. Gallic Gun. Vegeta roared, directing the purple energy blast towards Li Feng. Humph. Bring it on. Li Feng was poised to counter, gathering energy in his own hands. A cerulean aura accumulated within him. Kamehameha. Boom. The azure Kamehameha collided with the violet Gallic Gun. A tremendous surge of energy erupted, scattering the nearby mountains with its ferocity. Bastard. Vegeta was incredulous that Li Feng could withstand his full-force attack. Arc. As Vegeta poured forth his energy, he was shocked to find his wave being pushed back. Impossible. I cannot lose to someone with a power level of merely 16,000. Just as Vegeta pondered this, his scouter began to register erratic readings. Beep, beep, beep. The numbers representing Li Feng's power level soared higher. 16,000, 17,000, 18,000, 19,000, 20,000. Boom. The scouter exploded. What? 20,000. Impossible. Chapter 12, Vegeta. The Great Ape. Vegeta was engulfed by the Kamehameha, which erupted like a nuclear explosion, creating a mushroom cloud. As the dust settled, Vegeta emerged, bloodied and battered. His armor shattered, and his energy significantly diminished. What terrifying power! Piccolo's complexion deepened to a darker shade of green. The energy exchanged between the two was immense. Should he encounter even a fraction of that power, he would surely be obliterated. Thankfully, he had managed to hold back at the last moment. Seeing that Vegeta still clung to life, Li Feng also relaxed. He understood that Vegeta was a pivotal character in this narrative and could not be easily vanquished. Therefore, during the final counterattack, he skillfully redirected most of the energy of the Kamehameha, leaving Vegeta with merely grave injuries. At this moment, Vegeta's condition was far worse than in the original tale when he faced Goku. His power level now stood at a mere 6,000. Slowly, Vegeta propped himself up. It was evident that he had faced a resounding defeat. As a proud Saiyan prince, he could not accept this utter humiliation. He began to ascend into the air, his voice laced with venom. This time, I shall completely eradicate you. What? He still has strength left? Krillin was astounded. Anyone with clear vision could see that Vegeta was no longer a match for Li Feng, yet he still had a hidden card to play. Krillin felt an even deeper fear towards this relentless and formidable Saiyan. Li Feng remained composed, declaring, "It's fine, even if he does unleash it. He is still no match for me." What? At this moment, Krillin realized that Li Feng, much like Wukong, was a battle enthusiast who yearned to engage in combat with Vegeta at his most formidable state. However, upon witnessing Li Feng's confident demeanor, he could only place his trust in him. Foolish one, you remain oblivious to the true terror of the Saiyan race. Allow me to enlighten you. Vegeta ascended further into the sky, scanning the surroundings with a growing sense of astonishment. What? Where's the moon of this planet? Stop searching. For the moon has long since been obliterated, Li Feng remarked, fully aware that Vegeta was on the verge of transforming into a great ape. How did you know I was looking for the moon? Vegeta inquired, astonished. Li Feng merely smiled in silence. No matter, I can create one myself. With that declaration, Vegeta gathered a white energy sphere in his right hand, thrusting it into the air before compressing it. Boom. The luminous orb expanded dramatically in an instant. Vegeta laughed heartily, his gaze fixed intently on the artificial moon. He roared. As his tail thickened, his visage contorted into a ferocious mask, body sprouting hair. While his physique grew exponentially. With a mighty roar, Vegeta transformed into a colossal ape, towering dozens of meters high. Crash. Vegeta's immense form crashed to the ground, creating a massive crater. Damn it, is this what it means to be a Saiyan? Krillin exclaimed, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. A year prior, he had witnessed Gohan's transformation into a great ape with his own eyes. The devastation had been monumental. In desperation, he had resolved to destroy the moon. It's a giant ape. Krillin and the others were engulfed in terror. In his youth, he had witnessed Wukong's transformation into a great ape, a sight that had nearly cost him his life. It was over. Despair consumed Krillin. If Wukong's destructive power as a young ape had been so fearsome, one could only imagine the dread that Vegeta now instilled. It seemed even Li Feng would be powerless against him. Was Earth destined for annihilation today? How does it feel, arrogant fool? You are no match for this prince now. Vegeta regained his confidence, reveling in the surge of power that accompanied his transformation, boasting a battle strength of 60,000, far exceeding that of Li Feng. Oh, is that so? Does it sting to be slapped in the face repeatedly? Li Feng taunted. Die. Vegeta, filled with rage and humiliation, accelerated towards Li Feng. Bang. The ground trembled beneath the force of their confrontation. Li Feng roared, releasing an immense surge of energy from within. Boom. He began to gather his power, a terrifying whirlwind of energy swirling around his form. The earth quaked, and the air vibrated with the intensity of his energy. What? Li Feng had not even unleashed his full power before. Krillin and the others gasped in shock. Vegeta swung a colossal fist, aiming to pulverize Li Feng. Yet, the empowered Li Feng deftly evaded the attack. Bang! Vegeta's enormous fist struck a mountain, shattering it into fragments. With a single step, he created another vast crater. His gigantic figure lunged toward Li Feng. You won't escape. Vegeta charged once more. Even though his battle power had increased tenfold, the sheer size of his form limited his speed. To onlookers, it appeared as though Li Feng was merely toying with Vegeta. Uncle Li Feng toyed with Vegeta, much to Gohan's exhilaration. Li Feng is truly formidable. Krillin sighed, astonished countless times. Damn it. Vegeta realized he couldn't even touch Li Feng. Transforming into a great ape, he unleashed a torrent of purple energy spheres, aiming directly at Li Feng. Boom, 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 boom. Not a single strike landed. However, the terrifying waves of energy flattened the terrain. Is this the extent of your power? It should come to an end. Li Feng, furious, charged towards Vegeta. You seek death. Vegeta swung his colossal fist at Li Feng once more. This time, Li Feng did not evade, throwing his own right fist into the fray. Bang! The collision of their fists erupted with terrifying energy. The air trembled, and the resulting shockwaves reduced the surrounding hills to mere plains. Cough! To everyone's astonishment, the seemingly massive and imposing Vegeta was sent flying after clashing fists with Li Feng. He felt as if he had struck an invisible wall with his right fist, leading to the fracturing of his fingers, and he was sent hurtling backward. No, impossible. Vegeta's fear resurfaced. With a battle power of 60,000, how could he not match Li Feng in a head-on confrontation? Just how powerful was he? At that moment, a white aura coalesced around Li Feng, his energy soaring. If a battle scanner were to assess his power, it would reveal his strength escalating from 60,000 to 80,000, then to 100,000. Boom. As Li Feng completed his energy gathering, he radiated light, resembling a miniature sun. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The terrifying aura and energy erupted. The white energy surged forth from his being. Indeed, 100,000. This was Li Feng's current battle power. After a year of training, he had fully mastered the regimen within the gravity chamber set to 100-fold. Now he surpassed Goku's strength upon his arrival on Namek. Although he lacked the Kaioken technique, he possessed his own trump card. The full-force Kamehameha significantly amplified his true battle power. How could this be possible? Though proud, Vegeta was not foolish. And sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from Li Feng, he became both shocked and fearful. Boom. In an instant of Vegeta's distraction, Li Feng moved with blinding speed, almost teleporting in front of Vegeta and landing a solid punch to his chest. Bang. Cough. Vegeta painfully expelled a mouthful of anguish, his massive body hurtling away. Whoosh. Li Feng instantly appeared at the spot where Vegeta was sent flying, delivering an elbow strike to the back of Vegeta's torso. Vegeta sensed a life-threatening danger from behind, yet his body could not react. Boom. The explosive sound shattered Vegeta's battle armor. Bang, 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 bang. Li Feng's speed intensified, his figure flickering as he consistently appeared behind the battered Vegeta, unleashing a barrage of heavy blows. Thud. Finally, Li Feng soared above Vegeta, striking down with both hands, slamming him once again into the ground. Chapter 13, Defeating Vegeta. Boom. A colossal shadow plummeted to the ground, sending tremors that resembled a minor earthquake. This was the end of the line. Li Feng had had his fill of the game. It was time to fulfill his mission. With a casual flick, he unleashed an energy blast aimed at the tail of the giant ape Vegeta. Vegeta roared in fury, but his anger was rendered impotent. Whoosh. The energy blast effortlessly obliterated Vegeta's tail. Vegeta cried out in agony. His body gradually shrank, and the fur covering him began to vanish. The pain intensified due to the drop in his energy, amplifying his suffering. At this moment, Vegeta's aura weakened considerably, rendering him unable to even stand. Damn it. Vegeta lamented weakly. Tap, tap, tap. Li Feng approached Vegeta slowly. The once mighty warrior, now helpless, perceived Li Feng's footsteps as the harbinger of death. He understood that Li Feng could effortlessly end his life at this moment. Fear enveloped Vegeta. Begone. You are far too weak now, Li Feng scoffed. What? Krillin and the others gasped in shock and confusion. Yet, only Li Feng had the authority to determine Vegeta's fate. They could only respect his decision. What? You? Vegeta thought he had misheard. Li Feng had actually spared his life. Terrified of Li Feng changing his mind, he crawled towards the spaceship. Once Vegeta successfully boarded the spacecraft, his arrogance returned. Just wait. Next time, I will personally kill you. You will never be my equal, Li Feng retorted coldly. Vegeta piloted the spaceship and swiftly departed Earth. Ding. Mission accomplished. Defeat the Saiyan. Reward. Beginner's instant transmission. Finally, the task was complete. Li Feng was elated. The most exhilarating aspect was undoubtedly the reward. As he claimed his reward, a cool sensation enveloped his mind, unveiling information about instant transmission. Instantly, Li Feng mastered the basics of instant transmission, finding its use as natural and simple as moving his own limbs. System, why are there different levels of instant transmission? Li Feng was curious about the specifics of the grading. The beginner level of instant transmission operated similarly to that of the Yard Rat people, allowing one to teleport to a location where energy could be sensed. The intermediate level mirrored the technique used by the Kais, enabling movement to known coordinates without the need for energy perception. The advanced level allowed one to traverse to any known location across different universes without limitations. What? Li Feng was astonished. He could deduce the effects of the intermediate level, but the advanced level could traverse different universes. This was utterly invincible. If faced with an insurmountable foe, a single use of advanced instant transmission would transport him to another universe, rendering even the god of destruction and the Omni King powerless. However, the advanced instant transmission consumed a significant amount of energy, and currently, the host was still relatively weak, making its use impossible. The system doused Li Feng's fantasies with cold water. All right, one must take their time, he conceded. Li Feng believed that possessing the rudimentary ability of instantaneous movement was quite commendable, and he would consider further advancements once his strength increased. Li Feng, you are incredibly strong, exclaimed Krillin. At that moment, a warrior observing from the sidelines approached Li Feng. Indeed, Uncle Li Feng is magnificent. He has vanquished that nefarious Saiyan, Gohan declared with admiration. Yet, allowing him to escape this time may render him even more formidable in the future, Piccolo cautioned. No worries, it's merely a minor issue. As long as we continue to grow stronger, we shall prevail, Li Feng encouraged his companions. As they engaged in conversation, a powerful aura suddenly enveloped them. Huh, that energy belongs to Dad, Gohan exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Even Son Goku has become so strong? Piccolo sensed Goku's energy as well. Although it was not on par with Li Feng or Vegeta, it far surpassed his own strength. Oh, everyone is here. A figure clad in an orange martial arts uniform appeared mid-air. It was Goku. Huh, where's Yamcha? After greeting everyone, he noticed Yamcha's absence. Yamcha was too careless, Krillin lamented. Is that so? Goku, initially brimming with enthusiasm, now wore a somber expression. The innocent lives lost due to the Saiyan attack will be revived with the Dragon Balls. Li Feng reassured him. That is true. The atmosphere shifted from heavy to contemplative. By the way, I just sensed two exceptionally strong auras. One must belong to Li Feng, and the other to someone named Vegeta. Where is he? Goku scanned the surroundings, unable to spot Vegeta. I just defeated him and let him go. You arrived too late. Li Feng replied. What? That's unfortunate. I was hoping for a thrilling battle this time. Goku frowned, then brightened again. Li Feng, let us spar. I have grown significantly stronger. Goku's Saiyan instincts flared once more. Wait, Goku, Li Feng just finished a battle and must be fatigued. This wouldn't be fair. Krillin interjected on Li Feng's behalf. Indeed, Dad, Uncle Li Feng must have expended considerable energy, Gohan added in support. Not to worry, I hardly exerted myself earlier. Engaging in combat with Goku now would be just right, Li Feng declared, unfazed by the challenge. No, Li Feng, that still wouldn't be fair. Please take a Senzu Bean to restore your energy. I want to defeat you on equal footing. Goku realized his previous thoughts were flawed. Wishing for a fair fight against his good friend Li Feng, just as he had once offered a Senzu Bean to sell during the Android saga. Seeking fairness even against such a wicked foe. Understanding that he could not refuse the Senzu Bean without jeopardizing their fight, Li Feng reluctantly selected one from his vast stockpile of beans. Indeed, Li Feng had exchanged fish for Senzu Beans with Korin a year prior, planting a portion as seeds that Dr. Brief had cultivated. Now, several acres were dedicated to growing Senzu Beans, filling his storage space to capacity. Depleted energy? An impossibility. Once both had consumed their Senzu Beans, their auras returned to normal. Goku and Li Feng distanced themselves, poised for battle. Is this what it means to be a battle fanatic? Krillin marveled. Gohan, pay attention. These high-level combat encounters will significantly enhance your martial prowess, Piccolo advised as a mentor. Indeed, Uncle Piccolo. Gohan's eyes widened in excitement. Just how powerful has Goku become after his training? Tien Shinhan also awaited the answer with anticipation. Chapter 14, Son Goku, Kaioken. Goku unleashed his energy first. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A torrent of formidable energy erupted from Goku's body. Even during his flight to Earth, he sensed Li Feng's terrifying aura and dared not hold back. He unleashed his full power from the outset. What? Piccolo was taken aback. He had thought that after a year of training, even if he couldn't match Li Feng, he would at least be close to Goku's level. Yet this energy was clearly far superior. How infuriating that even Son Goku has grown so strong. Boom. In an instant, Li Feng and Goku's fists collided. How terrifying. Goku distinctly felt the overwhelming force of Li Feng. His right hand was struck with immense impact, leaving it numb. Yet, the Saiyan blood within him surged with fervor. Thud, 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 thud. Undeterred, Goku accelerated his assault on Li Feng. Li Feng, too, was exhilarated to engage in combat with Goku. Their heavy punches clashed, producing a cacophony of explosive sounds. This was true hand-to-hand combat. This is the essence of a Saiyan battle. The two continued to exchange blows, their combat prowess escalating with each encounter. After more than a year of training, their fighting capabilities had significantly improved compared to a year prior. The intensity of their battle rivaled that of Li Feng's recent clash with Vegeta. Goku, filled with enthusiasm, aimed to land a punch on Li Feng's chest. Whoosh. Unexpectedly, Li Feng executed an afterimage fist first. In an instant, he appeared behind Goku and delivered an elbow strike that sent Goku flying. Cough. In a battle of masters, victory and defeat are determined in the blink of an eye. Goku found himself at a disadvantage, crashing heavily towards the ground. Boom. A massive human-shaped crater formed once again. It seemed as though there was some grudge against Saiyans. Following Nappa and Vegeta, another crater formed by a Saiyan had appeared. Goku, Dad, Krillin, and Gohan, observing the fight, shouted in concern. Cough, cough, I'm fine. Goku wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, gazing at Li Feng in the sky. Li Feng, you are truly formidable. I will now unleash the fruits of my training. Goku shouted, double KO Ken. Whoosh. An astonishing aura erupted around Goku once more. However, this energy was no longer white, but a dark crimson. Such a terrifying presence. Krillin felt Goku's energy instantly double. Continue. Goku's battle power now reached 30,000. Yet Li Feng still effortlessly blocked Goku's attacks. Boom. With another swift movement, Li Feng kicked Goku in the chest, sending him hurtling backward. Goku crashed into a mountain, the sheer force piercing through peak after peak until he became embedded in the rock face, creating a web of cracks. Cough, cough, cough. At this moment, Goku's body was severely injured from Li Feng's powerful strike and the strain of the Kaioken technique. Yet, he remained resolute, unwilling to concede defeat. Gritting his teeth, Goku concentrated once more, gathering a dark red aura. Kaioken times 3. Goku exerted himself to the utmost. The surge of the Kaioken propelled him instantly before Li Feng, landing a solid punch upon him. Realizing the effectiveness of his attack, Goku hastened his assault, determined to vanquish Li Feng before his own body could no longer endure. Initially, Li Feng was caught off guard by Goku's sudden burst of speed. However, as the battles progressed, he gradually enhanced his own combat prowess. The tide of their conflict shifted from Li Feng's disadvantage in the beginning to an equal standing, and eventually back to Goku finding himself at a disadvantage once more. The clash of their auras, one crimson and one white, erupted like two ferocious tornadoes colliding. Gradually, Li Feng's combat strength surpassed Goku's once again, his speed increasing significantly. Boom, boom, boom. Li Feng's heavy fists struck like hammers against Goku, who could only brace himself with both hands, barely managing to defend. Thud. A knee strike from Li Feng sent Goku flying. Seizing the moment, Li Feng intensified his onslaught. Bang, bang, bang. The terrifying impact shattered the surrounding rocks, the crumbling debris bearing witness to the intensity of their battle. Alas, Goku, ultimately lacking in strength, was propelled by Li Feng's kick to his back. Whoosh. Like a shooting star, Goku plummeted to the earth once more. Boom. Dust billowed, and the ground sank beneath him. Kaioken times 4. Despite suffering grave injuries, Goku refused to surrender. He shattered his limits once again. A more potent aura enveloped him. Goku realized that only one final attack could determine the outcome. Came. Goku placed his hands at his waist, beginning to gather energy. Another Kamehameha? Li Feng thought with a hidden delight, unleashing his own energy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dust and debris swirled as the two auras expanded. Energy. Two brilliant blue beams intensified, the terrifying energy accumulating. What? This energy is far more formidable than when he faced Vegeta. Krillin, drenched in cold sweat, was astonished by their power. How is this possible? Piccolo exclaimed in disbelief. Without even considering Li Feng's strength, Goku's energy could annihilate him completely. Boom. As the final energy gathering completed, both fighters unleashed their Kamehameha waves simultaneously. The two powerful energies clashed violently, creating a colossal wave at their center. The terrain was instantly devastated, the unleashed energy rampaging, and the winds howled, forcing the spectators to activate their protective shields. Goku, nearing the limits of his physical endurance while utilizing the Kaioken times 4, struggled to maintain his form. No, I must break through my limits. Goku was prepared to risk everything. You mustn't, Goku. Your body cannot withstand it. Far away on King Kai's planet, the North Kai observed the battle on Earth intently. He understood that despite Goku's training, he could only endure the strain of the Kaioken times 4. Kaioken times 5. Goku roared, his muscles bulging like small mountains, and his energy intensified, erupting forth like a volcano. His Kamehameha instantly thickened, surging toward Li Feng. The five-fold Kaioken. At this moment, Goku was unleashing his full power, transcending his limits with a battle strength of 75,000. However, Li Feng's full strength was 100,000. Witnessing Goku's desperate effort, Li Feng realized that failing to match him with his utmost might could lead to his own downfall. The veins in Li Feng's arms bulged as he too surged his energy. This must be the end. Boom. Goku could no longer muster a stronger Kamehameha, succumbing to the overwhelming energy. Chapter 15, A Brief Respite. Goku could no longer summon a mightier Kamehameha, as he was engulfed by the colossal energy. Boom. The immense force shattered the terrain as if mountains were crumbling. As the dust settled, Goku lay battered on the ground, his breath feeble. Goku, Dad, Krillin, Gohan, and the others hurriedly flew to Goku's side. In this bout, Goku had indeed been defeated. Cough, cough. I'm fine, Goku's weak voice emerged. Alas, Goku, this is the consequence of pushing beyond your limits without regard for your own body. The fivefold Kaioken is beyond your current mastery. The North Kao, observing from King Kai's planet, couldn't help but lament Goku's condition. Goku's energy was but a wisp, his bones nearly shattered. His injuries far worse than after his fierce battle with Vegeta in the original tale. Li Feng also soared toward Goku, offering him a Senzu bean. With Gohan's assistance, Goku struggled to swallow the bean, his energy returning to normal. I'm alive. At that moment, Goku felt all his injuries vanish, completely healed, with his vitality surging as if he possessed boundless strength. Li Feng sensed Goku's battle power had significantly increased post-healing. A glance at the combat meter revealed, Son Goku, 20,000. Truly, he was a Saiyan, an indomitable creature whose power escalated even after near defeat. Li Feng. Thank you. I must become stronger and seek you out for further training. Goku exclaimed with excitement. Of course, Li Feng replied, equally enthusiastic. Having such a remarkable sparring partner, an exceptional training companion, would undoubtedly enhance his own battle prowess. At that moment, a large jet approached Li Feng and the others. Gohan, my Gohan. Before the door even opened, they heard Chi-Chi's anxious voice. As the plane landed, Chi-Chi leaped out and rushed to embrace Gohan. Mom, I'm fine. Uncle Li Feng and Dad drove the enemies away, Gohan reassured her. As long as you're safe, that's what matters. Chi-Chi, having missed Gohan's subsequent words, continued to comfort him. Li Feng, are you alright? I heard from Master Roshi that the battle here was intense. Subsequently, Bulma descended from the plane, her expression tense as she scrutinized Li Feng, ensuring he was unharmed. Oh dear, how did you sustain such grievous wounds? It must be incredibly painful. Bulma expressed her concern for Li Feng, her eyes filled with worry. It's nothing. These injuries are merely from a friendly spar with Goku, nothing of consequence. Li Feng reassured her. What? Weren't you engaged in battle with that nefarious Saiyan? She inquired, bewildered. Li Feng then elucidated the events that had transpired. Despite the appearance of a prolonged struggle, the actual combat lasted less than 2 hours, from the moment Vegeta and the others arrived on Earth until Goku's defeat. Even though the Namek saga spanned over a day, it was still comprised of numerous episodes, he remarked. Seeing Goku's playful demeanor, Chi-Chi couldn't contain her frustration and ultimately threw herself into his embrace, voicing her grievances. The two most powerful warriors exchanged amused glances as they were both subjected to the complaints of their female companions. Initially, there were the casualties inflicted upon the Saiyans and the destruction of cities, which they had initially intended to restore using the Dragon Balls. However, since they had used the Dragon Balls for a wish just a year prior, they would have to wait another month before they could utilize them again. Furthermore, the Dragon Balls on Earth could grant only a single wish, necessitating a journey to Namek to use their Dragon Balls instead, Li Feng explained. Does Namek have Dragon Balls as well? Krillin inquired, astonished. Indeed, the Dragon Balls on Earth were crafted by the Namekians, and the Guardian is also a Namekian. This should be clear to you. Piccolo, Li Feng stated, turning to him. Yes, the Saiyan named Vegeta mentioned it previously. I am quite curious about Namek. I must visit there, Piccolo asserted resolutely. However, there lies the formidable foe Frieza, who is also in pursuit of the Dragon Balls to fulfill his wishes. Therefore, this journey will undoubtedly entail peril, Li Feng cautioned. That suits me just fine. The thrill of facing a powerful adversary is exhilarating, Goku exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable. At that moment, Gohan timidly spoke up. I wish to go as well. Everyone was taken aback, especially Chi-Chi, who quickly interjected, Gohan, have you lost your mind? It is exceedingly dangerous there. What madness is this? Following in your father's reckless footsteps. Mom, I'm also a human and a warrior. If Dad or Uncle Li Feng hadn't arrived today, Earth would have been in grave danger. What if they are not here in the future when peril arises? Gohan's determination grew stronger with each word. Chi-Chi had never seen Gohan so resolutely opposed, yet she continued her protest. Chi-Chi, the truth is, Gohan is quite powerful. In the beginning, that Raditz nearly killed both me and Piccolo, but it was Gohan's explosive power that saved us, Goku explained from the side. Li Feng nodded in agreement. Instant transmission? What is that? Goku inquired, intrigued. Wait a moment, Li Feng said. as he sensed the presence of other strong fighters on Earth. "Found it!" he exclaimed. And then, in an instant, he vanished from sight. Where did Li Feng go? He just disappeared, and his energy is gone too, Krillin noted, perplexed by the sudden absence of Li Feng. Just as the others were left in confusion, two figures abruptly materialized. Li Feng returned, holding the figure of Yajirobe. Yajirobe had been resting atop a tower when he was suddenly lifted by a large hand. "This is instant transmission," Li Feng explained. Li Feng elucidated to the assembly that as long as one could perceive Qi, one could instantaneously reach the location of that Qi. Thus, under the weight of Gohan's entreaties and the repeated assurances from Li Feng and Goku, Chi-Chi reluctantly acquiesced. Additionally, Goku introduced Tien, Kaiatsu, and Krillin to the prospect of training on North Kai's planet. The narrative unfolded much like that of the original tale. Meanwhile, Piccolo took the initiative to journey to Namek, serving as a positioning coordinate for Li Feng, while Goku and Gohan remained on Earth to train alongside him. As night fell, the group departed, leaving only Bulma and Li Feng amidst the desolate plains. "Li Feng, are you truly departing so soon?" Bulma inquired, acutely aware of his imminent departure. Her demeanor tinged with melancholy. "There is still much time for us to share together," Li Feng replied gently, fully grasping Bulma's sentiments, even if he was somewhat uncommunicative. "Then you must prove it to me," she challenged. That evening, their lives transcended into a profound connection. Chapter 16, The Spirit Tree. It must be said, the process of life's elevation is indeed wondrous. Bulma radiated tenderness. In the days that followed, Li Feng and Bulma indulged in a honeymoon of sorts. Traversing various mountains and rivers, reveling in the splendor of nature, they also explored urban attractions, absorbing the vibrancy of city life. One day, Bulma proposed an outing with friends for a picnic. Among the attendees were Krillin and Gohan, who were both exhilarated upon seeing Li Feng. "Ah, Li Feng, you and Bulma are together now?" Krillin exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed, I shall take good care of her," Li Feng assured. "I worry about you. Can you handle her temperament?" Krillin whispered to Li Feng. "Krillin," Bulma interjected, her tone far less gentle than it had been with Li Feng, transforming into a tempestuous figure. "Are you implying that I have a bad temper and am fierce?" "And no," Krillin stammered, unable to meet her gaze. "Ha ha ha." Li Feng and Gohan erupted in laughter. At that moment, a meteor streaked through the sky, crashing into the nearby forest with a resounding thud. Boom. The impact carved a massive crater into the earth, releasing an astounding heat that ignited a conflagration. Trees caught fire, and the flames rapidly spread, transforming the entire woodland into a sea of fire. "Forget everything else. Let's extinguish the flames with Qi," Li Feng proposed. Subsequently, Li Feng, Krillin, and Gohan soared into the sky, unleashing their Qi from their palms to create a tempest that doused the inferno. Crack! Once the flames were quelled, charred branches littered the ground. The once lush forest now lay desolate, a scene of devastation. "Ah, the animals are left homeless," Gohan lamented. Ding! A mission notification echoed in his mind. Defeat Dales. Mission reward. Method for cultivating spirit tree fruit. "Do you wish to accept?" "Accept," Li Feng declared without hesitation, though a sense of confusion soon followed. The method for cultivating spirit tree fruit? It's simply planting the fruit on a planet to absorb its nutrients? Li Feng inquired. "That is a fallacious method. Cultivating spirit tree fruit cannot solely come at the expense of the planet. The new cultivation method enables the spirit tree to absorb energy efficiently, yet it yields similar effects." Indeed, the original narrative unfolded when Dales's detection machinery struck the Earth, igniting a conflagration, subsequently transmitting data back to Dales's spacecraft. Their subordinates descended upon Earth to cultivate the spirit tree fruits, only to be thwarted by Goku and his companions, culminating in the obliteration of Dales through a spirit bomb. According to the storyline, Krillin should propose using the Dragon Balls to restore the devastated forest. However, shortly thereafter, half of Earth's ecology would be annihilated, squandering a precious opportunity to utilize the Dragon Balls. As anticipated, Krillin suggests employing the Dragon Balls to restore the environment. Yet, it is prudent not to use the Dragon Balls indiscriminately. The initial blaze has been extinguished, allowing nature to rejuvenate itself. Li Feng intervenes, employing knowledge of sustainable development from his previous life to persuade Krillin and Gohan. Gohan, too, is enlightened, realizing this is the essence of nature's cycle. Ahem. One might say that employing modern knowledge to sway others is quite effective. Subsequently, the group loses interest in leisure and departs. Gohan and the Velociraptor. Akin to the original tale, forge a friendship. The following day, Yamucha's aircraft is destroyed and crashes near Chi-Chi's home, prompting a temporary stay as guests. Soon thereafter, Master Roshi, Tien, and Kaiatsu arrive, and Krillin, Bulma, Li Feng, and others receive invitations, leading to a lively gathering. Li Feng remains discreet, awaiting the progression of events. Meanwhile, amidst the charred mountains, a soldier clad in Saiyan battle attire casts a seed into a fissure in the ground. Soon after, with a resounding boom, robust vines surge forth from the earth, voraciously absorbing nutrients, growing taller until a mighty tree emerges, continuously expanding. Goku, the Earth is in peril. The voice of King Kai reaches Goku. Someone has planted a spirit tree on Earth, and once its roots take hold, it will siphon all nutrients from the planet, reducing it to a barren wasteland. Alarmed, Goku swiftly relays the news to the others. We must destroy the spirit tree. Krillin advocates. I concur. Count me in. I shall join as well. Tien, Kaiatsu, Yamcha, and other warriors agree to the mission. But wasn't Yamcha dead before? How is he here? In truth, this world's Yamcha possesses remarkable luck. Seemingly deceased, he was merely in a state of apparent death, later revived by Li Feng using a Senzu bean after the battle. Naturally, Li Feng accompanies them as well. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The group swiftly ascends toward the ominous energy signature. Gohan, held back by Chi-Chi's disapproval, is temporarily unable to join. This is the spot. Let us launch our assault on that tree. Huh. Yeah. In an instant, 6 beams of energy strike toward the roots of the tree with incredible velocity. Alas, when the dust settles, the spirit tree remains unscathed. How can this be? Krillin exclaims, astonished. There are several powerful energies emanating from the tree. Goku and the others soar toward the canopy. The colossal spirit tree, sprawling across an area as vast as a football field at its crown and soaring tens of thousands of meters high, occupies a space comparable to that of a small village, yet it continues to flourish. Is it you who cultivate the spirit tree that devastates the earth? Wukong questioned in anger. Humans should feel honored to serve as nourishment for the spirit tree, replied a youth clad in combat attire with a smirk. Was it you who destroyed the airplane I financed for 15 years yesterday? Yamcha retorted, his ire escalating. Unforgivable. Swish, 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 swish. Before them stood 5 adversaries, while Li Feng's side comprised 6. During the skirmish, an opening emerged for Li Feng. Boom, boom, boom. The battle raged fiercely upon the tree. Oh, another day of playing caretaker, Li Feng mused as he reclined against the sturdy trunk, observing the various battlefields with boredom. According to the combat metrics from his system, the current battle powers were as follows: Sun Wukong, 30,000 Krillin, 9,000 Tianjin, 8,000 Yamcha, 7,500 Jiaozi, 6,000 conversely. The combat power of the Saiyan soldiers approached 10,000. Except for Wukong, the others were no match. Li Feng meticulously searched for Dalla's energy signature. Boom. Just as in the original narrative, the combatants dispersed across the battlefield, with all but Wukong appearing to be at a disadvantage. It would be prudent to resolve this swiftly. Li Feng waited for the moment when his comrades faced real peril before intervening. Offering assistance in dire times was far more commendable than seizing the upper hand from the outset, as one must consider the dignity of his companions. Chapter 17, Dallas. Boom, boom, boom. In one of the battlefields, Yamcha was engaged in an intense confrontation with a Saiyan soldier. Yamcha distanced himself, channeling a yellow energy sphere in his right hand. Energy sphere. He hurled the attack towards the Saiyan soldier. The soldier easily evaded, but Yamcha deftly redirected the energy sphere. Boom. The attack struck true, producing a resounding explosion. Yet, before a second had passed, the soldier's massive form surged forth from the mist, delivering a punishing blow to Yamcha's chest. Gasp. Blood erupted from Yamcha's mouth as his insides roiled. Pathetic. The soldier scoffed, striking Yamcha down into the sand. Lying there, Yamcha gasped for breath. It's over. The soldier gathered a purple energy sphere in his right hand, poised to finish Yamcha. Whoosh. Just as the purple sphere was about to connect with Yamcha, a white energy orb intercepted it, sending it crashing into a nearby sand dune. Boom. The explosion scattered dust into the air like petals in the wind. Who goes there? The Saiyan soldier immediately assumed a defensive stance upon noticing the intervention. I have no time. Let us finish this quickly. Li Feng appeared instantaneously before the Saiyan soldier, delivering a powerful punch to the soldier's abdomen. Cough. The soldier's body contorted like a shrimp, spewing forth a bitter liquid. Boom. The minor energy sphere, imbued with terrifying power, utterly obliterated the soldier. Nowhere to flee. In another location, a towering Saiyan soldier was in pursuit of Krillin. Energy blade. Krillin raised his right hand, conjuring a yellow energy blade. With a swift motion, he struck towards his foe. Navi. The massive Saiyan retaliated with an energy sphere. However, upon their energies colliding, Krillin's energy blade sliced through the energy ball as effortlessly as cutting through butter, redirecting its trajectory towards the hulking Saiyan. What? The brute had not anticipated the potency of Krillin's attack and hastily attempted to evade. Whoosh. The energy blade grazed past him, stripping away a portion of his armor and subsequently leveling the hill entirely. Damn it. Enraged, the giant unleashed a barrage of energy blasts aimed at Krillin, intent on obliterating him. Yet, the prince's tricks had always been smoke and mirrors. As the smoke cleared, a new figure emerged ahead. Li Feng, you've arrived. Krillin exclaimed with delight. His energy blade was already his ultimate technique, and failing to hit the enemy had nearly drained him. Had Li Feng not intervened during the previous onslaught, he might have perished. Here, distribute these senzu beans to the others. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Feng handed the beans to Krillin. There was no denying that Li Feng had an abundance of senzu beans at present. Who is this ignorant brat? Sneered the massive Saiyan. Where is your leader? Li Feng inquired. You lack the qualifications to ask about the whereabouts of the esteemed Lord Dales. Then prepare to meet your end. In a flash, Li Feng appeared before the Saiyan. Is that all? The Saiyan had expected yet another fool rushing to his doom, only to find himself confronted by the Reaper. In less than 3 seconds, the colossal Saiyan soldier was reduced to mere fragments. There was no denying that Li Feng had grown immensely powerful after rigorous training in the gravity chamber. His battle power had soared to 500,000. Dispatching these minor adversaries was effortless. Whoosh! Li Feng vanished once more. Li Feng is truly formidable. Krillin mused after consuming the senzu bean. Now I must distribute beans to the others. I hope they remain safe. He soared towards the faintest energy signature of Yamcha. On another battlefield, Tien and Kairatsu were in frantic flight, pursued by 2 twin soldiers with purple skin. Die! One of the soldiers launched an energy blast towards Kairatsu. Kairatsu, run! Tien shoved Kairatsu aside, taking the attack himself. Tien screamed in agony as he was slammed to the ground. Tien, Kairatsu gasped in horror. You shall join him on his journey. The soldier trailing closely behind unleashed another energy ball aimed at Kairatsu. No! Kairatsu cried out in despair, but after their frantic escape, his energy was dwindling, and he could see no way to evade. Boom! At that moment, a yellow energy sphere intercepted the approaching attack. You have gone too far. I will not let you escape. The one arriving to their aid was Gohan. The narrative unfolds similarly to the original tale, where Gohan, after being grounded by Chi-Chi, is led by a velociraptor to the Tree of Spirit, subsequently reuniting with his companions just in time to rescue them. Who are these little brats? Scoffed the twin brothers. Upon witnessing his friend's injuries, Gohan's fury ignited instantly. Whoosh! 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 A surge of white energy propelled the 2 adversaries backward. A blinding white whirlwind enveloped Gohan as he transformed into a fearsome white beast, launching a relentless assault that rendered his foes utterly defenseless. Bam! Bam! Gohan's right fist and left leg struck the enemies with such force that their bodies flew like cannonballs, crashing into the ground with a resounding thud. Oh, are you a Saiyan? An unexpected voice emerged from behind Gohan. Dad. Gohan gazed at the man before him, whose visage mirrored Goku's, with a puzzled expression. No, you're not my father. Who are you? You are indeed Kakarot's son, Turles chuckled. I can offer you an opportunity to join my legion and serve me. Turles tempted. This planet is beyond saving. The remaining Saiyans must conquer other worlds. I refuse. Kid, you're foolish to reject my offer. The smile on Turles' face vanished as he seized Gohan. Remove your filthy hands. An unfamiliar voice rang out, followed by a yellow energy blast hurled at Turles. Turles evaded the attack, releasing Gohan, who was then embraced by the man in the white cloak, Piccolo. With a fatherly tenderness, Piccolo regarded Gohan. Uncle Piccolo, you've come. Gohan exclaimed joyfully. Are you all right? I'm fine. In that fleeting moment, Turles, moving with incredible speed, appeared behind Piccolo, unleashing a purple energy blast from his palm. To shield Gohan, Piccolo endured Turles' attack, his white cloak shredded, and the 2 plummeted from the sky. Chapter 18. The Fruit of the Spirit Tree. Turles' power surge. A white whirlwind charged at Turles, who effortlessly dodged. Damn it, what have you done to Piccolo and Gohan? The furious voice belonged to Son Goku, who glared at Turles. Kakarot, the traitor finally shows himself, Turles sneered. I am not Kakarot, I am Son Goku. Goku shouted, then gazed at the man who bore an uncanny resemblance to him, terror washing over him. Who are you? Why do you look so much like me? I am Turles. My father and your father Bardock are brothers. In the original Dragon Ball lore, lower-class warriors shared similar appearances, but this universe diverged from that norm. Regardless, Goku adamantly refused to acknowledge these malevolent Saiyans as kin. Li Feng remarked, Goku has eliminated his Saiyan relatives, not even sparing a future version of himself. Gohan responded, Dad, that's why I took you down during the Cell Saga. If Raditz could speak, Kakarot, you are impressive. If our father were still alive, he might have been defeated by you as well. Poor Goku, now the only remaining relatives aside from his son are malevolent villains. To return to the matter at hand, Goku displayed no reaction to Dallas's identity. His fury was solely directed at the harm inflicted upon his friends and child. How dare you ravage the earth and harm the innocent? I will not let you go unpunished. Goku exclaimed in anger. Kakarot, join my legion, and I will spare your life and that of your son. Dallas attempted to recruit Goku. Kaioken. Without further ado, Goku unleashed the Kaioken technique. A dark crimson aura surged forth, accompanied by an overwhelming presence that soared into the heavens. What? Dallas's scouter registered a continuous rise in Goku's battle power. He could not fathom why Kakarot, who began weaker than him, had now completely surpassed him. However, before Dallas could comprehend the situation, the dark red figure materialized before him in an instant. Boom. Goku's fist, as large as a cooking pot, struck Dallas's nose with tremendous force, sending blood flying. Dallas was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing through several massive branches of the spirit tree. You bastard! Dallas cursed while clutching his nose. Take this. Goku, still seething with rage, sent forth the dark red aura once more, charging at Dallas. Dallas hastily raised his arms to block, but Goku's heavy punch rendered his arms numb. Ultimately, Goku, utilizing the speed from Kaioken, maneuvered behind him and delivered a swift kick. Dallas's armor shattered under the impact, and he felt as though a great hammer had struck his back, causing him to spit out blood. Cough. Dallas had long since lost his earlier composure and was now fleeing in disarray into the depths of the tree. Whoosh. Goku, riding the wave of dark red flames, pursued him relentlessly. Humph, Kakarot, do not revel too much. Once I consume the spirit fruit, your demise will be imminent. Dallas growled menacingly. The spirit tree continued to grow wildly outside, with branches and vines surging from every corner of the world. Grasslands and forests transformed into desolate wastelands, and cities crumbled into ruins, as the Earth's environment deteriorated at an accelerated pace. The consequence of this was that the fruits of the spirit tree began to ripen. As Goku was about to catch up to Dallas once more, Dallas spotted a ripe spirit fruit ahead. Crack! Dallas swiftly plucked the fruit and took a bite. Boom! His previous injuries vanished entirely, and his muscles swelled further. Instantly, a powerful aura erupted from Dallas. Haha, this is the end for you. Dallas, feeling the ceaseless strength within him, laughed heartily and crushed the spirit fruit in his hand. At this moment, his battle power had far surpassed Goku's, reaching an astounding 325,000. Boom. Goku's fist, enveloped in dark red energy, surged toward Dallas's head once more, but this time it was firmly grasped by Dallas's right hand. What? It was now Goku's turn to be astonished. He could hardly fathom the immense power emanating from Dales at that moment. Humph. I shall return the favor you just bestowed upon me tenfold. Dales sneered viciously before delivering a knee strike to Goku's abdomen with lightning speed. A thunderous impact resonated as Goku's body contorted painfully, expelling a pained groan. With relentless fervor, Dales unleashed a barrage of blows, his hands transforming into a relentless machine gun, mercilessly pummeling Goku. The surge of energy had significantly amplified Dale's strength, speed, and physical resilience, leaving Goku utterly overwhelmed. Tenfold Kaioken. With a fierce whoosh, a deeper crimson aura erupted from Goku, dramatically enhancing his combat prowess. Yet, despite Goku's utmost effort, Dale still maintained a slight edge, overpowering him and sending him crashing to the ground with a single punch. Prepare to meet your end. Dales cackled as he conjured a purple energy blast with one hand, channeling his wrath toward Goku. Boom, boom, boom. The merciless purple barrage ravaged Goku's body, leaving him battered and bruised. Goku's anguished scream pierced the heavens. The colossal branches of the spiritual tree shattered under the force of Dale's energy blasts, sending Goku hurtling away without mercy. Humph, Kakarot, this is the fate that awaits traitors. Dales guffawed, then directed a lethal energy wave toward the fallen Goku. Should Goku be struck by this attack, his demise would be inevitable. However, at that moment, an unexpected white energy sphere intercepted Dale's assault. Who dares? Dales turned to see that the warriors had nearly all assembled. Miraculously, Piccolo and Gohan, whom he thought he had vanquished, had revived, alongside Krillin, Tin, Yamcha, and Kaiatsu, all brimming with energy and fury as they glared at Dales. Yet, Dale's gaze remained fixated on the striking young man at the forefront, Li Feng, who had arrived just in the nick of time. Li Feng had effortlessly dispatched Dale's minions, as if sweeping away refuse. He and Krillin took on the role of couriers, distributing senzu beans to the injured or near-fainting warriors to restore their vitality. It must be said that the protagonists possessed remarkable resilience. They only faced their doom during pivotal moments in the original narrative, otherwise exhibiting an indomitable spirit akin to that of cockroaches. Are you not courteous? You all take the senzu beans and assist Goku in leaving. This place is perilous, Li Feng urged Krillin and the others. Then we entrust this to you. Please, ensure that despicable scoundrel is dealt with. Though reluctant, they recognized their lack of power to combat Dales and chose to leave the battlefield to Li Feng. Chapter 19. Defeating Dales. Humph, so you are the one who dispatched my subordinates? Dale scoffed coldly, while his forces clashed with the others. He had observed the battles from his ship, and apart from Gohan, it was this formidable young man who surprised him the most. Although initially taken aback by Li Feng's strength, after consuming the fruit of the spiritual tree and experiencing a significant boost in power, he had grown dismissive of everyone else. Originally, When Kakarot utilized the Kaioken to surpass his limits, he too lay upon the ground. Without further ado, prepare to meet your end. Li Feng, a man of few words yet fierce resolve, immediately accelerated, transforming into a white whirlwind that surged towards Dales. Bang! The collision of fists between Dales and Li Feng generated shockwaves that reverberated through the air, shattering several robust branches of the spirit tree. Humph, is that all? Dale scoffed dismissively. Is that so? Li Feng countered with a cold smirk, and with a surge of energy, his combat power skyrocketed, the sudden escalation catching Dales off guard. Bang! A powerful uppercut connected with Dale's chin. Ah! Dales cried out in shock and fury. Thud! 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 Seizing the advantage, Li Feng unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes, landing dozens of punches in mere seconds, leaving Dales dazed and seeing stars. In a final maneuver, Li Feng swiftly positioned himself above Dales, his fists united, and executed a classic Dragon Ball technique, forcefully driving Dales downward. Boom! Even the vast and sturdy spirit tree was penetrated by this terrifying force. Dales, akin to a spear, pierced through layer upon layer of the tree's thick trunks, crashing into the depths below. Boom! Countless trunks shattered under the impact before Dales finally slowed, his rage boiling over. Damn it! Dales gritted his teeth, unable to fathom that someone could indeed be stronger than himself. Where are the fruits of the spirit tree? In a panic, he searched for the fruits, yearning to consume them once more to enhance his energy. System, can the spirit tree fruit be consumed infinitely? Li Feng, observing Dales frantically navigating through the dense branches, realized he was evading him, seeking the fruits. No, each individual can only consume one. The enhancement of combat power is contingent upon one's innate potential. Overindulgence yields no additional benefits. So that's how it is, Li Feng pondered. Clearly, relying on external means to boost combat prowess is not a viable strategy. He too was curious about the extent of his strength should he consume the fruit. Ha! Found it! Amidst his frantic escape, Dales discovered another fruit. Swiftly plucking it and consuming it. Boom! Dales' aura surged back, now even more formidable than before. Wasn't it said that one could only consume a single fruit? How is he growing stronger after a second? Li Feng queried the system in confusion. He did not fully consume the first one. What a waste of resources. Li Feng observed Dales with his scouter, noting his combat power had risen to 400,000. Ha! Prepare to perish. Dales, restored to his arrogant demeanor, charged at Li Feng once more. Just as he believed he would send Li Feng flying and dominate him, a merciless fist shattered his delusions. Bang! Immediately, Li Feng shifted into high-speed movement, appearing behind Dales in an instant, delivering a powerful kick that sent Dales spiraling in a different direction. Li Feng had completely mastered the essence of combat within the Dragon Ball universe. As both parties exchanged taunts, the battle escalated. If one side proved to be stronger, they would mercilessly pummel their opponent like a punching bag or strike them as if they were a volleyball. Gotenks nodded in agreement. Inevitably, the opponent would transform or reveal their true power, turning the tide and laughing triumphantly. Ultimately, the confrontation would conclude in a clash of energy beams, often marked by a plot twist. Darius declared, "I shall not engage with those who boast falsely." Li Feng retorted, "No, you yearn for it. Each time you flaunt your prowess, you are swiftly brought low." Vegito wondered aloud, "Why do I feel a chill running down my spine?" "Ah," Darius shouted, then clasped his hands, concentrating to form a colossal purple energy sphere. With a thunderous roar, Darius's aura erupted, its energy and shockwaves ravaging the spirit tree, causing its branches to wither. Indeed, the spirit tree had absorbed far too much energy. If this continued, the earth would wither away. Li Feng became serious, placing his hands at his waist to gather energy. Perish! Darius's purple aura surged forth, unleashing a terrifying energy beam from his hands, directed at Li Feng. Kamehameha. Li Feng responded without hesitation, unleashing his most powerful attack, the Kamehameha wave. The collision of purple and blue energy beams obliterated the vines in between. Yet, the two forces could not remain locked for even a second. The blue Kamehameha wave effortlessly pushed back the purple energy beam, advancing relentlessly. "What? No!" Darius exclaimed in despair, only to be mercilessly consumed by the Kamehameha wave, reduced to ashes. Ding! Mission accomplished. Defeat Darius. Mission reward. Method for cultivating spirit tree fruits. Do you wish to claim it? The system's melodious voice chimed. Yes, Li Feng answered without hesitation. Ding! A sharp pain struck Li Feng's head as a torrent of information regarding the spirit tree flooded his mind. So it was that the spirit tree devoured energy and destroyed planets because it was a divine tree, unsuitable for cultivation in soil devoid of divine essence. Otherwise, it would voraciously absorb energy. If nurtured in sacred soil, the spirit tree would grow normally, without draining the planet's life force. To halt its growth, one need only seize its core energy. Li Feng suddenly understood. No wonder in the original tale, Goku's use of the spirit bomb, which drew upon the tree's energy, led to its destruction. It was a fortunate accident that employed the correct method. Now that he grasped the specifics, his course of action mirrored that of the original narrative: summon Goku and forcibly reclaim the energy absorbed by the spirit tree to restore balance to the earth. Chapter 20. Journey to Namek. This was the situation at hand. Li Feng promptly shared his thoughts with the others. Shall we attempt to gather energy for the spirit tree using the spirit bomb? Goku raised his hands, closing his eyes to feel the energy of the spirit tree. Outside, the spirit tree continued to grow, ravenously siphoning energy from the surroundings. As Wukong gathered vital energy, the energy that was once meant to be collected from various plants and animals now concentrated within the spirit tree. A golden orb of light emerged deep within the branches of the tree, radiating warmth. Subsequently, that orb shattered, transforming into a cascade of starlight that scattered across the land. With the core energy of the spirit tree depleted, its growth ceased, the enormous trunk began to crumble, and the branches that spread far and wide wilted, with all energy returning to the earth from whence it came. Success! The crowd rejoiced, having finally resolved this calamity. However, the damage inflicted upon the earth remained largely irreparable. It was time to utilize the Dragon Balls, suggested Li Feng. So, that was the reason you previously prevented us from using the Dragon Balls, Krillin exclaimed, enlightened. The group gathered the Dragon Balls and summoned the Eternal Dragon, wishing to restore the earth to its state prior to the devastating fire. After the dragon's crimson light flashed, the earth returned to its original condition. Regardless of the circumstances, they had ultimately achieved a perfect resolution. Ah, Li Feng, you've grown stronger again, exclaimed Vegeta. You have finally understood my sentiments. You are not so bad yourself, Li Feng replied. With even stronger foes awaiting them on Namek, their journey would take a month. Thus, they had ample time to cultivate aboard the spaceship. Well then, see you tomorrow, came the farewell. After the others departed, Li Feng contemplated the spirit tree fruit nestled within his space. Never mind, I cannot find a suitable place to plant it for now. I shall address it later. On the following day, Dr. Brief prepared the spaceship for their voyage to Namek, and the group assembled. Thanks to the genius of Dr. Brief, the new vessel could accommodate dozens of people, featuring multiple rooms and bathrooms, but most importantly, a gravity training room with 100-fold gravity enhancement. This innovation would allow them to continue their training en route to Namek. Li Feng, please be safe, Bulma implored, filled with reluctance. Yes, I will, he assured her. Gohan, remember to study, and if you encounter danger, be sure to run. And don't forget to pack clothing and food, Chi-Chi chimed in, her concern evident in her words. After bidding farewell, Li Feng, Piccolo, Wukong, and Gohan embarked on their journey to Namek. Meanwhile, Yamchu, Tien, Krillin, and Din acknowledged the vast disparity in their power levels and adhered to their original plan to seek training with the Crystal Old Woman on King Kai's planet. Is this the gravity training room? What is different about it? As soon as the spaceship took off, Wukong could hardly contain his enthusiasm for training. Li Feng explained, and soon discovered that the gravity in the training room could be adjusted to an astonishing 150 times normal. It appeared that Dr. Brief had once again enhanced the gravity training apparatus. After sharing this, Piccolo and Gohan entered the room as well. Li Feng set the gravity to double. Oh, so that is how it is. Indeed, training under such conditions will yield better results, Wukong remarked, feeling a slight heaviness in his body. Piccolo seemed unaffected by the change. But Gohan felt the pressure acutely, bending over under the weight of the doubled gravity. Gohan, it would be wise for you to wait until you are a bit older before entering the gravity training chamber. It could adversely affect your physical development, Li Feng advised. At this moment, Gohan lacked any prior experience with the gravity training room, having first utilized it during the Cell Saga, when he was at least 10 years old. Indeed. Gohan, perhaps you should train in another room for now, Goku also encouraged. Yes, given the current circumstances, it is still too early for you, Piccolo unusually concurred. Faced with their concerns, Gohan reluctantly abandoned the idea of training in the gravity chamber and instead ventured alone to a standard training room. Then I shall continue to double my efforts, Li Feng declared as he began to increase the gravity. Once he reached 15 times the normal level, Piccolo could no longer maintain his composure and clenched his fists. Sweat appeared on Goku's brow as well. Li Feng checked the scouter. Piccolo's combat power was currently at 18,000, while Goku stood at 30,000. The five-fold gravity was just within their capacity to adapt. Let us commence our adaptation at this level, Li Feng noted, feeling relatively unfazed, having previously endured 100-fold gravity. Thus, the three of them engaged in their respective adaptation and training, while Gohan diligently practiced alone. Despite his tender age, his spirit was resolute. Witnessing the battles of his father and Li Feng ignited within him a fervent desire to become stronger, to grow ever mightier. As the four trained, unbeknownst to them on an obscure planet, a spherical spacecraft crashed violently to the ground, creating a massive crater. It was Prince Vegeta's ship. A low-ranking soldier from Frieza's army hurried to greet it, only to find a gravely injured Vegeta immobilized inside. He quickly summoned assistants to transfer Vegeta to the healing chamber. A day later, the healing chamber's door opened, and green liquid poured forth as a robust man emerged, his rock-like muscles radiating an ominous aura. Damn you, Li Feng. I will not let you escape my wrath. Vegeta seethed. During this visit to Earth, the once proud prince had been thoroughly humiliated. How could he endure such indignation? Yet, despite his thirst for vengeance, he was acutely aware of his inadequacies in strength, prompting him to train even more fervently. A month later, Vegeta's training was abruptly interrupted by the arrival of Frieza's subordinate, Chui. Vegeta, have you completed Lord Frieza's mission? I hear you were nearly defeated on some planet in the solar system, Chui mocked. Mind your own business. Vegeta retorted coldly. He had longed to free himself from Frieza's grasp, but remaining on Frieza's territory made him wary of exposure. Otherwise, he would have dealt with Chui immediately. Humph. Prepare to grovel before Lord Frieza, Chui sneered. Now, there is a new mission. Lord Frieza requires someone to venture to Namek to seek the Dragon Balls and fulfill his grand wishes. Chui's tone was icy. This time, do not even think of slacking off. I will be watching you the entire way. Namek, the Dragon Balls? Vegeta suddenly discerned a remarkable opportunity. If he could seize the Dragon Balls before Frieza, he could wish for eternal life. In that scenario, what would Frieza or Li Feng matter? Contemplating this, Vegeta smirked, feigning submission to Chou-E, temporarily lowering his pride. For now, it was imperative to ascertain the number of enemies. If the Ginyu Force were to intervene, it would complicate matters. As for being commanded by Chou-E, it was inconsequential. There was no need to haggle with the deceased. Of course, esteemed Lord Chou-E, I shall dutifully heed the summons of King Frieza. Pray tell, who else is journeying to Namek? Humph, given your earnest demeanor, I shall disclose that Lord Zabon and Lord Dodoria will also be monitoring your movements. And what of the Ginyu Force? What are you pondering? The esteemed and formidable Ginyu Force hardly has leisure to spare. Humph, that is reassuring. As long as the Ginyu Force does not arrive, those scoundrels are as good as dead. Vegeta sneered coldly. In reality, disregarding the fact that, akin to the original tale, Vegeta had sustained grave injuries on Earth and had a battle power of 24,000 after recuperation. It was more significant that he had transmuted his hatred for Li Feng into an infernal drive for training. Currently, Vegeta's battle power stood at 35,000. Unlike Li Feng, who could nearly infinitely utilize the Senzu beans for healing, Vegeta could only rely on a healing device after severe injuries, taking at least half a day to recover. Nonetheless, Vegeta now possessed both strength and resolve far surpassing that of his counterpart in the original narrative. With ulterior motives in their hearts, they boarded their spaceship en route to Namek. A month later, Vegeta arrived simultaneously with Li Feng and others on Namek. Chapter 21, Unleashing Potential. A shooting star streaked across the skies of Namek. Thud. A colossal spaceship landed steadily on the ground. Li Feng and his companions disembarked. Before them lay lush green vegetation. This is Namek. How beautiful, Gohan exclaimed. Is this truly my homeland? Piccolo gazed at the scenery, a wave of familiarity and warmth washing over him. There are several formidable energies. Goku scanned the distance. Huh, who could it be? Li Feng sensed it too. Regardless of who it may be, let us proceed there. Li Feng suggested. The energies they had just detected were evidently not extraordinarily powerful. They should not belong to Frieza. During their flight, Li Feng had also conveyed to Goku and the others Frieza's intentions, emphasizing the necessity to procure the Dragon Balls before him. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In order to evade detection by the sensors, the quartet suppressed their energies as they flew towards their destination. That must be the Elder's location. The Elder's potential development is key to a significant surge in battle power. Li Feng thought gleefully. Whoosh. The four arrived at a stone dwelling, where a Namekian stood guard at the entrance. Who are you? Naru queried, eyeing Piccolo with astonishment. Which Namekian are you? Why do I not recognize you? No need for concern, Naru. Allow them entry, came a frail voice from within the house. As Li Feng and his companions entered the chamber, he was taken aback by the towering Namekian, whose colossal stature reached several meters in height, despite having previously encountered similar figures in comics. Esteemed Elder, Li Feng addressed him. I am Li Feng, and these are Son Wukong, Son Gohan, and Piccolo. We have come for two primary reasons. Firstly, we seek your assistance in enhancing our potential. Secondly, we wish to borrow the Dragon Balls of Namek. In the near future, a terrifying and malevolent enemy will arrive on Namek to slaughter the innocent and devastate the planet. We are here to thwart their plans. Upon hearing this, the Elder's gaze fell upon Piccolo, a flicker of recognition illuminating his features. Oh, so you are the progeny of that individual, he mused, a wave of memories flooding back. Very well, I shall grant your request. But I implore you to safeguard my planet and my people. But Elder, your health. Naru interjected, attempting to dissuade him. Naru, my time is limited. And I sense the truth in his words. Allow me to make a final contribution for my kin, the Elder replied solemnly. Thank you, Elder. I will not let you down, Li Feng pledged earnestly. Who shall be the first? The Elder inquired, surveying the quartet. I shall go first, Piccolo declared. feeling a familiar sense of determination swell within him, trusting in the elder's wisdom. The elder's large hand rested upon Piccolo's head as he commenced the process of awakening his latent potential. Piccolo transitioned from confusion to astonishment, ultimately arriving at a state of gratitude, as it became evident that he and the elder communicated through their unique connection. With a sudden rush, a brilliant white aura erupted, sending dust swirling into the air. "Ah, Piccolo, your potential surpasses that of all Namekians. I trust you will protect our world," the elder proclaimed. "Thank you, elder," Piccolo exclaimed, filled with joy and appreciation. His battle power surged to an astounding 100,000. "Now it's my turn." Son Wukong, energized by Piccolo's transformation, eagerly stepped forward. "Oh, your potential is quite impressive as well." The elder mused silently as he began to enhance Wukong's abilities. Minutes passed, and beads of sweat adorned the elder's brow, as he exerted considerable effort to complete the task. "Truly remarkable, young man. I can only unlock a fraction of your potential. It is simply too vast." With a powerful surge, a more intense aura erupted, but it was swiftly tamed by Wukong's mastery. "Thank you, elder," Wukong responded, exhilarated by the newfound energy coursing through him. His power now standing at 1,500,000. "Go forth, Gohan," Piccolo encouraged. "Then I shall proceed." "Elder, I look forward to your guidance," Gohan replied with respect. "Come forth, child, and allow me to perceive your potential," the elder contemplated. "Child, the potential within you is formidable. I can only attempt to awaken a mere tenth of it," he continued, placing his hand upon Gohan's head. In an instant, a powerful aura erupted from Gohan, stirring a tempest around him. "This power is astonishing." Piccolo marveled at Gohan's might. "Wow, incredible, Gohan," Wukong exclaimed in awe. "The potential of the Saiyans truly is remarkable," Li Feng reflected, sharing in their admiration. Li Feng utilized the combat device to assess Gohan's current fighting power, 110,000. Gohan, taken aback by his own strength, quickly suppressed his aura and expressed his gratitude to the elder. The elder, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, appeared to have exhausted his energy. "Elder, please consume this to restore your stamina." Li Feng offered him a miraculous bean. It must be said that enhancing the potential of immensely powerful Saiyans like Goku and Gohan is an arduous task. "Oh, is this the extraordinary bean that can rejuvenate one's strength?" The elder, astonished, accepted and consumed it. Once the elder's energy was replenished, Li Feng spoke. "All right, now it's my turn." With anticipation and excitement coursing through him, Li Feng approached the elder. "I cannot sense the limits of your potential." The elder was once again taken aback. "At present, I can only draw out approximately 1% of your potential." After sensing Li Feng's energy, the elder slowly revealed this daunting truth. "That's all right. Even a fraction is beneficial." "Excellent." The elder placed his hands upon Li Feng's head once more, fervently striving to unlock his potential. If Goku and Gohan's potential was akin to a rushing river, then Li Feng's potential resembled the vast and mighty ocean. The elder exerted even more energy than he had with the previous three. Whoosh! At that moment, an even more ferocious aura erupted from Li Feng. "This power, it is utterly terrifying." Li Feng felt a refreshing energy surging from the crown of his head, enlightening him. Energy flowed ceaselessly from his body, leaving him both astonished and elated. "Wait, Li Feng, restrain your aura. The house might collapse." Piccolo hurriedly shielded the elder. "My apologies, thank you, elder." Li Feng quickly reined in his aura, expressed his gratitude, and presented several bags of miraculous beans. These beans can swiftly restore stamina and heal injuries. "This is a token of appreciation for your efforts in unlocking our potential. Please accept them." The elder consumed another bean and immediately felt a significant lightness throughout his body, dispelling the fatigue that had consumed him after enhancing Li Feng's potential. The elder gratefully accepted and instructed Naru to share with the other clan members. At this moment, the combat powers of the four were as follows: Gohan, 110,000, Piccolo, 100,000, Goku, 1,500,000, Li Feng, 5,000,000. Chapter 22, Vegeta's Moment of Glory. Meanwhile, in another part of Namek, whoosh, whoosh. In the distance, two powerful auras clashed. "Vegeta, what do you mean by this?" Chio-E demanded angrily. "Nothing much. I intend to take the Dragon Balls," Vegeta replied with a cold smirk, 5 soccer ball-sized Dragon Balls floating behind him. "Seeking to claim credit for yourself? You shall perish here." Chio-E, furious, unleashed a powerful energy wave towards Vegeta. "Humph, foolish." Vegeta effortlessly retaliated. Whoosh, boom. Merely by unleashing his aura, he completely deflected Chio-Yi's energy wave. "What? This is impossible," Chio-E exclaimed in shock and fury. "In my recollection, Vegeta's battle power was akin to my own. Merely 18,000, and I thought a casual wave from him would not easily send me flying. Open your eyes and behold the power of this prince," Vegeta proclaimed with a laugh. Suddenly, a tremendous force erupted, soaring skyward. "What? Chioi gasped as he stared at the escalating numbers on the scouter. Cold sweat trickling down his brow. The scouter indicated that Vegeta's battle power had surged to an astonishing 30,000. This is more than sufficient to deal with you. Vegeta sneered. No, this cannot be. The scouter must be malfunctioning. How could this wild monkey possess greater power than I? Chioi could hardly fathom it. Then prepare to meet your demise. Before his words could fully escape, Vegeta's figure vanished, a white blur suddenly appearing before Chioi. Still reeling from shock, Chioi barely registered the white shadow flashing past before he was struck in the abdomen. Gah! The brutal blow caused him to expel bile, his insides churning. Humph! Vegeta, emboldened by his advantage, delivered a knee strike to Chioi's chin. A sickening crack echoed as a purple figure shot into the air like a cannonball. Ah! Chioi screamed, his jaw shattered. Trash! Die! Vegeta pointed both hands, a minuscule energy sphere hurtling towards the airborne figure. Boom! A dazzling display of fireworks erupted in the sky. Such filthy fireworks, Vegeta scoffed. During this journey on Earth, despite enduring a severe beating from Feng, he had to admit that battling skilled opponents accelerated his progress. Vegeta had now gained complete control over his energy. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, Vegeta's battle power display was wildly fluctuating. Who is it? Two formidable energies are approaching my direction. Whoosh, whoosh. Two figures clad in Frieza's army armor streaked towards him. Huh, is that Vegeta? A pink, rotund figure exclaimed in disbelief while examining the scouter. Hey, Vegeta, who was that you just fought? Where did they disappear to? Inquired the green-skinned companion. Ah, it is Dodoria and Zarbin. What brings you two here? Vegeta smirked. So, Frieza has sent his hounds. Your battle powers are but slightly over 20,000, hardly a match for me. I must eliminate you before the Ginyu Force arrives. Dodoria frowned. We are here on King Frieza's command to collect the Dragon Balls. How goes your collection? Oh, the Dragon Balls are right behind that pile of stones. Vegeta gestured nonchalantly. Humph, seems your work is satisfactory, Dodoria scoffed, oblivious to the deadly trap that awaited him. As Dodoria's corpulent form brushed past Vegeta, a wicked grin spread across the latter's face. Huh! Vegeta erupted in fury. Dodoria, caught completely off guard, felt Vegeta's fist pierce through his chest. Cough! Ah! Dodoria's anguished cries filled the air. The arrogant fool could never have imagined that the seemingly weak Vegeta could inflict such grievous harm upon him. Die, you repugnant creature. With those words, a powerful energy blast obliterated Dodoria. What? Before the bewildered Sabo could react, Dodoria was vanquished in an instant. Now it's your turn, trash. Vegeta fixed his gaze upon Sabo. Don't think that just because you've gained a modicum of strength, you can act so arrogantly. I had no desire to resort to this form, but once you're dead, no one will ever know. At that moment, Sabo's scouter indicated Vegeta's battle power was at 25,000. Huh? As a formidable aura erupted, Sabo underwent a dramatic transformation. His once handsome visage twisted into a grotesque mask, his body bulging with excess. Though Sabo had grown stronger, he had become hideously unappealing. Ugh, your appearance is truly revolting. Vegeta mocked upon witnessing Sabo's transformation. Die? Enraged, Sabo resolved to annihilate anyone who knew his true form, desperate to obliterate the memory of his lost image. His massive physique did not hinder his speed. Pathetic. Vegeta clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead. Huh. Whoosh. Vegeta's energy surged once more. White energy cascaded from his being, forming a tempestuous white whirlwind that rampaged through the air. Sabo's enormous hand barreled toward him, intent on crushing Vegeta's head in a single blow. However, with his enhanced battle power, Vegeta easily discerned Sabo's movements. He sidestepped, blocking with his left hand, and executed a shoulder throw that sent Sabo crashing down. Boom. A massive humanoid crater formed in the ground, cracks radiating like a spider's web. Before Sabo could recover, Vegeta's foot landed squarely on Sabo's chest, shattering his once imposing armor. Gah! Ah! The excruciating pain surged through Sabo's body, eliciting a cry of despair. Let me make it abundantly clear. My battle power has soared to 35,000. You worthless scum. Vegeta taunted once more. Indeed, this was the state befitting me, Prince Vegeta. Just wait, Feng. Soon enough, you shall be beneath my feet, just like now. Impossible. Sabo gasped, his breath ragged with terror. Go to hell. Vegeta raised his right hand, a white energy sphere rapidly forming. As despair and fury etched Sabo's features, he unleashed the blast upon him. Boom. Another dazzling explosion illuminated the sky. The crater, once a testament to Sabo's existence, was now consumed by terrifying energy. When the dust settled, Sabo's presence was utterly erased from the pit. Hee hee. Ha ha. Vegeta cackled with delight. I never realized I had become so powerful. Just wait, Feng, and Frieza too. Once I gather the Dragon Balls and make my wish, you will all grovel at my feet. What? Why are 5 powerful presences approaching? At that moment, Vegeta's scouter blared incessantly. He sensed that only one of the energies was weaker than his own, while the other force surpassed him. Damn it, it's the Ginyu Force. Vegeta suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. Chapter 23, Vegeta endures another defeat. Tap, 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 tap. At this moment, 5 individuals of varying heights and builds, clad in combat suits, descended from the sky. The Ginyu Force. They proclaimed in unison, striking their iconic poses. Vegeta felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Yet he recognized the necessity of taking them seriously. Oh, Vegeta? Where did the one you just fought go? Inquired the shortest among them, Guldo, as he surveyed the battlefield. Just some fodder, I disposed of them, Vegeta replied coldly, knowing that now was not the time to show animosity. I ask again, where are the Dragon Balls that the king requires? Riku pressed. I have only gathered 5, and they are all right there, Vegeta said, feeling a sense of relief. Just as he contemplated making his escape, Guldo interrupted. Wait, Vegeta. Dodoria and Zebon should have flown this way. Did you not encounter them? The astute Guldo's suspicion made Vegeta break into a cold sweat. Indeed, Dodoria and Lord Zebon passed by, but soon after, several formidable foes arrived. And I barely managed to defeat them, Vegeta explained. Oh, is that so? Then why are there fragments of our combat suits scattered about? Guldo observed the remnants of the battle gear on the ground, noting that Vegeta's ensemble was entirely different. This Vegeta noticed the pieces of Dodoria's combat suit, which were clearly dissimilar to his own. Oh, that's because Vegeta began to explain as he stepped closer to Guldo. In an instant, with a surge of energy, he swiftly decapitated Guldo. Just as in the original narrative, Guldo was the first to perish. It is worth noting that Vegeta had calculated his move well, as Guldo, with his time-stopping abilities, was a tricky opponent. Before anyone could react, Vegeta took flight. What? This? Batten exclaimed in shock at the sudden turn of events. Why did Vegeta just kill Guldo? Jaisus stood in stunned silence. Guldo's forehead veins throbbed with agitation. Having slain both Dodoria and Zebon, he could no longer conceal the truth, prompting Vegeta to eliminate the superpowered Guldo first. That treacherous Vegeta. I will deal with him. Riku seethed in fury. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 4 rapid figures soared into the sky. Damn it, cursed Ginyu Force. Vegeta fled with all his might, devising an escape plan. Suddenly, a white figure appeared before him. Hee. Vegeta, don't flee so quickly. Hand over the remaining Dragon Balls. Riku mocked, having caught up with him. Humph, this prince shall meet his end here today. Whether in battle or elsewhere, I shall not divulge any information regarding the Dragon Balls. Vegeta declared resolutely. Oh, it seems today will be quite entertaining, Riku taunted. As Vegeta braced himself, assuming a combat stance, the energy from both sides surged dramatically, sending ripples through the air. Oh, Riku seems particularly exhilarated today. As GIs arrived, he remarked, Humph, he got ahead of me. Bart responded with a cold snort. It seems the special forces need to adopt a new approach to their entrance. However, Jinu's thoughts were elsewhere. Vegeta unleashed his full power, his energy surging to an impressive 35,000 battle strength in an instant. He struck first, barreling towards Raikum like a cannonball. Bang! Another fierce clash ensued. Their fists collided, causing the ground to buckle under the sheer force of their energies. Vegeta immediately launched a flurry of rapid attacks. Oh, not bad, Vegeta. You seem to have improved quite a bit, Raikum taunted, still holding back. Damn it. Vegeta's forehead was adorned with veins, as he relentlessly pressed his assault. His fist struck like a machine gun, yet Raikum effortlessly blocked each blow. Die. Seizing the moment Raikum adjusted to his rhythm, Vegeta swiftly altered his attack, delivering a knee strike to Raikum's abdomen. Cough. Initially, Raikum had merely toyed with Vegeta, but he momentarily let his guard down, gasping in pain. Seize the opportunity. Vegeta capitalized on Raikum's vulnerability, launching a barrage of punches into his midsection. The heavy impacts sounded like a hammer pounding against Raikum's belly, leaving him unable to react. Then, Vegeta supported himself with his hands, using his feet to propel Raikum into the air, the force of his kick shattering Raikum's armor. A hefty silhouette soared through the sky. Vegeta began to gather energy for a powerful blast, unleashing a torrent of energy spheres like a tidal wave. Boom, 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 boom. Raikum was bombarded by a relentless volley of energy blasts, each explosion echoing through the air. In an instant, smoke billowed and dust swirled around them. Hey, wait a minute. Did Vegeta just take down Raikum? G.I.s was astounded by Vegeta's overwhelming display of power. Impossible. Bart echoed in disbelief. Humph, Raikum was careless, Jinu remarked coldly. But he is not so easily defeated. Huff. Vegeta panted, his breath ragged. As the smoke cleared, Raikum's battered figure emerged. His armor completely shattered and several teeth knocked out. What? Vegeta exclaimed in shock. He had given his all in that last attack, yet Raikum's energy seemed barely diminished. It's my turn. Just as he spoke, Raikum unleashed a powerful energy wave, a purple beam hurtling towards Vegeta. With heightened focus, Vegeta dodged effortlessly. Boom. The energy wave struck the ground, creating a massive crater. However, that attack was merely a distraction. The true threat was yet to come. In the instant Raikum fired the energy cannon, he vanished and reappeared right in front of Vegeta. Just as Vegeta evaded Raikum's energy wave, he found himself directly in Raikum's line of sight. At this moment, the tides of battle have shifted. Just moments ago, Vegeta was assaulting Raikum, and now it is Raikum who unleashes his fury. However, Raikum's strikes are more formidable and rapid. Vegeta, having just employed his royal gambit, barely catches his breath before he is met with a barrage of heavy blows. In an instant, Vegeta finds himself at a disadvantage. Initially, he could manage to block some attacks, but soon his stamina wanes, and he is effortlessly overwhelmed, subjected to a relentless beating. Thud, 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 thud. Vegeta is pummeled like a mere punching bag, unable to even cry out. Ultimately, a powerful kick sends him soaring through the air. In that fleeting moment, as Vegeta hovers, Raikum opens his mouth wide, unleashing an energy blast that strikes Vegeta with a resounding explosion. Vegeta's form plummets to the ground like a lifeless kite, utterly devoid of strength. His bones seemingly shattered. Through a haze, he sees Raikum approaching him with arrogance, a wave of despair and resentment surging within him. I did not perish at the hands of Frieza, nor did I succumb to Feng. I refuse to accept this fate. Vegeta cries out in defiance. Die, Vegeta. Descend into hell and repent. With that, Raikum conjures an energy sphere. Gazing at this ominous orb, Vegeta knows that his body can no longer withstand such a blow. This will surely be his end. Helpless, he watches as the energy ball, like the harbinger of death, hurtles toward him, and he closes his eyes in resignation. Boom. The energy sphere crashes mercilessly into Vegeta. Ah, Raikum, you were so caught up in your delight that you forgot to inquire about Vegeta's knowledge of the Dragon Balls. Jinyu interjects. Oh dear, I momentarily overlooked that. It appears Vegeta is rather fragile. Raikum chuckles, stroking his pineapple-like hair. Is that so? You all seem quite brittle yourselves. At that moment, an unfamiliar voice cuts through the air. What? As the dust settles, a stranger emerges before Vegeta's fallen form, his bangs fluttering in the wind. A confident smile lending him an imposing presence. Vegeta, are you truly so eager to meet your demise? Kakarot still wishes to engage you in battle. How could you allow yourself to be bested by such lowly foes? Feng remarks with a grin, having sensed the distant clash after unlocking their potential. Feng and his companions rush to the scene. Vegeta is fortunate. Had it not been for a mere moment's delay, he would have met his end. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Three figures appear in the distance, joining Feng's side in a standoff with the Jinyu force. The opponents seem quite formidable. Is this the Jinyu force that Feng spoke of? Goku exclaims in surprise. Uncle Feng is truly impressive. He predicted this perfectly. Gohan exclaims. Even Vegeta has been reduced to such a state, yet the opposition does not appear overwhelmingly strong. Piccolo muses, assessing the combatants before him with skepticism. Certainly, the four of you have unlocked your potential. Even Gohan and Piccolo, with their previously modest battle powers, now exceed 100,000, rendering them dismissive of the Jinyu force. Who are you? Are you allies of Vegeta? GYS surveyed the group, noting their battle powers lingered around 5,000. Pathetically weak. I could easily handle them alone, Bart scoffed. Well then, let me take another turn. I wasn't satisfied with the last fight, Raikum exclaimed eagerly. Enough talk. Each of us will take one. I want that insufferable little brat. Kinyu directed at Feng. I'll fight that spiky-haired boy. Raikum pointed at Goku. That green-skinned fellow must be a Namekian. We didn't finish him off earlier, Bart asserted. Preparing to battle Piccolo. Huh, how boring, playing with a child. GYS remarked disdainfully at Gohan. Amidst the Jinyu force's banter, Feng handed a Senzu bean to Vegeta, stating, consume this and eliminate them. Vegeta, astonished by Feng's arrival and his unexpected salvation, felt a tumult of emotions. Gulp. Upon consuming the Senzu bean, Vegeta's previously shattered bones mended instantly, his vitality surged, and he was rejuvenated, emerging anew. Huh, Vegeta roared. Boom. A terrifying aura erupted. Vegeta's complex feelings swirled, once proud. He had again been saved by Feng. Thank you for saving me. What? The proud Vegeta actually expressed gratitude. Piccolo was taken aback. Humph. Consider this a favor owed to you. I'll set aside my grievances with Feng for now. Our immediate task is to thoroughly defeat the Jinyu force. Vegeta declared. That tall blue fellow possesses remarkable speed, and the short red one has a fusion technique. The captain in purple attire is the strongest. Be cautious. Heh, I've changed my mind. Vegeta, it appears I must personally eliminate you. Raikum grinned wickedly. Oh, then I shall face that purple-skinned fellow. Goku scratched his head. Swish, 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 swish. The 8 warriors swiftly paired off, commencing their battles. Feng stood by, relishing the spectacle. with Vegeta reborn from the brink of death. His battle power had surged to 70,000, easily overpowering all but Kinyu and his cohorts. Boom, 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 boom. The four battlegrounds shook the earth, causing mountains to tremble and the ground to crack. Phew, ah, cough, yow. Soon, four anguished cries echoed through the air, and the four warriors clad in battle attire plummeted to the ground like radishes, each landing in a separate crater. The Ginyu Force was utterly defeated. Vegeta felt a mix of astonishment and joy. He was amazed that the other three had dispatched the Ginyu Force so effortlessly, and elated that his battle power had doubled after consuming the Sins of Being, making Lickum no match for him. What gives Li Feng? The Ginyu Force was weak after all. Goku mused while scratching his head. We have significantly strengthened. It seems that Frieza is not as formidable as we believed, Piccolo boasted, beginning to swell with pride. Incredible. How have you all become so powerful? Vegeta was astounded. Are you that Vegeta? You don't seem very strong, Goku remarked coldly. You are Kakarot. Humph. I'll deal with you later. Vegeta retorted defiantly. In truth, during the recent battle, he had been keenly aware of the formidable power emanating from the other three, which left him astounded. Not only was Goku's strength far superior to his own, but even that Saiyan boy's power exceeded his, rendering him completely outmatched. I can fight independently now, Gohan exclaimed, exhilarated at the prospect of defeating an enemy with his own hands. Berta, astonished, exclaimed, impossible. Just moments ago, their power levels were only in the thousands. Geese trembled as he observed the battle monitor. Even Vegeta seemed significantly stronger than before. Raikum too felt bewildered. This is troubling. It appears only the king can resolve this. Jinyu silently wiped the sweat from his brow. Hurry and eliminate them, or Frieza will soon arrive. Li Feng urged. The four, now silently united under Li Feng's leadership, launched another offensive. Boom, 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 boom. The energies of Vegeta, Goku, Gohan, and Piccolo erupted. In an instant, their combined might surged like a tornado. Beep, 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 beep. The numbers on G's battle monitor skyrocketed. No, it can't be. Boom. Ultimately, the battle monitor shattered completely. Chapter 25, Frieza. Beep, 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 boom. The battle monitor was utterly destroyed. The power levels of Goku, Gohan, Piccolo, and Vegeta had risen to unfathomable heights. Kamehameha, Gallic Gun, Special Beam Cannon, Death Ball. The four unleashed their signature attacks upon the Ginyu Force. Boom. Instantly, four mushroom clouds erupted, the ground trembled, and dust filled the air. The Ginyu Force was effortlessly dispatched by these four warriors. Gohan wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling both nervous and exhilarated that he could defeat an enemy in his first battle. Oomph, Kakarot, I will surpass you one day, Vegeta declared haughtily. He had realized during the earlier surge of energy that Goku's power was indeed far beyond his own, since he was too distant from Li Feng's level. He would have to defeat Goku first. Heh, is that so, Vegeta? You truly are an interesting fellow, Goku chuckled. You bastard, how dare you underestimate me? Just then, a powerful energy drew near. Frieza's presence was unmistakable. Li Feng, who had been observing from afar, instantly sensed the overwhelming force approaching. Gohan, Piccolo, you two go collect the remaining Dragon Balls and meet up with the Elder. It's too dangerous here, Li Feng instructed, though Piccolo was reluctant. The seriousness in Li Feng's demeanor, coupled with the terrifying energy he sensed from afar, compelled him to comply for the greater good. And he left with Gohan to gather the Dragon Balls. What? Frieza is coming. Vegeta, now unconcerned about the Dragon Balls, felt cold sweat break out at the mere mention of Frieza's name. Have you all lost your minds? To challenge Frieza? Vegeta shouted, masking his inner fear. Indeed, Frieza has always been the nightmare of Vegeta. In his childhood, he witnessed his father, King Vegeta, bowing respectfully before Frieza, unable to voice his anger. He recalls a moment when King Vegeta dared to show a hint of defiance, only to be effortlessly crushed under Frieza's heel, losing all dignity. The terrifying and formidable figure of Frieza was deeply etched in his mind, extinguishing any flicker of rebellion. Upon learning that Frieza had annihilated Planet Vegeta, Vegeta vowed to seek vengeance. Yet, he could only act in secrecy, too fearful to confront Frieza directly, let alone engage him in battle. To Vegeta, now was not the time to wage war against Frieza. At the very least, he needed to gather the Dragon Balls and attain immortality before he could seize his chance. Even Li Feng was no match for Frieza. You needn't worry, Vegeta. Li Feng and I are both quite formidable, Goku reassured him. No, Kakarot, you have no comprehension of Frieza's terror, Vegeta exclaimed in fear. This isn't like you, Vegeta, Li Feng remarked, arms crossed. Is Frieza truly that powerful? It is time to settle the grievances between the Saiyans and Frieza. Besides, where can you possibly escape to now? As long as Frieza lives, we cannot flee. Rather than run, we might as well fight with all our might. With that, he soared towards Frieza's direction, followed closely by Goku. Vegeta's mind was in turmoil. His rationality warned him that fighting Frieza would be tantamount to suicide, yet the warrior spirit within him, along with his thirst for vengeance, triumphed over his fear, compelling him to confront Frieza. Suddenly, a small spacecraft, trailing flames, darted towards Li Feng and the others. Swish, swish, swish. Li Feng halted, gazing at the occupant within the spacecraft. Inside, a purple demon lounged in its seat, its tail swaying behind it in utter contentment. Yet, Li Feng felt the overwhelming energy emanating from this being. Ho ho ho, Vegeta, is this your new subordinate? Quite impressive, Frieza remarked, scanning the surroundings and noting that he only recognized Vegeta. Quit joking, Frieza. This prince has come here to defeat you, Vegeta shouted, overcoming his inner trepidation. What? Frieza's fury erupted. You insolent monkey. Do you comprehend the consequences of betraying me? I'll make you wish you were never born, Frieza coldly declared. With that, he unleashed an astounding aura. Cold sweat poured down Vegeta's brow as he faced the terrifying pressure emanating from Frieza. Humph, Li Feng snorted, stepping in front of Vegeta, shielding him from Frieza's oppressive aura. Vegeta quickly realized that it was Li Feng who was projecting his own energy to counter Frieza's. How impressive, Vegeta thought, astonished that Li Feng could stand toe-to-toe with Frieza. He glanced at Goku, who remained steadfast, his expression serious. Was he the only one feeling fear? No. I am the Prince of the Saiyans. I shall not allow anyone to surpass me. Vegeta clenched his fists, bracing himself for the impending confrontation. Frieza initially intended to instill fear in Vegeta, compelling him to cower on the ground merely through his oppressive aura. However, to his astonishment, there stood someone capable of withstanding his formidable presence. Beep, 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 beep. The readings on Frieza's scouter fluctuated. 50,000 battle power. Frieza could scarcely believe it. How could a being with merely 50,000 battle power resist his aura? Instead of anger, a mocking laughter escaped him. How interesting. It appears you possess a modicum of strength. Yet, in comparison to me, you remain woefully inadequate. Your battle power is commendable. Why not join my legion? Frieza extended an enticing offer. With your abilities, you could join the Jinyu force and revel in endless riches and glory. Frieza surmised that the young man before him must be concealing something. Otherwise, it was inconceivable that he could remain unperturbed in the face of Frieza's terrifying aura. The Jinyu force? We just dispatched them, Li Feng replied coldly. Nanny? Frieza was taken aback once more. He attempted to contact his associates, but found them unreachable. Ha! Splendid. Since you have vanquished the Jinyu force, it is evident that your strength far exceeds theirs. Let us form a new special forces team. I grant you the privilege of naming it. Frieza believed his benevolence would elicit profound gratitude from Li Feng and his companions, for none could refuse his invitation. I mean to say, you are unworthy. Li Feng rejected the proposal. What? You dare to decline me? Frieza was incredulous. Fool, do not refuse my hospitality. The last person who rejected my offer met a dire fate. I shall relish in tormenting you until you regret ever existing. Frieza's expression darkened, and he unleashed an even more potent aura. Though Li Feng's current strength paled in comparison to Frieza's final form, he was wagering on the Saiyans' ability to transcend their limits in the face of adversity, transforming into Super Saiyans. Before the cosmic tyrant Frieza, the Saiyan blood within Li Feng surged with fervor. Ding. Quest, eliminate Frieza. Reward, time-space fragments. Chapter 26, Overpowering Frieza. At that moment, the system issued the quest. Excellent. Although the nature of the time-space fragments remained a mystery, this quest was one he had to accept. In the meantime, Frieza descended from his spacecraft, standing face to face with Li Feng. Although Frieza's first form appeared diminutive, the purple aura emanating from him was as potent as that of an ancient beast. Conversely, Li Feng radiated a white aura, his energy rippling outward like waves. The two forces clashed, momentarily solidifying the air around them. The sands and stones on the ground stirred without wind. The purple and white energies collided silently. Crash! A stone that had been suspended in midair fell to the ground, sounding the clarion call of battle. Swish! Li Feng's eyes narrowed as he vanished from sight, appearing before Frieza and delivering a powerful punch. Frieza met Li Feng's fist with one of his own. Boom! The collision unleashed a staggering force, shattering the surrounding rocks into fragments. Swish! Swish! The two engaged in rapid movement, their forms a blur as they continued to exchange blows. The ordinary onlookers could scarcely perceive their forms. What? Vegeta stood astounded, unable to fathom that Li Feng could engage in such a vibrant battle with Frieza. When did Li Feng reach a level where he could contend evenly with the terrifying Frieza? Vegeta was bewildered. Just months prior, he had fought Li Feng to a standstill. And now he was challenging a foe far superior to himself. What transformation had occurred to grant him such strength? No, wait, Vegeta. It was evident that Li Feng held the upper hand. Goku interjected. How could this be? Vegeta was once again taken aback. He had thought that matching Frieza would be an impressive feat, yet here was Li Feng seemingly prevailing. Perhaps it was indeed possible for him to vanquish Frieza. Boom, boom, boom. In the sky, the figures of the two combatants flickered incessantly, their strikes so rapid they were nearly imperceptible. However, With each exchange, Feng consistently gained an advantage, adeptly predicting Frieza's assaults and delivering powerful blows to his vulnerable areas, such as the head and abdomen. Meanwhile, he merely absorbed Frieza's ferocious strikes with his shoulder and arms. Over time, Feng suffered no significant harm, only slight soreness in his shoulders, while Frieza's visage was rendered unrecognizable, his battle attire tattered and torn. In a climactic moment, a devastating elbow strike from Feng sent Frieza crashing into a mountain peak. The violent impact caused Frieza to break through 4 mountain summits before being buried beneath the rubble. Incredible! Vegeta marveled, his excitement mounting. Yes, this is it. Let us eliminate that detestable Frieza and avenge the Saiyans. At that moment, Vegeta had set aside his grievances with Feng, focusing solely on the destruction of Frieza. The tyrant had annihilated their race, leaving only a handful of Saiyans alive. Though he did not strike the blow himself, witnessing Frieza's plight brought him immense satisfaction. What of the so-called Emperor of the Universe? Today is your day of reckoning. With a furious roar, the debris erupted into the sky, revealing Frieza's disheveled form. His mouth agape, he spewed forth purple blood. You insolent wretch! Frieza seethed with rage. How dare you reduce me, a being of nobility, to this state? I shall tear you to shreds. Frieza, consumed by fury, unleashed his formidable energy. A surge of purple energy shot into the heavens, his overwhelming presence causing Vegeta to tremble once more. Could this fiend's power possibly increase further? Beads of cold sweat formed on Vegeta's brow as anxiety surged within him. Fear not, Feng has yet to unleash his full potential, Goku reassured from the sidelines. Though it was but a fleeting moment, Goku had felt the pulse of a formidable energy when Feng's latent power was awakened. His strength far surpassed Goku's own. Suspended in the air, Feng stood resolute. Is that all you can muster? He scoffed, simultaneously enhancing his own combat prowess as a brilliant white aura erupted around him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The white energy swirled like a tempest, unleashing astonishing might. With a battle cry, the two collided, generating a cataclysmic force that sent shockwaves through the atmosphere. The nearby peaks were effortlessly shattered by the two surging energies. Bang, 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 bang. The frequency of their assaults increased once more. Yet the state of the battle remained largely unchanged. Feng continued to dominate Frieza. Despite Frieza's enhanced speed and strength, he was still unable to gain the upper hand. Each time Frieza threw a punch, Feng would easily block it and strike relentlessly at Frieza's vulnerable spots. Impossible. Frieza was both astonished and enraged. He initially thought he had merely underestimated his opponent, but after powering up, he believed he could easily overpower Feng. Yeah, Frieza swung a punch at Feng. Thud. This time, Feng confidently extended his left hand to effortlessly block the attack. As Frieza attempted to withdraw his right fist, he found himself unable to do so. How could this be possible? Frieza was in shock. You are still too weak, Feng remarked coldly. With that, Feng's right fist crashed into Frieza's abdomen. Cough. Frieza spat out a stream of purple blood once more. Feng followed up with a kick that sent Frieza crashing to the ground. Boom. Frieza struck the earth like a cannonball, creating a massive crater upon impact. How powerful. It seemed that Feng could indeed defeat Frieza. Vegeta clenched his fists, feeling exhilarated by Feng's prowess. Feng's strength had grown immensely. Goku also expressed his admiration. Although Goku himself boasted a battle power of 1,500,000 and could easily contend with Frieza, a true master always perceives the subtle differences. The auras of both fighters were extraordinarily potent, nearly enveloping half of Namek. In the distance, Gohan held up a large Dragon Ball. Amazing. Is this what it looks like when Uncle Feng battles the being named Frieza? Gohan could also sense the terrifying energies at play. Such formidable power. Meanwhile, Piccolo placed the 6 collected Dragon Balls on the ground and couldn't help but marvel. He too yearned for strength and longed to face formidable foes, yet in this moment, he felt his own power was still insufficient. Inside the Grand Elder's chamber, Elder, these two energies are terrifying, Nail said, sweat beading on his brow. Is it truly wise to give the Dragon Balls to that group? Nail inquired of the Elder. That young man's potential is almost limitless. Only he can stand against that demon, the Elder replied slowly. We must follow his instructions to protect Namek and our people. I understand, Nail responded. Humph, Frieza, if this is all you can muster, you might as well end it all, Feng declared, crossing his arms mid-air. Chapter 27, Frieza's second form. With a roar, the collapsing boulders were violently hurled away. Huff, huff. Frieza panted heavily, his body marred with wounds and purple blood staining his lips. How infuriating. How could a being of my nobility be reduced to such a pitiful state? Boom. Frieza unleashed an even more terrifying aura, causing the ground to shatter and fissures to form. Very well. You have successfully provoked my wrath. Do not presume that you can defeat me this way, utilizing my second form to vanquish you. With that declaration, Frieza continued to gather energy, his aura intensifying further. Boom, 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 The violet energy, intertwined with astonishing power, caused the very earth to tremble and the waves to surge. What? Vegeta was struck with disbelief, unable to fathom that Frieza possessed yet another transformation. Amidst the chaos of flying rubble, Frieza's purple aura swelled, his form undergoing a profound metamorphosis. The once diminutive stature became robust, bursting forth from his previous battle attire, while the two horns atop his head grew larger and more menacing, exuding a terrifying presence. Frieza transformed from a height of scarcely 1.5 meters to a towering figure of over 2 meters, resembling a fearsome, bull-headed creature. Ha, 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 ha. An arrogant grin spread across his face. With his transition into the second form, Frieza's prior injuries vanished entirely, and his newfound strength instilled an overwhelming confidence within him. Behold, this is my second form, with a combat power exceeding 1 million. Frieza reveled in the sight of Feng kneeling in submission. Is this truly the extent of Frieza's power? Despite being a considerable distance away, Vegeta could still sense the ferocious energy emanating from Frieza. A mere brush with this force could obliterate him into mere fragments. Vegeta swallowed hard, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Frieza is indeed formidable. Goku's expression turned grave. At that moment, Feng utilized the system to assess Frieza's status. Name, Frieza. Race, Frost Demon. Form, second form. Combat power, 100,000. Skills, Psychic Bomb, Death Ball, Death Beam, Death Storm, Planet Destroyer. Are you done with your monologue? Feng impatiently inquired, digging into his ear. If you wish to fight, then let us proceed without further ado. Foolish wretch, prepare to meet your demise. Frieza, incensed once more, lunged at Feng. Bang! The two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows. Boom! Like a bomb detonating, a series of explosive sounds erupted from their center, causing nearby boulders to collapse and the ground to fracture. Is that all? Feng scoffed, deriding Frieza once again. Wretch! Frieza gritted his teeth. For one who claimed the title of Cosmic Emperor, this was an utter disgrace. Bang! Frieza unleashed another colossal punch. Feng effortlessly raised his left hand to intercept Frieza's assault. Die! Frieza, consumed by rage, launched an even more ferocious barrage. Bang! 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 Frieza's strikes came at a blistering pace, yet all were deftly blocked by Feng, each collision creating new fissures in the ground. Despite Frieza's relentless onslaught, not a single injury was inflicted upon Feng. Haha! Exhausted from the relentless, futile attempts, Frieza gasped for breath. How is this possible? Frieza could scarcely believe the reality before him, having transformed into his second form, with a combat power that had at least doubled. How could he still be unable to contend with Feng? As Feng observed Frieza's mocking expression, the latter was once again provoked, launching another assault. With a resounding cry, Frieza unleashed a purple aura and, almost instantaneously, appeared before Feng, attacking with wild ferocity. Swish, 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 swish. Feng, however, accelerated once more, nimbly evading Frieza's strikes. In both speed and strength, Feng was undeniably superior at that moment. Impossible. Frieza seethed in fury. How could that wretched Saiyan monkey have become so formidable? Huh. Frieza threw a punch, intent on smashing Feng's insufferable face. Bang. Feng adeptly seized Frieza's hand with his left palm. To Frieza's horror, he realized he was still unable to escape Feng's grip. Your turn now. Before the words had fully left his lips, Feng delivered an elbow strike to Frieza's chest. Pooh! Ah! Frieza cried out in agony. Bang! 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 Now it was Feng's turn to unleash a torrent of attacks upon Frieza, reversing the tide of battle. Frieza, initially struck in the chest, was overwhelmed by the relentless barrage, his injuries multiplying as his cries of pain filled the air. Ah! 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 Frieza could hardly fathom the magnitude of Feng's current strength. Despite attempting to block with both hands, his arms went numb, and his chest and abdomen were pounded mercilessly. Countless times. Bang! Feng landed a hook to Frieza's chin. Cough! Frieza spat blood once more. Seizing the opportunity, Feng continued to pummel Frieza before the latter could regain his composure. Feng found Frieza to be an excellent punching bag, no matter how hard he struck. The creature remained intact, and the more he hit, the more fluid his movements became. Within mere seconds, Feng unleashed hundreds of punches, leaving Frieza battered and bruised. In a final, devastating blow, Feng grasped Frieza's tail and began to whirl him around, using himself as the axis. Swish, 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 swish. The frequency of Feng's spinning increased, treating Frieza like a massive fan. Dazed from the relentless blows, and now further tormented by the spinning, Frieza seemed to be on the verge of losing consciousness. With a swift motion, Feng released Frieza towards a mountain peak. By the time Frieza regained his senses, his body had already penetrated several mountains, crashing into the ground. Boom. The impact resonated like a cannonball, creating a colossal crater. Swish. Feng teleported to Frieza's side once more, seizing the tail and flinging him from the rubble into the sky. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed a powerful energy blast. Boom. The projectile struck Frieza's body. Before the anguished cries could escape Frieza's lips, Feng had already teleported behind him, grasping the horns atop Frieza's head, driving his knees into the creature's back. Cough. Frieza erupted with another spurt of blood, releasing a scream as if his spine had been shattered. Feng twisted his body and delivered a kick to Frieza's abdomen. The pitiable Frieza, akin to a kite severed from its string, staggered backward. In the end, Feng unleashed yet another energy blast, bringing the relentless assault to a close. Boom. A cacophony of tumultuous waves and flying debris ensued. Chapter 28. The third form? Hardly impressive. With a casual flick of his wrist, Feng's energy sphere ignited a colossal explosion, leveling the hills to the ground. Enough of this. Let us proceed to your next transformation, Feng remarked coolly, as he nonchalantly cleared his ears. What? Frieza can still transform? Vegeta pondered, having been astounded countless times. He had presumed that under such circumstances, Frieza was undoubtedly doomed. Yet the prospect of further transformations cast doubt upon his certainty. Incredible, Feng! Goku exclaimed, marveling at the display. His own base strength was only marginally superior to Frieza's. Yet Feng was effortlessly overpowering him. Did that not imply that he too was still at risk of defeat? A pained and humiliated cry emerged from the rubble. A flicker of violet light illuminated the scene, as a terrifying energy shattered the boulders. A disheveled figure crawled from the pit. Frieza, once towering, now found himself unable to rise, his horns askew, and his visage marred by blood and bruises. Regardless of how you discerned my impending transformation, you are as good as dead, Frieza snarled vehemently. Huh! Frieza bellowed, clenching his fists as a purple aura surged forth once more. Whoosh! Frieza's rage erupted, his battle power escalating yet again. Under the weight of that astonishing energy, Frieza's form underwent another transformation. His head elongated, the two black horns morphing into six, creating a grotesquely elongated visage that exuded a sinister chill. His shoulders and back broadened, rendering him a nightmarish figure, ugly yet overwhelmingly powerful. Frieza's injuries vanished, replaced by the terrifying aura swirling around him. His battle power now soared to 5 million. The fierce countenance, cold demeanor, and formidable presence left both Vegeta and Goku in a state of shock. So powerful, Goku mused, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow as he realized Frieza's strength had eclipsed even his own. How is this possible? Vegeta gasped. In the distance, Piccolo and Gohan, now in possession of the Dragon Balls, felt the surge of Frieza's energy. That Frieza's aura is still intensifying. Can Feng truly contend with him? Piccolo marveled in astonishment. He is formidable, but I believe Uncle Feng will emerge victorious, Gohan declared resolutely. Ha ha ha. Tremble, you wretched insects. You should feel honored to witness my third form. Frieza cackled with arrogance once more. Indeed, you have grown considerably stronger, yet your current appearance is utterly grotesque, Feng replied calmly. What? Frieza's fury ignited, deep down. He was aware that his third form was indeed the most hideous of all his transformations, but being confronted with such a truth was unforgivable. Then prepare to die as penance. Whoosh. The violet figure vanished, and Frieza materialized before Feng, launching a powerful punch towards him. Bang! Feng raised his hands in defense, yet Frieza's formidable strike landed squarely upon him. Staggering back, Feng was unexpectedly forced to retreat. Ha! The ignorant fool now realizes the extent of my power. Frieza laughed, unperturbed by the encounter. In his eyes, Feng had become utterly inferior. Frieza unleashed a barrage of relentless attacks. Whoosh! 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 His fists struck like cannonballs, mercilessly battering Feng, who found himself continuously retreating, each step leaving heavy imprints upon the ground. Where is your earlier bravado? Is this all you can muster? Frieza reveled in his superiority, envisioning the moment Feng would plead for mercy on the ground. Just as Frieza indulged in this fantasy, Feng coldly retorted, Is this truly the extent of your power after your transformation? With that, he retaliated with a punch that sent Frieza flying. Feng had deliberately absorbed Frieza's blows to gauge his current strength. Indeed, while Frieza's attacks in his third form were not without pain, they posed no significant threat. Frieza was taken aback. Feng could still counterattack? How infuriating. Frieza, now enraged, charged at Feng once more. With a furious stomp, he struck the ground, creating a deep crater from the immense force. Frieza gathered his energy again, launching a colossal punch at Feng. Unfazed, Feng responded with a punch of his own. Boom. The two fists collided, generating a tremendous shockwave that shattered rocks, caused the ground to sink, stirred the ocean waves, and dispersed the clouds above, shaking the very planet itself. The deafening sound of their fierce battle echoed across the landscape. Impossible, Frieza yelled in rage, throwing a punch at Feng's face, only for Feng to deftly evade by tilting his head slightly. Frieza then aimed a kick at Feng's abdomen, but Feng effortlessly sidestepped, retreating a few paces to defuse the blow. Frieza's subsequent attacks remained as ineffective as before, barely grazing Li Feng's clothing. Can you not see? Li Feng continued to taunt. However, before his words could settle, he appeared like a specter behind Frieza, launching a punch aimed at his massive head. Ah! With a scream, Frieza's cumbersome form was propelled forward, crashing through several mountain ranges before being buried underground. Gah! Ah! As debris flew about, Frieza's disheveled figure re-emerged. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he snarled, "You shall pay for this." He extended his hands, fingertips directed at Li Feng. Death Ray! Whoosh! Whoosh! Two violet beams of energy surged towards Li Feng. The energy was fearsome, piercing through mountains and creating towering water columns in the rivers along its path. The speed of the beams was astonishing, reaching Li Feng in an instant. Unfazed, he merely shifted his foot, narrowly avoiding the deadly rays. The energy left behind scorched the air. Ya, 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 ya. As Frieza's attack missed its target, fury surged within him, prompting him to unleash a barrage of deadly energy beams, his hands moving in a frenzied dance. At first, only a few slender rays sliced through the air, but with Frieza's maniacal release of energy, the sky was soon enveloped in a purple meteor shower of death, cascading ominously towards Li Feng. The ground trembled with each explosive impact, as beams obliterated mountains, vaporized rivers, and shattered the earth, each strike imbued with terrifying power, yet none managed to strike Li Feng. What a terrifying display of energy. If I were to be hit, my demise would be certain. Vegeta gasped in disbelief, feeling the sheer magnitude of the assault from afar. Li Feng is formidable. I could not possibly emerge unscathed from such onslaught. Cold sweat trickled down Goku's brow, mirroring Vegeta's alarm. The bombardment continued relentlessly for several minutes. Until finally, when the terrain around Li Feng had been reduced to a gaping crater and smoke hung thick in the air, Frieza paused, panting heavily from exertion. Chapter 29, Frieza's Ultimate Form. As the dust settled and the smoke began to clear, Li Feng's figure had vanished. Ha! 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 Foolish creature! Reduced to mere rubble by my might. Frieza cackled with arrogant glee, convinced that Li Feng had been utterly annihilated beneath his ferocious assault. What are you laughing at? A chilling voice shattered Frieza's delusions, echoing from behind him. What? Before he could react, Frieza felt a crushing blow to the back of his head. As if his skull were shattering, the world around him spun wildly. In a swift, instant transmission, Li Feng materialized before Frieza, delivering a powerful hook that resonated like thunder, shattering one of Frieza's grotesque horns. Before Frieza could utter a cry of anguish, Li Feng's foot struck his chest with brutal force, sending Frieza's cumbersome body hurtling hundreds of meters, crashing through several small peaks before embedding into the earth once more. Aya! The ground echoed with a hellish wail. Unforgivable. I shall end your life. Frieza roared in rage, the sound reverberating from the depths of the earth. The once picturesque Namek was now a desolate wasteland. You seek death? Very well, I shall grant it. Frieza spat blood, several of his horns missing, his body battered and torn, yet his fury ignited anew. In an instant, an astonishing aura enveloped him once more. The purple energy surged forth, its terrifying presence causing mountains to crumble and rocks to scatter violently. The seas roiled, triggering tsunamis as the very planet trembled beneath him. Frieza's power soared once again. What? Frieza's power can still increase? Distant observers, including Piccolo and Gohan, were left in stunned disbelief. Such a terrifying power. Frieza is indeed a formidable foe. Goku furrowed his brow, filled with concern that Li Feng might not be able to contend with Frieza. How infuriating. Vegeta clenched his fists, impotently striking the ground. It dawned upon him how utterly despairing Frieza's might was. Even in his first form, he could effortlessly annihilate the Saiyan race. And now he could transform again? Would he never witness Frieza's demise? The fourth form, perhaps? Enough. It is time for me to take this seriously. Li Feng maintained an air of ease, as if Frieza's transformation had no bearing on him whatsoever. Oh, Li Feng actually has a trump card? Goku exclaimed in astonishment as he gazed at Li Feng. Simultaneously, the tremors on Namek ceased, and the anomalies wrought by Frieza dissipated. The purple light faded, revealing Frieza's figure. His visage was no longer grotesque, but rather exuded a chilling ruthlessness, with two tear-like streaks tracing from his eyelids to his chin, appearing both eerie and terrifying. Though Frieza's stature had diminished to under 1.60 meters, at this moment, his aura was at its most potent, even without unleashing his full power. The overwhelming pressure sent shivers through Goku, Vegeta, and the others in the distance. How is this possible? This demon has grown even stronger after transforming? Vegeta quivered as he spoke. To what heights can these two warriors ascend? Remarkable. I, too, wish to become as powerful as Li Feng. Son Wukong exclaimed, exhilarated and electrified. Oomph, well done, Frieza. You have indeed grown stronger in this form. I wonder how many more transformations you possess. Li Feng jested. Ha ha ha. Frieza elegantly spread his arms, grinning with confidence. This is my ultimate form. From here on, I shall relish in tormenting you to your demise. Ha ha ha. Frieza's chilling laughter echoed. His tail lashed back and forth, coldly scrutinizing Li Feng. In the transformations that had just transpired, Li Feng had repeatedly bested him, inflicting both physical and psychological agony. Although his injuries had healed, the humiliation would forever remain. As the Emperor of the Universe, Frieza had never experienced such disgrace in his life. He vowed to return the pain and humiliation Li Feng had inflicted upon him 100-fold. Is this your diminutive form? Li Feng provoked Frieza once more. He was well aware that Frieza was most dissatisfied with his height in this form. In the original Dragon Ball Super, he even sought the dragon to wish for an increase in stature. Clearly, Li Feng had a remarkable talent for inciting Frieza's ire, seeking death. Upon hearing this, the ostensibly composed Frieza could no longer contain himself, charging at Li Feng with ferocity. Humph! Li Feng pressed his foot against the ground, causing fissures to erupt as he propelled himself toward Frieza with great speed. Another round of fierce combat commenced. Boom! Bang! The two engaged in a rapid exchange mid-air, only to separate instantaneously, with only the faintest traces of the shock waves generated by their collision visible in the atmosphere. Shadows danced in the air, as if many were battling simultaneously, yet in reality, it was merely the afterimages left by their swift movements. With each collision, the nearby rubble shattered, triggering a tsunami. The air was filled with intertwining purple and white figures. Indeed formidable, Frieza's combat power must now exceed 10 million, thought Li Feng to himself. During this encounter with Frieza, he could clearly perceive the exponential increase in speed and strength, and on several occasions, he nearly found himself sent flying. Ha! Weren't you quite arrogant before? Why are you now scurrying away with your head tucked? Frieza mocked, noticing that Li Feng was clearly at a disadvantage in their battle. Although Li Feng's apparent combat power was a mere 5 million, his true potential was anything but stagnant. He unleashed his energy, elevating it once more. Finally, he could engage in a satisfying battle. A grin spread across his face as the Saiyan blood within him surged, igniting a thirst for formidable adversaries and a fervor for combat, allowing him to transcend his limits and deliver a powerful blow that sent Frieza flying. What? Frieza, intending to torment Li Feng thoroughly, was taken aback by the sudden surge in Li Feng's combat power. In a moment of carelessness, he was struck against the mountainside. Come on, Frieza, press me with death. Let us see if I can become a Super Saiyan in dire straits. Li Feng was utterly consumed by madness. Chapter 30. No match for Frieza? A desperate situation. Come on, Frieza, press me with death. Allow me to ascend to Super Saiyan in my darkest hour. Li Feng was in a frenzy. Indeed, the reason Li Feng did not eliminate Frieza instantly was to compel Frieza to reveal his true combat prowess, pushing himself to become a genuine Super Saiyan. Unlike others, upon arriving in the Dragon Ball universe, aside from the initial beginner's gift, all his combat power was painstakingly earned through relentless effort. For a warrior race, combat was the swiftest means to enhance strength. Frieza, having been sent flying, steadied himself in midair and charged at Li Feng once more, his energy flaring. Li Feng, undeterred, retaliated with a heavy punch. Boom! Bang! The terrifying sounds of their clashes echoed like thunder across the heavens, scattering the clouds as energy was unleashed, creating massive craters upon impact. In the sea, waves of tsunami were summoned by their ferocious exchanges. The battle between Li Feng and Frieza escalated rapidly, with hundreds of strikes exchanged each second. The once composed Li Feng bore an increasing number of wounds, his garments becoming tattered. Frieza, too, was not unscathed. His white skin bore the marks of purple blood. Wounds marred his form. This was the essence of the fight. Again, Li Feng was entirely absorbed in the battle, disregarding his injuries and pain. His eyes ablaze with fierce determination and indomitable spirit. He reveled in the thrill of combat, his blood boiling as his energy steadily surged, from 5 million to 6 million. Reaching 10 million, he was surpassing his own limits. Enough. Get away from me. Veins throbbed ominously on Frieza's forehead as he grappled with an unsettling realization. In his ultimate form, the previously disadvantaged Li Feng had continued to grow stronger in battle, inflicting increasingly severe damage upon him. With a furious roar, Frieza unleashed a powerful kick that sent Li Feng soaring, and in a flash, he fired a death ray towards the airborne warrior. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The violet beams sliced through the air, striking Li Feng with tremendous force. The impact echoed like thunder as he was propelled through the surrounding mountains, leaving devastation in his wake. What? This? Vegeta gasped in astonishment, unable to fathom how Li Feng had been ambushed by Frieza's death ray. The sheer magnitude of energy radiating from the attack was terrifying. Even a direct hit would be catastrophic, and merely approaching it could spell doom. This is rather troublesome. Goku's brow furrowed in concern. He too recognized that Li Feng's combat power had diminished in comparison to Frieza's. He pondered how to confront the tyrant. As a series of astonishing blows rained down, the mountains behind Li Feng were reduced to rubble and debris, ultimately embedding him in the ground, creating a massive human-shaped crater, shrouded in dust and smoke. As the haze dissipated, a striking figure emerged, hands raised to shield his face, though his garments lay in tatters. coughing violently. Li Feng lowered his hands, his body stained with blood, yet his gaze remained resolute as he fixed it upon Frieza. Ha ha ha, what's this? Weren't you quite arrogant at the start? Look at you now. Frieza taunted, relishing in Li Feng's disarray. Not enough. Li Feng retorted coldly. Despite the ferocity of Frieza's earlier attacks, he felt no imminent threat of death. He was tantalizingly close to transforming into a Super Saiyan. I need to channel my rage. Li Feng gritted his teeth, recognizing that the eruption of his fury was the key to unlocking his transformation. Still defiant? Frieza sneered, then vanished in an instant, reappearing before Li Feng and delivering a devastating punch to his abdomen. Cough. Li Feng felt the very essence of his being expelled as the blow landed. Frieza, now consumed by wrath, initiated a relentless onslaught. The tables had turned, where Li Feng had once pummeled him like a sandbag. Frieza now unleashed his fury upon him with merciless intent. However, Frieza was careful not to deliver a fatal blow. Instead, he sought to torment Li Feng, ensuring he experienced suffering beyond death. Bang, 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 bang. Frieza's fists, feet, and tail struck Li Feng with the force of 5 assailants, leaving him utterly defenseless. Every muscle aching, bones creaking, and nerves ablaze with pain as blood seeped from various wounds. Li Feng's vision dimmed. He was thoroughly at Frieza's mercy. Stop, Frieza. At that moment, Goku, sensing the dire situation, transformed into a 20-fold King Kai fist and instantly appeared before Frieza to intervene. Boom. A dark red punch sent Frieza sprawling, and Goku rushed to support Li Feng, concern etched across his face. Are you all right, Li Feng? Cough, cough. Goku, you must leave. My battle is not yet over. Li Feng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and calmly declared, but your current injuries. This battle is of utmost importance to me. He gazed steadfastly at Goku. Observing Li Feng's indomitable spirit, Goku seemed to glimpse his own past, prompting him to silently depart. Humph, yet another wild monkey. Frieza spat venomously after being ambushed by Goku. Come at me together. None of you are a match for this king anyway. Frieza, this time, you are undoubtedly doomed. Li Feng roared, swiftly gathering energy. An astonishing surge of power erupted from him, a white whirlwind swirling around as energy reverberated in the air, causing tremors to ripple through the land. Mountains crumbled, rivers split, and the entire continent quaked. Li Feng's aura continued to escalate. Damn it, why is it still impossible? I am already furious. Why can't I transform into a Super Saiyan? Li Feng seethed with anger at his own helplessness, pondering what step remained before he could achieve that transformation. Oof, this ends here. Frieza sensed Li Feng's rising energy. Though it was indeed increasing, it posed no threat to him. He raised his right hand and began to gather energy. With a swift motion, red and black energy began to intertwine, swirling at Frieza's fingertips until it coalesced into a massive energy sphere that rapidly expanded like an inflating balloon. Go perish with this planet. Frieza bellowed. Planet Destruction Ball. Boom. The enormous red-black energy sphere hurtled toward Li Feng, who was still concentrating. This is bad. Too fast. Goku's pupils constricted as the massive sphere neared Li Feng, realizing he lacked the time to intervene. Is this the end? Witnessing the terrifying orb, Vegeta resigned himself to despair and closed his eyes. Li Feng braced himself against the massive sphere, feeling the horrific energy searing his hands as he let out a roar. His feet were pinned down by the destruction ball, sinking deeper into the ground. Would he truly abandon everything? No. From the brink of death, life would emerge anew. In an instant, Li Feng's pupils turned emerald green. Chapter 31, Li Feng, Super Saiyan. With a fierce cry, Li Feng's pupils gleamed in intense green. As he shouted, the oppressive force of the planet destruction ball suddenly halted its advance. Swish, 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 like an ancient beast breaking free. A formidable golden aura radiated from Li Feng's being. In that moment, Li Feng felt an inexhaustible vitality coursing through every cell of his body. Energy surging forth from within him. Boom. The destruction ball he had been controlling felt as though it could be easily repelled. What? How is this possible? Back at you, Li Feng shouted, unleashing a staggering wave of energy that propelled the destruction ball back towards Frieza. No, Frieza gasped, witnessing the destruction ball he had conjured mercilessly consume him. Boom. A cataclysmic roar reverberated through the heavens, giving rise to a magnificent mushroom cloud. In its wake, mountains shattered. The earth trembled, and the seas surged. The entire planet quaked under the weight of this terrifying energy. After a prolonged moment, as the dust settled and debris danced in the air, a figure radiating golden light stood resolutely upon the ground. The ominous aura, the blazing flames, all proclaimed the presence of the mightiest being at that moment. Li Feng erupted in a dazzling golden glow, his hair standing on end, transforming from black to gold, his pupils shifting to a vibrant green. His muscles swelled, and a frigid demeanor enveloped him. This was the Super Saiyan. The golden light surrounding Li Feng flickered incessantly, akin to a radiant asteroid. At this juncture, Piccolo and Gohan arrived, witnessing the transformed Li Feng with astonishment. Goku, pushing aside a massive boulder, gazed at Li Feng, equally astounded by the sheer magnitude of his power. Li Feng glanced at his battle device and noted his current battle power, 250 million. This level of power equated to that of future Trunks, who would arrive on Earth 3 years hence to annihilate Mecha Frieza. This was the Super Saiyan transformation. Goku, Gohan. You too shall attain this form in the future. Although they were at a considerable distance, Li Feng's heightened senses allowed him to overhear their conversation, prompting him to explain. What? A Super Saiyan? Is this not a myth said to manifest once every 1,000 years? How can it truly exist? Vegeta, taken aback, realized the truth behind the legend. Yet, it is no great feat. Any Saiyan who diligently trains can achieve the Super Saiyan transformation, Li Feng remarked nonchalantly. Suddenly, a disheveled figure emerged from the lingering smoke. Frieza was not dead. However, he appeared utterly battered. A significant portion of his tail was severed, his left arm hung limply, clearly broken. And his body was marred with injuries, barely clinging to life. Oh, you're still alive? Truly, you resemble a tenacious cockroach, Li Feng jeered once more. Curse you. Frieza seethed with rage, unable to fathom how he had been reduced to such a pitiful state. What nonsense about Super Saiyans. This time, I shall obliterate you with my full strength. With that, Frieza clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he began to gather energy anew. A surge of purple energy erupted from Frieza, growing ever larger. One day, I shall defeat you, Li Feng cockroached, as he gazed at the figure enveloped in golden flames. Vegeta silently resolved to himself. Yet, regardless of how Frieza's energy surged, it paled in comparison to the overwhelming might of Li Feng, akin to the sun itself. As Frieza completed his transformation, his previously emaciated form was now rippling with muscle, and his injuries had somewhat mended. His current state mirrored that of the original saga, with the protagonist shifted from Goku to Li Feng. Come, Frieza, what other tricks do you have up your sleeve? Li Feng taunted, beckoning Frieza with a flick of his finger. What Super Saiyan? Die? Frieza could hardly believe that the ancient prophecy regarding his ancestors was true. As a member of the Frost Demon clan, his forebear, Chilled, had warned him to steer clear of the Super Saiyans, lest he face utter annihilation. Boom. Frieza's fierce strike landed solidly on Li Feng. Yet, it was not Li Feng who cried out in agony, but Frieza himself. In that fleeting moment of impact, Frieza felt as though his fist had collided with an unyielding wall, the overwhelming force rebounding upon him. Is that all you've got? Frieza, have you not eaten? Li Feng stood with his arms crossed, entirely dismissive of Frieza's onslaught. At this juncture, he was far stronger than Goku after his transformation into a Super Saiyan in the original tale. Even standing still, Frieza could not breach his defenses. Upon arriving at the scene, Piccolo could finally comprehend the terrifying prowess of Li Feng. Frieza, consumed by impotent rage, launched a relentless assault on Li Feng. Bang, 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 bang. After a flurry of strikes, Frieza's attacks proved utterly ineffective, completely thwarted by that golden aura. How is this possible? Frieza was genuinely afraid this time, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He had unleashed his full power, yet had inflicted not a scratch upon his opponent. To his astonishment, he had even suffered a counterattack. Enough, it's my turn. After testing his defenses, Li Feng was ready to counterattack. As his words fell, they resonated in Frieza's ears like the tolling of a death knell. Boom. A single punch struck Frieza's abdomen, causing it to cave in instantly. Cough. Only then did Frieza's senses catch up, and he spat out a mouthful of bile. Humph. Boom. 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 The unfortunate Frieza was once again reduced to a mere punching bag, receiving a severe beating. Finally, with a series of devastating blows culminating in a flying kick, Li Feng sent Frieza hurtling into the sea. Splash. Like a torpedo detonating, he pierced through to the ocean floor. The water roiled and surged with great waves. Chapter 32. The Elimination of Frieza. Splash. Like a torpedo detonating, he pierced through to the ocean floor. The water roiled and surged with great waves. How incredibly powerful. Gohan, watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but exclaim. At that moment, Li Feng resembled a golden war god, radiating an astonishing aura. Is this the true essence of a Super Saiyan? Goku also felt this remarkable energy. Among those present, apart from Frieza and Li Feng, he was the strongest, making him acutely aware of Li Feng's terrifying prowess. The Saiyan race truly represents a formidable adversary, Piccolo remarked, also drenched in cold sweat. He had previously reveled in his own newfound energy, only to realize the vast chasm between his strength and that of Li Feng. A Super Saiyan. This prince is certain he can achieve it too. Vegeta's eyes gleamed with envy and an insatiable thirst for power. Frieza, is this all you are capable of? Li Feng quietly unleashed his golden aura in the air. Boom. From the depths of the ocean, a vortex appeared, and Frieza's beleaguered form emerged from the water. How is this possible? Frieza gasped in horror. Having already reached his ultimate form, why is he still unable to defeat Li Feng? Is this Super Saiyan truly that formidable? I refuse to accept it. Frieza reignites his violet aura, arms outstretched, unleashing beams of purple energy. The death rays once again surge forth. A veritable meteor shower of violet streaks hurtling towards Li Feng. The golden aura enveloping Li Feng intensifies, effortlessly shielding him from Frieza's lethal onslaught. At this moment, Li Feng's power exceeds Frieza's by more than double. Indeed, within the Dragon Ball universe, when there exists such a vast disparity in strength, even the opponent's defenses become insurmountable. Frieza, consumed by fear and dissatisfaction, resorts to a prince's trick, channeling his energy into a terrifying release. The energy erupts violently, evaporating the seawater and churning the waves. Yet amidst the swirling vortex, his figure remains as steadfast as a mountain. Before long, mist envelopes the scene, obscuring the imposing silhouette in the sky. Huffing and puffing, Frieza's gaze remains fixed on the fog. A gentle breeze sweeps through, dispersing the haze. Has he vanished? Frieza, entirely focused on locating the figure concealed within the mist, is taken aback to find that Li Feng has indeed disappeared. Could it be that the man has perished at his hands? Frieza's mind races with wild imaginings. Where are you looking? A chilling voice echoes from above. What? When did this happen? Piccolo, observing from a distance, finally notices Li Feng hovering above Frieza's head. Frieza quickly looks up, only to find the golden figure mockingly gazing down at him. Impossible. My attack clearly struck Li Feng. How could he be unscathed? And when did he appear there? A torrent of questions floods Frieza's mind, but with each thought, his dread and anxiety deepen. This is the end for you, Frieza. Li Feng declares coldly, arms crossed. Though it is merely a simple statement, to Frieza's ears, it tolls like a death knell. Wait. Frieza pleads. I will leave this planet. I concede that you are the strongest in this world. Please let me go. What? That terrifying fiend is begging for mercy. Piccolo, with his extraordinary hearing, catches Frieza's desperate cries. Frieza, you have your day of reckoning. Vegeta laughs with satisfaction, knowing that Li Feng is destined to triumph in this battle. Oh, is that so? Li Feng feigns contemplation. Yet unexpectedly, Frieza's expression morphs into a grotesque snarl as he observes Li Feng drawing nearer. Die. Suddenly, as Li Feng approaches, Frieza hurls a purple death slice. Watch out. Goku gasps in horror. At such close range, even Li Feng could sustain severe injuries if struck. A slight smirk plays on Li Feng's lips. He had anticipated Frieza's cunning, expecting a sneak attack and deliberately presenting an opening, proving that his foresight was indeed accurate. Li Feng gently grasped with his right hand, and the violet disc resembling the Chi Yuan slash was obediently immobilized. Boom. Subsequently, Li Feng, like one popping a balloon, effortlessly shattered the death cut that Frieza prided himself on. What? How is this possible? Frieza could hardly believe it. Li Feng had reacted in an instant and easily obliterated his esteemed death cut. So this is how it's done. Before he could finish his thought, Li Feng unleashed his own Chi Yuan slash. Whoosh. This time, Frieza was caught off guard, and his already injured tail was severed once more. Frieza screamed in agony, purple blood gushing from his mouth and tail. Wait, I was wrong. Please spare me. This ends here. Frieza, you may now face your demise. Having grown weary of the game, Li Feng's gaze hardened, and a murderous intent emanated from him. No. Frieza, sensing Li Feng's lethal aura, was struck with terror and hastily erupted with energy, fleeing at once. Whoosh. Boom. In the blink of an eye, Frieza's violet aura vanished into the ether. Can you escape? Li Feng bellowed, unleashing a golden aura. Whirl. A golden whirlwind ignited once more, the released energy sweeping across the land, waves surging, and the earth trembling. Turtle. Li Feng's hands drew together near his waist. Came. Azure energy began to coalesce. Chi. A dazzling blue light intensified alongside the golden aura. Power. A sphere of blue energy materialized, radiating terrifying and resplendent brilliance. Wave. Whoosh. Just as the words left his lips, Li Feng suddenly vanished. Where did Uncle Li Feng go? Gohan felt the terrifying aura of Li Feng abruptly dissipate. He must have gone after Frieza. That technique is truly fearsome. Goku also sensed that Li Feng's presence had shifted far away. Over there. Vegeta instantly detected Li Feng's aura, at least several thousand miles distant, and hurriedly flared his energy to catch up. The others likewise soared toward Li Feng's direction. Wave. Just as Frieza reveled in his escape from Li Feng's clutches, a golden figure suddenly materialized before him, followed by a massive blue energy wave crashing down upon him. No. Frieza was engulfed by the relentless Kamehameha. Chapter 33, Fragments of Time and Space, A Wish. No. Frieza was mercilessly consumed by Li Feng's Kamehameha. The blue beam pierced through the mountains, dispersing the clouds. As the dust settled, Frieza's form had completely vanished. The cosmic tyrant had turned to dust. Ding. Mission accomplished. Defeat Frieza. Mission reward. 1 time-space fragment. The system notification confirmed to Li Feng that Frieza had truly vanished. He then noticed the peculiar nature of the reward issued by the system and inquired further. This Dragon Ball universe is 1807, the time-space fragments originated from other parallel universes. Due to the influence of certain unknown forces, the time-space power of this universe is incomplete, resulting in significant historical alterations. Collecting 7 time-space fragments will allow them to merge into the time-space pearl. The purpose is to stabilize this universe and enable the user to traverse it without limitations. So, how can one obtain the time-space fragments? Feng inquired. In addition to the tasks assigned by the system, repairing history and traversing to other parallel universes may also yield such fragments, came the system's reply. Which universe does this time-space fragment correspond to? It belongs to Universe 1207, the universe where future Trunks and Goten reside. So it is the universe of future Trunks. It seems the journey ahead is still long and arduous. To traverse other universes, one must possess formidable strength. Otherwise, one would merely be delivering meals from the past. Although I have now attained the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan, my battle power, as assessed by the system, is comparable to that of future Trunks when he first arrived on Earth. Confronting the future androids and Cell still appears to be a daunting challenge. Feng once again reaffirmed his resolve to grow stronger. Swish, 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 swish. At this moment, Goku and the others flew in. Wow, Uncle Feng, did you eliminate that demon? Goten gazed at Feng with admiration. Of course. Frieza has been obliterated to the last speck, Feng replied with a smile. Feng, have you gathered all the Dragon Balls? Was that power we just felt from the Elder a Super Saiyan transformation? Piccolo inquired, intrigued by Feng's strength. Indeed, this is the Super Saiyan form. With a flourish, Feng effortlessly gathered energy, and in an instant, a golden aura erupted, dispersing the others. Is this the Super Saiyan? Vegeta exclaimed, both nervous and exhilarated. Sensing the ferocity and brutality of this power, Goku wiped the sweat from his brow and asked, did you just say that all Saiyans can achieve this transformation? Is that true? What? Kakarot? Are you serious? Vegeta, filled with excitement, turned to Feng with urgency. If he too could master such a formidable transformation, it would significantly enhance his strength. Indeed, any Saiyan can become a Super Saiyan through training. Even I can. Goten asked, filled with envy and disbelief. Absolutely. Saiyans are a naturally combative race. The warrior instinct lies dormant within, requiring constant training to unleash their true potential, Feng explained. The conditions for transformation are anger and a robust physical foundation. Currently, Goku would need to double his strength to have a chance at transforming. Vegeta and Goten would need considerable training as well. Curse you, Kakarot. I will not be defeated by you. Vegeta declared with renewed determination, challenging Goku. Oh, I need to double my strength, huh? Fine. I will grow stronger too. Goku, undeterred by Feng's assessment, felt invigorated. I will also become a Super Saiyan. Young Goten echoed, equally fired up. All right, let us head to the Elder. He must be waiting for us to make our wish. With that, they soared towards the Elder's location, with Piccolo and the others following in Feng's wake. Suddenly, all the strength in his body ebbed away like the receding tide, and the aching of his muscles surged forth with a vengeance. Hiss! Feng could not help but draw in a sharp breath. It appeared that he had not yet fully adapted to his transformation into a Super Saiyan. Perhaps he should consume a Senzu Bean first. Munch, munch, whoosh. Indeed. After consuming the Senzu Bean, his body was once again invigorated, and his foundational strength had risen. The Saiyan physique was simply extraordinary. At that moment, Feng's base combat power reached 5,500,000. In less than a few minutes, the 4 of them arrived at the Grand Elder's chamber. Thank you for your patience, mighty warrior. We have gathered the Dragon Balls you requested, rasped the Grand Elder's voice. Very well, summon the Eternal Dragon, Feng replied. Naru took the place of the Grand Elder, placing the Dragon Balls outside, and then reciting the Namekian incantation. Feng had always harbored a curiosity as to why the entire world spoke the same language while the Namekian tongue differed. Well, no matter. Some things are simply part of the setting. Blah blah blah. Upon completing the incantation, the 7 Dragon Balls, each the size of a soccer ball, emitted a radiant orange light, and 7 beams shot skyward. Whoosh. The day was instantaneously transformed into night, and a colossal green figure materialized in the sky. Unlike the Eternal Dragon of Earth, the Namekian dragon was more than twice its size, resembling a muscular titan, or rather, a muscular dragon, with rippling muscles and even defined abs. No matter how many times he had seen the dragon, experiencing it in person was utterly breathtaking. Feng marveled. State your wishes. Whatever they may be, I can grant you 3, proclaimed the Namekian dragon. For my first wish, I wish for the innocent lives taken by Frieza and his army to be revived, Feng said to Naru. Blah blah blah. Naru invoked the wish in Namekian. This is simple. The dragon's eyes gleamed, and a crimson light enveloped the earth. Soon, many Namekians appeared, gazing at one another in bewilderment. Huh, they really have been resurrected. Naru exclaimed excitedly. Oh, so this is the Namekian dragon? If only I could make a wish, Vegeta mused, a mischievous thought crossing his mind. However, Noticing Li Feng cast a sidelong glance his way, he quickly deflated. Never mind, Frieza is dead anyway, and that Li Feng is incredibly strong. Making a wish would be of no consequence to me. I should focus on finding a way to become a Super Saiyan instead. Vegeta was now even more intrigued by the prospect of transforming into a Super Saiyan. Your first wish has been granted, the dragon announced. Li Feng prepared to voice his second wish. What? Are you certain? Naru initially assumed that all 3 wishes would be for Li Feng's own benefit and was somewhat reluctant. But now he realized that Li Feng was indeed a great benefactor to Namek. Very well, let it be so, Naru declared, his heart brimming with excitement as he made the wish. Whoosh! A flash of red light swept across the desolate lands of Namek, restoring them to vibrant life. For your third wish, please make sure to wish for something for yourself, Naru said gratefully. Without your prompting, I would have accomplished this myself. Please resurrect the innocents who perished due to the onslaught of the Saiyans, said Li Feng. With a flash of crimson light, the dragon once again wielded its divine power. Chapter 34. Return to Earth in a surge of red light. The dragon utilized its mystical abilities once more. Your wishes have all been fulfilled. Farewell. A brilliant flash ensued, and the dragon vanished, the sky regaining its hues as the 7 orbs transformed into stone and scattered. Mr. Li Feng, your desires have been entirely realized. We express our heartfelt gratitude once more. Naru bowed deeply. He was acutely aware of the ferocity of the recent battle. Had Li Feng failed to vanquish that demon, Namek would have been lost forever. Li Feng's defeat of Frieza not only avenged the Namekians, but also fulfilled 2 wishes to restore Namek to its former state. A tremendous act of kindness. Do not worry, please convey my regards to the elder. We must take our leave. Li Feng waved his hand dismissively. Vegeta scoffed. Do not be so vain, Vegeta. I never claimed it was Earth, Li Feng chuckled. There exists a natural arena for combat. I shall train there subsequently. What? Is that true? Li Feng, you must take me with you. Upon hearing of the training, Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement, eagerly imploring Li Feng to include him. Damn it. Kakarot, you will not sneak off alone. Wait, Li Feng, I wish to join as well. Vegeta, upon hearing of the training, hastily set aside his pride and implored Li Feng. That is simple. Our destination is Planet Yardrat, Li Feng replied with a smile, then soared toward the spacecraft. Such a thing exists? Piccolo expressed his astonishment. Place your hands upon my shoulder, Li Feng instructed, silently attuning himself to Earth's energy. Vegeta, though curious about Li Feng's instantaneous movement, begrudgingly placed his hand on Li Feng's shoulder, followed by Goku, Gohan, and Piccolo. I've located them, though distanced. The presence of Krillin and the others was relatively easy to discern amidst the vastness. Whoosh! In an instant, the group vanished. Earth, West City. Oh dear, Chi-Chi. Do not fret over them. Li Feng and the others are so powerful, they will surely defeat the enemies. Krillin comforted Chi-Chi nearby. But Gohan is still so young. What if something happens? After only a few exchanges, Chi-Chi buried her face in Bulma's arms, weeping once more. Bulma, with gentle words, consoled her. This has occurred repeatedly. At first, it was somewhat normal, but now Chi-Chi complains almost daily. I had to enlist Krillin and the other warriors' support. Yet, Bulma's worries and longing for Li Feng grew increasingly profound. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept through, revealing the forms of 5 individuals on the ground. Huh, is this truly Earth? Goku scratched his head, astonished by Li Feng's instantaneous movement. Ah, it's Mom. Gohan spotted Chi-Chi and rushed toward her. Wait, am I seeing things? Is that Gohan? Gohan, my Gohan! Chi-Chi cried out, overwhelmed with emotion. Chi-Chi embraced Gohan, tears of worry and joy streaming down her face. Li Feng greeted Bulma warmly. At the sight of the familiar figure before her, Bulma could not contain her longing and rushed towards Li Feng like a fledgling returning to its nest. You scoundrel! You've been gone for so long. Feeling Bulma's embrace, Li Feng sensed her affection and yearning and hurried to console her. Vegeta, unable to tolerate such a scene, departed alone. He had previously promised Li Feng that he would train on Yardrat and refrain from harming innocents or wreaking havoc on Earth. Piccolo also withdrew by himself, recognizing that Yardrat was not the right place for him. His journey to Namek had fulfilled his desires, and now he sought solitude in his training. Not wishing to fall behind the Saiyans. It's all right. He no longer poses any threat to us. Li Feng recounted his experiences on Namek to everyone. Upon hearing about foes on Namek, even more terrifying than Vegeta, the group felt a shiver of fear and tension. However, when they learned that Li Feng had transformed into a Super Saiyan, excitement and exhilaration surged among them, particularly for Bulma, who clung tightly to Li Feng's arm. Though she was not present during the perilous moments, she could vividly imagine the danger, causing her to hold on even more tightly, silently expressing her anxiety and concern. This is how it is. In a month, we will depart for Yardrat to train. Li Feng concluded his tale of Namek and shared his future plans. What? So soon again? Bulma tightened her grip on him, frowning. But there's still a month left. I will spend this time with you, Li Feng reassured her, eventually gaining her consent. To celebrate our safe return, I'll treat everyone today. Let us indulge. As the wealthiest person on Earth, Bulma showcased her generosity. And with a grand gesture, various household robots appeared to prepare a feast. Hooray! The group cheered and joined in the revelry. As Saiyans, their appetites were insatiable, akin to that of a transformed gorilla. Feng, Goku, Gohan, and others devoured food in quantities that would satisfy hundreds, showing no signs of stopping. Eventually, Vegeta arrived, embodying the spirit of a determined eater, joining the gastronomic extravaganza until they were all thoroughly sated. Oh dear, it's late, we should rest now. Good night, Bulma, Feng, Mrs. Brief said with a smile as she took her husband's hand and departed. Good night, Mrs. Brief, Mr. Brief. Good night, Dad, Mom. Later that night, Bulma expressed her longing, worries, dissatisfaction, excitement, and joy to Feng, who, as a robust Saiyan, embraced all her emotions, leading both of them to a profound elevation of their bond. Chapter 35, Yardrat. The next day, Feng fulfilled his promise, setting aside training to spend quality time with Bulma. In the morning, he accompanied her for a date in the city. As Feng piloted the hovering vehicle, immersed in the myriad of technological marvels that Earth had to offer, he couldn't help but feel a profound sense of admiration for the wonders of high technology. It is undeniable that the Brief family's ascent to wealth was well-deserved. Their innovative capsule technology was ubiquitous, and the practicality of spatial compression was truly remarkable. Bulma fully embraced her affluent persona, purchasing anything that caught her eye with unrestrained enthusiasm. As a Saiyan, Feng found himself relegated to the role of a mere porter, trailing behind with goods taller than himself. No matter how powerful a Super Saiyan he was, he had to concede to the might of wealth and play the part of a kept man. In the evenings, Feng showcased an insatiable appetite, startling guests with his voraciousness. In a fit of extravagance, Bulma purchased an entire restaurant, hiring chefs to cater specifically to Feng's culinary desires. Once again, he marveled at the allure of money, indulging like a glutton as he devoured the feast before him. In the days that followed, the duo traversed various continents, indulging in the bustling shopping districts, amusement parks, cinemas, and other romantic locales typical of couples. They explored majestic mountains, serene lakes, and vast oceans, reveling in the beauty of nature. Additionally, Feng harnessed his ability to manipulate energy, soaring through the skies with Bulma, teaching her the fundamentals of energy control and basic flight. In the Dragon Ball world, even ordinary individuals could learn to harness energy and take to the skies with practice. Witnessing Bulma's exhilaration and joy during her first flight filled Feng with profound happiness. She was the woman he cherished, and he felt a deep responsibility to protect her and the world. A month passed like a sweet honeymoon, the two of them inseparable. However, the day of parting arrived, and Feng reluctantly made the decision to leave. He understood that he could not remain lost in the comforts of affection. His strength was still insufficient, and without improvement, he would be ill-equipped to face the formidable foes that lay ahead. With a swift motion, Feng teleported to the location of Goku and Vegeta. During this month, Vegeta had gradually tempered his fierceness, influenced by Goku's demeanor, and his character began to shift. His ambition was to surpass both Feng and Goku. While his strength still paled in comparison to Goku's, he was steadily growing stronger. Feng silently assessed their combat power using the system's battle gauge. Goku, 1,600, 000, Vegeta, 100, 000. Indeed, engaging with the strong was the most effective path to rapid enhancement of one's abilities. To Yardrat. Feng had previously discussed his plans with King Kai. Obtaining the coordinates of Yardrat was essential for empowering Goku, Vegeta, and others to protect Earth. King Kai had agreed and provided him with the necessary coordinates. With this knowledge, Feng could sense the energy of any living being, and soon located the presence of the Yardratans. With a swift motion, Goku and Vegeta grasped Feng's shoulders, and together they executed the instant transmission technique. Thud, thud, thud. The trio successfully arrived on Yardrat. What awaited them? Is this what you refer to as Planet Vegeta? It appears rather unremarkable. Goku, sensing the ground beneath him, noted that the gravity is quite akin to that of Earth. I just detected a chaotic aura in this place. Evidently, something has transpired here. Feng also sensed an anomaly in the atmosphere. Suddenly, a resounding boom followed by a series of sharp noises echoed from the distance. Humph, combat already upon our arrival? Just as I wished. Upon hearing the sounds of battle, Vegeta's excitement surged as he swiftly propelled himself towards the source of the tumult. Feng and Goku followed suit. In the distance, a cacophony of laughter erupted. Yardrat people, surrender your clan's secret techniques, or face annihilation. A group of aliens clad in battle attire unleashed a barrage of laser weaponry. You shall not succeed. Our clan's secrets will never be entrusted to evil beings such as yourselves, exclaimed a pink-skinned individual adorned in white and black armor, blood trickling from his arm as he gritted his teeth in defiance. Continuing down this path is futile, their combat prowess is weak, and they would soon be decimated. However, Relinquishing the secrets of instant transmission and fusion is entirely out of the question. The wounded Hydration was in turmoil when he suddenly noticed 3 powerful figures appearing on the battlefield. Humph, these insignificant beings are donning Frieza's army uniforms? Vegeta's keen eye quickly discerned the invaders were likely soldiers of Frieza. Who are you? Those who dare impede Frieza's army shall perish. One of the grotesque green-skinned aliens demanded. It seems your information is dreadfully outdated. I have already slain Frieza, Feng replied coolly. Nonsense. King Frieza just departed for Namek a month ago. He must have been detained by some matter. You shall die alongside the Hydrations. Everyone, please evacuate immediately. This place is exceedingly perilous. The injured Hydration implored the trio, who were unarmored. Fear not, dear Hydration. I shall deal with these pests, Feng reassured them lightly. No. They are formidable. Do not recklessly engage. You risk your lives. Initially, the Hydration was anxious for their safety. But upon witnessing Feng and the others vanish in an instant, Frieza's soldiers fell like wheat before a scythe. Was that instant transmission? No. Their speed is simply astonishing. How are they so powerful? The onlooking Hydrations were astounded by Feng and his companions' might. It seems the heavens favor our clan. Salvation is at hand. Tears of relief streamed down their faces. Humph, these weaklings are hardly a warm-up. After dispatching the last of Frieza's minions, Vegeta snorted disdainfully. Esteemed heroes, we are immensely grateful for your assistance. Please, follow us. Our chief wishes to express his gratitude, one of the leading Hydrations announced. But before that, do you have anything to eat? Goku inquired, patting his stomach with a grin. Humph, Kakarot, how utterly embarrassing, Vegeta scoffed. It's quite all right, esteemed heroes. The chief has prepared a sumptuous feast to welcome you. Ah, Vegeta, if you possess such prowess, then do refrain from departing. What? Impossible. You shall not escape. Thus, the 2 lively characters engage in their daily banter. Chapter 36, The Special Training on Adrat Star. 3 insatiable Gurmans voraciously devour the delectable offerings on the table, transforming into ravenous gorillas. This grilled meat is quite exquisite. Hey, Kakarot, that piece belongs to me. Oh, what's the big deal? Wait, Vegeta. Why did you consume my sushi? What do you mean yours? I laid eyes on it first. How cunning, Vegeta. Hold on, Feng. How do you manage to snatch things so swiftly? That dish looks absolutely delightful. The Saiyans, when it comes to feasting, are utterly unrelenting, nearly coming to blows. Yet the food on the table diminishes rapidly, each indulging in portions meant for hundreds, leaving the Adrat people in bewilderment. Burp. After a thorough onslaught, empty bowls and plates litter the ground, and Feng and his companions finally express their satisfaction with a hearty belch. Esteemed warriors, I trust the meal suited your palates? The chief wiped the sweat from his brow and spoke cautiously. Thank you for your hospitality. The cuisine is truly to our liking, replied Feng, wiping his mouth. Esteemed heroes, please allow us to once again express our gratitude for saving my kin. With that, the chief rose and respectfully bowed to Feng and the others. With the Adrat people following suit in their expressions of thanks, there is no need for excessive pleasantries. Our primary purpose for visiting Adrat Star is to learn, Feng revealed. Oh, may I inquire what you wish to learn? The chief inquired, puzzled. Your instantaneous movement. This. The chief furrowed his brow, hesitating. Vegeta, observing the chief's indecision, felt a surge of discontent. In truth, Feng had previously informed Vegeta and Goku that during their visit to Adrat Star, they must master instantaneous movement, otherwise he would not take them away. Chief, that is not permissible. It is a secret of our clan, and we cannot share it with others. Indeed, what if they turn out to be like that previous group? Someone from the back reminded. Silence. The chief, overhearing his kin's discussion, immediately admonished them. Regardless, they have indeed saved our clan, and given their immense strength, there is no need for deceit. The chief addressed his subordinates. However, to be candid with you, esteemed heroes, our clan finds itself in a precarious situation. Aside from the previous group, we are beset almost daily by other extraterrestrial colonizers wreaking havoc on our planet and harming our people. Our clan's combat prowess is woefully inadequate, and many have perished. It is not that I wish to withhold knowledge from you. Rather, we simply lack the time. The chief divulged his hardships. Then we can assist you in driving away those with ill intentions. Fret not, for we are quite formidable, Goku declared, patting his chest. Indeed, I have just defeated their king, Frieza. The news has yet to reach them. If they learn of Frieza's demise, they should be too preoccupied to come here and cause further trouble, Feng explained slowly. Is what you said truly the case? Have you really slain the terrifying cosmic tyrant Frieza? The chieftain expressed his astonishment. Frieza's notorious reputation was widespread, known by nearly every inhabitant of the cosmos. Mere words could not suffice to substantiate such a claim. Feng rose, raising his voice in a resounding declaration. With a flourish, a golden whirlwind erupted once more from Feng, his aura enveloping the entire arena. As he opened his eyes, his pupils transformed into a vibrant emerald. His hair standing erect and turning golden, a primal, fearsome energy surging forth. The ground beneath him was instantly crushed, trembling as the winds howled. A torrent of energy continuously erupted from his being. The Yadoratans were thrown back by the force of his transformation, rendered speechless by the terror of his might. Is this what it means to be a Super Saiyan? One day, I too shall ascend to such a height. Goku gazed upon the golden figure. His resolve to grow stronger solidified. I shall undoubtedly reach this realm before Kakarot, Vegeta thought enviously. How formidable. This aura confirms Lord Li Feng's words are not mere fabrications. The chieftain, seasoned and astute, was the first to regain his composure. As a Yadoratan, he possessed an innate sensitivity to energy. The aura emanating from Li Feng in his Super Saiyan form was evidently far superior to that of Frieza, whom they had previously encountered. Now do you believe? Li Feng addressed them. Esteemed benefactors, you believe, without a doubt. Very well, let us engage in a transaction. No problem. It is settled then. I represent the Yadoratans in welcoming you. The Yadoratan extended his hand, and Li Feng reciprocated, sealing their agreement. The days that followed were filled with arduous training and learning. Each morning, Goku, Vegeta, and Li Feng would study instant transmission from the chieftain, engage in tumultuous battles in the afternoons, and feast heartily at night, leading fulfilling lives. Despite having learned the basics of instant transmission with the aid of the system, Li Feng attentively absorbed the Yadoratan's teachings. Their unique approach to energy manipulation provided him with deeper insights into the principles of instant transmission, laying the groundwork for mastering the advanced technique. After resolving several alien invasion incidents, the outsiders became aware of the formidable guardians protecting the planet. Furthermore, upon learning of Frieza's definitive demise, they ceased their attacks on Yadorat, and peace was restored. However, the vast planet bore scars from the battles fought, with many terrains marred beyond recognition. Although the skirmishes had occurred in desolate areas, the aftermath wreaked havoc, causing mountains to crumble, debris to scatter, and waves to surge violently. The Yadoratans had long grown accustomed to the disturbances caused by their battles. The three Saiyans, despite the extensive destruction they inadvertently caused, had indeed rendered significant assistance. Beyond vanquishing foes, they took on roles as laborers, transporting heavy loads, and contributing to the construction of new villages for the Yadoratans. Li Feng, Son Wukong, and Vegeta, among others, have certainly reaped significant rewards over the course of a year. Firstly, their combat power has drastically increased, with their baseline combat strengths now standing as follows: Li Feng, 20,000,000, Son Wukong, 6,000,000, Vegeta, 4,000,000. The enhancement in their abilities is remarkable. Son Wukong and Vegeta have reached the minimum threshold required to transform into Super Saiyans, yet they remain just shy of achieving that transformation. However, they have entirely mastered the instant transmission technique and have additionally learned the fusion technique, despite their insistence that they would never fuse. Meanwhile, Li Feng has refined his basic instant transmission skills, and through a year of diligent study, he has learned to teleport using absolute coordinates, akin to the technique employed by the god Gebet, thus garnering substantial growth. Chapter 37, King Cold, The Revenge of Cooler. While Li Feng and his companions were training on the planet Adrat, a colossal spaceship traversed the pitch-black cosmos at great speed. At the heart of the vessel sat two figures. The foremost individual towered over 3 meters in height, with a robust physique, skin of a purplish hue harder than steel, and sharp horns protruding from his head. His arms and shins were adorned with white bony armor, emanating a chilling aura, resembling a demon from the depths of hell. Strikingly similar to Frieza's second form, this imposing figure was King Cold, Frieza's father. How long until we reach Earth? King Cold inquired elegantly, swirling a goblet in his right hand. Those accursed Saiyans, I shall personally eradicate them, responded the other seated figure. He crossed his arms, his blood-red eyes glinting with a dangerous gleam, streaks resembling blood tears trailing beneath his eyes. His skin also bore the same purple tint, and white bony armor enveloped his form, resembling Frieza's final form, but with a more formidable and towering presence. This was Cooler, Frieza's brother. A year prior, upon learning of Frieza's campaign across various planets, Cooler had felt a sense of glee, viewing himself in competition with Frieza. However, half a year had passed without any news of Frieza. Though they typically vied for territory in the shadows, it was a matter of their clan, the Frost Demons. When his subordinates uncovered that Frieza had been slain by the Saiyans, Cooler erupted in fury. Frieza could only be killed by his own hand. Yet now, it was the very Saiyans who had long oppressed their clan that had brought about his demise. Initially, Cooler had intended to seek vengeance alone, but upon King Cold learning of the news, both were consumed with rage and immediately joined forces to seek out information. After extensive inquiries, they discovered that the Saiyan responsible for Frieza's death resided on a planet known as Earth. To think someone would dare to kill Frieza. This is an outright provocation against our Frost Demon clan. King Cold declared vehemently. Saiyans, this time I shall ensure your complete extermination. With a resounding crack, he crushed the goblet in his hand, releasing an aura of terror that sent shivers through his subordinates. On Earth, at Bowsy Mountain, a young boy lay on the ground, resting his head upon his hands. Gohan murmured. Due to his previous escapade on Namek, Gohan had incurred the wrath of Chi-Chi, resulting in a 6-month house arrest. Nevertheless, he clandestinely sought out Piccolo to train and alleviate the monotony of his days. He found himself envious of Li Feng's formidable transformation into a Super Saiyan. And under the influence of this admiration, the seeds of strength began to take root within him. With his potential initially tapped, Gohan delved deeper into his capabilities. And through relentless battles and an unwavering resolve to grow stronger, his combat power surged from the 110,000 developed on Namek to an astounding 1,000,000, far surpassing his counterpart in the original narrative. Suddenly, Gohan's expression shifted as he sensed two incredibly powerful auras rapidly approaching Earth. His demeanor grew tense, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. These auras bore an unsettling resemblance to Frieza's, one slightly weaker and the other vastly more powerful. How could this be? Wasn't Frieza annihilated by Uncle Li Feng? Could they be his kin? A sense of urgency washed over him as he sprang to his feet and darted toward the location of the impending spacecraft. During his flight, he detected a familiar aura. It was Uncle Krillin. As he drew closer, he found Krillin racing toward the same destination. Gohan, did you feel that? Krillin inquired. Yes, Uncle Krillin. It's infuriating. Who could those two powerful presences be? Are they here to wreak havoc on Earth? Krillin furrowed his brow. I suspect they might be Frieza's allies. Gohan shared his hypothesis, recounting the events on Namek. Upon hearing this, Krillin broke into a cold sweat. If that's the case, Earth is in grave danger. We must lay low and inform the others. We need to locate Li Feng and his companions immediately. Agreed. That's our only option. Although they have grown stronger, they are still no match for Cooler and King Cold. As they approached the landing site of the spacecraft, the number of people gathering increased. Tian Shinhan, Kaiatsu, Unkha, and Master Roshi had all arrived. They hid among the trees, sensing the terrifying aura drawing closer, as if the tolling of death's bell grew louder. Bulma's longing for Li Feng intensified, her fear of never seeing her beloved again overwhelming her. With a resounding roar, a massive spaceship pierced the atmosphere, landing with a thunderous impact. What an ominous aura! Truly formidable. Gohan and the others realized the dreadfulness of these two presences as they neared. As the ship's doors opened, over 100 soldiers stepped out in perfect formation, their battle attire identical to that of Frieza's forces. Finally, two figures emerged. What? Gohan gasped in disbelief. He beheld two individuals strikingly similar to Frieza, one in his final form and the other in his second form. Though they were not Frieza himself, they belonged to the same lineage. So this is the planet where those Saiyans defeated Frieza? It appears rather picturesque. It could serve as our new stronghold. The King of Cold gradually spoke. As he activated the combat device, he was met with an unsettling silence. How can the inhabitants of this planet be so feeble? Where is that vile monkey who vanquished the Saiyans? Have we been deceived? The King of Cold's fury erupted. With a swift motion, a tremendous aura emanated from him, shattering the nearby peaks into rubble. Such terrifying power. Gohan and his companions were awestruck by the King of Cold's might, knowing that revealing their presence was absolutely imperative at this moment. Father, I have heard that those Earthlings possess the ability to conceal their energy. It seems those individuals are indeed hiding, remarked Gula coldly, hands crossed. Those wild monkeys are frightened. The King of Cold regained his composure and scoffed. Fear not, father. I have a strategy to lure them out, Gula declared with a hearty laugh. Gula's mecha squadron, heed my command. With a sharp command from Gula, 3 figures appeared before him, members of Gula's mecha squadron, Shaviza, Dre, and Nez. Although there were only 3, they were far superior to Frieza's Jinyu force. Each of you shall lead a team and unleash havoc upon this planet. I refuse to believe that every soul here has been extinguished. Those wretched Saiyans must dare to show themselves. Yes, the members of Gula's mecha squadron immediately complied, scattering to spread chaos. Hearing this, Krillin gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it, I cannot allow innocent Earthlings to suffer at their hands. Gohan clenched his fists, nearly betraying their location. Yet, a moment of impulsivity would expose everyone present. Stay calm, Gohan. Krillin swiftly restrained him. Though he too was furious, they had no chance of victory at present. The members of Gula's mecha squadron erupted in sinister laughter. Countless beings from various planets had previously met their demise at their hands. Bang, bang, bang. The mechanical army unleashed a barrage of fire, incinerating the forest and ravaging the terrain. Roar. The creatures of the forest cried out in agony, fleeing in terror. Many were struck down by the horrific lasers, collapsing to the ground, blood flowing like a river. Ha ha ha. Where are the people? Why are there only animals? Bring them to me. Shaviza cackled mercilessly. Suddenly, an aircraft zoomed overhead. Shaviza looked up, activating the combat display, disdainfully declaring, a power level below 5? Let them perish. With a swift motion, Frieza gathered a purple energy wave in his right hand and hurled it at the airborne craft, oblivious to its occupants. Bastard. Krillin shut his eyes. I'm sorry. I will resurrect you with the Dragon Balls later, he muttered through gritted teeth, unwilling to accept this fate. Stop. Chapter 38. Gohan takes action, shocking all. Stop. The kind-hearted Gohan could no longer contain himself. An energy wave shot forth, instantly deflecting Frieza's attack. Boom. As two energy waves collided and neutralized each other. The residual shock waves jolted the aircraft. However, after enduring several tumultuous moments, the plane ultimately departed safely. Gohan had saved everyone aboard. Yet the whereabouts of him and his companions were still compromised. Clenching his fists tightly, the bones crackled ominously. What? Krillin was astonished to discover that Gohan had intervened to rescue innocent lives. I will not allow you to harm the innocent, Gohan declared resolutely. Beep beep beep. As Gohan unleashed a powerful energy blast, his concealed presence was entirely revealed, triggering alarms on Frieza's combat device. Humph, has he finally shown himself? Frieza noted the reading on his device, 10,000, indicating a hidden master had indeed made an appearance. This shall serve as a warm-up, he remarked, propelling himself toward Gohan's location. Boom. The clash of fists between Frieza and Gohan echoed thunderously. What? Expecting to easily subdue Gohan, Frieza was taken aback to find that the young boy possessed immense strength, sending him flying backward. We're joining in, Krillin exclaimed, seeing Gohan engage, as he and others surged from the trees to confront various foes. Meanwhile, King Cold and Guldo remained unmoved. Quite clever, your method of luring them out, King Cold complimented. Yet Guldo furrowed his brow. No, something is amiss. Their combat power is not formidable. They lack the ability to defeat Frieza? The expression on King Cold's face darkened ominously. Regardless, eliminate them all. I refuse to believe those Saiyans will remain hidden any longer, he commanded, dispatching his own combat forces. Boom, boom, boom. The battle erupted as Tien, Yamcha, and Kaiatsu leaped into action, while Bulma, aware of her encumbrance, discreetly departed the moment Gohan engaged in combat. Her previous intense training with Li Feng proved invaluable. Although she could not enhance her energy, she could conceal her presence, evading detection by the enemy's sensors. She recognized that Krillin and the others were merely stalling for time. Should they delay any longer, they might perish. Though the Dragon Balls could revive them, like Gohan, she was compassionate and did not wish to witness her companions fall. Boom. Thud. King Cold's minions were easily dispatched in battle, falling swiftly after a mere exchange. This little brat. The once arrogant Frieza found himself effortlessly overpowered by Gohan. His self-assured battle power of 170,000 rendered as insignificant as a child facing a full-grown tiger. Gohan, filled with righteous fury against such a despicable foe, was incited by Li Feng's influence, awakening his Saiyan bloodline and charging at Frieza once more. Boom. In a fit of rage, Gohan delivered a powerful punch, forcing Frieza to double over in pain. Without pausing, Gohan struck again, sending Frieza soaring into the air with a swift kick. And then his right hand rapidly coalesced into a formidable energy wave. Boom. The energy wave, boasting a staggering combat power of over 1,000,000, struck Frieza, obliterating him into fragments. What? Captain Frieza. When the Gula Mechacordre and Nez witnessed their captain's death in an explosion, they were taken aback. Without hesitation, they unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks to drive away Krillin and Tien, who were engaged in battle with them, and flew into the fray to confront Gohan. At that moment, the combat powers of the participants were as follows. Gula's fourth form, 200,000,000. King Kurd's second form, 100,000,000. Son Gohan, 100,000,000. Dre, 185,000. Nez, 163,000. Krillin, 160,000. Tien, 130,000. Yamcha, 120,000. Kaiatsu, 50,000. Gohan's battle power had now reached 1,000,000. Growing more formidable with each moment, he unleashed his full power, facing two opponents without fear. In an instant, he sent both Dre and Nez flying with a single strike. Spurt. The two elite warriors expelled blood, utterly astonished that this young boy possessed such strength. Confronted by the invaders, Gohan showed no mercy. With his hands spread wide, he swiftly focused his energy, unleashing two energy blasts in rapid succession. No, Lord Gula, save me. Faced with Gohan's powerful attack, Dre and Nez felt the threat of death. They realized that this boy had not merely relied on luck to kill their commander, Frieza, but rather on his terrifying strength. Although they begged for mercy, it was far too late. Boom. The sky echoed with two resounding blasts as Dre and Nez were obliterated into mere fragments. Incredible, Gohan, Tien exclaimed in awe. This kid has become so strong, Krillin remarked, equally impressed. Perhaps this time we can finally put an end to those two dreadful demons, Yamcha murmured. Truly remarkable. No wonder he is Goku's son. The group marveled at Gohan's explosive power, their admiration palpable. However, sensing the overwhelming aura of Gula and King Kurd, the realization struck that despite Gohan's newfound strength, he was still far from their level. Krillin's flickering hope was doused once more. Regardless, our foremost priority should be to deal with their troops. Tien acknowledged his own limitations, but resolved to contribute nonetheless, suggesting a coordinated effort to Krillin and the other warriors. The group concurred, reigniting their spirits as they charged forward, cutting through the battlefield like a scythe through grass. Although the tide of battle seemed overwhelmingly in their favor, with the warriors advancing relentlessly, the most formidable threats, Gula and King Kurd, had yet to engage, and the other minions posed no challenge to them. Unfazed by their weaker subordinates, the proud Gula and King Kurd were instead intrigued by the young Gohan. Ho ho ho, how fascinating. I did not expect that on this remote planet, apart from the Saiyans, there would be others with such formidable combat power. King Kurd chuckled. Kid, your battle power is impressive. Join my ranks, and I assure you a life of luxury under my leadership. King Kurd extended an olive branch to Gohan, envisioning that if Gohan became his subordinate, it would bolster his forces against Gula's army, securing a new strength to enhance his power. Though bound by blood, a father and son harbored ulterior motives, each seeking to encroach upon the other's territory and expand their influence. However, this seemingly tempting proposition was met with a brutal rejection from Gohan. Chapter 39, Gohan's Defeat, Piccolo's Entrance. The King of Cold extended an olive branch to Gohan. I refuse. You wicked beings, my father and his allies will never spare you. Gohan bellowed, a tremendous energy surging from his diminutive frame. Your father? I presume he is among those detestable Saiyans. How fortuitous. I shall take his son as a bargaining chip. Cooler discerned that this child was of extraordinary origin and possessed immense strength, surpassing even his mechanical battalions. Thus, it was evident that his father must be the Saiyan who vanquished Frieza. Ah, so it is your father who brought about Frieza's demise. I have changed my mind. I shall rend you into 1,000 pieces, ensuring that the cursed Saiyan dies in despair. That despicable fiend was slain by Uncle Li Feng. But my father can certainly eradicate you as well. Gohan held an unwavering belief in Goku's invincibility, for in his eyes, his father had always been an unconquerable warrior. Words are futile. I shall first eliminate his son. With a terrifying swiftness, Cooler surged toward Gohan. What? Ah! At that moment, despite Gohan's battle power exceeding 1 million, he was caught off guard by Cooler's astonishing speed and was instantly sent flying by a single kick. Gohan's form careened backward like a cannonball, crashing into the mountains behind him with a series of explosive impacts, shattering several peaks before becoming ensnared in the debris like a spider in its web. Cough, cough, cough. Gohan spat out blood, his chest feeling as though it had been shattered, struggling to breathe. Yet, his gaze remained resolute, fearlessly confronting Cooler. Humph, you insolent brat. What is that look in your eyes? Cooler approached, expecting to witness the boy's pleas for mercy and despair. But Gohan's defiant and furious demeanor only served to insult his pride. Ugh! Gohan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and shouted. In an instant, the colossal rock beneath him exploded, releasing a torrent of energy that reverberated through the air as Gohan's fury intensified. Swish, swish, swish. A white aura erupted around Gohan, an astonishing energy swirling like a tornado. Unfazed, Gohan, as a Saiyan, ignited the combative genes within him, his indomitable spirit fueling his fervent resolve. Thud, 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 thud. With his power surging, Gohan launched a ferocious assault against Cooler. His fists and legs moved with the swiftness of lightning, striking at Cooler with the rapidity of a machine gun. Cooler, however, remained unperturbed, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. With arms crossed, he made slight evasive movements, effortlessly dodging Gohan's attacks with minimal effort. Amused by Gohan's fury, he regarded the boy as an entertaining plaything. Huff, huh, huff, huh. After a flurry of intense strikes, Gohan found himself gasping for breath, realizing that his assaults were futile against Cooler. This cannot continue. Defeat is imminent. Gohan swiftly retreated, his mind racing with desperate thoughts of alternative strategies. Humph, little brat, can you amuse me a bit more? Gula sensed the decline of Gohan's energy and concluded that it was time to put an end to this. Gohan, determined to fight against the odds, firmly planted his feet on the ground and began to gather his energy once again. Whoosh! At that moment, an even more surging aura emanated from Gohan. Kamehameha. Gohan drew his hands back, azure energy beginning to coalesce. The ground beneath him buckled under the immense force. Energy. The blue radiance intensified, illuminating the surroundings in an instant. Power. The wind howled as astonishing energy reached a terrifying magnitude. Wave. Gohan bellowed, thrusting his hands outward to unleash the Kamehameha. The blue energy beam surged straight towards Gula. Gula's expression registered a flicker of surprise. He had not expected this seemingly feeble child to launch a formidable attack at the last moment. Yet he did not evade it, merely raising his right hand to deflect it gently. Boom. The terrifying energy collided with Gula's arm as though it had encountered an invisible wall, completely thwarted. How is this possible? Gohan was aghast. His full-force Kamehameha had utterly failed to affect Gula. Whoosh. Ultimately, the blue beam dissipated, leaving Gula unscathed. Kid. That last attack was tolerable. It tickled a bit, Gula remarked, wiping his palm. But the Saiyans deserve extinction. Internally, Gula was profoundly astonished. The Saiyans were indeed a formidable race. Even this small child could wield such immense energy. What if his father were to arrive? Gula's resolve to eradicate the Saiyans only grew stronger. Whoosh. In an instant, Gula vanished, reappearing behind Gohan. Gohan's hair stood on end as he sensed a lethal threat behind him, spinning around to block with both arms. Boom. Alas, Gula's punch shattered Gohan's defense. And as Gohan was sent reeling, Gula ensnared the diminutive fighter with his tail. He proceeded to mercilessly batter Gohan. Ah! Gohan's anguished cries echoed through the air. Gohan! How infuriating! At that moment, when Gohan unleashed his energy, Krillin and the other warriors had attempted to assist him, but they were swiftly thwarted by King Cold, who dispatched them with ease, leaving their bodies crumpled and gasping for breath as if their bones had been shattered. King Cold, however, spared their lives. Intrigued by Gohan's explosive power and eager to torment them further. Damn it, if we were stronger, this wouldn't be happening, Tien lamented, filled with regret and anger at his own weakness. Damn it, Goku, where are you? Hurry up, Krillin cried out in despair, confronting an inevitable demise. Humph, little brat. Scream louder, call forth your wretched Saiyan companions. Gula reveled in Gohan's agonized wails, akin to a melodious tune, tightening his tail around Gohan's neck, while his hands and feet relentlessly assaulted him. Ah! Gohan's anguished cries sent shivers down the spine. Damn it, die. At that moment, a remarkable aura erupted, and an energy blast hurtled towards Gula's tail, resulting in a thunderous explosion that liberated Gohan. What? Who is it? Although Gula's fourth form boasted a power level of 200 million, he could not unleash his full strength in a typical battle. During his earlier confrontation with Gohan, he had only exerted around 2 million in combat power. Now, caught off guard, his tail throbbed painfully as he frantically searched for the hidden assailant. A gust of wind swept through, lifting a white cloak into the air. The injured Gohan gazed at the figure cradling him and smiled with relief. Uncle Piccolo, you came. Yes, Gohan, you did well. Now, leave the rest to me. Piccolo replied with a reassuring smile. Chapter 40. Piccolo's Moment of Glory. Piccolo placed Gohan in a safe spot before shedding his battle attire and hat. The Grand Elder had summoned Piccolo to Namek, requesting that he take the most gifted child of his clan, Dend, to live on Earth, while also merging with Nail, as foretold in a prophecy. Nail, grateful for Piccolo and his companion's assistance during the previous crisis on Namek, agreed to the fusion, allowing Piccolo's will to guide the process. Although Piccolo hesitated at first, he ultimately consented after the sincere pleas of the Grand Elder and Nail. In this universe, in the year 1807, Piccolo fused with Nail. As an unseen force began to reshape the world, the fused Piccolo emerged even stronger than in the original storyline. His demeanor softened, and the malevolence within him diminished. While they conversed in the temple, an ominous presence suddenly approached Earth, prompting Piccolo to hasten to the battlefield, concealing his combat power. Seeing Gohan grow stronger and unleash his potential filled Piccolo with pride. However, Gohan was ultimately no match for Gula, suffering severe injuries and enduring relentless torment. Unable to bear it any longer, Piccolo finally intervened. In that moment, Piccolo's battle power surged to 3 million. What? A Namekian? Gula winced as his tail throbbed, glancing up to see a stylish green-skinned figure rescuing the boy, astonished to discover that this was the Namekian endowed with extraordinary powers. You members of the Frieza clan deserve to perish, Piccolo declared coldly. His own strength had significantly increased, although his adversary was formidable. He had no choice but to confront him. How arrogant, Gula sneered, charging towards Piccolo once more. Huh, Piccolo, eager to test his newfound powers, unleashed a blast of white energy towards Gula. Boom. The two clashed fists, unleashing an astonishing torrent of energy and a terrifying aura. Thud, thud, thud. Piccolo's energy continued to escalate, his speed and strength surging as he subtly began to suppress Gula. Humph, slightly stronger than that brat, but still insufficient. Bring forth the true Saiyan who defeated Frieza. Silence. Piccolo thought, alarmed. He had assumed that his increased combat power would render him formidable, yet after their exchange of blows, his bones ached, revealing that his physical resilience was on an entirely different level from Gula's. In the midst of an aerial confrontation, two figures danced through the skies. Their movements so rapid they were nearly imperceptible, save for the thunderous clashes and the explosive energy that erupted around them. Is this all you've got? Gula scoffed, his aura intensifying as he surged past Piccolo, delivering a powerful strike that sent Piccolo hurtling away. Coughing and gasping in pain, Piccolo expelled blood, his chest feeling as though it had endured the impact of a celestial body, with fractured ribs leaving him reeling, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. The earth trembled, rocks flying as the devastating collision generated a massive quake. Damn it! Piccolo seethed, unwilling to concede defeat. He had believed that his training and fusion would render him formidable. Indeed, he had grown immensely stronger. Yet he was still leagues away from the stately Feng achieved as a Super Saiyan. Once outmatched by Son Goku, he now found himself overshadowed by Feng, Frieza, and the ever-watchful King Cold, all of whom eclipsed his strength. Piccolo, proud as a warrior, could not allow himself to yield to anyone. He forced himself upright, unleashing a surge of energy. The boulders that had encased him shattered under the pressure. Take this, he declared, crossing his arms and assuming a stance, his overwhelming aura sweeping across the battlefield. Ha ha ha, struggle all you like, Gula taunted, his tail thrashing and shattering nearby peaks, dismissing Piccolo's efforts as futile against his absolute might. Piccolo spread his arms wide, his energy swelling to its zenith, and then concentrated it into a barrage of yellow energy orbs, hurling them relentlessly at Gula. Boom, boom, boom. The energy blast struck Gula, creating a cacophony of sound. Piccolo unleashed his royal technique, and in an instant, the battlefield erupted into chaos, debris flying and dust swirling. Incredible! Has Piccolo truly become this powerful? Krillin marveled, witnessing the barrage engulf Gula, the formidable energy radiating from Piccolo leaving him astounded. As the smoke cleared and the dust settled, Gula remained unscathed, standing calmly amidst the chaos. What is the matter, Namekian? Is this your full strength? Take a look around you. A slight smirk appeared on Piccolo's lips. His earlier display had been a ruse, calculated and cautious. He knew that his frantic assault would not harm Gula, merely serving to divert his attention and obscure his true intentions. Surrounding Gula were several hovering yellow energy spheres, a testament to Piccolo's simultaneous training and development of a new ultimate technique, the Magic Void Enclosure. Indeed, this technique, which in the original storyline was revealed later during his battle with Android 17, had been adapted by Piccolo in this world, albeit much sooner than anticipated. What? Gula exclaimed, astonished to find himself encircled. Bang, 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 bang. At this moment, a barrage of energy blasts rained down upon Gula, detonating simultaneously with a force akin to multiple nuclear explosions, astonishingly more powerful than the prince's prior barrage. Even Gula, caught off guard without exerting his full strength, found himself momentarily stunned. The deafening roar and the explosive force reminiscent of a nuclear bomb left Gula standing, yet the calm demeanor he had maintained vanished, for his skin bore the marks of injury. Damn Namekian, you shall pay dearly for your ignorance. Gula seethed through gritted teeth, furious that his flawless physique had sustained damage, a disgrace of monumental proportions for the Frost Demon clan. Gula was truly enraged this time. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed an astonishing aura. A violet flame erupted, igniting the air, as an overwhelming wave of energy surged forth. I shall end you. Gula intended to eliminate Piccolo. It seems I have no choice but to rely on this technique, Piccolo thought, revealing he still had a trump card. Chapter 41, The Return of the Saiyans. Piccolo placed his right index and middle fingers upon his forehead, rapidly accumulating a massive amount of crimson energy. What? Sensing the energy building in Piccolo's hands, Gula was taken aback. This energy was clearly capable of inflicting severe damage upon him. But when had Piccolo prepared this? How had he completely failed to notice? This exemplified Piccolo's battle intellect. He understood that the initial barrage and the deceptive energy blasts were merely a ruse to obscure Gula's vision and perception, allowing him to gather strength for his true lethal attack. Special beam cannon, Piccolo shouted, as his fingers instantly aimed at Gula. In a flash, a spiraling beam of crimson light shot towards Gula at an astonishing speed. What? Gula had charged towards Piccolo at high speed, only to collide with the special beam cannon. In a critical moment, Gula swiftly sidestepped, barely managing to evade the brunt of the attack. Yet the tip of his tail was struck. The special beam cannon, renowned for its effectiveness against foes, saw Piccolo's power surge to 10 million, despite his base power being only 3 million at the time. Meanwhile, Gula's aura had merely risen to 9 million. Whoosh! The special beam cannon severed the tip of Gula's tail, continuing its path unimpeded, piercing through the forest and mountains behind him. The astonishing crimson beam, akin to a laser, left desolation in its wake. Gula's tail throbbed with pain, purple blood oozing forth. Damn it, it was so close. Piccolo gritted his teeth, realizing that his combination attacks had a genuine chance of striking Gula. Furious, Gula could hardly contain his wrath. He had initially dismissed this pest as a mere plaything, only to find himself genuinely harmed. He must make him suffer to the bitter end. Boom. In an instant, Gula erupted with rage, unleashing a violet blaze that soared into the heavens, creating a terrifying whirlwind. The energy swept through the surroundings, causing nearby mountains to collapse and the very terrain to shatter. As the entire space trembled, Gula instantaneously elevated his energy to 20 million. With a swift motion, he appeared before Piccolo, who had no time to react before Gula's fist struck him squarely in the chest. Cough. Ah. Several of Piccolo's ribs shattered instantly, his chest caving in. Ha. Ah. Thud. 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 Gula began to mercilessly unleash a barrage of punches and kicks upon Piccolo, each ferocious blow landing with lethal precision, leaving Piccolo utterly defenseless. Ha. Ultimately, Gula seized Piccolo by the neck, yanking his right arm with brutal force. Rending. Poor Piccolo had his right arm forcibly torn away, blood gushing forth in a horrifying spectacle. Ah! Piccolo cried out in agony, engulfed by regret and despair. Humph! Namekian, I shall tear your body asunder, Gula proclaimed cruelly. Humph! Piccolo grunted defiantly, his eyes glowing as he struck Gula's arm. Though Gula felt a twinge of pain, Piccolo seized the opportunity to escape. Humph! It seems you are quite obstinate. I wonder what despair looks like on your face. Gula sneered ominously. That little brat, do you hold him dear? Then let him perish. Ha ha ha. Gula directed an energy blast towards Gohan, aware that Gohan was Piccolo's Achilles heel, intent on slaying him to plunge Piccolo into despair before methodically extinguishing his life. No. Piccolo watched in horror as the speeding energy blast hurtled towards Gohan, desperate to intercept it. However, having just sustained severe injuries and missing an arm, he struggled to maintain his balance, helplessly witnessing the blast mercilessly engulf Gohan. Boom. The explosion resonated where Gohan had fallen, a sound devoid of mercy. No, Gohan. This cannot be. Cursed. Though Krillin and the other warriors lay on the ground, they were acutely aware of the unfolding tragedy, devastated and enraged by Gohan's apparent demise. Just in time, amidst the collective sorrow and despair, a sudden voice pierced the air. What? Gula exclaimed in surprise, astonished that someone had evaded his perception. Who could it be? As the dust settled, three figures emerged where Gohan had fallen. Feng, Son Goku, Vegeta. Ah, it's Goku and Feng. This time, they shall surely vanquish those fiends. How splendid. Krillin and the others cheered. Phew. Piccolo exhaled a sigh of relief, realizing that his delay had indeed served a purpose. Gohan, are you alright? Goku questioned as he cradled Gohan, administering a senzu bean that Feng had provided. Dad. Gohan opened his eyes, his consciousness still hazy, as if he were catching a glimpse of his father. Yes, it's me. First, consume this senzu bean. Okay. Gohan struggled to chew and swallow the bean. His injuries were grave. Every bone in his body was fractured, and he was barely clinging to life. Indeed, Gohan, distribute the senzu beans among the others first. We shall deal with these wretched foes ourselves. Goku handed a bag of senzu beans to Gohan, and then rose to confront Gula. Understood, father. Gohan grasped the senzu beans and soared toward Piccolo. Feng, this despicable villain shall be dealt with by me. Goku stated firmly, directing his words toward Feng. Very well, I leave it to you. I do not intend to intervene in this battle. Feng stepped aside, recognizing that as a father, witnessing his son and companions gravely injured would incite a desire for vengeance, thus he refrained from stealing the spotlight. Humph, I shall personally eliminate King Cold. Vegeta declared upon spotting the cloaked figure of King Cold in the distance, having found his adversary. Feng also shielded Gohan as he delivered senzu beans to the others, preventing Gula and his cohorts from launching a surprise attack. Piccolo, here are the senzu beans. I hope they can mend your arm, Gohan said, presenting the beans to Piccolo. Thank you, Gohan. Piccolo replied with a smile as he consumed the senzu bean. Almost instantly, he shouted, and his right arm began to regenerate, oozing with the vital fluid of restoration. I'm fine. Go assist the others, Piccolo instructed, nodding at Feng. Subsequently, Gohan distributed senzu beans to the fallen Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, and Kaiatsu. Fortunately, despite their severe injuries, no one had perished. Upon consuming the senzu beans, they all swiftly recovered. At that moment, Gula and King Cold turned their attention to the three who had suddenly appeared. Chapter 42. Goku and Vegeta battle Gula and King Cold. So, you were the Saiyan who killed Frieza? Gula sneered, glaring at Goku. It wasn't me. That honor belongs to Feng over there. Vegeta and I are also Saiyans. Why do you seek to harm Gohan and the others? Goku expressed his fury. Ha ha ha. Of course, it is to lure out you vile monkeys. Since you are not the one who vanquished Frieza, then step aside while I eliminate Feng and deal with you afterward. Gula scoffed. You are truly a detestable lot. I will not spare you. Goku seethed, his anger stemming not from Gula's disdain, but from the peril faced by his son and companions. Huh. Goku initiated the assault, his figure flashing as he appeared before Gula, igniting their battle. Meanwhile, on the other side, Humph, the loathsome Saiyans, you have finally revealed yourselves, King Cold chuckled maliciously. It appears this despicable race's time has come to an end. So, you are Frieza's father? You don't seem particularly impressive. Although I didn't slay Frieza myself. Taking down his father will suffice, Vegeta taunted. Such arrogance. King Cold's expression darkened, the crimson cloak billowing as his aura surged. Prepare to witness the fruits of my training. With that declaration, Vegeta launched himself toward King Cold, ready to engage in battle. After more than a year of rigorous training, Vegeta's combat power soared from an initial 100,000 to an impressive 4 million. This exponential growth in strength inflated his ego, leaving him dismissive of everyone except for Feng and Kakarot. The air crackled with intensity as the two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, producing a thunderous roar. Meanwhile, Goku and Gula were embroiled in their own tumultuous battle high in the sky. The terrifying quartet split into two battlegrounds, unleashing their formidable energies that shook the earth, sending rocks flying and shattering the surrounding forest, reminiscent of ancient beasts rampaging across the land. The figures of the four warriors moved with astonishing speed, their silhouettes intertwining in a blur. Goku faced Gula, while Vegeta clashed with King Cold, both pairs testing each other's limits in an exceptionally fierce confrontation. Even the slightest misstep by ordinary fighters like Krillin could result in being torn to shreds by the residual shockwaves of their conflict. Such was the nature of Goku and his comrades' battles. Remarkable, Krillin, recovering his strength, was astounded by the intensity of these two terrifying fights. Clearly, Goku and the others had trained successfully. He too must strive to improve. Tian Shinhan was equally stunned by the ferocity of their combat. Amazing. Go, Dad. Goten's eyes followed Goku's every move, cheering him on. Has even Vegeta become this powerful? How infuriating. Piccolo was taken aback by the strength displayed by the fighters, especially Vegeta, who had surpassed him once more. Uncle Feng, can Dad and the others transform into Super Saiyans? Goten inquired of Feng. All eyes turned to Feng, the young man who had trained alongside them, fully aware of their progress. To be honest, I am uncertain, Feng replied. However, it's evident that they are merely one step away. This battle could serve as the catalyst for their transformation. Can you truly defeat these two formidable demons? Yamcha asked nervously. Despite the fierce struggle unfolding above, it was impossible to discern which side held the upper hand. They certainly can, Feng asserted confidently. Having fought alongside them for the past year, he understood their potential and combat instincts. If it weren't for his own combat power being significantly higher, he knew he would not stand a chance against Goku and Vegeta based solely on experience. With Saiyan blood coursing through his veins, Feng recognized the indomitable spirit of the Saiyan race. Their warrior instincts and fervent resolve allowed them to overcome adversity time and again, ultimately achieving victory. Thus, even though the gap between them and King Cold was evident, they could still break through in battle and transform into Super Saiyans, just as he had against Frieza. Should the situation arise, he could still safeguard himself. This encounter primarily served to hone their skills, lest they fall too far behind in comparison to the original storyline. Feng had consistently maintained the development of combat power within the Dragon Ball universe, unwilling to overshadow the main character's opportunities for growth by constantly intervening in their battles. After all, it was not ideal for him to always take center stage. Of course, my wife is the exception, he mused. Moreover, this time, the system had not issued any tasks. Boom, boom. At last, with two resounding shouts, two figures were sent hurtling from opposite directions, crashing directly into the mountain peak. The individuals embedded in the chaos of rocks were none other than Vegeta and Cooler. The situation with Vegeta and King Cold was somewhat understandable, given that King Cold's battle power in this form reached an astounding 100 million. Although he was not exerting his full strength, he was still utilizing at least 10% of his power, which was more than sufficient to suppress Vegeta. Conversely, it was astonishing that Cooler, who appeared to be superior on the surface, was also sent flying, especially since Goku had yet to unleash the Kaioken. Vegeta, dislodging the debris, cast his gaze toward Cooler's battlefield and muttered under his breath. Unwilling to concede, he issued another challenge to King Cold. You foul monkey, how could this be possible? Cooler exclaimed in disbelief, his anger palpable. I have completely deciphered your movements, Goku stated calmly. After more than a year of training under Feng's guidance, Goku had become adept at various combat scenarios, particularly in dealing with opponents whose power greatly surpassed his own. Following several probing exchanges, he recognized that Cooler's raw strength was distinctly superior, leading him to evade the heavier attacks with minimal movement and seize the opportunity to strike at the weakest points in his opponent's defense. Thus, Goku gained the upper hand in their initial confrontation. In contrast, Vegeta, in his stubbornness, mistakenly believed himself to be the third strongest in the universe, disregarding King Cold and absorbing every blow, only to realize too late that he could not withstand the onslaught, resulting in his swift defeat once King Cold gathered his energy. This exemplified the differing combat styles of Goku and Vegeta. Observing the unfolding events, Feng chuckled to himself, pondering whether they would indeed find the key to transforming into Super Saiyans as he had anticipated. Damn wild monkey, do not revel in your success, Cooler snarled, shattering the rocks in his fury. Chapter 43, Goku and Vegeta's defeat, Krillin's demise? Unbelievable. My energy is clearly superior to Goku's. How could I be at a disadvantage in our recent skirmish? Cooler seethed. I will end you. He once again amplified his energy, launching himself at Goku like a cannonball. Goku sensed the terrifying aura emanating from Cooler and immediately activated the Kaioken, unleashing a battle power exceeding 10 million. With a flicker, Goku's aura turned crimson as he met Cooler's fist with his own. Boom. This clash resulted in a stalemate. Is this all you have? I was mistaken in my estimation of your prowess, Cooler scoffed, his energy now surpassing 20 million, rendering Goku's strength feeble in comparison. Meanwhile, Goku felt a dull ache in his right fist. Despite his enhanced power, he was still no match for Cooler. Die! Cooler bellowed, delivering a powerful knee strike to Goku's abdomen. Goku instinctively raised his arms to block, but was unable to withstand Cooler's ferocious strength. His arms instantly numbed. Cooler pressed his advantage, bringing both fists down upon Goku's back. Cough. Boom. With a thunderous crash, Goku plummeted into the valley, causing the entire mountain peak to collapse. However, soon, a dark crimson aura erupted forth like a volcanic explosion. Goku shattered the mountain peak, his fighting spirit undeterred. Triple Kaioken. The dark red flames intensified, causing Goku's muscles to swell and veins to bulge. He had once again augmented his combat power. Futile. All is in vain before absolute strength. Gula erupted as well, a purple whirlwind soaring into the sky, sending nearby debris flying. The two forces ravaged the earth like twin tornadoes. Hey! Goku charged at Gula once more, delivering a powerful punch. Gula effortlessly sidestepped, yet Goku seemed to have anticipated Gula's move, executing a swift roll to arrive at Gula's back, striking with his elbow. Gula was taken aback by Goku's agility in midair and was sent hurtling away. As he neared the mountains, Gula had already adjusted to the force of being struck back, using his feet to stabilize his form. Crash! The rocks beneath Gula shattered like a spider's web, unable to withstand his formidable strength. Just as Gula intended to leverage the rock's power to charge at Goku, he was confronted by a red figure right before him. Bang! Gula's vision went dark, and he felt himself propelled backward, his nose seemingly broken, blood gushing forth. Goku, striving to increase his speed, continually amplified the Kaioken multiplier. He knew he must defeat Gula before reaching the maximum multiplier, lest he face certain defeat due to his own physical limitations. Gula, astonished, could not fathom how Goku's speed had once again surpassed him, and in his surprise, he fell prey to Goku's relentless assault with the Kaioken. Tap, 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 tap. Goku's attack speed escalated, his fists and legs appearing as though they were countless, striking Gula from all directions. Enough! Gula exploded with rage, sending Goku flying before swiftly distancing himself. Huff! Huff! Goku gasped for breath, his body growing heavy. Gula wiped the blood from his nose, surveying his battered body and seething with fury. Gula roared in anger. He could not comprehend why those with noticeably weaker auras were able to suppress him, inflicting injury. Such a notion was unforgivable for one of the frozen demon clan. No longer playing around, Gula was truly enraged. Damn monkey, you all shall perish. This time, Gula unleashed his true essence. The towering purple flames surged several times in intensity. Whoosh! Goku braced himself, unleashing a 20-fold Kaioken once more. Boom! Gula swiftly appeared behind Goku, delivering a knee strike that sent him flying. Gula then erupted in fury, pursuing Goku, ensnaring him with his tail, mercilessly raining down punches upon him. Goku's agonized cries echoed through the heavens. Weren't you just so capable? So strong? Try breaking free. Gula unleashed a barrage of punches upon Goku, channeling the fury born from his recent humiliation. With a swift flick of his tail, he sent Goku hurtling through the air, and then, rising swiftly, he delivered a powerful kick. The impact of Goku's body crashing to the ground was akin to a cannonball, creating a massive crater. Severely wounded, Goku collapsed to the ground, his 20-fold Kaioken state dissipating, revealing the aftereffects of his exertion. A cry of agony escaped his lips. The relentless assault from Gula combined with the strain of the Kaioken left him racked with pain. He struggled even to rise. How infuriating. Is this how it all ends? Goku felt a profound dissatisfaction. Over the past year of intense training, he had grown significantly stronger. Why then did he still find himself in such dire straits against a formidable foe? Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Vegeta fared little better. Initially believing his defeat was merely due to a lapse in vigilance, he found himself continuously overpowered by King Cold, suffering relentless beatings. Fortunately, Vegeta had spent the past year as a sparring partner for Goku and Feng, which sustained his vitality, though he often found himself either slammed into boulders or crashing to the ground. He could not comprehend why each new adversary seemed to surpass him or why he remained unable to transform into a Super Saiyan. It appears this is the end for you weaklings. You cannot possibly compare to the Saiyan who vanquished Frieza. Gula sneered. raising his right hand to unleash a purple death ray. No, father, this cannot be. The onlooking warriors were taken aback. In an instant, Goku and Vegeta had fallen, with Goku facing imminent death. Just as the death ray pierced toward Goku's chest, a figure dashed onto the battlefield, pushing Goku aside in a desperate bid to save him. It was Krillin. In that critical moment, he sensed Gula's lethal attack and was determined to rescue Goku. With a swift motion, Krillin managed to shove Goku aside, but the unforgiving ray struck him through the chest. No, Krillin. Goku watched helplessly as Krillin pushed him away, only to be hit by the beam, his gaze fading into despair as he crumpled to the ground. Krillin had sacrificed himself to save Goku. Chapter 44. The Transformation. 2 Super Saiyans. Thud. Krillin fell lifelessly to the ground. Krillin. Krillin. Goku cried out in anguish, desperately trying to rouse his friend, but his pleas fell on deaf ears. Ha ha ha. The weak little bald head dared to obstruct my beam? Such arrogance. Gula mocked. Do not fret. I shall soon send you to join that little bald head. At that moment, tears welled in Goku's eyes as he glared at Gula with a fury that seemed capable of incinerating him. You killed Krillin. Then, a miracle occurred. The seemingly defeated Goku began to rise unsteadily to his feet, his heart ablaze with an inferno of rage, gazing upon Krillin's fallen form. Countless memories of their time together flooded his mind. Upon their initial encounter, he and Krillin became disciples of Master Roshi, training together and participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament, facing numerous formidable foes side by side. He had long regarded Krillin as a brother, yet now, in a bid to protect himself, Krillin lay lifeless before him. Goku was engulfed by a wave of helplessness, guilt, sorrow, and profound grief. Ultimately, fury shattered his reason. In a surge of rage, Goku erupted. Whoosh! A golden flame ignited around him. Unforgivable. Suddenly, Goku's hair stood on end, transforming into a golden hue before reverting to black. Swish! His aura soared uncontrollably, the golden flames flickering wildly. Abruptly, he lifted his gaze, his pupils vanished, replaced by a stark white. Whoosh! A fierce gust swept through, instantly releasing the golden flames. Swish! 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 Goku's hair stood upright, now a brilliant gold. His pupils shifting to green, his entire aura transforming into gold. Within Goku's green pupils, the image of Gula was reflected. How powerful! Father has finally ascended to Super Saiyan. Gohan was elated, witnessing his father achieve this immense transformation. Indeed, old son has reached such heights. Piccolo couldn't help but marvel. So this is the Super Saiyan. Yamcha, Tien, and Kaiatsu also beheld Goku's transformation in astonishment. How infuriating! Kakarot has transformed into a Super Saiyan before me. Vegeta slammed the ground in frustration. Whoosh! Suddenly, a figure appeared beside Krillin. Goku's stern gaze immediately turned towards that direction, unwilling to allow his brother's corpse to be further desecrated. Transformed, Goku had become extraordinarily ruthless. Fortunately, there remained a flicker of life. Feng exhaled deeply, sensing a faint heartbeat from Krillin, hurriedly retrieving a senzu bean, crushing it before administering it to Krillin. Krillin is still alive? Goku's expression returned to normal, filled with surprise as he inquired of Feng. Who told you Krillin was dead? Feng replied, speechless. Unbelievably, in this world, it was Krillin's demise that triggered Goku's transformation. Truly, a twist of fate. Thankfully, Feng had anticipated this, quietly infusing a trace of his own energy into Krillin's heart as Gohan administered the senzu bean. This technique was learned from the planet Yardrat. A profound manipulation of energy. He had approached it with a mere experimental mindset, never expecting it to yield results. In his eyes, every individual in the Dragon Ball universe was real. He could not bear to let a comrade perish, even with the prospect of resurrection through the Dragon Balls. Wonderful! Uncle Krillin is safe. Gohan exclaimed joyfully, the earlier sorrow dissipating entirely. Marvelous, Feng, you truly are remarkable. Yamcha cheered, equally delighted. The spectators rejoiced at Krillin's revival. Splendid. Krillin, you're alive. Goku, now returned to his normal state, hurried to Krillin's side. Oh, am I truly still alive? After consuming the divine beans, Krillin, having restored his stamina, touched his body in astonishment and exclaimed, it was Feng who saved you. Goku, with tears in his eyes, embraced Krillin and said, thank you, Feng, for rescuing us once again. Krillin was equally moved. Gula, bewildered, inquired, Goku, how does it feel to have just transformed into a Super Saiyan? Can you still transform? Feng, with a smile, responded, as he believed their objective had been achieved. Well, I feel an overwhelming rage in my mind. Yet my body is inexplicably filled with strength, Goku replied. Your battle is not over. Continue to familiarize yourself with this transformation. With that, he tossed a divine bean to Goku and departed the battlefield with Krillin and Gohan. Thank you so much, Feng. Your immense kindness shall not go unacknowledged. This time, I will utterly defeat that scoundrel. Goku expressed his gratitude to Feng, furrowing his brow in anger as he crushed the divine bean in his mouth. Huh. Crack. Crack. Gula, this time I will not let you off the hook. With a fierce cry, he unleashed a tremendous burst of energy as a golden whirlwind spiraled around him. Exuding an aura of dread, Goku successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan once more, and this time, he was at full strength. The healing properties of the Saiyan body after severe injury had further elevated his power, rendering the intensity of his second transformation even greater than the first. The earth trembled, the forests howled, and fierce winds danced about. The golden flames shimmered, embodying the essence of a war god. How dare that wretched monkey flaunt his Super Saiyan form? Gula seethed with rage, charging at Goku once again. On another part of the battlefield, King Cooled, sensing the astonishing aura, remarked, "Oh, a Super Saiyan? Quite intriguing." However, he remained exceedingly confident in his own power. "What is the matter, Vegeta? Is it only you, this worthless creature, groveling beneath my feet? Can't you transform into that so-called Super Saiyan?" King Cooled's massive foot pressed down on Vegeta's back, taunting him. "How infuriating. I am the strongest." Vegeta cried out in despair. Why can they all transform into Super Saiyans? Why must I, the prince of the elite Saiyans, be so humiliatingly pinned to the ground? Why are Frieza, Gula, and King Cooled such formidable fiends? Why can't I possess such immense power? Vegeta's mind spiraled into a relentless self-interrogation, from initial resentment to an intense pursuit of strength, culminating in his fury at his own weakness, ultimately triggering his transformation switch. "Ah!" Vegeta roared in rage. In an instant, flickering flames enveloped him. "Get your filthy foot off me." With a tremendous surge of power, he propelled King Cooled away. Then, as golden whirlwinds erupted from Vegeta, his hair stood defiantly upright, shifting from black to a brilliant golden hue, while his pupils vanished, replaced by a vibrant green. Vegeta had successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan. Chapter 45, Vegeta's Moment of Glory. The Death of King Cold. At long last, Vegeta has ascended to the form of a Super Saiyan. What? King Cold, having been sent flying, expresses his astonishment. He never anticipated that his humiliation would indeed catalyze Vegeta's transformation. This surge of power? Vegeta rises, clenching his fists, feeling an unprecedented force surging from within, a sensation he has never experienced before. Ha ha ha. Vegeta laughs heartily, having finally taken that monumental step. This is the Super Saiyan. The exhilaration of possessing such power, the feeling of dominion over the world. Ha ha. At last, he stands once more on equal footing with Goku and Feng. Vegeta bellows proudly. Ha ha ha. Thank you, King Cold, for enabling this prince to become a Super Saiyan. As a token of my gratitude, I shall swiftly send you to the depths of hell. Vegeta's arrogant demeanor is on full display once again. What is this Super Saiyan? Do you think turning golden makes you exceptional? I am not as careless as Frieza. Yet, despite his bravado, the initial ease on King Cold's face evaporates, replaced by a grave seriousness. He realizes that the newly transformed Vegeta possesses formidable strength, perhaps surpassing his own. Perish. Before his words could fully escape his lips, the golden aura around Vegeta vanishes, and in an instant, he appears before King Cold, delivering a powerful punch directly to his face. A resounding crash reverberates as King Cold finds himself enveloped in darkness, only to discover a searing pain in his nose, as if it were shattered, blood gushing forth. Upon regaining consciousness, he perceives the world rushing past him. Indeed, his body has been sent flying. I shall repay you in kind for what you have just done. Before King Cold can fully recover, Vegeta's demonic voice echoes ominously in his ear. The golden flames reignite as Vegeta delivers a fierce kick to King Cold's abdomen. Crack! The devastating blow shatters King Cold's chest armor, leaving his robust purple torso deeply concaved. King Cold spews blood once more, howling in agony. He cannot fathom why Vegeta's strength has surged to such extraordinary heights post-transformation. Remarkable. Vegeta has indeed become a Super Saiyan. Krillin, sensing Vegeta's newfound energy, exclaims in astonishment. My father is the strongest. Although Gohan is equally astonished by Vegeta's transformation, he internally believes that Goku remains superior. The Saiyan race is truly formidable. Sweat beads upon Tien's forehead. Well done, Vegeta. Feng had anticipated this scenario, though their moments of transformation differ. The catalysts for both transformations bear a remarkable resemblance to the original narrative. Goku transformed upon witnessing Krillin's death, while Vegeta transformed due to his own resentment and dissatisfaction. Overall, their journeys mirror the original story, yet both have surpassed their contemporaneous selves. Continuing down this path is indeed intriguing. The sensation of growing together with the protagonists is quite delightful, Feng remarked with a smile. However, the arrival of the Kurd King on Earth is a notable event in history. Surely, the system isn't so unforgiving as to offer no rewards at all? As he pondered this, the system seemed to respond to his inner musings, and a cold voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Hidden task completed. Assist Son Wukong and Vegeta in transforming into Super Saiyans. Task reward, Energy Absorption Technique. Energy Absorption Technique? What might that entail? Li Feng questioned, perplexed. The Energy Absorption Technique allows one to siphon the energy from an opponent's attacks, converting it into personal energy for counterattacks. At the basic level, the conversion rate stands at 10. Should the conversion rate reach 100, one can fully absorb the opponent's attacks and retaliate. How does one enhance the conversion rate? He inquired. Through extensive practice, was the response. Soon, Li Feng found himself imbued with the knowledge of the Energy Absorption Technique, mastering the skill instantaneously. A wave of joy washed over him. His strength had significantly increased. This technique holds great potential, reminiscent of the terrifying powers of androids 19 and 20, as well as the Super 17 from Dragon Ball, all of which become exponentially stronger by absorbing their opponent's attacks. Yet, exceptions exist, despite their superior energy absorption techniques. They ultimately fell to more formidable assaults. He reminded himself not to grow complacent. Nearby, the warriors anxiously observed the two battlefields, oblivious to Li Feng's unusual demeanor. With a slight grin, he redirected his focus to the unfolding conflicts. Boom. A thunderous crash reverberated as a heavy figure was forcefully slammed into the ground, causing the earth to tremble violently and fracture in numerous places. Dust and debris filled the air. Cough, cough, cough. The Kurd King lay sprawled on the ground. His battle armor shattered, his once impressive cape now tattered, and his body marred with wounds, broken ribs, and a horn splintered in half. Pathetic, Vegeta scoffed, his overwhelming power rendering the Kurd King utterly defenseless. Ugh. Wait. The Kurd King, severely injured, felt as if every bone in his body had been shattered. Even rising to his feet proved arduous. His previously pampered existence and the innate robustness of his frozen demon heritage had never subjected him to such grave injuries. At that moment, he truly experienced the terror of death's looming threat. Thoughts of revenge and conquest faded away. All that occupied the Kurd King's mind was a desperate desire to survive. Wait, Vegeta, I've reconsidered. I won't trouble the Saiyans any longer. Join my legion, and your treatment will be second only to mine. No. What I mean is, please spare me, esteemed Vegeta. I want to return to Earth again. You are the strongest in this world. The Kurd King cast aside his dignity, pleading earnestly for mercy. Where has your arrogance gone? Reduced to crawling on the ground like a beaten dog, begging for mercy? I was blind to my own faults. I beseech you to overlook my transgressions and let me go. How utterly dull. You might as well perish. Vegeta paid no heed to King Cold's pleas for mercy. After witnessing the king's disgraceful display, he grew weary of this farce. Big Bang Attack. Vegeta extended his right hand, channeling a terrifying aura. Boom. A golden sphere of energy hurtled directly towards King Cold. No. Cooler. Save me. King Cold screamed in despair, but no one came to his rescue. Boom. The fearsome energy sphere struck King Cold with immense force, unleashing a power surpassing that of a nuclear bomb. In an instant, the terrain surrounding King Cold was obliterated, and a mushroom cloud rose into the sky. King Cold was no more. Chapter 46. Cooler's Ultimate Transformation. Vegeta defeated again. As the dust settled, a bottomless pit formed where King Cold once stood. His energy completely dissipated, marking his demise. Incredible. Vegeta has dealt with King Cold. Gohan couldn't help but feel elated at their victory. How is the battle on Goku's side faring? Krillin quickly shifted his focus to Goku's fight. Meanwhile, the confrontation between Goku and Cooler had also reached its conclusion. Cooler proved to be no match for Goku, who had transformed into a Super Saiyan. Under Goku's relentless assault, Cooler had no means to retaliate. His tail was seized, and he was flung away. As Cooler was propelled through the air, Goku caught up with him, unleashing a flurry of blows that shattered Cooler's exoskeleton, leaving him battered and bruised. Given that Cooler was already not at full strength, he stood no chance against the current Goku. Boom. With a resounding crash, Cooler was sent crashing into the sea, creating a massive wave. Get off my planet, Cooler. Frieza and your father are dead. You are forbidden to cause any more trouble on Earth. In the end, Goku's compassion prevailed. Krillin had survived, his energy had faded, and Goku had successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan. Faced with Cooler, he spared his life. Boom. The seawater boiled, and the towering waves surged as a disheveled figure emerged from the ocean. Son Goku, I acknowledge your strength, but this is where it ends. Cooler growled ominously. He then extended his right hand, pointing a finger. Once more? What? Cooler sneered. I have one more transformation than that scoundrel Frieza. He then glanced at Goku and the onlookers from a distance. You should consider yourselves fortunate. You are witnessing my transformation for the first and last time. What? That fiend Cooler can still transform? Piccolo, with his keen hearing, was taken aback by Cooler's words. How is that possible? Cooler is already so powerful. If he grows even stronger, can Goku still defeat him? Krillin expressed his concern. My father will definitely prevail. Gohan retained unwavering faith in his father. What transformation? If Kakarot cannot handle this, I shall eliminate them both. Vegeta crossed his arms, displaying contempt for Cooler's arrogance. Huh, Cooler bellowed, clenching his fists as he began to gather energy. Thunderous roars echoed as the clouds above dissipated, while the sea below churned violently under the weight of his terrifying power. ZZZ, ZZZ. Gula gathered energy, and a violet aura began to swell, generating a powerful cyclone that raised the temperature in the surrounding air through friction. Gula's physique underwent a remarkable transformation. His muscles expanded, his stature increased to 2.5 meters, white skeletal structures sprouted from his shoulders. Sharp bone spikes emerged beside his arms, and 4 white horns rose prominently from his head. His pupils vanished, replaced by a crimson hue, and a white bony mask formed over his mouth, while all his previous injuries healed completely. Gula's aura surged astonishingly, rendering him even more fierce and terrifying. What? How could Gula become so formidable after his transformation? Cold sweat streamed down Krillin's face as he beheld Gula's imposing figure and sensed the overwhelming, violent energy emanating from him, causing him to tremble in fear. Dad, you must win. Gohan prayed anxiously for Goku's victory. Suddenly, Goku sensed the dreadfully terrifying power that Gula had acquired post-transformation and immediately heightened his vigilance. But then his pupils constricted in shock. In an instant, Gula appeared before Goku, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. Goku, taken by surprise, doubled over in pain. Seizing the moment while Goku was still recovering, Gula struck him again with an elbow to the back. The impact produced a thunderous sound, sending Goku crashing to the ground like a cannonball, causing a landslide and a cloud of dust to rise. Gula exploded with energy in the air, and the violet flames surged skyward once more. Gula extended his arms, concentrating energy into ki blasts that he unleashed furiously towards Goku. The ki blasts rained down like a machine gun, ravaging the plains, collapsing the terrain, shattering rocks, and sending scorching energy forth like a torrent of lava. After a relentless barrage, thick smoke billowed, the once lush mountains were obliterated. The ground where the blast struck had sunk several meters, and a bottomless pit was left from the explosions. Post-transformation, Gula's battle power reached an astounding 470 million, surpassing Goku's 35 million. Gula laughed maniacally at the destruction he had wrought. What Saiyan? They are no match for me. How foolishly arrogant. Watching Gula's brazen demeanor, Vegeta could no longer contain himself and immediately transformed into a Super Saiyan. A golden flash surged towards Gula in the air. Vegeta struck with fury. Gula raised his hand effortlessly, blocking Vegeta's punch, but their clash created an invisible shockwave in the air. What? Vegeta was astonished that his furious strike had been intercepted by Gula. Pathetic. Gula sneered coldly. He then delivered a knee strike to Vegeta's chest, producing a thunderous sound. Vegeta screamed in agony, feeling as if his organs had been displaced. Gula sidestepped and delivered a powerful kick that sent Vegeta flying. As Vegeta soared through the air, Gula suddenly appeared before him, unleashing a relentless barrage of blows. Bang, 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 bang. Gula pummeled Vegeta midair, treating him like a mere punching bag. Boom. Finally, Gula brought his fists together for a crushing blow, slamming Vegeta into the ground. With a thunderous crash, yet another mountain crumbled, sending dust and debris into the air. Could it be? Even transformed into a Super Saiyan, Vegeta was no match for Gula? Krillin exclaimed in horror, then turned his gaze to Li Feng. Our only hope now rests with you. Please, Li Feng. Li Feng nodded slightly, preparing to step into the fray. He had anticipated Gula's final transformation. Yet the fact that Vegeta had to transform early due to his own circumstances made him significantly stronger than before. Just as Li Feng was about to engage, a golden energy burst forth from the massive crater left by Gula, and a figure slowly ascended amidst the golden light. Not yet finished, Gula. Chapter 47, Goku's Last Resort. Gula, perish. Still not over, Gula. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. A golden figure gradually rose into the sky. Son Goku, battered and bruised, yet still resolute, remained standing. Humph. What can you possibly do in that state? Gula scoffed. Whoosh. Gula began to ascend, intent on completely eliminating Goku this time. Huh. Gula erupted with fury, purple energy exploding into the sky as the clouds dispersed, creating a fierce whirlwind. I've had enough of you wild monkeys. Perish. Supernova. Whoosh. Gula pointed his right hand skyward, channeling all his energy into it, and a golden energy sphere rapidly expanded, engulfing the sky above them. What? That fiend Gula intends to annihilate the Earth? This energy is no joke. Krillin's pupils dilated as he sensed the catastrophic aura emanating from the energy sphere above. Cold sweat breaking out on his brow. This is bad. Uncle Li Feng, please intervene. I beg you. Gohan implored Li Feng. No, Li Feng, this is my battle. Do not interfere, for even you will face my wrath if you do. At that moment, Goku's voice echoed from above. Truly a Saiyan, even in dire straits. He retains an indomitable fighting spirit. Li Feng admired Goku. No wonder he had always been fond of him as a child. Now, in Goku's presence, he continued to discover his charm. You have but one chance. If you fall again, I shall step in. Li Feng promised Goku. Rest assured, this time I shall prevail. Goku replied with a smile. He then focused intently on the supernova energy sphere in the sky, acutely aware of the immense power it held as the closest combatant to the battlefield. Turtle. Goku's shirt was shredded, his torso bloodied and battered. But he nonetheless prepared for one final counterattack. Wave. Swish. Goku gathered his energy, placing his hands at his waist as blue energy began to coalesce. Energy. The azure light intensified, its scattered brilliance eclipsing the golden aura. The energy sphere expanded, overwhelming the grasp of Goku's hands as he struggled to contain the burgeoning blue energy wave. Huh! Goku roared, thrusting his hands skyward. The blue Kamehameha surged upward, hurtling toward Gula's supernova energy sphere. To hell with you. Whoosh. Meanwhile, Gula had gathered his energy, pressing his right hand downward as the energy sphere, radiating a cataclysmic aura akin to a golden sun, plummeted toward the ground. Boom. The two forces collided instantaneously, generating a staggering energy cyclone that briefly created a vacuum in the center. Yet, the standoff lasted less than a second, as Gula's supernova power swiftly overwhelmed the Kamehameha, gaining the upper hand. Could it be that even the great Son Wukong was no match? Piccolo observed Goku's faltering assault with despair. No, the Saiyans possess boundless strength. Goku will surely triumph in the end. Li Feng asserted confidently. Indeed, father will win. Although Goten felt trepidation, his admiration for Goku sustained his belief in his father's victory. Yeah, Goku gritted his teeth and shouted, unleashing an even more potent aura, his muscles swelling as the veins in his arms throbbed, launching an onslaught of intensified Kamehameha waves. Humph, overestimating yourself. Gula scoffed, retaliating with renewed vigor, pushing forth with formidable energy to stabilize the golden sun and regain control, before directing it once more toward Goku. Rumble, rumble, rumble. With Gula's second surge, the supernova descended upon Earth like an impending doom, instilling a sense of despair. Goku's plight grew increasingly dire as the terrifying energy sphere relentlessly suppressed the Kamehameha, causing the ground beneath him to buckle and draw nearer to obliteration. Should this energy collide with the Earth, annihilation would surely follow. Yeah, Goku gritted his teeth, summoning every ounce of strength to resist. As the blue Kamehameha shrank beneath the overwhelming supernova energy, resembling a mere trickle. Ha! Son Goku, I acknowledge your strength, but I am the true ruler of the universe. That Li Feng is nothing but a minor obstacle. You shall both perish with this planet. Gula, reveling in his apparent victory, laughed heartily, proclaiming himself the ultimate victor. His father and brother were too weak to survive against the Saiyans. He was the universe's champion. Fool, you have not yet won. At this moment, Li Feng scoffed, realizing that this was the pivotal moment of truth. Gula noticed that his supernova was perilously close to striking the ground, yet a tenacious energy resisted its descent. Originally intended for Li Feng, it seemed he had no choice but to unleash it now. Goku, resolute, summoned the fruits of his secret training. Against me? King Kai Fist. Whoosh. In an instant, a dark red flame enveloped the golden aura radiating from Goku, intensifying his presence and doubling his combat prowess. What? How could this be possible? Gula was struck with fear as his energy sphere was repelled. Why was this occurring? Wasn't that Son Wukong on the brink of defeat? Where did he summon this energy from? Gula, filled with rage, attempted to stabilize his energy sphere, but no matter how he tried to control it with his energy, hands, or even feet, he could not alter the momentum of his supernova being pushed back. At this moment, Goku's body was operating beyond its limits. The combined force of his Super Saiyan state and the Kaioken pushed his physical form far beyond what it could endure, causing him excruciating pain as if his body were tearing apart. Yet, he clung to consciousness and managed to repel Gula's supernova. No, I cannot lose. Gula's supernova was swiftly countered by the Kamehameha, and he was violently slammed back by his own attack, hurtling away at an alarming speed. Unable to change the fact that he was being blown away, no matter how hard he struggled or tried to escape. Boom. Gula's form was completely engulfed by the energy sphere, culminating in a thunderous explosion in the sky, creating a massive mushroom cloud. Gula vanquished. Chapter 48, Li Xing. In his final form, Gula was ultimately defeated by Son Wukong. Sensing Gula's energy had entirely dissipated, Goku finally exhaled in relief, releasing his Super Saiyan transformation. Hiss. The burden of the Super Saiyan state combined with the Kaioken hit him all at once, sending him crashing to the ground in agony. Goku, Dad. Krillin and the others flew toward Goku, filled with joy and concern. Li Feng. At that moment, a swifter figure rushed toward Li Feng. Feeling the soft touch against him and inhaling the long-awaited fragrance of the past year, Li Feng felt a wave of peace and happiness wash over him. Bulma, I finally see her. Without hesitation, Li Feng bestowed upon her a French kiss, leaving Bulma blushing deeply. Ahem, Bulma, There are children present. Voices from Master Roshi and others echoed behind them. Children? Li Feng was taken aback. Where were their children? Then, noticing the infant cradled in Master Roshi's arms, a familiar warmth surged within him, and he looked at Bulma uncertainly, trembling as he asked, "Is this child?" Li Xing, a wonderful name. Li Feng held the baby in his arms, gazing into the cherubic eyes, and a profound sense of paternal responsibility and love swelled within him. This was his child. He had become a father. Gently, he extended a finger, which the child grasped, filling him with immeasurable joy as tears welled in his eyes. Embracing both the child and Bulma, he said, "Bulma, thank you. This is what I should do. I love you." Bulma's previous feelings of dissatisfaction, worry, and tension dissipated with Li Feng's embrace, enveloping the three in a cocoon of sweetness and happiness. As they reveled in this blissful atmosphere, concern arose. "Goku, how did you sustain such severe injuries?" Meanwhile, Krillin and Gohan anxiously observed Goku, their voices laced with urgency. You take care of that first. We'll talk later," Bulma said, recognizing the gravity of Goku's condition. Tenderly holding on to Li Xing, she made room for him. "All right," Li Feng nodded, then soared towards Goku. "It's time for the miraculous Senzu bean to make an appearance. I must say, these beans are truly lifesavers." Suddenly, a swifter figure appeared before Goku. "Well done, Goku. That final strike was impressive, but given your current state, it was executed a tad prematurely." It was Li Feng, who presented Goku with a Senzu bean, saying, "Thanks." Goku gratefully consumed it without hesitation. I'm alive again." In an instant, Goku felt a refreshing sensation wash over him, as all previous pain and broken bones mended, his breathing returning to normal. Li Feng assessed the now rejuvenated Goku with a combat device. 15 million. I must once again commend the Saiyans. The Kaioken combined with Super Saiyan form seemingly boosts combat power instantaneously, but it places immense strain on the body. You are not yet suited to employ such techniques, Li Feng advised calmly. "Oh, that transformation took me ages to develop. Do you have a new transformation, Li Feng?" Goku asked, astonished. "Of course. There are numerous transformations available to Saiyans. Currently, I have merely surpassed the first stage of Super Saiyan's second form," Li Feng elucidated. "The second form of Super Saiyan Stage 1? What is that?" Goku inquired, scratching his head in confusion. "Our path to strength as Saiyans, aside from simply enhancing our fundamental combat power, includes a second method, amplifying the multiplier post-transformation. For instance, your recent Super Saiyan combined with Kaioken resulted in a 100-fold increase. But it only lasted a few seconds and was extremely taxing on your body, thus not recommended." At that moment, others arrived, gathering to hear Li Feng's explanation. Vegeta, having been roused by the immense energy during Goku's clash with Cooler, approached after consuming the Senzu bean Li Feng provided. He was astonished by Kakaroto's final transformation, yet even more taken aback by Li Feng's words regarding the Saiyan transformation pathway. So, the proper way for Saiyans to transform should be to reach Super Saiyan 2? Vegeta could not resist asking. Over the course of their year-long acquaintance, he had come to understand that Li Feng was both powerful and enigmatic. Although unaware of Li Feng's origins, he recognized that Li Feng had indeed offered Goku and himself numerous methods to enhance their strength. "My Super Saiyan Stage 1 second form is, to be precise, a transitional state to Super Saiyan Stage 2, with a multiplier of 60, Li Feng explained. "Furthermore, there are other forms yet to be clarified, but I am confident that the transformation states available to Saiyans are abundant." Indeed, Li Feng had always been attuned to the essence of Earth. Although Adratstar lay far from the terrestrial realm, he had mastered an advanced version of teleportation during his cultivation, enabling him to detect occurrences on Earth almost instantaneously. As anticipated, King Cooled and his allies, driven by a fervent desire for vengeance, arrived on Earth earlier than in the original narrative. Fortunately, Li Feng had kept a vigilant watch over them. Otherwise, a grave error might have transpired. Occasionally, he would experience prophetic dreams, granting him foreknowledge of certain events. This was his only explanation. Is it truly possible for such occurrences to manifest? Clint inquired, astonished yet hesitant to argue, for Li Feng had indeed aided them on numerous occasions. Extraordinary phenomena unfold in this world. See, is that not an example? Li Feng replied dismissively, gesturing with his hand. The others looked on in confusion, for the direction he indicated appeared devoid of anything noteworthy. Suddenly, a mysterious force surged through the air, and from the fabric of space emerged a flying craft that resembled a colossal egg. A tremendous aura followed in its wake. "What is that? Such a powerful presence!" Clint exclaimed, sensing the sudden energy and realizing it rivaled that of Goku and the other Saiyans. "Curse it, could this be yet another foe?" Vegeta seethed. Feeling the weight of despair, he had believed that his ascension to Super Saiyan would render him formidable, yet he had been soundly defeated by Gula. Now, this new energy seemed to surpass his own, leaving him bewildered as to why the strong had become so commonplace. Chapter 49, Trunks. With a hiss, the door of the egg-like spacecraft opened, and a young man with purple hair emerged. He was strikingly handsome, exuding an air of cold elegance. Yet the essence radiating from him unmistakably marked him as a powerful individual. Have I successfully traversed dimensions? He pondered aloud. Indeed, this was Trunks, having journeyed from the future to the present. The group exchanged glances, and Feng broke the silence. You have arrived too late. King Cooled and Gula have already been vanquished by Son Goku and Vegeta. What? Trunks exclaimed, astonished. According to intelligence from his future mother, Bulma, Goku in the original timeline was supposed to have defeated King Cooled and Frieza, while his father, Vegeta, had not yet attained such prowess. A wave of despair and reluctance surged within him. It appeared that the temporal displacement had led him to a reality that was not as he had known. Who are you? Why has your spacecraft appeared here? Are you also here to invade Earth? Goku inquired sternly, cautious after encountering King Cooled. Please wait, you must be Mr. Goku, may I have a word with you? Rest assured, I bear no ill intent, Trunks addressed Goku. Wait, I will accompany you, Feng suggested. Apologies, sir, but Mr. Goku and I have urgent matters to discuss, Trunks replied. Though Trunks felt a twinge of confusion regarding the unfamiliar young man before him, he recognized the urgency of the situation and hoped to prevent any interruptions from others. It seemed that demonstrating strength was the only way forward. Feng, resigned, steeled his gaze. In an instant, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. A golden aura erupted forth, the powerful cyclone causing those present to sway slightly. Fortunate that Feng had utilized only a fraction of his power for the transformation. What? Is this a Super Saiyan? Who on earth are you? The most astonished among them was Trunks, who recognized this transformation all too well. This was indeed a Super Saiyan. The impressive aura radiating from Feng was far superior to his own, even surpassing that of the two fiends from his future. But who was he? Why had he never heard of him in the future? Transform as well. Let me witness your strength, Feng remarked coolly. What? Are you suggesting that this kid can also transform into a Super Saiyan? The astonishment now belonged to Vegeta. Trunks, with a serious expression and cold sweat beading on his forehead, thought, you must have many questions. You'll understand after we fight. A smirk played on Feng's lips. All right. Trunks felt his battle spirit ignite. With a fierce cry, a whirlwind erupted from him as a golden flame ignited, his purple hair standing on end and transforming to gold. His eyebrows turning golden and his eyes shifting to green, exuding a powerful aura. Krillin gasped in surprise. At that moment, Feng checked Trunks' battle power with his scouter, 250 million. Meanwhile, his own first-level Super Saiyan transformation was a staggering 1 billion. That rascal has grown even stronger. Vegeta gritted his teeth in frustration. The instant Feng transformed, he sensed his overwhelming strength. Although Feng had transformed into a Super Saiyan during training before, this transformation surpassed all previous ones. Even though Feng intentionally suppressed his aura, it was still evident just how formidable his true battle power was. Yet, what astonished Vegeta even more was that this suddenly appearing young man could also transform into a Super Saiyan. Moreover, the intensity of his aura was comparable to Vegeta's own battle power after recovering from severe injuries, which was typically around 6 million. Well then, I suppose this battle belongs to Feng, Goku mused, scratching the back of his head with a sense of resignation. After all, he had previously enjoyed a fierce bout himself, and if he did not allow Feng to take the stage, the latter might just go insane with eagerness. Goku was also intrigued, curious whether this mysterious young man could stand against Feng. Let us battle over there. Feng gestured towards a desolate area. With a swift motion, he took to the skies. Trunks followed suit. The others, aware that the clash between the two Super Saiyans would create significant commotion, decided to observe from a distance to witness the extraordinary duel while avoiding any collateral damage. With a soft thud, two sets of footsteps landed. The two figures, radiating golden flames, locked eyes, poised for the impending confrontation. Trunks stood poised for battle, his stance firm. Yet beads of cold sweat trickled down his brow as he faced Feng, acutely aware of his formidable strength. In stark contrast, Feng wore a confident smile. Entirely unperturbed, a gentle breeze stirred, dislodging a small pebble that landed with a soft thud, reminiscent of a battle horn sounding its call. In an instant, both figures vanished, followed by a resounding boom that reverberated through the air, pulsating with astonishing energy. Thud, 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 thud. The two engaged in a breathtaking flurry of blows, their forms indistinct amidst the dazzling golden flashes, each strike causing the very ground to tremble and the surrounding rocks to shatter. The magnitude of their power eclipsed that of Gula from the very outset. Piccolo's eyes widened in astonishment. The ferocity of this clash surpassed even the recent bout between Gula and Goku. Feng truly exhibited remarkable strength, suggesting that he had withheld his true abilities during their previous sparring sessions. Goku reflected on this as well. Though Feng had transformed into a Super Saiyan during their earlier encounters, those skirmishes had concluded swiftly, as he and Vegeta had yet to master their transformations. Their power disparity too great. Who are you? How is it that you two can transform into a Super Saiyan? Trunks, growing increasingly alarmed as their battle raged on, found all his assaults thwarted, akin to stones sinking into the ocean. The sheer terror of his opponent's strength and speed was overwhelming, and he could not resist voicing his inquiry. I am Li Feng, much like you. I have traversed into this world, Li Feng elucidated. In my realm, you and your companions exist, thus I am well aware of your origins. My purpose in this world is to grow stronger and to safeguard my loved ones and the earth. By the way, in this reality, Bulma is my wife. He added with a smile. What? Trunks was once again taken aback, momentarily stunned by Li Feng's revelation, leaving him vulnerable to a powerful punch that sent him crashing into the valley. With a thunderous crash, boulders collapsed, and smoke billowed into the air. Krillin expressed his confusion. Despite both being Super Saiyans, a significant gap in strength remained. Goku, a seasoned martial artist, quickly discerned the underlying truth. Although the two appeared evenly matched, it was merely Li Feng suppressing his own power. The true outcome could be decided in an instant. Meanwhile, Piccolo, with his keen hearing, listened intently. As the dust settled, Trunks lay amidst the rubble, his gaze vacant, stunned by the implications of what he had just learned. Indeed, in your world, your father is Vegeta, the bald man over there. Li Feng gestured. However, in this world, Bulma and I are in love, and she is thriving, having borne me a child. Regardless, this reality is no longer the universe you once knew, thus the events of your future will not unfold here. It took a considerable amount of time for Trunks to come to terms with this staggering truth. I am aware of your purpose for coming here, let us confirm it. Li Feng remarked with a smile. During the encounter with Li Feng, Trunks was astonished by his immense strength, which evidently surpassed his own. This gave him hope in dealing with the future androids 17 and 18. I have arrived in this world to deliver medicine to Mr. Son Wukong and to inform you of the impending arrival of the future androids, while also seeking a method to vanquish those two vile demons. Trunks briefly recounted the events of the future, consistent with the original narrative. What? The ever-silent Piccolo was once again taken aback by their words, unable to fathom such occurrences. In the future, that Vegeta actually married Bulma? They even have a child? He cast a discreet glance at Vegeta. Humph. Vegeta snorted dismissively at Piccolo. Wukong, come here for a moment. After concluding his discussion with Trunks, Li Feng called Wukong over. Oh, is it over so soon? Upon noticing that the two had reverted from their Super Saiyan forms, Wukong was perplexed but approached nonetheless. Then he heard Trunks speaking of incredible matters. Wukong, who had little interest outside of combat, was oblivious to the concept of time travel. He only knew that this young man was named Trunks and that he was here to deliver medicine, with more formidable foes awaiting in the future. Familiar with the future storyline, Li Feng addressed Wukong, saying, Wukong, you should take the medicine now, or else we won't be able to spar later. No way. Like a child, Wukong immediately consumed the medicine. Had this not been said, Wukong would have certainly refused to take it. Additionally, now that Wukong had learned to stack the Kaioken with Super Saiyan form, the strain on his body would only intensify, potentially leading to unforeseen complications. Thus, he needed to recover first. Trunks, witnessing this scene, stifled a laugh. Wukong, you must train diligently. A mightier adversary will emerge in 3 years, Li Feng cautioned. Certainly, I will grow stronger and will definitely defeat you then. Wukong replied enthusiastically. I and Trunks shall venture into his world tomorrow. That should pose no issues. However, Mr. Li Feng, might this affect the two worlds? Trunks expressed his concerns. Didn't you come here as well? Worry not. We will surely resolve the future issues. Now, let us explain everything to the others and then share a meal together, Li Feng warmly suggested. Although Wukong was somewhat bewildered, he was eager to make friends. With Li Feng's assistance, they concealed Trunks' true identity while revealing everything else. The group was astonished and shocked, yet in the end, they accepted this reality. Humph. I cannot accept this. Li Feng is one thing, but now another peculiar Saiyan has appeared, and he can transform into a Super Saiyan as well? Vegeta scoffed. What's wrong? Vegeta, are you afraid? Haven't you also learned to transform into a Super Saiyan? Li Feng teased. How could that be? Humph. That night, a grand celebration was hosted at my residence, where everyone was invited to partake in the festivities, indulging in an array of delectable delights to commemorate our resounding victory. Li Feng joyfully proclaimed. Hooray! Exclaimed Gohan, brimming with excitement. Are there delicious treats? I shall definitely attend. Goku, momentarily transformed into a child, chimed in. Vegeta, if you choose not to join, I shall gladly consume your share. Goku bantered with Vegeta. You wish, Kakarot. I shall never concede. Observing the carefree, joyful expressions of those around him, Trunks felt tears welling in his eyes, a profound, indescribable emotion swelling within him. Come now, Trunks, this is also your welcome party. Relax. For this is not the future. We shall safeguard everything together, Li Feng reassured Trunks. Thank you, Mr. Li Feng, Trunks replied, a smile gracing his face. Krillin, Gohan, Yamcha, and others greeted Trunks, inquiring about numerous matters concerning the future. Meanwhile, Li Feng and Bulma comfortably sat aboard the aircraft, playfully engaging with their son, Li Xing. In their private moments, Li Feng confided in Bulma about Trunks' true origins. What? How is that possible? In the future, I married Vegeta? He is my son? Bulma exclaimed, astonished. Regardless, in this world, you are my wife, and Li Xing is our child, Bulma declared, embracing Li Xing with happiness as she leaned against Li Feng. But the future me must be so pitiful, having lost family and friends, she reflected, a sense of sorrow washing over her regarding her future self. You will surely venture into the future, won't you? Although the future and the present are entirely different, I still hope you can assist my future self. Though Li Feng remained silent, the perceptive Bulma had already discerned his thoughts and silently believed in him from behind. Li Feng embraced Bulma gently, whispering sweet reassurances. Trunks, initially stunned, soon joined in the revelry, fully immersing himself in the joyous atmosphere. That evening, after a long separation, Li Feng and Bulma once again shared a sweet and passionate night together. Chapter 51. The future world. The following day, Goku cheerfully declared, Hee, Li Feng, I shall train diligently here, and when we meet again, I will undoubtedly be stronger. Bulma, cradling Li Xing, tenderly spoke to her husband. Humph, you remain there. I shall surpass Kakarot. Vegeta scoffed. Li Feng bid farewell to his family and friends one by one. Let us depart. With a click, the cover of the time machine sealed shut, gradually ascending into the sky. The machine then became invisible, vanishing after a wave of distortion. Within the time machine, Li Feng felt a sense of curiosity about traversing through time and space. At that moment, the system's voice resonated within his mind. Detection complete. Departing from Universe 1807. Heading towards an unknown universe. As he gazed ahead into the darkness, as if enveloped in chaos, Li Feng pondered, if the universe I am traveling to is 1207, will the fragments from before still be effective? Ineffectual, this temporal journey relies on the power of technology for traversal, while the fragments utilize temporal anomalies for direct passage. Hence, the fragments are available for future use. And what of the mission? Upon reaching Universe 1207, the task will similarly be activated, the system elucidated. Goodness. It appears the time machine is yet another entity. No wonder its usage was forbidden later in Dragon Ball Super. Li Feng pondered, uncertain if his use of the fragments would draw the attention of the god of destruction and the angels. If discovered, how would he respond? His current power was still woefully inadequate. The power of the temporal fragments belongs to the force of time, governed by the Kaioshin of time. And the gods of destruction possess neither the authority nor the knowledge to wield such power. Moreover, the presence of the temporal fragments indicates that the universe is experiencing issues requiring rectification, thereby evading the notice of the deities. It seems the discovery of the time machine during the era of Dragon Ball Super can be wholly attributed to Trunks' indiscretion before the god of destruction. Li Feng breathed a sigh of relief, yet simultaneously felt an urgent desire to strengthen himself. The arrogant gods of destruction acted with impunity, initially. Even Vegeta had to swallow his pride and present them with a facade of goodwill, while the exalted Zeno wielded unfathomable power, capable of annihilating universes at will. Instilling fear in the gods of destruction. Power. What I need is the strength to surpass all others, to safeguard my universe from arbitrary destruction and to protect my loved ones. I must grow stronger. Li Feng resolved. Those gods of destruction will one day find themselves on the receiving end of my wrath. Whoosh. Just as Li Feng's fighting spirit ignited, the chaos and darkness ahead dissipated, revealing a bright light. Scanning in progress. Beep. Detection confirms this universe is 1207. Mission issued. Eliminate Android 17 and Android 18. Mission reward. The formidable survival capabilities of the Frost Demon race. Will you accept? The system's voice resonated. Yes. Li Feng rejoiced inwardly. To receive a mission so promptly, and a reward of such significance, the survival capabilities of the Frost Demon race was unexpected. As is well known, Saiyans cannot survive in a vacuum, whereas members of Frieza's race can, exhibiting remarkable vitality. Even after the explosion of Namek, they endure, unperturbed by extremes of temperature, able to traverse the cosmos. Should he acquire this ability, his chances of survival would significantly increase. Li Feng felt invigorated. The mission aligned perfectly with his aspirations. The future androids are exceedingly malevolent, indiscriminately slaughtering the innocent. They must be made to answer for the lives unjustly lost in this universe. With a hiss, the exterior of the time machine gradually opened. What greeted his eyes was not a picturesque landscape or a thriving metropolis, but a scene of desolation. The once blue sky was shrouded in smoke, casting a dim and ashen pall over the entire expanse. Below, dilapidated buildings stood in ruin, corpses lay scattered, and the stench of blood permeated the air, all narrating a tale of a future steeped in brutality. Cursed be it. Even West City has fallen victim to this calamity? This is dire mother. Trunks exclaimed in anger, but his concern for Bulma quickly followed. Calm down, Trunks. Bulma should be fine. Let us first head to her hiding place. Li Feng reassured him, giving Trunks a gentle pat on the shoulder to help him regain his composure. Upon arriving in Universe 1209, Feng immediately sensed the familiar aura of Earth. The first presence he detected was Bulma, followed closely by that of Master Karen and the Guardian. The remaining warriors were undetectable, indicating that the losses in the future were far greater than he had anticipated. I apologize for my earlier outburst, Mr. Feng. Please follow me, Trunks said, having steadied his emotions after a moment of panic. He then flew towards a nearby ruin. With a firm push, Trunks moved a massive stone aside and began to search within. He soon discovered a hidden switch underground, revealing a concealed exit, and promptly leaped inside, Feng following suit. Beep. Scanning in progress. Subject detected. Trunks, classified as human, entry permitted. Beep. Scanning in progress. Subject detected. Unknown, initiate attack. As Feng stepped into the underground chamber, the previously dim surroundings illuminated with lights as a robot began scanning him. Wait, do not initiate an attack. That is Mr. Feng, an ally. Please register him in the database. Acknowledged. The robot's red ocular lights dimmed. Truly, Bulma was remarkable, even amidst the chaos wrought by the androids. She continued to advance technology and secrecy, managing to create a time machine under such dire circumstances. One could only admire her tenacity. Together, the two traversed the corridor, arriving in an expansive area where a woman was welding metal with machinery in the distance. Mom, you're all right. Trunks exclaimed in relief upon seeing Bulma's figure and hurried toward her. Bulma removed her mask and embraced Trunks warmly. She gently patted his head, speaking softly. Feng observed Bulma, noting that while her blue hair remained, strands of gray hinted at the hardships she had endured in the future, though she retained her elegance. The passage of time had certainly marked her. Who is this? Bulma inquired as she released Trunks, her curiosity piqued by the handsome young man beside him. Mom, this is Mr. Feng. He accompanied me on this time travel mission and has the capability to resolve the issues with the androids. Trunks hesitated, unsure how to continue. My calculations should have been accurate. Why is this person present in the past, and why do I have no recollection of him? The astute Bulma found herself perplexed. Greetings, Bulma of this universe. Trunks indeed hails from the timeline of Goku and the others. However, due to certain circumstances, I too was swept into that world, resulting in significant changes to the past. I became friends with them and even married you from that universe. We have found happiness together, Feng explained. Bulma's eyes widened in astonishment. Meanwhile, Trunks scratched his head, bewildered by the revelations. Chapter 52, Those Wretched Androids. Defeating Android 17. Bulma mused, reflecting on the situation. Then, with great interest, she strolled back and forth beside Feng. Indeed, he embodies the very type I find appealing. It's no wonder I was drawn to him in the past. Ahem, mother, Trunks awkwardly interjected. In any case, I appreciate your assistance. Bulma expressed her gratitude to Feng, then resumed her serious demeanor. Currently, androids 17 and 18 are wreaking havoc in the West City area, mercilessly harming countless innocent civilians. How despicable. Trunks gritted his teeth. Time is of the essence, Mr. Feng. I implore you to lend me your strength to vanquish those two demons. Trunks beseeched. Certainly. My purpose here is to obliterate those malevolent androids. Please, do take care of yourselves, Bulma advised. Whoosh, whoosh. Two figures swiftly darted out from the hidden chamber. Feng, I hope you can indeed work miracles. Bulma gazed into the skies where they had departed. The androids lack any discernible energy, rendering it impossible for Feng to track them by their presence. However, the destruction they wrought was unmistakably evident. Ah, help. No, you fiends. Amidst the artillery fire, a throng of innocent civilians cried out in agony. Ha ha ha. Scream louder. 18. Let us see who can claim more prey. The laughter belonged to a boy clad in a red scarf, whose fair features belied a heart far more cruel and wicked than that of a demon. How tedious. That area is mine, declared a blonde girl. She, like 17, was a twin, and though she too was strikingly beautiful, she remained a demon clad in human skin, mercilessly slaughtering all in her path. Mother? Mother? What's wrong? Wah. Oh, a little prey has been discovered. Fear not, little one. You shall soon reunite with your mother. 17 revealed a sinister grin, unleashing a ki blast toward the little girl. The innocent child, still oblivious to the mortal peril, continued to call out for her mother. Just as the girl was on the verge of demise, a resounding crash echoed as the ki blast was deflected, crashing into the nearby ruins. Wow, mama. The child was cradled by a tall and handsome man. Brother, what happened to my mother? She'll be all right, won't she? Feng gently stroked the girl's head. Speaking softly, your mother is merely asleep. She will awaken soon. He then instantaneously transported the girl to Bulma's side. I entrust this child to your care. The battle is now underway. By the time Bulma comprehended the situation, cradling the child, Feng had already vanished from sight. Humph, you again, Trunks. It seems this time you've brought a companion? 17 scoffed. Huh, the man who saved the girl just disappeared? 18 noticed the sudden absence of the one who had rescued the child. How dull. I shall have to deal with you instead. 17's gaze sharpened as he prepared to strike. Huh. Trunks immediately transformed into a Super Saiyan. A radiant burst of golden light enveloped the surroundings. An overwhelming force sweeping through the desolate ruins. He understood that Feng had just gone to rescue someone. His task was merely to buy time. Perish. Swish. As number 17 prepared to launch an attack, an unexpected shadow emerged before him. Bang. That shadow struck him with a powerful fist, sending him flying. Thud. Number 17 crashed violently against the collapsed wall, shattering it. What? Number 18 exclaimed in astonishment. She too was taken aback by the presence of such a formidable opponent on the battlefield, who had effortlessly sent number 17 flying with a single blow. Leave 17 to me. Do you have confidence in dealing with number 18? Feng's steady voice inquired. Absolutely. Trunks responded with unwavering confidence. In the fleeting moment of his clash with number 17, Feng utilized the system's combat analyzer to assess the battle power of the future androids. Android 17, 350 million. Android 18, 300 million. Although both androids possessed slightly superior combat capabilities compared to Trunks, Feng was convinced that in a one-on-one scenario, Saions had the potential to surpass their limits. He also aimed to elevate Trunks' battle prowess through practical training against the androids, should any unforeseen circumstance arise. He was prepared to intervene. Humph, 17, you are truly weak, number 18 taunted. Do not interfere, number 18. I will personally obliterate this scum. Number 17 growled through gritted teeth. It had been years since anyone had inflicted pain upon him, ever since that battle with Son Gohan 7 years ago. This person must be made to suffer at his hands. Foolish. Feng retorted coldly. Huh. He then let out a resounding roar. Swish. Boom. A blinding light, more resplendent than Trunks, erupted forth. Rustle. 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 An overwhelming aura surged into the heavens, causing the very earth to tremble. Feng's hair stood upright, transforming from black to gold, his pupils shifting to green, his demeanor turning cold and fierce. He had transformed into a Super Saiyan from the very onset. Previously, his fighting style paralleled that of Goku's. He would engage formidable foes with a gradual approach, savoring the thrill of battle before slowly escalating his power. Even against Frieza, he had adopted this method. However, in the face of these cruel fiends, those who ruthlessly harmed innocent girls, he could no longer contain himself. They must be eradicated instantly. Allowing them to linger in this world for even a moment would be a grave disrespect to the fallen. Feng's terrifying energy radiated outward like ripples, centered around him. What? A Super Saiyan? Who exactly are you? Number 17 gasped in shock. 7 years ago, Son Gohan, and even Vegeta from 17 years past, were Super Saiyans. But none had exuded such a potent aura. I am here to end your life. Before he could finish his sentence, the golden figure appeared before number 17 in an instant. Bang! Feng unleashed a powerful punch to number 17's abdomen. Cough. Ah! Number 17 bent over like a shrimp, spewing forth bile. Huh. Seizing the moment, Feng executed a flying kick that produced a thunderous sound, propelling number 17 into the air. Crack. 17's rib was fractured, and pain surged through him. Yet, the ordeal was far from over. Feng, in a swift motion, propelled himself into the air, arriving first at the position where 17 was sent flying. He clasped his hands into a fist and struck with tremendous force. Bang! A thunderous sound echoed through the air as a dark figure plummeted to the earth like a meteor, causing the ground to tremble and crack like a spider's web. 17 was utterly bewildered. First, he suffered a brutal blow to his abdomen and could not react in time, followed by the fracture of his rib. The scenery around him blurred as he was propelled forward, and then a sharp pain pierced his back, plunging him into darkness, his entire body racked with agony. His dazed gaze turned skyward, unable to fathom how he had been defeated in an instant. No, he screamed in despair. The reason for his demise was the golden, godlike figure that had appeared before him, its right hand coalescing an energy sphere brimming with lethal power. With a flash of golden light, 17's consciousness faded completely. Boom. A tremendous sound resonated from the ground as 17 was obliterated into fragments. Chapter 53. Trunks surpasses his limits. 18's demise. With a deafening crash, 17 was shattered into pieces. What? 18, engaged in battle with Trunks, momentarily lost focus upon witnessing 17's death. Huh. Trunks, wholly concentrated on the fight, seized the opportunity as 18 exposed a flaw and lunged forward for a strike. Bang! Trunks' fist collided with 18's face, sending her flying like a projectile. With a resounding crash, 18's body also crashed into the ruins, creating a wave of tremors. Instantly, walls crumbled, and thick smoke billowed. How could this be? That 17, who was ostensibly her twin brother, had been slain by that enigmatic Saiyan. Embedded within the wall, 18 was overcome with shock, confusion, and panic. If that Saiyan intervened, along with Trunks, her life would undoubtedly be forfeit. What to do? 18 pondered anxiously. Then, a cruel smile crept across her face. Since those Saions could not detect her energy, She could exploit this advantage to launch a surprise attack. If she could eliminate Trunks from the shadows and escape immediately, that Saiyan would surely be unable to pursue her. Thus, she concealed herself amidst the debris and smoke, akin to a panther in the darkness, waiting for her enemy to reveal a fatal weakness. Where did she go? Trunks soared towards the spot where 18 had just fallen, but her figure was nowhere to be found. Yet, his keen battle instincts sensed a looming threat. He anxiously scanned his surroundings, searching for 18 amidst the thick smoke. Feng remained nearby, arms crossed, observing. If it were him, how would he confront an enemy whose energy he could not sense? He mused. Perhaps one should feign a weakness, waiting for the opponent to strike before launching a swift counterattack. As time passed, Trunks remained on high alert, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, yet he dared not relax, for the enemy could strike at any moment. Whoosh! Suddenly, a piercing sound sliced through the air. Trunks instantly unleashed a ki blast, yet it merely struck a stone. The true assailant lurked behind that very rock. However, the debris and dust from the shattered stone momentarily hindered Trunks' movements. Boom! It was now Android 18's turn to retaliate. She extended her hands, seizing Trunks by the shoulders. And with a swift knee strike, she thrust Trunks' body into a bowing arc with a resounding thud. Gasp! The excruciating pain compelled Trunks to spit out a mouthful of bile. Android 18 then shifted into a relentless assault mode, her fists flying as she pummeled Trunks into a state of utter disarray. Ultimately, Android 18 delivered a powerful kick that sent Trunks sprawling, swiftly channeling her energy into a ki blast, employing the technique of the prince. Boom, 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 boom. The yellow ki blast surged forth with a speed rivaling that of a Gatling gun, mercilessly raining down on Trunks. In theory, the stamina of the androids was boundless, allowing Android 18 to bombard Trunks indefinitely. However, the future androids had existed for over a decade, enduring prolonged battles without regular maintenance, which had diminished their once infinite stamina. Coupled with the excessive energy expended during her confrontation with Trunks, Android 18 found herself compelled to pause after over a minute of relentless bombardment. Hee. Ha. Android 18 laughed maniacally. What Saiyan? I have personally eliminated one. It seems that it was merely due to Android 17's negligence. Given the current circumstances, in a one-on-one match, my odds against Feng have significantly improved. It appears there is no need to flee. Feng observed the battlefield intently. As he witnessed Trunks being assailed with fervor, he nearly succumbed to the urge to intervene. Yet, he noted that Trunks' energy had not diminished significantly. Rather, he had concealed it momentarily. After his training on Yardrat, Feng's sensitivity to energy was unparalleled, and he understood that Trunks yet lived, quietly brewing his ultimate strike. What was that Saiyan's name? Feng. Although you ambushed Android 17 and lucked into a victory, I am the strongest. The Trunks who accompanied you has already been vanquished. You shall be the next Saiyan to fall. Android 18 cackled madly. Gazing at the demonic smile of the future Android 18, a chill ran down Feng's spine. Though he had a fondness for her, it was for the kind, gentle, and adorable version from his own universe. This incarnation was merely a demon clad in the same skin as her. Feng shook his head. Your battle is far from over. Do you wish to perish so soon? Feng scoffed. Do you truly believe that Saiyans can be so easily slain? From what he understood, had Vegeta not been so careless and Gohan not sacrificed himself to protect Trunks, they would not have met such an untimely demise. In a state of preparedness, eliminating a Super Saiyan is no simple feat. What? Android 18's hair stood on end, her senses heightened with trepidation. If that were true, then Trunks had not perished? Was he observing from the shadows as she had just done? She once again attuned herself to her surroundings, yet she could not sense Trunks' presence. Sweat cascaded down her forehead. If this were truly the case, it would spell trouble, especially with Feng still around. Could she possibly escape? Whoosh! Another sound of air being sliced through echoed. Android 18's ears perked up, and she instinctively unleashed a ki blast, mockingly taunting. Humph! Hiding behind there, are you? How naive to use my own technique against me. Boom! Boom! Android 18 released several more blasts, shattering the massive boulder into fragments. However, amidst the debris, there was no sign of Trunks. What? Android 18 was momentarily taken aback. He was deviating from the expected script? Whoosh! At that instant, a sound erupted behind her. Reacting on instinct, Android 18 sidestepped, but it was too late. Zing! A flash of silver sliced through the air, severing her arm. Ah! She screamed in agony as blood gushed forth from the wound. Ha! 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 Trunks, emboldened by his advantage, relentlessly swung his sword. Whoosh! 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 Countless silver glimmers danced in the air, and after a whirlwind of swordplay, only remnants and shards remained. This is for everyone, he declared, mirroring the climactic blow he dealt to mechanical Frieza in the original narrative. With a final flourish of his sword and a ki wave from his left hand, he obliterated everything in a thunderous explosion. Android 18 was vanquished. Trunks had transcended himself. Chapter 54, The Evolution of Life. Ding. Mission accomplished. Eliminate Android 17 and Android 18. Mission reward. The formidable survival capabilities of the Frozen Demon Clan. Claim reward? At that moment, the system's voice resonated within his mind. Yes. Whoosh. Instantly, Li Feng felt his blood surging with fervor. And he was enveloped by an even more vigorous and formidable life force emanating from within him. Crackle. Li Feng's bones and flesh began to slowly grow, their density becoming astonishingly remarkable. He felt as though he could withstand a full-force Kamehameha from a Super Saiyan without sustaining any harm. His height had surged from 1.8 meters to 1.85 meters, with his muscles becoming increasingly robust, bursting forth with incredible strength. Beyond the enhancement of his physical power, Li Feng sensed a qualitative improvement in his 5 senses. His vision sharpened like that of a telescope, allowing him to clearly see a spider hundreds of meters away. His hearing rivaled that of the Namekians, enabling him to discern voices from a kilometer away. His sense of smell and taste grew more intricate, and his touch became exquisitely refined. Most exhilarating for Li Feng was the newfound ease of his breathing. It felt as though his lungs had doubled in size, allowing him to inhale oxygen several times more than before. Moreover, he realized he could survive in a vacuum. His breathing was no longer reliant solely on his mouth and nose, as every part of his body seemed to possess its own respiratory mechanism, gently inhaling and exhaling. Roughly estimating, he could survive for several days in the vacuum of space. Such was the formidable vitality of the Frozen Demon Clan. No wonder Frieza, even without training, possessed an innate battle power exceeding 1 million. This was the essence of talent. Li Feng was overjoyed. It seemed that this time, the system's reward was indeed perfectly aligned with his desires. He glanced at his current combat power through the detector, 100 million. This was nothing short of an evolution of life, a transcendence of the flesh. With his newfound abilities, Li Feng's combat power had quadrupled, and even more astonishingly, he felt an endless surge of strength coursing through his body, with untapped potential waiting to be discovered. At that moment, Trunks knelt on the ground. Gohan, father, all my friends, and countless innocent souls, I have finally defeated the androids. Your souls can now find peace. Trunks cried out to the heavens, hot tears streaming down his cheeks. After so many years of battling the androids, of fleeing, the despair, pain, resentment, and tension that had plagued his heart dissipated with the resolution of this conflict. He had borne the weight of the world's hopes all along, never allowed to perish while witnessing innocent lives suffer, his heart bleeding in silence, yet feeling utterly powerless. But now, he had avenged them with his own hands. The elation and excitement swelled within him, a multitude of complex emotions that words could scarcely express, now released through his cries. Li Feng stood quietly beside him, his heart filled with reflection. In the past, when watching Dragon Ball, he had admired the future Trunks for his bravery and kindness. Fierce against foes yet gentle with family and friends, Trunks had borne such a heavy burden. After a long while, once Trunks had finished weeping, he slowly rose and approached Li Feng, solemnly bowing before him. Mr. Li Feng, I truly thank you for your assistance. Without you, we would not have been able to eradicate the androids completely. There is no need for formalities, Trunks. Ultimately, it was your strength and wisdom that led to their defeat. Li Feng replied with a smile. Trunks beamed with joy. Mr. Li Feng, please join me in celebrating. Today is a day worthy of festivity. Very well. The two swiftly flew toward Bulma's hideout. In no time, they arrived. Mom, I did it. The androids have been eliminated. Humanity is saved. Upon seeing Bulma, Trunks immediately dashed into her embrace, akin to a child sharing his joy with his mother. Really? That is wonderful. You both did splendidly. Bulma's eyes sparkled as a radiant smile graced her face. Thank you, Li Feng, for saving our world. There's no need for thanks. This time, Trunks triumphed through his own power, Li Feng replied. Then let us commemorate our victory. I propose we host a celebration today. Bulma suggested with a smile. You Saiyans must have quite the appetite. While this isn't meant as a gesture of gratitude, at least allow me to extend some hospitality. Laughter echoed joyfully throughout the room. Afterward, Bulma utilized the robot to convey the splendid news to the surviving populace. Initially, disbelief lingered among them. Yet as they soon realized the absence of the calamity wrought by the two fiends, a cacophony of jubilant cries erupted, reverberating with the names of the heroes. Li Feng and Trunks. That evening, Bulma extended an invitation to the nearby residents to partake in a celebration. The crowd made room, distributing food, while Li Feng assisted alongside. Bulma's curiosity regarding the enigmatic and powerful Li Feng grew increasingly intense, prompting her to inquire about his encounters with his past self. Upon hearing her own past self's proactive nature, she felt a warmth of embarrassment, yet quickly composed herself, acknowledging her advanced age and regarding these memories as mere anecdotes. Especially since her husband Vegeta had departed this world many years ago. Having shared his experiences from the past, Li Feng spoke gently. What? You mean the Dragon Balls still exist? Trunks exclaimed in astonishment, eagerly pressing for details. Li Feng elucidated. This world's Piccolo and the Guardian were originally one and the same. They were born and perished together. Consequently, upon Piccolo's demise, the Guardian, who oversaw the Dragon Balls on Earth, also perished, rendering the Dragon Balls ineffective. However, Planet Namek, the true origin of the Dragon Balls, still holds them, provided the original timeline remains unchanged. Such a revelation. Trunks gasped, his spirits soaring. Then this means my father and Gohan could. Wait a moment, Trunks, Bulma interjected, exhaling a sigh. In an unexpected turn, she halted Trunks' request. Li Feng was taken aback, unable to fathom that Bulma, who seemed most eager for the resurrection of everyone, would oppose such a notion. Bulma, Trunks, and that formidable young man, Li Feng, is it? At that moment, a familiar voice resonated in their ears. It is I, Goku. I've been watching over Earth from the afterlife. Bulma speaks the truth. We have been dead for quite some time and have grown accustomed to life in the afterworld. We have no desire to return. Moreover, it seems I have caused this world considerable trouble. It is a pity for Gohan and Vegeta. Humph, Kakarot, I too shall not return. In the realm of the dead, my training shall not falter. Vegeta's voice echoed as well. Trunks, you have grown. It warms my heart. Gohan's voice followed suit. As my father and Aunt Bulma have said, we have been departed for so long that resurrecting would strip our lives of meaning. It is far better for those who remain to confront the future with resolve. Gohan. Trunks wept upon hearing that familiar voice. Well, since the others have chosen not to return, it appears we are quite content here in the afterlife. Ah, yes, Li Feng. You are indeed powerful. Thank you for saving Earth. I wish to spar with you someday. When you pass on, be sure to seek me out. Humph, Kakarot. After all these years, you still struggle with words. Is it your curse to wish others dead? Such is no way to address a benefactor. Ah, my apologies, Li Feng. Their playful banter resumed, and ultimately, Trunks found solace and a smile upon his face. Chapter 55, The Hyperbolic Time Chamber. At last, Trunks displayed a relieved smile. According to Bulma, the time machine requires a substantial amount of energy for round trips, and replenishing that energy takes a full year. Consequently, Li Feng had no choice but to remain in the future world. He had contemplated whether to wish upon the dragon for an intellect that rivaled Bulma's or to acquire the learning capabilities of Majin Buu to engage in inventions and creations. However, he was reluctant to misuse the Dragon Balls, uncertain of what future calamities might befall this world. Thus, he devoted most of his time to training. During the initial 2 months, he assisted in post-disaster reconstruction, for the strength of a Saiyan surpasses that of thousands, proving to be quicker and more agile than any crane. Gradually, Li Feng integrated into the local life, employing his own hands to construct various infrastructures. A profound sense of accomplishment filled him, as he not only honed his skills, but also savored the beauty of life and the hope that people had for a new beginning. After the preliminary construction, Bulma's machinery factory commenced operations, alleviating the need for Li Feng to invest excessive time in further assistance. Trunks. The future I inhabit is far more distant than the one you currently experience. Greater and more terrifying foes will emerge, far beyond the capabilities of the androids. Such as Android 17, Li Feng remarked during a moment of respite. I understand that discussing such matters right after resolving the android crisis may seem inappropriate, particularly during reconstruction. But this world can only rely on you. Do you wish to grow stronger, Trunks? I desire to become more powerful, just like you, Mr. Li Feng. Please, teach me how to grow stronger. Trunks earnestly implored. Li Feng recognized that his time in this world was limited to less than 10 months. Besides focusing on his own strength, it was imperative that he also help Trunks become formidable. With his arrival, the future had already shifted. If Trunks did not train, he would struggle against even the first form of Cell, let alone the likes of Majin Buu and other formidable adversaries to come. Very well. I know of a place that is ideal for our training, Li Feng proposed, suggesting the hyperbolic time chamber within the sacred world of the Kais. What? The sacred world? The hyperbolic time chamber? Such a miraculous place exists? Trunks exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, I believe that Popo and the others will not refuse us. Li Feng responded as they swiftly soared to the sacred world. Upon arriving, a short, dark-skinned man with a white turban greeted them. Ah, you too, Trunks and Li Feng. Greetings. Mr. Popo, we have come to request the use of the hyperbolic time chamber, Li Feng stated, explaining their intent to prepare for the impending powerful foes. If the Supreme Kai is present, he would undoubtedly consent. Thank you, Li Feng and Trunks, for avenging the Supreme Kai and many innocent souls. Popo expressed his gratitude for their contributions and permitted them access to the chamber. However, do keep in mind that each person is limited to 48 hours of training within the chamber throughout their lifetime. Otherwise, they will not be able to exit, Popo warned. Li Feng mused to himself that his inability to escape was merely a reflection of his insufficient strength. After all, even the later formidable Majin Buu and Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks had torn through time and space solely by virtue of their immense power. However, he recognized that he was far from possessing such capabilities. Even if he did, he had no desire to linger in this void for too long, lest it lead to turmoil within his psyche. Thus, he deemed a year spent here to be ample. In the original narrative, Goku and Gohan had mastered the full power of Super Saiyan at its first stage after a year of training in this very place. He wondered if he, too, could reach that state. Filled with enthusiasm, Li Feng opened the door to the hyperbolic time chamber, revealing a modest abode replete with a living room, hall, bathroom, kitchen, and various other amenities. Venturing further, he encountered an expanse of nothingness. The most immediate sensation was the remarkably thin atmosphere. The oxygen levels had plummeted to below half of what they once were, compounded by a gravity 10 times that of Earth, and the temperature soared above 40 degrees Celsius. Gasping for air, Trunks struggled to acclimatize to the harsh conditions. This was the hyperbolic time chamber. He couldn't help but marvel at the stark emptiness and void outside. As if the entirety of existence had been reduced to this temporal palace, where a colossal hourglass tilted, its sands slipping away, a poignant reminder of the passage of time. Li Feng had long since accustomed himself to the tenfold gravity and the other severe conditions. With his evolved physique, he found life in this environment to be no challenge at all. What he valued most about the hyperbolic time chamber was its unique trait. A single day spent within equated to a year in the outside world. Trunks, take your time to adapt to this environment. I shall commence my training alone for now. Tomorrow, I will guide you in becoming stronger, he declared before propelling himself into the distance. Observing Li Feng's unwavering composure amidst such intense gravity and scarce air, Trunks felt a surge of admiration. Clenching his fists, he resolved to acclimate to this new setting. While Li Feng had developed resilience to extreme temperatures, the thin air still posed a challenge, leading to a greater expenditure of stamina. After a brief training session, he was already beginning to perspire. Yet this only underscored the effectiveness of their training. Under these conditions, they would undoubtedly grow stronger. Let me test my current strength. With a thunderous roar, Li Feng unleashed his energy, summoning a white cyclone that erupted skyward, sending tremors through the palace. Remarkable. Mr. Li Feng has grown even stronger, Trunks exclaimed, bewildered by the fact that Li Feng had yet to transform into a Super Saiyan, despite his aura rivaling what Trunks had experienced during their previous encounter. Excellent. Truly a testament to the prowess of an evolved body, Li Feng noted, feeling the transformation within himself. The earlier negative states dissipated significantly after his outburst. Time to begin training. Full power Super Saiyan. Here I come. Days later. Boom. 2 golden energy blasts collided, producing a sound that was nothing short of thunderous. A golden figure was sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground. Cough, cough. Indeed, Trunks. You are gradually acclimating to this environment, Li Feng remarked, arms crossed. Surprisingly, he remained in his normal state, not transforming into a Super Saiyan. Yes, Teacher Li Feng, Trunks replied, rising once more. This was Trunks' request. Over the past few days, Li Feng had imparted much knowledge to him, not only regarding combat, but also in sensing energy, breathing techniques, and absorption, further enhancing his physical prowess. Let us conclude today's training here. We shall continue tomorrow. Understood, Teacher Li Feng. Chapter 56. The distinct forms of the first stage of Super Saiyan. A month later. Rustle, 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 rustle. 2 figures erupted with golden energy. Come forth, Trunks, Li Feng called out. Whoosh. Trunks transformed into a streak of golden lightning, charging towards Li Feng. Boom. The collision of their fists echoed loudly. Subsequently, their forms flickered and shifted through the air. After a month of training in the hyperbolic time chamber, their foundational combat abilities had significantly improved. Trunks' power surged from 5 million to 10 million. Meanwhile, Li Feng's prowess escalated from 100 million to 200 million, an impressive doubling. Through over a month of adaptation and training amidst harsh conditions, upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, Trunks confidently subdued Li Feng's normal state in combat, thus compelling Li Feng to respond in his Super Saiyan form. After an exchange, Trunks distanced himself and unleashed several energy blasts. Li Feng effortlessly evaded them. Yet as the blasts detonated, smoke veiled Trunks' figure. Li Feng raised an eyebrow, realizing Trunks had begun to apply his energy in practical combat. He remained composed, acutely sensing that no living entity could escape his awareness. Here, Li Feng pivoted, delivering a punch into the air. Bang! Trunks' silhouette materialized before him. This is it. However, another figure of Trunks appeared behind Li Feng. Just as Li Feng's fist was about to connect with the first Trunks, that figure began to blur and dissipate. Phantom Fist. This was a technique Li Feng had taught to Trunks, creating illusions through energy during rapid movement. And today, Trunks had successfully executed it. I've got it, Trunks exulted, witnessing his fist poised to strike Li Feng, proving that he had indeed managed to deceive his teacher. How naive. At that moment, Trunks, just like Li Feng earlier, felt that he had not made contact. Instead, he heard Li Feng's voice behind him. Boom. With a resounding impact, Trunks was slammed to the ground, causing spiderweb-like cracks to form on the smooth surface. Cough, cough, cough. Trunks clumsily rose to his feet. Very well, Trunks, you have mastered the application of the Phantom Fist. However, During actual combat, your opponent may employ similar techniques. Remember, never let your guard down if you have not struck your target, Li Feng cautioned. I understand, teacher. Trunks straightened his posture, elated to gain recognition from Li Feng. Your body is now capable of withstanding a higher multiplier of Super Saiyan transformation, Li Feng remarked. A higher multiplier transformation? What does that entail? Trunks inquired, perplexed. Just like this, Li Feng bellowed, as a golden aura expanded around his form, unleashing an astonishing and terrifying surge of energy. Beyond the shift in aura, Li Feng's physique underwent a remarkable transformation. His already robust body became even more imposing, with muscles in his arms, chest, abdomen, thighs, and calves swelling to an extraordinary degree, resembling a muscular titan. The energy emanating from him was akin to a miniature sun, radiating its light and warmth. This overwhelming power swiftly subdued Trunks' ordinary Super Saiyan form, causing even his aura to diminish somewhat. Impressive, truly remarkable, Trunks exclaimed, eyes wide with astonishment as he beheld Li Feng transformed into Super Saiyan 12. Li Feng's energy far surpassed his own. The multiplier for the Super Saiyan 12 state is 60 times, yet it consumes 3 times the energy of the original state, Li Feng elucidated regarding his current transformation. This is the state you must aspire to achieve. Trunks displayed a look of envy. Is this the state that transcends Super Saiyan? Can I attain it as well? With diligent training, you too can reach this form. Naturally, there are even further transformations, Li Feng continued, preparing for an advanced transformation. With a powerful shout, an even more intense whirlwind and dazzling golden light erupted from him. His aura enveloped the entire space, creating an atmosphere where only this golden flame seemed to exist. In comparison, Trunks' golden light appeared as mere fluorescence against the brilliance of the sun, utterly overshadowed. This left Trunks momentarily blinded, trembling in fear from the overwhelming power. At that moment, Li Feng's physique experienced yet another dramatic transformation. His height surged from nearly 1.9 meters to 2 meters, muscles ballooning, forming peaks akin to small mountains, resembling an erupting volcano that radiated light and heat incessantly. This was the third state of Super Saiyan, referred to as Super Saiyan 13, with a staggering power increase and a transformation multiplier of 80 times. Why is this form so much stronger than Super Saiyan 12? Trunks questioned, puzzled. Although this form significantly enhances strength, it drastically reduces speed, even falling short of the ordinary Super Saiyan speed. Moreover, it consumes approximately 5 times the energy of the original state, placing an immense burden on the body, making it ill-suited for combat, Li Feng explained, sharing the drawbacks of this transformation to guide Trunks wisely. No matter how formidable the strength, if one cannot strike the enemy, it is futile. This form trades speed for power. Is there an even stronger form? Trunks asked. Now, in this state, Li Feng appeared akin to a standard Super Saiyan form. Isn't that the ordinary Super Saiyan state? Trunks felt that his final form diverged from his expectations. Though the transformation multiplier was 70-fold, both his strength and speed had significantly increased, with the most remarkable feature of this state being its prolonged duration, requiring merely an additional 30% of energy. In contrast, ordinary Super Saiyans expend excess energy during their transformations. This state, however, allowed for the inadvertent excess to be stored within his body, thereby extending the duration of the transformation. In Chapter 57, Trunks achieved the Super Saiyan 12 state. Indeed, Li Feng had already mastered the full power of the first tier of Super Saiyan within the hyperbolic time chamber. Breathe, Trunks thought. My primary objective now is to attain the Super Saiyan 12 state. Yes, Master, Trunks replied eagerly, yearning to grow stronger to protect his world. Boom. Days later, another intense battle ensued. Li Feng noted that Trunks' combat prowess had once again surged, as he adeptly executed techniques like the afterimage fist. Their figures flickered in the air, a testament to their mastery of the multiple afterimage fist technique. Both combatants bore tattered clothing and numerous wounds, yet their fighting spirit remained undaunted. With a flash, Trunks created distance, raising his hands above his head to gather an energy sphere. Li Feng extended his left hand, forming a Kamehameha wave. Magic flash. Trunks unleashed the technique taught to him by Gohan. A brilliant yellow energy beam, radiating intense heat, shot toward Li Feng like a meteor. Li Feng, undeterred, retaliated with a Kamehameha aimed at Trunks' magic flash. Boom. In an instant, the entire realm dimmed, seemingly overshadowed by the two blinding flashes. Subsequently, both figures were propelled by the explosive forces, crashing to the ground. Cough, cough. Trunks propped himself up, spitting out a mouthful of bitterness. Well done, Trunks. Li Feng commended as he straightened up. Trunks had made rapid progress and was now able to keep pace with him. Consume a Senzu bean and prepare to transform into the 12th state. After their warm-up, Li Feng tossed a Senzu bean to Trunks. Remember what I previously instructed. Concentrate your energy, allowing it to flow through your major muscle groups. Li Feng reiterated the essential points for transforming into Super Saiyan 12. Swish. Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan, unleashing a golden aura. Yet, this was merely the beginning. His energy continued to surge, and the golden vortex expanded gradually. That's it. Elevate your energy first, then concentrate the excess within your muscles. Trunks felt the veins on his forehead bulge as he sensed power surging wildly throughout his body. Although immensely potent, he struggled to harness it. However, after Li Feng's guidance, he realized that the key to transformation lay in controlling the tumultuous energy. With determination, he suppressed the chaotic energy within him, storing it within his major muscle groups. Bang! The overwhelming force erupted as Trunks' feet slammed into the ground, causing the earth to cave in. Trunks let out a mighty roar, his entire being radiating a brilliant light. The ground beneath him crumbled, dust swirling into the air. As the dust settled, a golden and imposing figure emerged from the pit, enveloped in a fiery, intense golden aura. Trunks had undergone a remarkable transformation. He had grown taller, his muscles bulging like miniature hills, robust and brimming with explosive power. Trunks had successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 12. Li Feng observed Trunks in this form, noting its resemblance to both his own and the original Vegeta's Super Saiyan 12 state. He nodded in approval, affirming that there was no misstep in the transformation. Excellent. This is the state to remember. Familiarize yourself with your newfound power, Li Feng advised. Trunks, filled with joy and excitement, quickly understood that mastering and maintaining this power was crucial. He suppressed his exhilaration and focused on stabilizing his energy. After a considerable time, Trunks managed to stabilize his aura, maintaining the Super Saiyan 12 form without any fluctuations. Li Feng assessed Trunks' combat power, 900 million. His own power had risen to 210 million. In contrast, the fully realized Cell possessed a staggering power level of 60 billion, with a base power exceeding 200 million, even in the lowest transformation of Super Saiyan. Li Feng was already comparable to Super Saiyan 2. If he truly engaged seriously, a single blow could potentially end Trunks. I will reduce my power to around 900 million, Li Feng declared. Come on, Trunks, let us battle with your new strength. Yes, Trunks, filled with determination, felt confident that he could defeat Li Feng. The two resumed their fierce battle. However, it was evident that Trunks had gained the upper hand. With another clash of fists. This time, Trunks' might was undeniable, sending Li Feng hurtling backward. Trunks rejoiced, seizing the moment to launch a kick aimed at Li Feng's abdomen. Clang! Li Feng instantly blocked the attack, but he sensed that Trunks' power was terrifyingly overwhelming, capable of shattering bones with a single kick. His entire arm felt numb. Trunks pressed his advantage, relentlessly pummeling Li Feng as if he were a mere punching bag. Bam! 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 Trunks had him pinned down. Indeed, this new transformation was formidable, Trunks mused. In a flash, Li Feng vanished, reappearing at a distance. He recognized that confronting Trunks head-on in this state was not wise, so he began to evade. Yet, Trunks' Super Saiyan 12 form significantly enhanced his combat prowess, not only in strength, but also in speed. Whoosh! A golden behemoth charged toward Li Feng. Boom! Li Feng's awareness caught up, but he was still propelled backward by the sheer force of the impact. Trunks unleashed the prince's combat technique, launching a flurry of energy blasts towards Li Feng. Instantly, golden energy spheres descended upon Li Feng like a meteor shower, engulfing him in a storm of power. How formidable! This is my Super Saiyan 12 form. Trunks, witnessing the results of his transformation, could not contain his joy. After a barrage of attacks, dust swirled, obscuring Li Feng from view. Trunks, however, remained cautious, for he did not believe that such a brief onslaught would suffice to defeat Li Feng. In an instant, Li Feng teleported directly in front of Trunks, delivering a powerful knee strike to his abdomen. By the time the lethal threat registered in Trunks' mind, it was too late. His midsection took a heavy blow. Even with significantly enhanced defenses in his current state, he could not prevent the bitter taste of defeat from rising in his throat. Thud, thud, thud. Now it was Li Feng's turn to unleash a relentless assault, utilizing instantaneous movement to keep Trunks in a state of utter disarray. Ultimately, Trunks could no longer sustain his Super Saiyan 12 power, suffering a complete defeat. Chapter 58, The Return from Training. Li Feng's fervent offensive continued, mercilessly exploiting instantaneous movement, leaving Trunks in a state of disarray. Eventually, he could no longer maintain the Super Saiyan 12 form and succumbed to defeat. This exemplifies the greatest weakness of the Super Saiyan 12 state, the overwhelming consumption of energy. Initially, one could sustain the form for at least an hour, yet now, it could barely be maintained for 15 minutes. Li Feng assisted Trunks to his feet, saying, however, this state is necessary. It will enable your body to adapt to high-intensity energy, paving the way for even stronger transformations. Trunks, returning to his normal state, replied with enthusiasm. I will certainly adapt well to this condition. It was exhilarating and thrilling to become stronger. As a Saiyan, The blood and essence coursing through him ignited his fighting spirit. Very well, let us conclude for today. Observe the terrain around you. Li Feng gestured to their surroundings. The once smooth ground was now pockmarked with craters due to their energies, and the distant earth lay scorched and sunken several meters deep. Their laughter echoed joyously in the aftermath. In the days that followed, the duo engaged in rigorous training, and during their leisure, they would discuss the affairs of their respective worlds. Though Li Feng had gleaned a preliminary understanding of the future world, hearing it from Trunks revealed the profound darkness and despair that enveloped it. He learned of the struggles endured by Trunks, Bulma, Gohan, and numerous survivors, who had been barely clinging to life for so many years, deepening his appreciation for the challenges of their current existence. Time flew by, and soon, a year had passed in the hyperbolic time chamber. The prowess of both warriors had transformed dramatically compared to a year ago. Their current battle powers were as follows: Trunks in his normal state, 100 million. Li Feng in his normal state, 500 million. Moreover, Trunks had mastered the full power transformation of Super Saiyan, capable of maintaining this state for extended periods. Li Feng has made remarkable progress over this extended period. He has transformed into a Super Saiyan 2. Currently, his Super Saiyan 2 form is merely the foundational transformation, boasting a power level 100 times that of his normal state. However, according to the readings from his system, this already matches the combat prowess of Goku during the Majin Buu saga when he attained Super Saiyan 3. Nevertheless, with his current strength, he can traverse other Dragon Ball universes for a considerable time, unless he encounters a being of God of Destruction caliber or finds himself entangled in the narrative of Dragon Ball. Zila. After a day in the outside world, Bobo sensed the door to the hyperbolic time chamber had opened and hurried over to assess the situation. Whoosh! Two immensely powerful auras emanated from within the chamber. Could this be the energy of Trunks and Li Feng? How formidable! Bobo distinctly felt that these two auras were significantly stronger than before. Most astonishingly, they had not yet entered a state of full eruption, causing the very temple to tremble. Indeed, the external environment is far more comfortable. Trunks reveled in the abundant air, normal gravity, and pleasant temperature, taking a deep breath and feeling a wave of relief wash over him. As if the oppressive forces had diminished, Li Feng jested. Well then, Trunks, have you both completed your training? Thank you, Mr. Bobo. We have successfully utilized the chamber, and Trunks' prospects for protecting Earth have undoubtedly improved, Li Feng replied. Enough with the teasing, teacher, Trunks said, scratching his head in embarrassment. Ahem, before anything else, Mr. Bobo, do you have any delicacies available? Li Feng inquired. Although the food supply within the chamber was ample, they had nearly consumed it all over a month in advance, leaving them to train in a state of half-starvation. No problem, please wait a moment, Bobo said, proceeding to the kitchen to prepare food. Ha ha. Observing each other's disheveled appearances, both Li Feng and Trunks could not contain their laughter. Their appetites had increased alongside their combat strength, leading them to deplete the food reserves of the hyperbolic time chamber prematurely. By the end, they were both ravenous. Yet this condition allowed them to harness their Saiyan physiology to its fullest, enhancing their battle prowess while fighting on empty stomachs. As they beheld the lavish spread before them, they wasted no time, transforming into gluttons, devouring everything in sight. Bobo, witnessing the voracity of the two, was left speechless in astonishment. Afterward, Li Feng expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Bobo, for providing us with the venue and the delightful feast. We would like to assist you in some manner. Li Feng paused for a moment. Currently, there is no Supreme Kai on Earth, correct? Yes, the Supreme Kai and Piccolo were slain by the androids over a decade ago, Bobo confirmed. Then we could travel to Namek and request one of their kin to come to Earth as the Supreme Kai, to revive the Dragon Balls, Li Feng proposed. Is that truly feasible? Protecting Earth has always been the Supreme Kai's desire. He would surely be delighted. As the divine beings departed, the Dragon Balls became unusable. Li Feng felt that the Dragon Balls were still of great importance, even if Goku and his companions in this world were unwilling to be resurrected. Should any unforeseen calamities arise in the future, at the very least, the Dragon Balls would remain a glimmer of hope. All right, Teacher Li Feng, Trunks exclaimed with delight. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two figures streaked through the sky, heading towards West City. They gazed upon the newly constructed buildings that had risen over the past year. The areas devastated by the previous battle now revived with fresh vegetation, and the joyful faces of the people united in their efforts to rebuild their home, which filled them with a sense of comfort. Chapter 59. The Return and Incident. Tap tap. The duo arrived next to Bulma's villa. Trunks cheerfully remarked, wow, back so soon. Bulma was still engrossed in her work, repairing a machine. To her, it seemed as though they had only been gone for a day. Typically, training outside would take at least 10 days to a fortnight. She measured Trunks' height and queried with astonishment, you've grown a few centimeters in just over a day? It's true. Teacher Li Feng and I were in the room of spirit and time, and then Trunks rambled on, recounting his experiences over the past year as if sharing treasures with his mother, embodying the joy of a child. Ah, I see. Thank you so much, Li Feng. Bulma expressed her gratitude. There's no need for thanks. Trunks now possesses the strength to protect this world. I merely gave him a little push, Li Feng replied modestly. You two are filthy. Go wash up immediately. Bulma chided playfully. Before her, even the mightiest Saiyan must bow their heads. The two then went to freshen up. The following day, Li Feng and Trunks journeyed to Namek, where they found Dandy. After several years of growth, he eagerly agreed to go to Earth upon hearing the news and wished to contribute in honor of the fallen Gohan. Subsequently, Dandy utilized the Namekian magic to reactivate the Dragon Balls. Li Feng cautioned them against using the Dragon Balls unnecessarily, as it could have dire consequences for the future. Though uncertain of what events might unfold, he believed it wise to refrain from their misuse. He thought to himself that he had accomplished a good deed. Li Feng planned to remain in this universe 1207 of Dragon Balls for approximately 10 months. Having traversed into the future, he anticipated that the technology here would far surpass that of his own universe. While the original Dragon Ball narrative may not have elaborated extensively on technological advancements, the inventions of time machines, space folding technology, and space travel indicated a robust development in science. Li Feng endeavored to learn the technologies of this world. Although he had previously excelled academically, the principles of Dragon Ball technology initially bewildered him. Fortunately, with the guidance of intelligent robots, he gradually grasped a considerable amount of theory. At the very least, drawing from his practical experiences with instant transmission, he could better comprehend the technology of spatial traversal. During the final 10 months, he and Bulma invented a space transfer device, capable of directing living beings to specified locations, with the transmission range encompassing any corner of Earth. In essence, this device functions as a miniature teleportation mechanism, yet it does not require the user to harness any form of energy. Even an ordinary individual can utilize it. However, the energy consumption is substantial, and the frequency of use diminishes as the distance of travel increases. While this may not offer significant assistance to Li Feng personally, it holds great importance for someone like Bulma, serving as a vital tool for survival, if only to buy time. Bulma playfully nudged Li Feng with her elbow, a mischievous grin adorning her face. It seems you truly cherish the past version of me. I find that quite enviable. Clearing his throat, Li Feng replied, Indeed. We share a strong bond. Would you like to know about my past preferences? Bulma inquired. Is there such a thing? Teaching someone how to woo themselves? Li Feng felt a surge of excitement. Thus, the two engaged in animated conversation. In the future universe, both Bulma and Li Feng regarded each other as friends, each feeling admiration for the other's endeavors. So, she did enjoy wearing such attire, he mused. The past me would have been even bolder. The two old romantics commenced a rather improper dialogue. After a shared glance, they erupted into laughter. Meanwhile, Trunks, listening from behind the door, initially felt awkward and somewhat uneasy witnessing the closeness between his mother and Li Feng. However, after training in the room of spirit and time and collaborating on technological advancements and home construction, he found himself no longer resistant to Li Feng. In fact, he secretly wished for Li Feng to remain in this world. Deep down, he had begun to regard Li Feng as both a mentor and a father figure. Everything is in order, the instruments are functioning properly, and the positioning is accurate, Bulma stated after thorough checks, approaching Li Feng. Trunks also came to bid farewell. Yes, Li Feng, thank you for rescuing our world, Bulma expressed her gratitude. No need for thanks. I have learned a great deal here as well. Indeed, had it not been for this journey to the future, he would not have realized the hardships faced by ordinary people, nor would he have grasped the allure of technology. His intellect and scientific acumen had elevated him to the status of a scholar, and he had even invented the spatial transfer device, a significant achievement. Make sure to train diligently. Trunks, in approximately a year, a formidable green monster will threaten humanity, and it must be eradicated, Li Feng cautioned, noting the imminent arrival of the first stage of Cell. He hoped that Trunks would not underestimate the danger. I understand, Master Li Feng. I will train hard. By the time we meet again, I will be stronger, Trunks proclaimed with determination. Li Feng bid farewell to Bulma, then stepped into the time machine, closing the hatch and waving to the two of them. Whoosh! The time machine ascended slowly, becoming invisible as it vanished from sight. Li Feng, Bulma murmured, gazing at the empty sky where he had just been, a sense of melancholy and longing enveloping her heart. As she watched the scenery outside darken once more, Li Feng marveled at the wonders of time travel. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, the time machine, now in normal flight, emitted a warning alarm. Unknown energy detected ahead. Please evacuate immediately. Unknown energy detected ahead. Please evacuate immediately. An unknown energy has manifested ahead. Evacuate immediately. Cold sweat broke out on Li Feng's brow. What unknown energy? Hadn't it been inspected and deemed safe? Throughout the journey, he had felt nothing, no trace of energy to sense. No matter how formidable, it was futile. If he were to become lost in the chaotic currents of time and space, it would mean certain doom. Beep, beep, beep. The alarm grew increasingly frantic, and the once stable time machine began to waver unpredictably, jolting violently. Ultimately, it felt as if they were ensnared by a colossal whirlpool, tumbling and shaking, causing Li Feng to stagger and falter. Boom! A blinding white light erupted, culminating in the explosion of the entire time machine. Chapter 60, Dragon Ball Universe 2007. Boom! A blinding white light erupted, culminating in the explosion of the entire time machine. Li Feng was flung away, crashing to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. As the smoke cleared, he gradually sat up, checking himself. Apart from being covered in soot from the explosion, he found no other injuries. Beep. Detection indicates the host has traversed into the universe. Beep. Detection complete. The universe is identified as Universe 2007. Beep. Mission issued. Eliminate the legendary Super Saiyan state of Broly from Universe 2007. Mission reward. One-time fragment. Will you accept? At this moment, the system issued a mission. Yes. Li Feng answered without hesitation. It turned out he had traversed into Broly's universe and was about to confront the legendary transformed Broly. It seemed that Broly and his father, Paragus, had escaped Frieza's planetary destruction and fled to the South Galaxy. There, Paragus exploited Broly's power to wreak havoc, building an empire and seeking revenge against the surviving Saiyans, including Vegeta. If that were the case, the first order of business would be to locate the main cast. Li Feng sensed the atmosphere and discovered several familiar, yet powerful presences not far away. Upon further perception, he realized he was indeed on Earth. Huh. Why are they all gathered together? Li Feng pondered, then instantaneously teleported to their location. Swish. In a beautiful cherry blossom grove, a formidable figure emerged. The moment Li Feng appeared, his energy was immediately detected by the others. Who goes there? The warriors quickly surrounded Li Feng. Upon seeing familiar faces, Li Feng couldn't help but feel nostalgic. Among those present were Vegeta, future Trunks, Gohan, Bulma, Krillin, and nearly all the main cast, except for Goku. Hello, everyone. Li Feng greeted them. Yet, his friendly gesture did little to dispel their wariness. Vegeta fixed his gaze on Li Feng, sensing that the young man's energy was undoubtedly concealed, and felt an immense pressure emanating from him. This is impossible. Vegeta's heart raced with alarm, even when facing Kakarot and various formidable foes. He had never encountered such a suffocating sensation unless the individual's power vastly exceeded his own. Thus, Vegeta questioned, "Who are you exactly?" "I am Li Feng. And I am also a Saiyan," Li Feng replied. "Impossible." Vegeta dismissed the claim. "In this world, apart from myself, Kakarot, Gohan, and Trunks, there are no other Saiyans. I am a Saiyan from an alternate timeline." The others are perplexed. However, amidst them stands the brilliant Bulma. Cradling little Trunks, she steps forward and inquires, "You hail from another timeline? Is it akin to Trunks' origin?" "Bulma, keep your distance from that individual. He seems suspicious." Vegeta interjects protectively. "Be careful, Mom." Future Trunks adds cautiously, "It's all right. This young man likely speaks the truth." Bulma reassures them with a smile. "Trunks, are you not also from a parallel timeline?" Trunks appears taken aback. "Oh, I'm rather curious. How did you arrive in our world? Does your realm also possess time machines?" Bulma asks inquisitively. "I sensed numerous powerful auras here, so I came to investigate, and unexpectedly encountered you all," he reveals. He now understands that the timeline remains at the beginning of that particular movie, where everyone is enjoying the cherry blossoms before Paragus makes his entrance. Krillin, Gohan, and the others also sense Li Feng's goodwill and invite him to join their cherry blossom viewing, mentioning they would introduce him to Goku upon his arrival. As the festivities resume, Vegeta discreetly rests against a tree, feigning slumber while still listening intently to Li Feng's conversation with the others. After becoming acquainted with Krillin, Gohan, Bulma, and the rest, Li Feng begins to exchange information. Krillin recounts the events transpiring in this universe, which indeed differ from the one Li Feng is familiar with. In this world, Cell has not achieved his perfect form. Although androids exist here, after absorbing Android 17, Cell diverged from the original timeline. The turning point lies with Vegeta. During his battle with the second form of Cell, Vegeta did not allow him to attain his perfect state, but obliterated him instead. Li Feng quips, "What? That iconic scene never transpired? Vegeta actually succeeded in his bravado? Consequently, the Cell games never took place, and Goku did not sacrifice himself." Oh. Now Li Feng understands a mystery that had lingered in his mind regarding the film. Logically, Broly's storyline occurs 10 days prior to the Cell games. Yet they would hardly have the energy to venture so far to confront Broly given the impending final battle. It turns out to be a different timeline. "Trunks, your father is the savior of this world," Li Feng exclaims with a grin. "Even as a savior, he still cannot sing," Bulma teases. "Ha ha ha." The others burst into laughter. "Bulma," Vegeta retorts, his face flushed. Just then, a massive spaceship descends from the sky, landing before them. "Oh, is the plot thickening?" Li Feng muses, while conversing with Krillin, not revealing a hint of the impending events. Who are the occupants of that ship?" Gohan remarks uncertainly as he gazes at the figures aboard. "It appears to be a Saiyan." What is happening today? A Saiyan clearance sale? Another Saiyan has appeared? Is that your companion, Feng? Vegeta scoffed. No. I have come alone. I do not recognize that ship or the Saiyan aboard it, Feng replied. Indeed, he had never laid eyes on them before. Suddenly, the hatch opened with a hiss, and a throng of aliens clad in battle armor surged toward them. Vegeta dismissed them with contempt. Aside from Feng, these were merely weaklings. Even their collective assault would be no more than a trivial matter for him. Feng, utilizing the system's battle power detector, assessed the situation. The number of these minions was merely in the hundreds. What piqued his interest more was the battle power of the individuals in this world. Gohan, 80 million in normal state. Vegeta, 70 million in normal state. Trunks, 50 million in normal state. Krillin, 500,000. Tien, 400,000. Yamcha, 300,000. Master Roshi, 2,000. Aside from Vegeta and the other Saiyans, the capabilities of the remaining warriors seemed comparable to those of his own universe. It appeared Gohan had also trained in the hyperbolic time chamber and emerged with full mastery of Super Saiyan Stage 1. Otherwise, he would not surpass Vegeta. Feng recalled that the timeline of the Dragon Ball universe he inhabited, 1807, had yet to reach the era of the androids. Yet the battle power of these individuals already eclipsed his own from the original timeline. Their strengths had been significantly elevated by Feng's relentless pursuit of cultivation. Chapter 61, The New Planet Vegeta. As everyone remained on high alert, the soldiers abruptly knelt in unison, respectfully proclaiming, "We pay homage to Prince Vegeta." Who are you? Vegeta inquired. Esteemed Prince Vegeta, I have finally found you. At that moment, a one-eyed Saiyan, draped in a white cloak with his tail coiled around his waist, descended from the spaceship. You are a Saiyan? Vegeta sneered. Indeed, noble Saiyan Prince Vegeta, I am Paragus, here to escort you to the new planet Vegeta as its king. New planet Vegeta? Yes, our former planet Vegeta was destroyed by Frieza, but I narrowly escaped and sought out a new planet to hope to re-establish the Saiyan kingdom. Only with your presence can the glory of the Saiyans be restored. Paragus extolled, showering Vegeta with flattery. Vegeta huffed, showing no interest. The notion of Saiyan honor had long been cast aside after Frieza's demise. He had forged his own life and had no desire to establish a new dynasty. Noticing Vegeta's disinterest, Paragus quickly devised another strategy. Prince Vegeta, even if you are indifferent to the new planet Vegeta, what of the legendary Super Saiyan? The legendary Super Saiyan? Vegeta raised an eyebrow. Yes, recently in the South Galaxy, a legendary Super Saiyan has been rampaging, annihilating planets with astounding power. Our new planet Vegeta lies near the Southern Galaxy, and if this continues, it is likely that the newly established world will also fall victim to that Saiyan's malicious intent. Esteemed Prince Vegeta, as the sovereign of the Saiyan race, do you not wish to eradicate this disturbance in our lives? Paragus deliberately invoked the legend of the Super Saiyan to ensnare Vegeta. The legendary Super Saiyan? How intriguing. As anticipated, Vegeta was indeed lured by the mention of it. I shall observe for myself just how formidable that so-called Super Saiyan truly is. As Vegeta made his way toward the spacecraft, Trunks intercepted him. Father, do not heed his words. What of this legendary Super Saiyan? Are we not also capable of transformation? What? Paragus was taken aback for a moment. Could they truly transform? Trunks exclaimed, transforming into a Super Saiyan. Feng then utilized his scouter to assess Trunks' battle power post-transformation. 35 billion. What do you think? Both my father and I can transform into Super Saiyans. That so-called legendary Super Saiyan is nothing extraordinary, Trunks scoffed. This revelation took Paragus by surprise, and he stared in astonishment at Trunks' transformation before glancing at the arms-crossed Vegeta. However, he quickly regained his composure. You are the Prince Trunks, of the bloodline of Prince Vegeta. Are you not? Indeed, your transformation bears resemblance to that of the legendary Super Saiyan, yet it remains a considerable distance from that of the Fiend. Oh, what do you mean? Prince Vegeta, the Saiyan who obliterated half of the Southern Galaxy, is said to be a superlative being who appears only once in a millennium among our kind. He embodies slaughter, the very essence of destruction. According to the accounts of survivors who have encountered his wrath, the transformation of the legendary Super Saiyan differs from that of Prince Trunks. His entire aura is green, and his energy is exceedingly ferocious. How fascinating. Such a being exists. Paragus, take me to this madman at once. I am eager to witness just how powerful this legendary Super Saiyan truly is. Vegeta's resolve to journey to the new planet Vegeta solidified, and he strode directly into the spacecraft. What legendary Super Saiyan? Is he stronger than Cell? After vanquishing Cell, I have further enhanced my strength and now fully command the first level of Super Saiyan transformation. No formidable foe stands a chance against me. But, father, Trunks attempted to dissuade him. Prince Trunks, why not join us? Paragus proposed. Trunks hesitated. Trunks, let us go together. I too am intrigued by this legendary Super Saiyan. Feng interjected. Mr. Feng? Paragus inquired, puzzled. I am also a wandering Saiyan. I wonder if I would be welcomed. Feng replied with a smile. Certainly, the new planet Vegeta welcomes every Saiyan. Paragus responded with a grin. Feng, a wandering Saiyan? Humph, it matters not. We are all destined for death. Subsequently, Trunks, concerned for Vegeta's well-being, boarded the spacecraft, accompanied by Krillin, Oolong, and Gohan, who were unwittingly led aboard by the inebriated Master Roshi. Paragus's vessel, utilizing advanced extraterrestrial technology, traversed the distance from Earth to the southern galaxy in less than a day's time. On board, Paragus incessantly inquired after Vegeta's health, showering him with flattery. Although Vegeta maintained his icy demeanor, the slight upward curve of his lips betrayed him, who does not relish the sweet serenade of praise. In his mind, he had been exalted to the status of invincibility, yet again showcasing his role as a savior. Meanwhile, Feng engaged in casual conversation with the innocent and unguarded Gohan, seeking information about Goku. Gohan, in comparison to your father, Son Goku, who is stronger, Vegeta or him? Gohan pondered thoughtfully. Since Cell was defeated, Vegeta has been eager to challenge my father, but Dad has consistently declined. However, I believe my father is still a bit stronger, based on my instincts, he replied. Feng stifled a chuckle. In truth, Gohan was likely the strongest among them, albeit he had yet to realize it himself. The absence of the Cell games had prevented Gohan's Super Saiyan transformation from manifesting. Although Goku might possess a higher combat power on the surface, it is conceivable that in an actual confrontation, Goku would still hold the upper hand. As the group continued their light-hearted banter, time swiftly passed. Soon, the spacecraft landed with a thud on new planet Vegeta. At first glance, the planet appeared desolate, yet it was a blank canvas awaiting revitalization, with structures rising amidst the ruins. Numerous diminutive green-skinned aliens busily transported stones to construct palatial edifices. In the distance, a group of soldiers lined the path in a display of welcome. While it seemed a grand spectacle, with the populace warmly greeting Vegeta, Feng, familiar with the underlying narrative, understood this fade all too well, awaiting the unfolding of their performance. Chapter 62, Broly. Among the throng of soldiers, Feng instantly recognized the striking figure of Broly, who stood out like a crane among crows. True to his recollections, Broly was bare-chested, adorned with a large necklace around his neck, and though he appeared somewhat lethargic, his robust muscles and imposing physique demanded respect. Esteemed Prince Vegeta, this is my son, Broly. I kindly ask for your guidance in the future, Paragus ingratiated. Hello, I am Broly, he introduced himself. Vegeta gave Broly a cursory glance, offering little attention. In his estimation, Broly's energy was less impressive than Feng's initial presence. Could he possibly be another adept at concealing his power? Such a notion seemed absurd. Super Saiyans were not commonplace. Feng swiftly employed the system's combat power detector to assess Broly's base form. 150 million. The system's battle gauge revealed the creature's most authentic power level in its current state. Thus, despite the energy suppressors affixed around Broly's neck and head, his true combat strength in base form was an astonishing 150 million. Feng was taken aback. Had he not trained in the hyperbolic time chamber, he would surely have been outmatched. However, at present, it is still possible to confront him in battle. One wonders, though, just how significant is the enhancement of the legendary Super Saiyan. It cannot be exceedingly powerful, lest it become an exaggeration within the original narrative. At that moment, a soldier reported, Sir, the fabled Super Saiyan has appeared on planet Kato. Is it true? Vegeta exclaimed with excitement. Let us depart immediately. We shall meet this legendary Super Saiyan. Broly, accompany me. As they exited the palace en route to the spaceship, Broly brushed past Feng. Sensing the immense power radiating from Feng, Broly halted in his tracks. It felt as if two Saiyan kings were locked in a silent confrontation, energy shimmering subtly around them. Broly's initially blank expression gradually morphed into one of fury. Who are you? Broly inquired. I am Feng, also a Saiyan. A Saiyan? Broly's battle instincts began to stir, his emotions spiraling out of control as he sensed a formidable adversary before him. Broly, calm down. Paragus, perceiving the precariousness of the situation, realized it was not the time for conflict. He swiftly produced an energy suppressor and began to operate it. As the device on Broly's head and neck illuminated, he gradually regained his composure, diverting his gaze from Feng and pursuing Vegeta instead. Whoosh. Once the spaceship ascended, Trunks approached. Mr. Feng, that individual was quite perilous. Indeed, I too sense that he harbors ill intentions, Gohan added. Will Vegeta be alright on his own? Krillin inquired. Should be fine. Yet, I am puzzled as to why Broly lost control upon seeing him. It should have been Goku's reaction instead. Let us explore this new planet, Krillin suggested. The group then flew toward the city. Despite its classification as a city, only the royal palace appeared somewhat respectable, the rest lay in ruin. Why establish a Saiyan kingdom here? The environment is utterly dismal, Gohan pondered. Look over there. Krillin pointed to a construction site, where many diminutive green-skinned aliens were being mistreated under Paragus's command. Li Feng recognized that this facade was merely a ruse to keep Vegeta lingering on this planet for a few more days. Soon, a planet would collide with this one, leading to the demise of all inhabitants. Stop! Gohan, with a kind heart, could not bear to witness the weak being oppressed and intervened to halt their brutality. Consequently, they successfully liberated the Shamo people. Whoosh! At that moment, Goku, tracking Broly's energy, instantaneously teleported to their location. Huh, Dad, Gohan, Krillin, what are you doing here? And who might you be? Goku questioned, puzzled. Dad, this is Li Feng, a Saiyan from another world. Gohan explained, recounting their experiences on this planet. Oh, I see. Goku said, scratching his head. Hello, Li Feng. You appear quite formidable as well. Perhaps we can spar together sometime? Certainly, Li Feng replied with a smile. It appears that regardless of the universe, Son Wukong is indeed a martial arts enthusiast. My apologies, Li Feng, for Wukong's inclination to challenge skilled opponents. Fear not, for I too wish to engage with formidable adversaries. Mr. Son Wukong, are you in search of the legendary Super Saiyan? Indeed, yet that aura has vanished upon arriving here. At this moment, Paragus approached. You've come as well, Kakarot. You bear a striking resemblance to your father, Bardock. Shall we dine together, Kakarot? Certainly. Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement, transforming him into a voracious eater, and soon everyone indulged in a grand feast. Ah, Vegeta, Wukong greeted. Humph, Kakarot, have you also come in pursuit of the fabled Super Saiyan? Regrettably, should I discover him, I shall personally handle the matter, leaving you no opportunity to intervene. Vegeta retorted with his characteristic pride before striding away. Heh, Wukong chuckled, well accustomed to Vegeta's demeanor. Just then, Broly approached Wukong. The destined foe had finally made his appearance. Kakarot, Broly exclaimed upon sighting Wukong. Born on the same day as Son Wukong on Planet Vegeta, Broly had been plagued by Wukong's cries, which had filled him with irritation and rage. Now, standing before Wukong, all the turmoil and fury he had suppressed surged forth, causing Broly's aura to expand dramatically. The immense energy swept through the surroundings, prompting immediate caution among the onlookers. This aura resembles that of the legendary Super Saiyan I have been tracking. Wukong recognized Broly's energy instantly. Not good. Paragus gasped, swiftly activating the control device to calm Broly. Yet this time, it proved ineffective, as Broly's energy intensified further. Broly, what are you doing? Vegeta, Broly is indeed the legendary Super Saiyan. What? Your Majesty, that cannot be. How could Broly possibly be that legendary Super Saiyan? Father, Mr. Wukong speaks the truth. There is something amiss with Paragus, Trunks chimed in. He is lying. Aside from the palace we just saw, this planet is nothing but ruins. Paragus found himself momentarily at a loss for a retort. Bang! The worst scenario unfolded as the suppressor on Broly's head failed to contain his power and shattered. Chapter 63, The Legendary Super Saiyan. Bang! The calamity continued as Broly's energy erupted like a volcanic explosion. Damn it! Paragus, unable to maintain his fade, revealed his true intentions. Humph! Vegeta, you foolish wretch, you shall perish here today. Is this your scheme? Indeed. The glory of the Saiyans should have been obliterated long ago. I shall never forget the contemptuous visage of your father, who sought to kill Broly and cast me aside. The demise of the Saiyan race is well-deserved. Now, the remaining Saiyans shall meet their end. Go forth, Broly, and eradicate them all. Broly's aura rapidly swelled, his hair standing erect and transforming into a golden hue, signifying his transformation into a Super Saiyan. Kakarot. Like a ferocious beast, Broly advanced towards Kakarot, each heavy step leaving the ground pockmarked with craters. What an astonishing presence. Li Feng marveled, for Broly's combat power had reached a staggering 75 billion. Humph, the legendary Super Saiyan. How laughable. Huh. Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan and soared into the air, delivering a kick aimed at Broly's neck. Thud, like a stone cast into the abyss. Vegeta's assault proved utterly ineffective. Broly continued to disregard Vegeta's attack, relentless in his pursuit of Goku. Kakarot. With each furious roar, Broly's aura surged ever higher. Incredible. He can completely disregard Vegeta's onslaught. Goku was equally astonished, assuming a combat stance. I am not Kakarot. I am Son Goku. How dare you ignore me? Die. Vegeta, filled with rage, ascended into the sky, forming a ki blast in his hands and unleashing it upon Broly. Boom. The ground beneath Broly was struck, creating a massive crater. Clouds of dust billowing forth, even shaking the distant palace. Yet, Broly remained unscathed. Broly halted, unleashing a thunderous roar towards the heavens. The golden aura gradually morphed into a vibrant green, erupting in layer upon layer of energy, tearing the earth asunder with fissures. Roar! Zzz. Zzz. As if responding to the resonating energy below, countless bolts of lightning crackled through the air, striking the ground. Broly's appearance underwent a remarkable transformation. His energy suppressor was utterly destroyed, and he radiated green energy, exploding outward like a sun. The verdant energy pulsed outward in waves, tinting the surrounding scenery green. Broly's height surged from 2 meters to a towering 2.8 meters, his muscles bulging like formidable peaks, his pupils turning white, as he unleashed an astonishing green aura. Broly had transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan. You are finished. Broly had attained the legendary Super Saiyan form. He would not rest until everything was obliterated. Paragus bellowed. Ah! Broly's hair stood on end, a terrifying aura continually erupting, his combat power escalating. Feng was also stunned by Broly's transformation. 150 billion. And still rising. The legendary Super Saiyan, Broly's might resembled that of an ancient demon, completely suppressing Vegeta's presence, forcing him to revert from his Super Saiyan state, his legs trembling as he fell to his knees. Goku, too, was drenched in cold sweat. Broly's strength surpassed his expectations. Daddy! Gohan flew in front of Goku, eager to fight alongside him. Kakarot, I shall first make your blood spill. Broly revealed a bloodthirsty grin. He then leaned forward and charged toward Goku with astonishing speed. Gohan! Goku immediately grasped Gohan and pulled him away. Broly was unstoppable, shattering the rocks behind him with a single blow. He then turned, clasped his hands together, and gathered a green energy sphere. Whoosh! The terrifying energy sphere shot toward Goku and his son. Quick, escape! Goku felt the disparity in power and swiftly took flight with Gohan, evading the energy sphere. Boom! The energy sphere detonated, creating a massive crater in the ground. Goku and Gohan, airborne, were also violently propelled away by the sheer force of the explosion. Broly swiftly maneuvered, appearing before Gohan, and a green energy formed at his fingertips. Bang! It sent Gohan flying. Ah! Gohan was struck and plummeted into the forest below. Meanwhile, from a distance, Trunks exclaimed, Mr. Lee, please evacuate the innocent people with Mr. Krillin as quickly as possible. He soared towards Broly. Lee promptly agreed, hastily assisting Krillin in moving the remaining Shamons away from the battlefield. According to the narrative, he was meant to intervene only at the last moment. We will all perish. That guy is the legendary Super Saiyan. Vegeta felt his resolve weighing, cold sweat trickling down as he trembled. As the Prince of the Saiyans, he sensed the overwhelming pressure of the legendary Super Saiyan's royal bloodline within him, extinguishing any desire to fight. Only purebred Saiyans like you can truly grasp Broly's ferocity and might, Paragus remarked. However, it was too late. Broly had completely slipped from his control, and his plans for universal conquest had crumbled. Broly would annihilate everything, Earth included. On the battlefield, Broly relentlessly pursued Goku and Gohan through the forest, intermittently launching ki blasts at them. The duo fled with all their might. Broly formed an energy sphere in his right hand and hurled it toward the gathering Shamons. Whoosh! The horrific energy sped toward Lee's location. In the original storyline, this group of Shamons would meet their demise. Yet, Lee was present. He unleashed a ki cannon to counter Broly's energy sphere. Bang! The two forces collided in midair, creating a violent shockwave that quaked the earth. Fortunately, there were no casualties below. Broly furrowed his brow, sensing that his attack had been obstructed. But he dismissed it and grinned maliciously once more. Ha ha ha. If you do not show me your fighting spirit, I shall revel in the destruction of this planet. Damn it. Cold sweat beaded on Goku's forehead, yet it was overshadowed by his fury at Broly's malevolence. Bang. An astonishing aura erupted from within Goku. Golden light flashing as his hair stood on end, Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan. Gohan and Trunks, who had just arrived, also descended to the ground, transforming into Super Saiyans. The three mighty Super Saiyans stood ready to battle the legendary Super Saiyan. Chapter 64, The Oppression of the Legendary Super Saiyan. Confronted by the formidable trio of Super Saiyans, Broly charged forward with a maniacal laugh, akin to a ferocious beast. A vibrant green figure darted past, an overwhelming aura emanating from him, as energy tore the ground apart, creating deep fissures. Mr. Feng, I hope Goku and the others are safe. Krillin expressed his concern to the remaining Shamarins, Master Roshi, and Oolong. I cannot say for certain, but your immediate priority should be to vacate this perilous location. This planet is on the brink of destruction. Feng informed Krillin and the others about the impending comet's approach, leaving them aghast. What about Goku and the others? Krillin inquired anxiously. He possesses instant transmission. You must focus on your own safety. I will join the battle shortly, Feng reassured. As Krillin boarded the spaceship last, he turned to Feng one final time. Thank you, Feng. I can no longer partake in this fight. You must survive. With that, they ascended into the ship and departed. Returning to the battlefield, Broly engaged in a fierce struggle with Goku and the others. Goku unleashed a punch aimed at Broly's face, only for Broly to deftly evade and strike him from behind with an elbow. He then sent Gohan flying with a powerful kick and followed up by launching Trunks with an uppercut. Boom, boom, boom. In a mere exchange of blows, Goku and his companions were vanquished, their figures hurtling in disparate directions. Broly transformed into an embodiment of destruction, his entire being radiating with energy, unleashing a barrage of green energy spheres that detonated upon impact with the Earth as he traversed the fissures in pursuit of the retreating Goku. Ha ha ha, Kakarot. Your son is rather delightful, Broly cruelly taunted. Gohan, run. Goku, sensing the peril posed by Broly's fearsome energy, urgently urged Gohan to flee. Goku and Broly clashed with their hands locked, vying for supremacy. Boom. Goku felt as though he were trapped in a quagmire, quickly finding himself at a disadvantage. He thrust his right knee forward, attempting to break free from Broly's grasp. However, to his astonishment, Broly's chin met Goku's knee, sustaining no damage whatsoever. Humph. Broly sneered coldly, raising his arms to hoist Goku skyward before delivering a powerful kick that sent him crashing down. Ah! Goku cried out in agony as he plummeted into the ruins of an abandoned building. Boom. Debris shattered, clouds of dust billowing forth. Swish. Gohan was desperately fleeing. Yet, at that moment, a green figure materialized amidst the rubble. A colossal hand, reminiscent of death itself, seized Gohan's head and forcefully pressed it against a nearby building. Boom. 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 Broly propelled himself forward relentlessly, while the unfortunate Gohan was mercilessly thrust against the wall, leaving a grotesque crack in its wake. Boom. Ultimately, he collided with the wall, generating a spiderweb of fractures. Despite Gohan's battle prowess, which soared to 56 billion post-transformation, he was overwhelmed by Broly's ferocious and brutal assault, ultimately succumbing and reverting from his Super Saiyan state. Gohan. As Goku and Trunks hastened towards Gohan, who had fallen in battle, a sinister golden-green aura enveloped Broly, who stealthily approached them. With a swift motion, he seized both Goku and Trunks by their heads, mirroring his earlier treatment of Gohan, and propelled them downwards towards the fissures in the earth. The impact was thunderous, as Trunks found himself slammed against a wall, losing consciousness. Meanwhile, Goku managed to escape mid-flight, directing his course towards Gohan. Suddenly, with a flash, Broly appeared before Goku, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts that struck him directly. You are truly bothersome, Goku exclaimed, crossing his arms to shield his face as he struggled to advance step by step. Broly's laughter echoed like that of a malevolent spirit, cruel and unrelenting. Ultimately, one final energy blast sent Goku hurtling into a massive boulder behind him. Ah! Broly felt his power surging uncontrollably. Whoosh! He ascended, erupting in a spectacle of golden-green flames. With a flourish, he transformed into a sphere of green energy, radiating waves of emerald energy rings outward. Subsequently, the green light morphed into countless energy spheres, scattering chaotically. The ground trembled as an onslaught of energy spheres crashed down, producing a cacophony of thunderous roars, as the very earth was ravaged by this terrifying power. With the explosion subsiding, Broly stabilized his aura. Kakarot's son, he noted, his gaze falling upon Gohan, who remained ensnared against the wall. Summoning a green energy sphere in his left hand, Broly hurled it towards Gohan. Boom. At that moment, a yellow energy sphere collided with Broly's projectile, neutralizing its force. Amidst the chaos, a white cape billowed gracefully in the wind. Piccolo made his striking entrance. Humph, another fool seeking death, Broly scoffed. Without hesitation, Piccolo soared to Gohan's side, cradling him and offering a senzu bean. Uncle Piccolo, Gohan exclaimed in surprise as he regained consciousness. Indeed, Piccolo replied with a smile, before flying alongside Gohan to provide senzu beans to Goku and Trunks. Meanwhile, Broly continued to perch atop the towering structure, his laughter echoing ominously. Ah, I am revived, Goku mused after consuming the senzu bean. It seems you have encountered an extraordinary adversary, Piccolo remarked. Indeed, Goku responded, his expression turning grave. Let us unite. Together, Piccolo, Trunks, Goku, and Gohan ascended slowly, encircling Broly. The trio transformed into Super Saiyans, while Piccolo shed his imposing cloak. Humph, if you simply embraced your fate, you wouldn't endure such torment. Truly, a commendable trait of the Saiyans, Broly taunted. Goku launched the first assault, striking at Broly with fists and legs. Unfazed, Broly remained with his arms crossed, deftly evading Goku's attacks with agile movements. Observing this, Piccolo joined the fray to assist. Feng noted Piccolo's enhanced prowess, likely due to his fusion with the Supreme Kai, granting him a battle power of 800 million. Yet, against Broly, it proved utterly ineffective. In a surge of fury, Broly sent Goku and Piccolo tumbling through the air. With a fierce flash, Trunks and Gohan unleashed their attacks. Two beams of energy hurtling towards Broly. Bang! A thick cloud of smoke enveloped the area, yet Broly emerged unscathed. In an instant, Broly dashed forward, striking Gohan and Trunks with such force that they were sent spiraling away, as if mere puppets severed from their strings. He then approached Piccolo, delivering a powerful blow to his chest. Piccolo spat out blood, crashing against the wall, causing the rocks to splinter. Humph. Broly unleashed a ki blast from his right hand, propelling Piccolo through the wall and out of the battlefield, landing in front of a despondent Vegeta. It's futile, We are all doomed. Vegeta had completely abandoned his will to fight, kneeling on the ground. What nonsense are you spouting? Instead of wasting time here, we should be battling. Piccolo roared, gripping Vegeta's hair. It's useless. You have no comprehension of the terror of the legendary Super Saiyan. What kind of Saiyan prince are you? Piccolo exclaimed angrily, lifting Vegeta into the air. If we do not eliminate him, it matters not where we flee. Death awaits us. Piccolo declared. It's pointless. None of us can stand against him, Vegeta said weakly. What kind of Saiyan prince is so pathetic? Piccolo released Vegeta, allowing him to fall freely from the sky. Chapter 65. Feng vs. Broly. Bang. Vegeta crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Why? Why must they continue to fight? It's a battle we cannot win. Vegeta's heart was gripped by fear and confusion. Ack. Goku let out a pained cry as Broly slammed him against the wall once more. Boom, boom, boom. Broly nonchalantly pinched several ki blasts in his left hand, mercilessly hurling them at Goku. Goku was battered once again, yet he resolved to rise and continue the struggle. Kamehameha. Goku rolled over, instantly executing his signature move, the Kamehameha. Tat tat tat. However, Broly's immense frame remained unaffected, continuing to advance step by step. Boom. A blue energy beam struck Broly, generating a tremendous wave of energy and dust. What are you trying to accomplish? Even amidst the swirling smoke, Broly's silhouette remained visible, completely unharmed. Broly seized Goku's head, lifting his entire body, then delivered an uppercut with his left hand. Bang! Goku's body was sent flying backward in a state of helplessness. Damn it, what a bunch of foolish fools. At that moment, Vegeta regained his composure, observing Goku's relentless struggle. A low-class warrior fights so desperately, yet here I am, so pitiful. Veins throbbed on Vegeta's forehead. I am the prince of all Saiyans. He bellowed. Vegeta reignited his fighting spirit, transforming into a Super Saiyan. Whoosh! The golden light sped towards Broly. Huh! Vegeta swung his fist towards Broly's head. Humph! Broly let out a chilling laugh, effortlessly dodging the attack before delivering a powerful right punch that sent Vegeta flying. Vegeta, regaining his composure, swiftly retreated and retaliated with a kick aimed at Broly's neck. A resounding thud echoed as the strike indeed connected, yet Broly merely grinned maliciously, indicating that Vegeta's efforts were in vain. Ha! 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 Vegeta unleashed his ultimate technique, the prince's fighting style. His fists unleashed energy blasts with the rapidity of a machine gun, showering down upon Broly. Yet, none of this could halt Broly's advance. He continued his relentless approach towards Vegeta, and scathed. Dad! Witnessing Vegeta's struggle, Trunks rushed forward to obstruct Broly's path. Get out of the way. Broly retaliated with an uppercut, sending Trunks hurtling away. Damn it! Vegeta, enraged at the sight of his son injured, charged forward. However, Broly's massive hand clamped down upon his head, rendering him powerless. With a swift motion, Broly propelled himself towards the nearby boulders. Ah! Vegeta screamed in agony as he was forcefully pressed into the colossal rock. Countless fissures spread across its surface, marking the impact of his defeat. Broly held Vegeta's head against the stone, and consciousness slipped away from him, breaking his Super Saiyan form. As Vegeta fell, he left Feng as the only remaining figure standing. Is this it? Is this the end? Trash will always be trash. Broly boomed with laughter, reveling in his overwhelming strength. Amidst his maniacal cackles, a golden-green aura ignited around him, radiating arrogance. Meanwhile, in the distance, Paragus noted that this planet had only hours left to exist. Broly, now that you are no longer under the control device, you are merely a hindrance to my plans. He approached his backup spaceship. You shall perish alongside this planet. The door of Paragus's ship began to close slowly. Where do you think you're going? Broly's demonic voice echoed ominously. I merely prepared an escape vessel for us both, Paragus stammered, gazing at the fearsome visage of Broly through the window. Humph. Broly raised the small spacecraft overhead, and with a tremendous effort, he crushed it into an oval shape, obliterating Paragus like an insignificant insect. Ha ha ha. Broly's laughter rang out again, brimming with arrogance. Turning around, he noticed Goku, struggling to prop himself up, attempting to rise once more. Die. Broly unleashed another energy blast, gritting his teeth against the pain. Goku attempted to fight back, but he soon realized the terrifying energy blast hurtling towards him. In the past, such an attack would have been easily deflected, but now, battered and bruised, he lacked the strength to even stand, let alone withstand this onslaught. Is this truly the end? Goku thought, filled with despair. Boom. Broly's energy sphere detonated. Yet miraculously, Goku remained unharmed, astonished to see Feng standing before him. It's you, Feng. Take a moment to rest. I'll handle Broly, came Feng's confident and resolute voice. Be cautious. That guy is extraordinarily powerful, Goku acknowledged, aware of his own physical limitations, and thus entrusting the battle to Feng. Humph. Where did this trash come from? Broly sneered upon noticing yet another insignificant opponent. Suddenly, an astonishing energy erupted from Feng, shimmering with golden light. causing the very ground to tremble. As his transformed aura radiated, the unconscious onlookers were jolted awake. Li Feng, he can transform into a Super Saiyan too. And his power is vastly superior to mine. Goku exclaimed, astonished. Damn it, why didn't that guy help earlier? Piccolo complained. Mr. Li Feng, Trunks exclaimed with delight, sensing the hope of defeating Broly emanating from Li Feng's presence. Uncle Li Feng, you can do it. Gohan cheered for him. It's useless. We will all perish, Vegeta. Having been defeated, lamented in despair. Humph. Broly scoffed. Even if you can transform, you'll still be nothing but trash like the rest of them. Li Feng activated his scouter to assess their combat powers. Currently, he had merely transformed into the initial Super Saiyan form, boasting a power level of 25 billion. In contrast, Broly, in his legendary Super Saiyan state, initially held a power level of 15 billion, which had surged to 20 billion through battle and fury. In an instant, Li Feng vanished, reappearing before Broly, channeling his strength into a powerful kick aimed at Broly's abdomen. Boom. The violent force collided, generating shockwaves of tremendous energy. Broly, overconfident and neglectful of defense, was taken aback as he felt an unexpected pain in his abdomen. With a thunderous crash, his colossal frame was sent flying. What incredible power! He actually knocked Broly away. Goku marveled at Li Feng's strength. Chapter 66. Fierce Battle. What remarkable power! He truly sent Broly flying. Goku was astounded by Li Feng's prowess. Meanwhile, Li Feng was equally astonished by Broly's formidable might. At this moment, Li Feng's strength, theoretically at the mid-level of Super Saiyan 2, should have been sufficient to pierce through Broly's body with a single punch. Yet, upon striking Broly's abdomen, he felt as though his power was thwarted by an invisible energy barrier, significantly diminishing his force. Broly, enraged, could hardly believe that this seemingly insignificant Saiyan had managed to send him flying. Broly regained his balance midair, unleashing a torrent of golden-green energy as he charged ferociously toward Li Feng. Li Feng retaliated, meeting Broly's charge with a powerful punch. Boom. Their fists collided, unleashing a cataclysmic energy that sent shockwaves rippling through the air, shattering nearby rocks, and causing the earth to buckle once more. The clash of fists. The collision of flesh. In a fleeting moment, the two combatants engaged once more in a fierce melee. The air crackled with golden and emerald flames as their figures intertwined, their energies surging ever higher. Their silhouettes morphed continuously, exchanging blows dozens of times in a mere second. Within Li Feng, the Saiyan essence surged, his blood boiling with fervor. It had been ages since he had fought with his full might. Meanwhile, Broly, too, was stirred by a primal rage, for he was the legendary Super Saiyan. How could he possibly be vanquished by an ordinary Saiyan? The very ground trembled beneath their ferocious clash, leaving desolation in their wake, scorched earth and shattered rocks scattered about. What immense power! Piccolo marveled, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Who are these individuals? They surpass even this prince. Vegeta, recovering his composure, reluctantly acknowledged that their combat prowess had far exceeded his own limits. Incredible, Li Feng! Goku exclaimed in admiration. There's truly hope now. Trunks added with palpable excitement. As their fighting spirit escalated, so too did the intensity of their battle. You insignificant pest. Perish! Broly bellowed in anger, his left hand shimmering with green light as he hurled an energy sphere toward Li Feng. Just what I was waiting for, Li Feng thought with a smirk. He recalled the energy absorption technique he had previously mastered, allowing him to siphon off Broly's power. With a decisive gesture, he braced himself, absorbing Broly's strike head-on. Broly laughed, seeing Li Feng stand his ground, and he conjured more energy spheres, launching them at Li Feng like cannonballs. The impact jolted Li Feng's arms, but he swiftly activated his absorption technique, reclaiming a fraction of Broly's energy to replenish his own reserves. This is manageable, he rejoiced, realizing that Broly's onslaught posed no real threat, presenting a pivotal opportunity to amplify his own strength. The number of green energy spheres multiplied, ultimately descending upon the earth like a meteor shower, causing the ground to cave in and rocks to crumble. Uncle Li Feng, Gohan shouted anxiously, fearing that even Li Feng could not withstand such a terrifying barrage. Wait, Gohan. Li Feng is not so easily subdued, Goku replied, astonished to observe that Li Feng's aura was not diminishing but rather intensifying. Is that all? Broly scoffed. After a flurry of assaults, the dust settled, revealing Li Feng steadfastly standing firm, his hands still poised in defense. Thanks to Broly's relentless energy attacks, Li Feng's base power had surged by 5 million. With the transformation multiplier of 50 times, Li Feng's combat prowess now soared to an astounding 25 billion. With just a series of strikes from Broly, his power had skyrocketed by millions, a profitable exchange indeed. Broly roared in fury upon realizing Li Feng remained unscathed. With a swift motion, Broly escalated his ki once more. The legendary Super Saiyan's innate ability to grow stronger became evident as Li Feng detected Broly's power climbing steadily. 20 billion, 21 billion, 22 billion. In mere seconds, Broly's combat power surged by several million. What a terrifying prospect. Li Feng understood that he could no longer afford to delay. If Broly's strength surpassed his own completely, it would spell disaster. With a swift teleportation, Li Feng positioned himself behind Broly, unleashing a powerful strike with his fists. Bang! Broly was sent hurtling into the ground. The tremendous impact shattered the earth and penetrated multiple layers of buildings. Yet, in an instant, Broly emerged from the rubble, charging toward Li Feng. This time, it was Li Feng's turn to unleash a Kamehameha wave. The yellow energy blast cascaded toward Broly like a meteor shower, momentarily suppressing him. Although Broly possessed a nearly invincible physique, it had its limits, compelling him to defend with both hands. Enough! Broly roared, parting his hands to conjure a deep green energy sphere that enveloped his body, nullifying Li Feng's assault. Broly activated his protective barrier. Whoosh! Subsequently, Broly erupted with energy, sending a golden-green luminescence flying toward Li Feng. Boom! Broly's fist struck Li Feng in the abdomen. Li Feng instantly spat out a mouthful of bile. His body propelled like a cannonball into a derelict building. Crash! The abandoned skyscraper buckled under the strain and collapsed. Bring it on! Li Feng, ignited by determination, soared from the dust and charged at Broly once more. Bang! This time, Li Feng retaliated, sending Broly crashing to the ground. Golden and emerald auras erupted continuously as their figures clashed again, producing a cacophony of energy explosions. What would be the final outcome of this battle? Gohan, witnessing the escalating ferocity of their confrontation, remained uncertain of the ultimate victor. Massive meteor. Broly formed another green energy sphere and hurled it at Li Feng. However, this attack differed from the previous ones. As it neared its target, the initially small energy sphere expanded like a balloon, growing to the size reminiscent of Gula's supernova, yet with a destructive power hundreds of times greater. Oh no, the energy is too immense. Even with my energy absorption technique, it would be exceedingly difficult. Li Feng immediately recognized the formidable power of the massive meteor and quickly retaliated with a Kamehameha wave to counter it. Kamehameha! Li Feng roared, channeling his energy into the wave aimed at Broly's colossal attack. Boom! The two immense forces collided, akin to a nuclear explosion, generating shockwaves and energy tremors that obliterated the surrounding terrain. Both warriors were sent reeling. The entire new Vegeta planet trembled, and even those 5 individuals, far removed from the epicenter, were hurled backward by the shockwave. Chapter 67, Super Saiyan First Level Full Power. Cough, cough, cough. The terrifying explosion sent dust swirling through the air. Gohan pushed aside the debris that had fallen upon him during the blast. What is the situation? He pondered. This is bad. Broly's energy continues to rise. Trunks was utterly astonished. The terrifying energy unleashed during the collision of two forces was so immense that it affected even those observing from a distance. Yet, Broly's aura did not diminish. Rather, it surged. How could this be possible? Li Feng, on the other hand, his energy also remained unscathed. They were both unharmed. Truly monstrous. Piccolo's face grew even greener. In a battle of such magnitude, being caught in the aftermath would instantly rend one to shreds. Ah! In the distance, Broly bellowed, I am the legendary Super Saiyan. In response, his entire being ignited with a vibrant golden-green flame. The blood of the Saiyans surged anew, and Broly's aura escalated once more. With a roar, he charged towards Li Feng, enveloped in green flames, like a ferocious beast. After being propelled several kilometers by the earlier clash, Li Feng quickly regained his footing, only to sense Broly's aura climbing again, a wild figure barreling towards him. At that moment, Broly's combat power had reached an astonishing 22 billion. Although Li Feng had absorbed some energy through his technique, boosting his own power to 26 billion, Broly's aura was now alarmingly close to his own. Huh! Broly charged with overwhelming force, unleashing a colossal fist. Boom! 2 dazzling beams of light streaked through the air, releasing astonishing power. Boom! 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 The battle intensified further, each clash causing mountains to crumble. In the relentless exchanges, Li Feng could distinctly feel Broly's physique growing stronger. What had once been manageable became increasingly strenuous. His fists growing numb, unable to breach Broly's defenses. Ultimately, Broly's aura caught up to Li Feng, propelling him away with an even more formidable physical force. Broly continued to roar, the golden-green flames erupting once again as he swiftly approached Li Feng, fists poised to strike downwards. Boom! Li Feng's body crashed into the mountain like a cannonball, the tremendous impact shattering the rock and causing fissures to form. In the end, Li Feng was embedded within the mountain's core. Ha ha ha! Broly laughed maniacally, his golden-green aura continuously erupting, seemingly proclaiming his supremacy. Rumbling. However, before Broly could revel in his triumph for long, the very peak where Li Feng had been was obliterated by a golden energy blast. You are indeed formidable, Broly. But now is the moment to determine the victor. Li Feng proclaimed loudly, his entire being erupting with an even more astonishing aura. Bang! The ground beneath him caved in, sand and soil levitating in the air as his overwhelming energy caused the mountain to quake. Huh. A brilliant golden light flickered as Li Feng's aura soared once again. The golden flames surrounding him expanded significantly, blazing fiercely. Li Feng was serious now. His combat power reached an astounding 36 billion. Compared to the original narrative, he had surpassed the late stages of Super Saiyan 2. Swish. With a flash, Li Feng utilized instant transmission, appearing directly before Broly. Broly never anticipated that Li Feng's speed would be so astonishingly swift. Before he could react, a punch struck his face, the impact reverberating through the air with a thunderous sound. Broly finally felt the sting of pain. Bam! 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 Li Feng continued his assault, delivering an elbow strike to Broly's abdomen, then seizing the opportunity to unleash an uppercut to Broly's chin, followed by a relentless barrage of punches and kicks. Marvelous! How formidable Li Feng is! Our hopes of victory have soared. Trunks exclaimed in surprise as he watched the battle unfold. No, this kind of attack is futile against Broly, Vegeta lamented pessimistically. It seems Li Feng is plotting something. Goku appeared to sense Li Feng's intentions. Boom. Li Feng clasped his fists together and slammed Broly back to the ground. Goku, you all must use instant transmission to leave this place. This planet is about to explode. What about you? I will also use instant transmission to escape once I finish with Broly. Very well. Goku ceased to question why Li Feng could also utilize instant transmission. Understanding that their assistance in the battle was no longer viable, Li Feng was merely buying time for their escape. Everyone, hold on to me. Goku instructed. Do not order me around. Vegeta retorted defiantly, yet placed his hand on Goku's shoulder. Once everyone was prepared, they promptly vanished using instant transmission. Boom. Like a volcanic eruption. Green flames erupted into the sky. Broly's massive form remained standing, akin to an invincible demon, exuding an even more terrifying aura. Li Feng's assaults, as Vegeta had indicated, were indeed ineffectual against Broly, merely causing him discomfort. Damn Saiyan, I will annihilate you. Broly, further enraged, unleashed a more ferocious aura. Broly soared into the air. Raising his left hand, a flash of green light illuminated the surroundings, and a deep green energy sphere began to coalesce. Die! Broly effortlessly swung his hand, hurling the energy sphere towards Li Feng. Boom, boom, boom. As the sphere drew nearer, its size swelled, transforming into a colossal meteor. This attack, however, was even more terrifying. The core's energy had shifted from green to a deathly black-purple, carrying a hint of destructive force. What? Is that the power of destruction? Li Feng was astounded. How could Broly wield the god of destruction's power? Kamehameha. Li Feng unleashed all his energy once more, forming the Kamehameha to engage Broly in a clash of waves. Boom. Zing. The two immense energies collided again, fracturing the entire continent, the Earth lamenting as the planet's core seemed to tremble. It was likely that without a comet's arrival, the world would be torn apart by their powers. Chapter 68, Energy Absorption Technique. Colossal Meteor. Kamehameha. Boom. The two forces clashed once more, generating an even more horrifying destructive power. The second wave clash between Li Feng and Broly was exponentially more potent. The colossal meteor's planetary volume looms as if a genuine comet were colliding with Earth, intertwining deep green and dark purple energies that emanate an aura of annihilation. The terrain crumbles and rocks shatter. Broly's immense meteor surprisingly possesses a hint of destructive energy, yet it is this minuscule essence of devastation that gradually consumes the vast Kamehameha wave. How could this be? Li Feng is struck with terror. Why does Broly wield the energy of a god of destruction? Ha ha ha. Perish. Broly revels in his offensive, laughing maniacally. To him, Li Feng is merely a slightly more formidable monkey, destined to be obliterated under his full-force assault. Damn it. Li Feng grits his teeth, veins bulging, as he amplifies the output of the Kamehameha wave once more, while his mind races to devise a strategy. In Dragon Ball Super, the energy of destruction is cataclysmic, seemingly only withstandable or shatterable by an even more potent attack, akin to the battle between the deep blue Vegeta and the transformed god of destruction, Toppo. Yet, his strength falls far short of Super Saiyan God level. Will his attacks even have an effect? No matter, he too bears the blood of a Saiyan, and Saiyans never exhaust their full power until death. Recklessness shall suffice. Li Feng bellows again, golden light expanding outward, his aura surging anew. He must employ both methods. Crack. With a sound akin to shattering glass, Li Feng's Kamehameha wave is utterly obliterated, and the ensuing colossal meteor of destruction crashes down upon him, unleashing a cataclysmic burst of energy. Boom. The lethal force blankets the surroundings, and Li Feng, bearing the brunt of this terrifying assault, cries out in anguish. Even with the enhanced physique of a Super Saiyan, capable of surviving in a vacuum, he feels his strength gradually dissipating under the energy of destruction. It is as if he is submerged in unbearably molten lava, then thrust into an absolute zero ice chamber, and in the next moment, consumed by a black hole. His bones and muscles wail, as though they are on the verge of shattering, the pain excruciatingly unbearable. Energy absorption technique. Li Feng roars. His strategy is to first engage with this force through physical contact, activating the energy absorption technique. Whoosh. In an instant, a transparent vortex materializes in his hands, rapidly siphoning the immense energy. Not enough. More. Li Feng feels the sensation of being torn apart diminish slightly. His strength is bolstered anew. Realizing the energy absorption technique is effective, he intensifies his absorption fervently. However, this small vortex, in the face of the meteor's overwhelming energy, is still unable to absorb much. The majority of the energy directly impacts Li Feng's body, leaving him with scar after scar. Sustain me. Absorb. Li Feng desperately taps into his potential, his hands resembling small black holes, voraciously drawing in Broly's energy. Ripping sounds ensue. The destructive energy effortlessly tore apart his garments, revealing his formidable and robust physique. Yet the dark energy continued to surge in, intent on utterly annihilating this body. However, just as the body appeared to be completely rent asunder, in the very next moment, Li Feng's muscles swiftly healed. This remarkable regeneration was a testament to his evolved superphysiology and his mastery of energy absorption. Were it another individual, perhaps even the legendary Super Saiyan 3 Goku, he would undoubtedly meet his end with regret. It was in this moment that Li Feng's terrifying constitution truly showcased its prowess. His bodily strength surged with this force, and his actual combat power escalated continuously. 36 billion. 36 billion and 1. 36 billion and 2. 36 billion and 3. 36 billion and 4. If Broly were able to utilize a combat scanner, witnessing Li Feng's rapidly ascending power level would surely leave him aghast. Perhaps the one before him was indeed the true legendary Super Saiyan. With a desperate roar, Li Feng exerted every ounce of strength to control the destructive energy coursing through his body, allowing it to absorb this power like a sponge. He felt a thrilling juxtaposition. On one side, the agony wrought by destruction, and on the other, the elation of absorbing energy and being reborn anew. As his extraordinary physique improved, his body resembled a vessel that had initially held but a bottle of water, only to be overwhelmed by the ocean, forcing him to shatter that vessel and forge a larger cup, basin, or barrel. Now, it had at least transformed into a small boat. Yet, it remained insufficient. His body still teetered on a fragile balance. The conversion rate of his energy absorption technique surged. Up to 11. The conversion rate ascended. Now 12. The conversion rate increased. 13. The conversion rate rose. 15. At that moment, the system's notification arrived. Finally, under the immense influx of energy, the conversion rate of the energy absorption technique soared. It would enable him to transform energy at a swifter pace. 1 second, 2 seconds. Li Feng felt time stretch interminably. The experience of time in the hyperbolic time chamber paled in comparison to the arduousness he felt now. Within his perception, he traversed what felt like centuries, his consciousness gradually fading, the entire world dimming, as both body and mind seemed to dissolve into nothingness. Yet, he bit down on his tongue, rousing himself from the haze, finding his existence amidst the pain. Congratulations. The conversion rate of the energy absorption technique has reached 100. Notification: you have acquired the power of destruction. The system's announcement fully awakened him. In an instant, the pressure enveloping him vanished. His body no longer ached. Instead, he felt enveloped in a gentle breeze, as if he were immersed in a warm spring. His body no longer required conscious effort to absorb energy. It autonomously gathered energy, flowing through every part of him, bringing immense comfort and exhilaration. Casting a glance around, though the energy orb still obscured the sky, he found himself at the epicenter of destructive energy. Yet he felt no pain, as if the surrounding energy tenderly embraced his body. Congratulations, host. You have gained the recognition of the power of destruction. Now, the energy of destruction has no effect on you. Instead, it perceives you as its source and actively seeks your affinity, a level even the gods of destruction cannot achieve. The system elucidated. Chapter 69, Super Saiyan 2. Defeating Broly. This is indeed a magnificent gift. Li Feng was elated. The power of destruction, ostensibly exclusive to the gods of destruction, had unexpectedly become his. Now, Broly's assaults no longer posed a threat. Huh? Li Feng roared, casting aside the restraints of his energy. You are undeniably formidable, Broly, a tremendously powerful adversary, yet your brutality brings untold suffering to this universe. However, in gratitude for the gift you have bestowed upon me, I shall send you on your way with all my strength. Huh? Li Feng's eyes widened in fury. His fists clenched tightly as he unleashed a terrifying aura, his power surging once more. Thunderous roars echoed as the earth trembled, fissures splitting the ground, unfathomable in depth. The impact reaching the core, boulders collapsing, and massive stones floating around Li Feng. Golden flames blazed fiercely, radiating light and heat, while distant thunder rumbled ominously. Zizzle. Boom. The golden flames erupted violently, akin to a volcanic eruption, spiraling upwards as the air ignited in a tumultuous friction, birthing blue lightning bolts. Li Feng's form transformed. His previously upright hair cascaded down, and his physique grew even more robust. Super Saiyan 2. At this moment, having absorbed the power of destruction, Li Feng's combat strength as a Super Saiyan 2 reached an astounding 500 billion. According to the system's analysis of the original work's power levels, he now equated to Gohan's might against Majin Buu. The power scale had shattered. Li Feng's ascension was astonishingly rapid. Boom. Merely the energy surge from Li Feng's transformation into Super Saiyan 2 obliterated Broly's immense meteor shower. Kamehameha. Li Feng unleashed his full-strength Kamehameha wave, hurtling it directly at Broly. The cerulean energy beam was more robust and intense than any previous attempt, exuding an aura of cataclysmic force. What? Broly gasped in astonishment, hastily attempting to summon even more meteor showers to counter it. Boom, boom, boom. Alas, the once formidable energy sphere crumbled like paper upon contact with Li Feng's Kamehameha. No. Sensing this lethal energy, Broly attempted to withstand it with his body, but he was overwhelmed by the force. His colossal frame could not endure such terrifying energy, ultimately bursting apart. Boom. Like the destruction of a planet, a tremendous energy explosion erupted in the sky, causing the planet itself to tremble violently, teetering on the brink of collapse. Ding. Mission accomplished. Eliminate the Super Saiyan form of Broly from the 2007 universe. Mission reward, one-time fragment. Would you like to claim it? Yes. Ding. Li Feng's space now held an additional time fragment. Bang. At this moment, the newly formed planet Vegeta was succumbing to the devastating energies unleashed through countless battles. Its core shattered, the land began to fracture, and molten lava erupted forth. Meanwhile, a comet hurtled closer from the horizon, poised to collide with the planet. The demise of the new planet Vegeta seemed inescapable. Let us go. Li Feng swiftly pinpointed Earth in this universe and teleported away. Boom. In the very next instant after his departure, the comet struck the new planet Vegeta, erupting in a brilliant flash of light before it was obliterated, reduced to cosmic dust. On Earth, the potent energy signatures from the recent battle were palpable even here. Gohan reflected on the fierce aura emanating from the conflict on the new planet Vegeta. Mr. Li Feng will surely triumph, Trunks asserted, unwavering in his belief. Suddenly, Goku sensed a terrifying presence approaching Earth. The group immediately rushed to the source of the disturbance. Swish. Li Feng materialized in a suburban area. Exhaling deeply, he released the tension that had built up within him. It had been a narrow escape, but fortunately, he had managed to flee in time. This appeared to be Earth from Universe 2007. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The sound of 5 piercing winds filled the air. Hey Li Feng, it's really you. What became of that legendary Super Saiyan? Vegeta inquired eagerly. I have vanquished him, and that planet has been destroyed, Li Feng replied matter-of-factly. Impossible. That legendary Super Saiyan was defeated. Vegeta was utterly stunned, grappling with the shocking revelation that someone could slay that fiend. You're truly remarkable, Uncle Li Feng. Gohan exclaimed in admiration. After a lively exchange filled with astonishment at Li Feng's exploits, the rest of the main cast arrived, joining in the conversation, each expressing their awe. Soon, the cherry blossom viewing transformed into a grand feast for the Saiyans, with an array of delectable dishes that delighted the big eaters among them. By the way, Bulma, do you have a new time machine? My previous one is broken, Li Feng mentioned after the festivities. I do have one, but I'm unsure about your universe. Perhaps you should consider living here instead, Bulma suggested. It's all right. I possess relevant theoretical knowledge, and besides, my family resides in that universe as well. Li Feng replied. Oh, do tell me more about it. Which girl has captured your heart? Bulma's curiosity piqued, as it often did. Ensuring that Vegeta and Trunks were not nearby, Li Feng shared his experiences since his arrival in this new realm. Really? Ha ha ha. I must be a woman of great sin. Bulma laughed heartily upon hearing his tale. Hee hee, it's no surprise that I was like that in the past. Had I not met Vegeta, I might have found you intriguing, she added with a playful smile. Hey, Bulma, what do you mean by that? Vegeta, having eavesdropped, could no longer contain himself. What followed was a light-hearted banter, and they would have to wait another month for matters regarding the time machine to be resolved. In the days that followed, the martial enthusiast Wukong continued to engage in friendly sparring with Li Feng, whose strength had significantly increased, reaching a staggering power level of 5 billion, equivalent to Wukong's Super Saiyan 1. The pair delighted in their training sessions. A few days later, they summoned Vegeta and Trunks to join their practice, curious to witness the transformation they had heard about. Thus, upon a vast expanse of ocean, Li Feng commenced his transformation into Super Saiyan 2. Huh, boom, whoosh. The waves surged violently, and tornadoes swept across the sea. The water boiled, vaporizing and ascending into the sky. Dark clouds gathered on the horizon, and lightning streaked across the sky. Spirals of blue electricity intertwined with a golden aura enveloped Li Feng as he transformed into Super Saiyan 2 once more. The energy radiated like a tempest, shaking the very surface of the ocean. This is Super Saiyan 2. It's absolutely terrifying, Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. What an overwhelming aura. No wonder it was capable of defeating Broly. Piccolo remarked, his complexion turning a deeper shade of green. Damn it, I can't believe it's real. How can this form be so powerful? Vegeta grumbled in frustration. After a few moments in this transformed state, Li Feng reverted to his normal form. His current strength was immense. Although he was on an uninhabited sea, the force of his power reached the ocean floor, triggering various natural disasters. Such was the terror of a battle power of 500 billion. It was no wonder that the absorbed Majin Buu, in a fit of true rage, had been so formidable that even Vegito had to intervene to prevent him from exploding, lest reality itself be shattered. This is the form of my Super Saiyan 2. You must strive to cultivate your strength. Formidable foes await you in the future. More powerful foes? They inquired. Indeed, the future Majin Buu, an entity of immense strength. Nearly indestructible, Li Feng divulged some of the original plot to avoid the catastrophic destruction of Earth. The group was left in a state of wonder. Though they were uncertain about what lay ahead, they heeded Li Feng's counsel and committed themselves to rigorous training. After bidding farewell to his companions, Li Feng boarded a new time machine and departed from this universe. As he traversed through dimensions, gazing at the dim scenery outside, unease crept into his heart. He hoped he would not find himself in another universe again. Fortunately, this journey appeared to be proceeding normally, as he heard the voice of the system reassuring him. In a bird egg-shaped spacecraft, a sudden appearance was noted in the outskirts of West City. Ah, it's so comforting to be back in my own universe. Li Feng stretched and sighed. Having been away from his universe for over a year, he had actually spent an additional year in the hyperbolic time chamber, engaging in numerous battles. His first priority was to visit Bulma. Eager to return home, he quickly sensed Bulma's energy and teleported to her location. Xiaoxing, what a good boy. You've run so fast today. Bulma laughed, tending to her child in her grand villa. Suddenly, a figure appeared, and Xiaoxing collided with him. Ouch, what a strong child. Li Feng's voice rang out as he scooped up Xiaoxing in his arms. Daddy, is that really you? Inheriting the extraordinary intellect of Bulma, Li Xing recognized that the robust man before him was his father. Yes, it is indeed Dad. In that moment, a torrent of emotions, bitterness, longing, and affection overwhelmed him, accompanied by tears. He embraced Li Feng, weeping. Damn it, why has it taken so long? I thought, sobbing. Li Feng gently reassured Bulma, holding her tighter. His concern for her had been insufficient, yet in order to protect his family, he had to act this way. At least now, he had a greater advantage in the battle against the god of destruction, Beerus. Thus, Li Feng recounted the experiences of recent days, which left her in continual astonishment. Who would have thought that in both worlds, I have fallen in love with that Vegeta? It's truly unimaginable. However, this Vegeta has a child as well, named Trunks. What? Who is the mother? Li Feng was taken aback. It's my sister Tais. She encountered danger during her travels, and Vegeta came to her rescue, leading to their romance. Another melodramatic plot twist. Vegeta had settled on Earth, and aside from Bulma being his wife, the rest of the story remained largely the same. Goku and Vegeta still engaged in their occasional sparring sessions. Once the children fell asleep, the two began a passionate and sweet night together. The next day, Li Feng sought out Goku and the others to assess their training progress. Tap, tap. He swiftly detected their energy and teleported to their location. Excellent, Gohan, just like that. Ah, tap, 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 tap. Goku and Gohan were practicing together, while Vegeta sat nearby, meditating. Whoosh. Li Feng appeared, his formidable aura immediately alerting the trio. Who goes there? Long time no see, how are you all? Li Feng greeted them. Gohan exclaimed excitedly. The Gohan of this world had received much encouragement and assistance from Li Feng since the Raditz incident, viewing him as a powerful second father figure. Piccolo? Hee, Li Feng, it's been ages. You seem to have grown significantly stronger. Let us spar. Goku said with enthusiasm, eager for a match with Li Feng. Humph, Kakarot. Let me take the lead this time. Li Feng, let us battle. This time, I shall surely bring you down. Vegeta, rejuvenated by his training, exuded confidence. Huh, swish, swish. Vegeta powered up, instantly transforming into a Super Saiyan. Take this. Vegeta launched the first attack, his right fist striking towards Li Feng's face like lightning. Bring it on. Li Feng evaded Vegeta's blow with minimal movement, then thrust his right elbow, sending Vegeta flying. Boom. Vegeta soared backward like a cannonball, crashing through several mountain peaks. Wow, Uncle Li Feng is amazing. He doesn't even need to transform into a Super Saiyan. Gohan admired Li Feng even more. He is incredibly strong. I thought through training we could close the gap in our combat abilities, but it seems to have widened instead. Just that one blow made Goku realize that Li Feng was far stronger than before, able to overpower Vegeta without even transforming into a Super Saiyan, while he himself was only slightly stronger than Vegeta. Alright, huh. As the words faded, two figures, one large and one small, grounded their legs firmly like unyielding rocks, causing the earth to tremble, and the surrounding dust and stones began to levitate. Suddenly, two beams of golden light flickered. Swish, 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 swish. Wukong and Gohan simultaneously transformed into Super Saiyans. At this juncture, it was the second year following future Trunks' departure, and logically, Gohan had not yet achieved the Super Saiyan transformation. However, due to his relentless training, he unlocked his potential and transformed ahead of schedule. Wukong, of course, had also significantly enhanced his strength, and together they launched a full-force assault on Li Feng. Chapter 71, Li Feng 13. Indeed, Wukong's power had also increased tremendously, and the two united in their fierce attack against Li Feng. Now, a year into their training, the typical battle power of several individuals was as follows: Son Goku, 30. 000 Son Gohan, 25. 000 Vegeta, 20. 000 In their transformed states, the combat power of the father-son duo soared into the billions. With such power, they should easily be able to handle a level 1 cell, making even the androids seem trivial. Yet, they now faced Li Feng, who had evolved and gained the power of destruction. This formidable being already possessed a staggering normal battle power of 5 billion. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The three figures flickered across the wilderness, each collision creating deep craters in the ground. Indeed, you have made significant progress. Yet the ordinary Super Saiyan form fails to unleash your true potential, Li Feng remarked, acknowledging the protagonist group's remarkable advancement. Achieving a higher realm 2 years ahead of time. Do not underestimate your opponents. At that moment, a furious voice erupted from behind Li Feng. Vegeta's shimmering golden figure suddenly appeared. Witnessing Li Feng's ability to match Goku and Gohan in their Super Saiyan forms without even transforming himself, Vegeta's previously secure status as the third strongest was once again threatened. With his pride at stake, he launched an attack. Humph, Vegeta, do try to keep up. Li Feng taunted, treating Vegeta with far less leniency than he had shown to Wukong and Gohan. It was as if he had eyes on the back of his head. He dodged Vegeta's attack with a sidestep, then swiftly turned and delivered a kick to Vegeta's left waist. Bang! Ah! A resounding crash echoed as Vegeta cried out in agony. Just as Li Feng aimed to land another blow on Vegeta, Wukong and Gohan intervened with precise strikes, their golden forms resembling deities of war, launching powerful and rapid assaults. The sky resonated with the thunderous sounds of their clashes. Huh! Li Feng roared, landing a right punch to Wukong's abdomen while kicking Gohan away, sending both of them flying. Bang! Bang! The two figures hurtled in opposite directions, the overwhelming force piercing through several mountain peaks before embedding them into the colossal stones. Debris flew, and dust swirled. Receive my blow. Ultimate explosion attack. In the distance, Vegeta spotted his opponent and immediately extended his left hand, concentrating a brilliant yellow energy wave aimed at Li Feng. With a swift motion, the yellow energy wave, infused with a significant portion of Vegeta's power, surged forth. This was the most formidable strike Vegeta could muster in his current state. Come on. Li Feng did not flinch, nor did he attempt to defend himself. He merely crossed his arms in anticipation. Boom. The explosive attack struck Li Feng directly, unleashing a staggering force akin to a nuclear explosion. A mushroom cloud ascended into the sky, scorching the surrounding landscape and leaving behind a vast, bottomless crater. Oh dear, that was excessive. Vegeta, still caught up in the heat of the moment, suddenly realized that this was merely a sparring match, not a life-or-death battle. Suddenly, a golden light erupted from the ground, and a figure gradually emerged alongside the beam. Crack, crack, not bad. Vegeta, that last attack was commendable. Vegeta gazed at Li Feng, who appeared unscathed, not even a speck of dust on his clothing. Any remnants of guilt vanished, replaced by a surge of anger, frustration, and astonishment. Thank goodness this fellow isn't an enemy, otherwise it would be truly terrifying. Is this all the strength you Saiyans possess? I have visited other universes where your kind exists, and they are far superior to you now, Li Feng provocatively remarked. Saiyans only unleash their true potential when provoked. Vegeta, momentarily taken aback, felt a surge of defiance, his veins bulging with indignation. Kakarot, Gohan, did you hear what this scoundrel just said? Now I shall unleash my full power. Boom, boom. Two golden figures emerged from the rubble, still radiating a golden glow. Goku and Gohan remained in their Super Saiyan forms, their energy levels barely diminished. Well then, it seems we must also go all out. Gohan assumed that previous form. Yes. The trio's fierce roars echoed, causing the earth to tremble once more. 3 golden auras expanded outward, resembling 3 miniature suns radiating terrifying heat. Swish, 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 swish. The golden energy erupted fully, The trio's power surged even higher. Goku declared confidently, "Currently, our battle powers are as follows. Goku, 2, 100, 000, 000 Gohan. 1, 750, 000, 000 Vegeta. 1, 400, 000, 000. Indeed, the transformation into Super Saiyan at full power achieved a multiplication factor of 70. Feng was once again astounded by the trio's enhancement. It appeared that the butterfly effect he had instigated had ignited the competitive spirit within the Saiyans, making them even stronger. "I must admit, I did not anticipate that you could all attain your full power state," Feng remarked, somewhat impressed. "Come on, let us see how formidable you truly are." Feng's fighting spirit surged. "Huh, yeah." The four engaged in battle once more, the three golden auras intertwining with a singular white aura, creating a dazzling spectacle. Boom, 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 boom. This time, Feng could no longer maintain his previous composure and had to confront the situation with earnestness. Upon transforming to full power, it was not merely a multiplication of strength. The primary advantage lay in the enhanced endurance of this form, making him more resilient than ever. Vegeta had been sent flying by Feng's kick, yet he returned with even greater speed. In his ordinary Super Saiyan state, he would have exhausted all his energy by now. Meanwhile, Goku and Gohan, undeterred by their injuries, fought with increasing fervor, abandoning defense to launch desperate attacks. The clash of their powers echoed like thunder, intensifying the battle's fervor. Boom! Feng unleashed a surge of energy, sending the three adversaries hurtling through the air. They tumbled in different directions, yet instinctively elevated their own energy, preparing their ultimate techniques. Kamehameha. Goku gathered a blue energy beam with both hands, launching a Kamehameha that soared skyward. Masenko. Gohan, undaunted, raised his hands above his head, unleashing an orange energy blast aimed squarely at Feng. Final flash. Vegeta concentrated golden energy into a sphere at his chest, releasing a final flash directed at Feng. Boom, boom, boom. The three energy blasts struck Feng simultaneously, producing a thunderous roar. The impact was akin to the explosion of 3 nuclear bombs, the resulting heat melting the surrounding rocks, while an astonishing wave of energy engulfed the battlefield, igniting the sky in fiery hues. The shockwave reverberated through the air, sending the three combatants spiraling away. Thud, thud, thud. Goku, Gohan, and Vegeta were all thrown back by the force, landing amidst a pile of stones several kilometers away. Cough, cough, cough. This time, things had escalated significantly. Feng couldn't possibly be unscathed. Goku emerged from the rubble, gazing anxiously at the billowing dust. Despite his previous defiance toward Feng, the trio's full-force assault, without Feng transforming into a Super Saiyan, posed a genuine threat. "Dad, Uncle Feng's energy is still present. He's alright, but he's incredibly strong." Gohan sensed Feng's aura. Boom. Like a volcano erupting anew, a golden light burst forth from the crater, revealing a muscular man with a bare torso soaring into the air. This time, Feng had withstood the full brunt of their combined attacks, testing the resilience of his body that absorbed destructive energy, yet he remained in his base form. The outcome was merely torn clothing and minor injuries. A satisfactory result considering he had not employed any defenses or energy absorption techniques. Enduring the full power assault of 3 Super Saiyans without significant harm was still quite impressive. Damn it, the gap in our strength is astonishing. Vegeta emerged from the debris, his fist pounding the ground in frustration. All present were seasoned warriors, acutely aware of the magnitude of Feng's current prowess. "Let us recover our stamina." Feng offered senzu beans to Goku and the others before consuming one himself. After a series of crunching sounds, the breaths of the four returned to normal. "In truth, you all possess remarkable strength, far exceeding my expectations. To be candid, your timelines and other universes are considerably more advanced than ours, and the powers of those from your era surely pale in comparison to yours." Feng acknowledged the prowess of the group before transitioning to discuss matters pertaining to other universes. Upon hearing of the legendary Super Saiyan, Vegeta expressed profound astonishment. The legend is indeed true. Such a monster as Broly genuinely exists. Could it be that this individual named Broly might also inhabit our universe? Goku, upon learning of Broly's immense strength, having initially overpowered Feng, was filled with eager anticipation. Perhaps, Feng was uncertain whether this universe's Broly existed at all, as the narrative had yet to reach the climactic battles of the original story. It is equally possible that he emerged only after Dragon Ball Super. Goodness, Feng, you are truly formidable. Even our combined might cannot topple you, unless Vegeta and I resort to that. Goku remarked, scratching his head in awe. Hey, Kakarot, didn't we agree that should not be used lightly? What if Earth were to be destroyed? Wait, do you possess some ultimate technique? Feng inquired, intrigued. As he contemplated the notion of Vegeta and Goku employing that technique, his pupils suddenly constricted as realization dawned upon him. Excitement, tension, curiosity, and anticipation flooding his heart. Could it be that what he envisioned was indeed the same? Would that enigmatic figure, radiating an aura of invincibility, make an appearance? Strangely, the duo from this universe did not seem averse to the idea. Gohan recounted the events that transpired in this universe over the past year. It turned out that androids had made their debut. Surprisingly, the arrivals were not the singular male and female, or the one robust and one slender android as described by Feng or future Trunks. Instead, 3 individuals emerged. They were androids 13, 14, and 15. The reason for their premature appearance remained unknown, yet they continued to execute Dr. Gero's directive to eliminate Son Goku, to draw Goku out. The trio wreaked havoc in the city, bombarding it with energy spheres, causing widespread destruction. Goku and the other warriors quickly responded, ready to confront the androids. Unlike the original narrative, future Trunks had already departed from this world, and Gohan had matured earlier, shifting the focus of the battle to Goku, Gohan, and Vegeta. Subsequently, the storyline mirrored the original. Goku faced Android 13, Gohan battled Android 14, and Vegeta confronted Android 15. Initially, they struggled against their foes, but after transforming into Super Saiyans, Gohan and Vegeta triumphed over their respective opponents, leaving Goku to contend with Android 13. After assimilating the core energies of Androids 14 and 15, Android 13 transformed into Super Android 13, overwhelmingly overpowering Goku. The trio of Super Saiyans found themselves utterly outmatched by Super Android 13 and faced immediate defeat. Just as Super Android 13 was about to finish off Goku, Piccolo made a strikingly heroic entrance, having previously fused with the Supreme Kai, evolving into God Piccolo, whose power rivaled that of Goku and the others in their Super Saiyan forms. In just a fleeting moment, Piccolo's impressive demeanor faded, revealing the reality of his struggle as he was ultimately overpowered. Nevertheless, his delay provided a crucial window for Goku and the others. Super Android 13 was spiraling into chaos, preparing to unleash a cataclysmic attack aimed at obliterating Earth. At this dire juncture, with Feng absent, the group found themselves at a loss. In a moment of inspiration, Goku recalled a formidable technique he had learned alongside Vegeta on Planet Yardrat. Realizing that he needed Vegeta's cooperation to harness its true potential, Goku made a heartfelt plea. Initially resistant, Vegeta, now married to Bulma and expecting a child, ultimately relented after Goku appealed to his emotions and reason. Together, they executed the technique, leading to an overwhelming display of power that swiftly dispatched Super Android 13, leaving Piccolo, Gohan, and the others in astonishment. However, this extraordinary power soon dissipated, and without Feng's presence, Goku and his companions managed to repel the formidable foe, safeguarding their planet. Yet, Goku remained curious about the nature of that power, as it was intrinsically linked to him, being the embodiment of an existence often heralded as the strongest in the multiverse. Unleash that power. I yearn to witness its true essence, Goku exclaimed, addressing Vegeta. Chapter 73, Vegeto. Is that not so, Vegeto? What? This. Upon hearing the name, both Goku and Vegeta were taken aback. You've never encountered him. How do you know of him? Other universes also harbor his presence, and his strength is unparalleled. Feng chuckled. In fact, I am eager to engage him in battle. His enthusiasm surged, invigorated by the prospect of clashing with one of the 2 reigning titans of Dragon Ball. Is that so? Just how powerful is Vegeto from other universes? Vegeta inquired eagerly. Well, you haven't yet faced our universe's Vegeto, have you? Would you not wish to test your true strength? Feng tempted them to fuse once more. Vegeta, come on. I too wish to experience that power again, Goku chimed in, recalling the sheer might they had felt as Vegeto. No, I refuse. It simply cannot be done. Vegeta replied with characteristic pride. It appears your Vegeto truly lacks prowess. In other universes, fusion is achieved with ease, resulting in immense strength, Feng provocatively stated. Other universes include the Vegeto I have read about, so I am not being dishonest, he added. Listen, if Feng insists. It would be remiss not to transform and teach him a lesson, Goku urged. You scoundrel. Am I weak? Is Vegeto weak? Had I not restrained my power, Earth would have been annihilated long ago. Vegeta retorted, incensed. Since you seek conflict, let us proceed, Kakarot. This shall be my final fusion with you. Ultimately, Vegeta was persuaded. With a decisive gesture, they initiated the fusion. As Goku and Vegeta's fingers made contact, a radiant white light enveloped their forms. With a thunderous roar, an immense aura surged forth, soaring skyward. A brilliant flash illuminated the air, revealing a robust and strikingly handsome man. His blue belt fluttered in the wind, while he donned a black and orange vest, showcasing a physique of iron-like six-pack abs and powerful pectorals that radiated an exhilarating strength. His face adorned with an unwavering smile of absolute confidence. Thus made his grand entrance. Gogeta, ding. Dragon Ball 1807 has detected the premature appearance of Gogeta. Mission, defeat Gogeta. Mission reward, white magic. What? A mission has been issued to vanquish Gogeta? He glanced at Gogeta's current combat power, 5 billion. The fusion technique results in a combined power that is the sum of the individual powers multiplied by 100. How terrifying. And this is merely his base form. No wonder he can obliterate Super 13, whose combat power barely reaches 4 billion. Li Feng's body thrummed with excitement at Gogeta's aura, yet more so with an ardent desire to engage in battle with a formidable opponent. Accept the mission, Li Feng declared within his mind. Goodness. While the reward of that so-called white magic piques my curiosity, what truly exhilarates me is the prospect of clashing with the king of pressure. Humph, Li Feng. This time I shall utterly overpower you. Gogeta's voice, a blend of both their essences, echoed as his smile remained ever present. Come, Li Feng's spirit sword. The blood of a Saiyan boiling fervently within him. Swish. Li Feng's right fist shot forth toward Gogeta's forehead. In kind, Gogeta clenched his fist, ready to counter Li Feng's strike. Boom. A thunderous sound erupted as the force of their collision sent rocks flying, the ferocious shockwave rippling through the air, shaking the very ground beneath them. Heh, not bad at all, Gogeta chuckled. Indeed, quite formidable. Li Feng flashed a toothy grin. The two began to gauge one another's strength, each astonished by the other's formidable prowess. Ha, 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 ha. The air filled with the sound of their fierce exchanges, the atmosphere crackling with intensity. Gogeta and Uncle Li Feng are truly powerful. Gohan marveled from below, captivated by the spectacle. So that overwhelming presence belongs to Gogeta? At that moment, Piccolo and other warriors arrived, drawn by the formidable aura of the two fighters. This is a battle of the century. Both are astonishingly powerful, Krillin exclaimed, his gaze darting about as if tracking the air itself, though in reality, he was fixated on the silhouettes of their combat. Their movements so swift that they scarcely left a trace in the air. It is hard to believe this is the extent of human potential, Tenshinhan remarked, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Your eyesight is remarkable. I can't even see where they are. The only composed one, Bulma, cradled Li Xing. Her brow furrowed in confusion. What is the situation now? Still uncertain. They have merely begun to test each other, yet their strength already surpasses our wildest imaginations, Krillin mused. Bang. Another exchange of blows sent them retreating to opposite peaks. Indeed, Gogeta's strength was astonishing. Even after his evolution, Li Feng felt a lingering ache from their exchange. And this was merely Gogeta's form prior to the Cell Saga. How powerful he must truly be. It is difficult to fathom the true extent of Gogeta's power in the later stages. Li Feng felt a surge of astonishment and excitement. Although Gogeta maintained his invincible smile on the surface, he too harbored a sense of trepidation within. Despite not unleashing his full potential, he could almost dispatch formidable foes like Super Android 13 with ease. Yet, here stood Li Feng, holding his ground against him without transforming into a Super Saiyan. Heh! Li Feng, what is the matter? Still not transforming into a Super Saiyan? Then prepare to be knocked down. Before his words had fully dissipated, Gogeta teleported instantaneously before Li Feng, delivering a powerful kick aimed at his waist. Feeling a lethal threat, Li Feng sensed a chilling rush of air infused with terrifying power at his side and instinctively raised his right arm to block. Bang! The impact felt as if a planet had collided with him, producing a deafening sound that rendered his arm numb. Huh! Seizing the moment, Li Feng struck back with an elbow aimed at Gogeta's abdomen. Humph! Gogeta deftly sidestepped, executing a graceful somersault in midair, and delivered a kick that struck Li Feng squarely on the shoulder. Bang! Gogeta's agility was remarkable, and the blow sent Li Feng crashing to the ground like a cannonball. Boom! The peak of the mountain was shattered, debris flying in all directions. Swish! Li Feng utilized instant transmission to reappear behind Gogeta. Thud! He launched a knee strike towards Gogeta's back. However, Gogeta had anticipated this move. He swiftly turned, blocking with both hands, and then threw Li Feng's knee downwards. Whoosh! Li Feng was sent flying once more, beginning to find himself at a disadvantage. Yet, the true battle had only just commenced. Chapter 74, The Might of Gogeta. Huff. The previously fierce battleground now lay silent, save for the howling wind. Tap. A small stone, lifted by the gusts, fell to the ground, heralding the call to battle. Swish. Swish. The figures of the two combatants vanished in an instant, re-engaging midair. Bang 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 bang. Li Feng unleashed another series of attacks, his fists flying like a rapid-fire machine gun, delivering countless blows at an astonishing rate. Whoosh. Swish. Simultaneously, both warriors employed instant transmission and afterimages, their movements creating multiple fleeting silhouettes in the air, moving with incredible speed. Both were masters at sensing energy, adept in its application. The usage of instant transmission now hinged upon predicting each other's attack trajectories and movements, for victory or defeat could be decided in the blink of an eye. Swish. Bang. Ultimately, with his advanced instant transmission skills, Li Feng gained the upper hand, teleporting to an unoccupied position while creating a false duplicate at his original location to deceive Gogeta. He managed to strike Gogeta first, sending him flying. Whoosh 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 whoosh. As Gogeta was propelled backward, he spun gracefully several times before stabilizing himself on a mountain peak. That last instant transmission felt somewhat peculiar. Gogeta keenly discerned that Li Feng's technique differed slightly from his own. Naturally, keep going. Li Feng's voice echoed in Gogeta's ears. Swish. Li Feng's figure vanished once more, leaving only Gogeta in the air. Intriguing. The corners of Gogeta's mouth curled upwards. He could not sense Li Feng's energy, nor could he perceive his silhouette. This could not be the result of his instant transmission. How had Li Feng accomplished this? Li Feng has disappeared? Where has he gone? The spectators also noted that only Gogeta was present, scanning the surroundings, while Li Feng's form had entirely vanished. Over here. Gogeta's pupils contracted as he sensed a fierce attack approaching from behind, and he immediately turned to deliver a powerful punch. Bam! Indeed, he had struck true. Gogeta felt a surge of joy, but the sensation of dread quickly returned. Bam! Another assault erupted from behind, propelling him away. Darn it. Li Feng is quite formidable after all. Gogeta was sent crashing through several mountain peaks, embedding himself into the ground. Rumble. Like a volcanic eruption. Boulders were hurled into the air, and a tremendous aura erupted forth. A white energy flame exploded from Gogeta, signaling that he was now serious. Meanwhile, Li Feng abandoned any pretense of strategy, unleashing his own energy as his combat power surged. Swish, 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 swish. Two torrents of white energy erupted like twin volcanoes, dispersing the clouds above, while distant waves churned violently beneath the weight of this terrifying power, and the earth trembled once more. Both warriors were showcasing their true strength, without transforming into Super Saiyans. This is bad. They are getting serious. We need to leave here quickly, Krillin shouted. Witnessing the rocks collapsing nearby, and promptly shielded Bulma and the weaker fighters, urging them to retreat. Such terrifying energy. Is this truly the extent of human power? Piccolo's expression darkened further. He felt utterly powerless to intervene in this clash. The two white auras surged dangerously closer. Boom. A cataclysmic crash reverberated through the air as a figure was flung away. It was Li Feng. Feeling the overwhelming power emanating from Gogeta, Li Feng felt as though he had been struck by a star. Logically, his body was resilient enough to withstand a stellar impact, yet Gogeta's physical strength was denser still. Gogeta, seizing the advantage, pursued the airborne Li Feng and launched a series of relentless strikes. Bam, 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 bam. Gogeta targeted Li Feng's face, chest, abdomen, and other areas, forcing Li Feng to guard his face with both hands and endure the onslaught. Ultimately, Gogeta clasped his hands together and delivered a crushing blow that sent Li Feng crashing to the ground. Boom. Like a cannonball, he struck the earth, creating a web of fissures. Cough. Li Feng cried out in agony, spitting out a mouthful of bitter liquid. He had to concede. Gogeta's attacks were genuinely ferocious. Combining Goku's agility with Vegeta's ferocity, their combined assault was terrifying. Li Feng gathered energy spheres in both hands, swiftly executing the prince's trick. As the energy blasts hurtled toward Gogeta like shooting stars, Vegeta, undaunted and resolute, advanced through the barrage of energy blasts. With remarkable agility, he evaded the majority of the incoming projectiles, while those that struck him were effortlessly deflected. Like a fierce tiger, Vegeta tore through everything in his path, charging towards Li Feng with an overwhelming ferocity. Li Feng, prepare to be defeated. Vegeta chuckled, having discerned Li Feng's impending loss after witnessing his royal tricks. After all, when had Prince Vegeta ever succeeded with such tactics? With a smirk, Li Feng raised the corners of his lips and unleashed even more energy blasts, simultaneously retreating to create distance. You are far too complacent. Do you even comprehend your surroundings? After his furious dash, Vegeta suddenly realized that the energy blasts he had dodged lingered behind him, accumulating in number and completely encircling him. What? This technique is. In the distance, Piccolo recognized the move all too well. It was indeed one of his own. How had Li Feng learned it? Magic Sphere Encirclement. Explode. Seeing Vegeta ensnared by his own energy blasts, Li Feng spread his arms wide, triggering a massive explosion of all the orbs. Boom, 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 one after another. The energy blasts detonated in a chain reaction akin to atomic bombs, unleashing a series of cataclysmic explosions. Li Feng, too, was launched backward by the overwhelming energy. He had only learned this technique by chance and was unaware of its sheer power, surprised by its magnitude. He had never dared to use it during sparring with Goku and the others, but against Vegeta, he felt confident that the proud warrior could withstand it. Coughing and spluttering, the onlookers were caught in the ensuing chaos, dust swirling around them. Only when the debris settled could they approach the battlefield. How do you fare, Vegeta? Li Feng inquired, gazing into the crater left by the explosion, searching for the hidden form of Vegeta. I underestimated you with that move, but in your current state, your power still lacks refinement. The voice of the proud prince emerged from the depths of the pit. As a brilliant light illuminated the scene, Vegeta slowly materialized. His appearance marred by soot and grime, yet he bore little to no injuries. Vegeta remained unscathed. Chapter 75. The battle intensifies. Li Feng engages Vegeta. It appears that true strength is now required. Li Feng's gaze sharpened. His fists clenched as he began to gather his energy. With Li Feng's roar, the ground trembled, and distant mountains began to crumble, rocks cascading downwards. Zzz. Boom. A flash of golden light erupted as an exceedingly powerful aura surged from Li Feng. The terrifying energy soared into the sky, scattering the clouds above. In that moment, Li Feng resembled a miniature sun, radiating intense energy. What? Is this the power Li Feng attained after transforming? Krillin gasped, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Even from a considerable distance, he felt the overwhelming aura emanating from Li Feng, so formidable that it rendered him nearly immobile, let alone capable of combat. That guy. I never expected him to become even stronger within just a year. Even though Piccolo's strength had significantly increased after a year of training, the chasm between him and Li Feng remained as vast as the heavens. Those with greater combat prowess could keenly sense the terrifying power of Li Feng. A realization that struck Gogeta, who faced him head-on. In that moment, the confident smile of Gogeta faded, replaced by a serious and earnest demeanor. The battle commenced. Transformed, Li Feng launched the first attack, darting toward Gogeta with remarkable speed. Gogeta's pupils constricted as he caught sight of a golden flash racing past him, relying solely on instinct. He narrowly evaded the most lethal strike, feeling the air brush against his hair. Yet, Li Feng's reflexes were astonishingly swift. As Gogeta dodged, Li Feng executed a sidekick, landing a direct blow to Gogeta's waist. With a resounding crash, Gogeta was sent flying, crashing through several mountain peaks before finally embedding himself in a boulder. Li Feng truly is formidable, Gogeta murmured, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. In that brief encounter, he realized that Li Feng's combat power far surpassed his own. Nevertheless, he understood that Li Feng's current strength was comparable to his own in transformation, compelling him to ascend to Super Saiyan to contend with him. Yet, he was also eager to witness just how powerful Li Feng had become. In a flash, Li Feng appeared before Gogeta with nearly instantaneous speed. What's wrong? Aren't you going to transform into a Super Saiyan? Li Feng inquired. Noticing the confident smile reappear on Gogeta's face, his curiosity piqued. If I transform, the battle will be over in an instant. Is that so? But I have further transformations to unleash, Gogeta replied, astonished. Indeed, that would be the transformation into Super Saiyan 2. But so what? According to my calculations, even if you transform into Super Saiyan 2, you will not stand a chance against me in my Super Saiyan form, Li Feng asserted. Gogeta, attempting to play it cool, was eager to gauge Li Feng's true strength. With combat power being relatively close, he felt confident in his ability to triumph over Li Feng. However, he was aware that Li Feng had yet to reveal his full array of skills. His energy absorption techniques and destructive power could significantly enhance his true capabilities. Is that so? Then I shall shatter you to pieces. Li Feng roared, charging fiercely toward Gogeta once more. This time, Gogeta summoned every ounce of focus he could muster, directly perceiving Li Feng's striking fist. Boom. Li Feng's punch collided with Gogeta's arms, which were crossed defensively before his chest. Haha, Gogeta chuckled. Not bad at all. Li Feng renewed his attack, launching a flurry of strikes with his hands and feet, akin to a machine gun raining down blows upon Gogeta. Transformed into a Super Saiyan, Li Feng exhibited a remarkable enhancement in both speed and strength. Even though Gogeta anticipated the onslaught, he found himself overwhelmed by the weight of Li Feng's power, forced into a defensive stance. Boom. Another thunderous sound erupted as Gogeta's form was once again hammered into the mountainside. Oh, you wish to show off, do you? Fighting me without transforming into a Super Saiyan? Li Feng taunted, deliberately suppressing Gogeta with his strength, continuously gathering energy blasts in his hands, employing the royal combat style to unleash a torrent of energy upon Gogeta. Boom, 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 boom. Golden beams of energy cascaded from the heavens like a meteor shower, relentlessly striking the earth. The overwhelmed peaks crumbled with a thunderous roar, rocks shattered, and clouds of dust billowed into the air. Yet, Li Feng's assault did not relent. His barrage continued unabated, demolishing the mountains and further ravaging the ground, transforming the terrain as if it had been plowed. A gentle breeze swept through, dissipating the dust that had been stirred by the energy blasts. Humph, Vegeta, do you dare to underestimate me? Just lie down, Li Feng taunted deliberately. Boom. A burst of white energy soared into the sky, revealing Vegeta's disheveled form. In the original narrative, the proud warrior Vegeta was seldom injured, but now he bore the scars of battle, his attire torn to shreds, exposing his muscular physique. Very well, Li Feng, you wish for me to transform? Do not perish too easily, Vegeta proclaimed with a laugh. With a furious roar, Vegeta's aura surged once more. causing the previously stabilized ground to groan in agony as fissures began to form, and the surrounding peaks collapsed anew. The plains trembled under the assault, trees swaying and subsequently snapping. In the sky, the clouds dispersed, seemingly drawn together by an unseen force. In an instant, Vegeta erupted in a golden blaze, illuminating the earth with his radiant energy, a formidable presence enveloping the arena. The golden flames surged, unleashing astonishing power. Vegeta's muscles expanded slightly, his golden hair standing erect, a lock falling over his brow, his emerald eyes and robust physique radiating strength and dominance. A golden warrior had emerged anew, transformed into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta's demeanor and aura were entirely different. This was the true embodiment of pride. The invincible stance he adopted was a sight to behold. What? Is this the extent of Vegeta's power? This strength is extraordinary, Krillin exclaimed, embodying the shocked onlookers. Impressive indeed. Gohan marveled, equally astonished. How would Li Feng respond to this? Piccolo sensed Vegeta's newfound might, his energy unmistakably rivaling Li Feng's. Truly formidable. The pressure Vegeta exuded was even greater than that of Broly. Experiencing Vegeta's terrifying energy firsthand, Li Feng realized he could not compare this to his previous encounters. This was the first time he faced an opponent whose strength was so closely matched to his own. Every cell in his body tingled with excitement, his blood boiling with fervor. Chapter 76, The Clash of Kamehameha. A decisive move. Let us settle this with one strike. Li Feng proposed. Agreed. Vegeta concurred. Continuing to trade blows would only squander their time. Thud, thud. The two descended from the sky, preparing to gather their energy. Swish, 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 swish. Two golden whirlwinds ascended into the sky, as their auras expanded once more, pooling terrifying energy. Li Feng's muscles tightened. A continuous flow of energy surged forth from his being. He held his breath, channeling his energy to its utmost peak before unleashing his ultimate move. Li Feng was about to transform into Super Saiyan 2. Zila. The golden aura surrounding Li Feng expanded once more, shifting from a mere flicker to a violent jet-like eruption, reminiscent of a volcanic explosion, with blue arcs of light forming at the edges due to the intense friction of his energy. His once combed bangs now stood erect, leaving only a single lock cascading down. His muscles swelled slightly, his cells danced with exuberance, and his blood surged with fervor. An astonishing surge of energy erupted. In that moment, the earth trembled, dark clouds gathered ominously, and bolts of lightning responded to the terrifying energy emanating from the ground. Li Feng had become Super Saiyan 2. Blue lightning flickered around him, the classic hallmark of this transformation. Instantly, his presence overwhelmed Gogeta. So this is Super Saiyan 2. Gogeta, witnessing Li Feng's transformation, seemed to grasp something profound. Come on, Li Feng, let us go, Gogeta. Big Bang attack. Gogeta raised his hands, palms together, as a deep blue energy sphere expanded exponentially. Kamehameha. Li Feng, ever the familiar warrior, positioned his hands at his waist, forming a brilliant blue energy sphere. Both warriors reached the zenith of their power, simultaneously unleashing their mightiest strikes. Boom. The two terrifying and searing beams of blue energy collided, creating a massive crater in the ground as they intertwined, forming a colossal blue energy sphere. Li Feng's Kamehameha and Gogeta's Big Bang attack were locked in a fierce struggle, their energies effortlessly tearing through mountains. Is this the extent of energy that humans can wield? Tien, observing from a distance, gasped in astonishment. The Saiyans are indeed a formidable race. Piccolo, drenched in cold sweat, echoed the sentiment, astonished once more. Will the Earth endure this? Krillin feared that the planet might not withstand the cataclysmic energy unleashed by the two warriors. At this moment, their strength far surpassed that of a typical Super Saiyan 3, and Gogeta's Kamehameha was momentarily suppressed. Gogeta roared, pushing beyond his limits, the veins in his arms bulging as his shockwave intensified. Li Feng's Kamehameha began to be gradually pushed back by Gogeta's Big Bang attack, revealing a precarious position. Truly impressive, Gogeta, to counter my Super Saiyan 2 Kamehameha with your Super Saiyan 1. Li Feng marveled. Alright, if that is the case, let me unveil my new technique. Energy Absorption Technique. Activate. Having reached the pinnacle of the energy absorption technique, it had acquired a new function. This time, it no longer required the energy to collide with him for absorption, but could draw from any contact with his own energy. Thus, Li Feng transformed into a swirling vortex, voraciously absorbing the energy from Gogeta's Big Bang attack. Why does it feel as if my energy has been slightly diminished? Gogeta keenly sensed a slight weakening in his offensive, though he couldn't pinpoint the cause. If I can withstand this, then I shall intensify my assault. As Goku's muscles bulged with fierce intensity, he amplified the output of the Kamehameha wave. What was already a terrifying force grew even more formidable. The pressure mounted upon Li Feng. Damn it! Intensify! Li Feng roared, unleashing an even greater surge of energy from his hands. the energy beams thickening as he fervently activated his energy absorption technique. In that moment, Li Feng resembled a colossal converter, voraciously devouring the surrounding energy and storing it within, while simultaneously unleashing a powerful output from his hands. 10 million, 20 million, 30 million. Li Feng's battle power surged exponentially, escalating by hundreds of millions in an instant. Were Broly to return, he would surely exclaim, "You are the true legendary Super Saiyan. Can you withstand this? It seems I must truly exert myself. Don't die on me, Li Feng," Goku shouted, now unleashing his full, genuine power. In an instant, golden flames erupted skyward, the Kamehameha wave swelling several times in size, interwoven with golden energy beams at its periphery. Goku unleashed his maximum power. His colossal Kamehameha wave swiftly consumed his own energy blast. Indeed, one cannot merely gauge a Saiyan's strength by their base power. One must observe their ultimate output. As Li Feng beheld the deep blue, lethal energy threatening to engulf him, he sensed a grave danger. His muscles swelled once more, veins protruding, as he summoned an astonishing energy to resist. Blue and golden lightning intertwined anew. Recalling his earlier battle with Broly, he found himself in a similar dire strait, yet ultimately emerged victorious. A Saiyan must explode with power in the face of adversity. Destruction. Explode. Li Feng unleashed his ultimate technique, the force of destruction. Boom. A purplish-black energy surged forth alongside Li Feng's Kamehameha wave, momentarily annihilating a portion of the colossal Kamehameha blast. However, the enhancement of the force of destruction was not merely an offensive maneuver. Its primary function was to neutralize a portion of the opponent's attack. A fragment of destructive energy shattered the equilibrium. What? Goku exclaimed, utterly astonished that Li Feng harbored such formidable strength. Goku intensified his output, but, crack. Unfortunately, due to Goku's excessive energy expenditure, the originally 30-minute fusion time was drastically reduced, leading to their separation, reverting to Goku and Vegeta. Fortunately, their dissolution occurred just in time, or Li Feng's enhanced Kamehameha would have struck Goku dead center. The duo narrowly evaded Li Feng's shockwave, yet were still battered by the powerful residual force, sent hurtling away. Boom. Li Feng's Kamehameha surged forward, crashing through distant forests and streaking across the horizon. The residual energy carved charred ravines into the ground. Chapter 77, Space Converter. Beep. Mission accomplished. Defeat Goku. Reward, white magic. Do you wish to claim it? At last, the system's voice echoed once more in his ears. Claim it. In an instant, a wealth of knowledge regarding white magic flooded Li Feng's mind, illuminating his understanding. So this is the essence of white magic. He embraced this newfound wisdom, experiencing a profound awakening. Although in the world of Dragon Ball, brute strength often prevails over cunning, one cannot deny the formidable power of magic. Theoretically, Majin Buu's magic is omnipotent, capable of wielding both black and white magic. In his previous life, Li Feng had learned that a version of Bu from another universe ascended to godhood, multiplying into countless forms, rendering it virtually impossible to vanquish him. White magic is a branch of sorcery with a diverse range of applications, predominantly utilized for restoration and healing. While it cannot entirely revive the deceased, it proves highly effective in treating severe injuries and life-threatening conditions, akin to the miraculous beans employed by the dandies. If not for Li Feng's penchant for recklessness in dire situations, no, rather, his tendency to fight valiantly, he could have easily engaged in battle while clutching these beans. As long as he avoided complete annihilation, he could continuously bolster his combat prowess through the beans and the Saiyan's near-death experiences. Although this effect diminishes as one's potential wanes in later stages. Now, let us experiment with this white magic. Li Feng first cast the spell upon himself, soon feeling a refreshing wave wash over him as all his injuries vanished and his stamina replenished, though he sensed a slight decrease in his energy. After all, employing magic requires energy, and a diluted form of the beans yielding such results is quite reasonable. Nevertheless, this reduction in energy was merely relative to his peak state. Compared to his condition before the battle, Li Feng's combat strength had significantly increased. Goku, Dad. In the distance, as the dust of battle settled and Vegito disbanded, the others rushed over, with Krillin and Gohan expressing concern for Goku, hurrying to his side, anxious about his injuries. Oh dear, that rascal Li Feng. Thank goodness Goku and Vegeta are still alive. Vegito is indeed impressive. At that moment, Li Feng approached them. However, you two remain too weak. You must grow stronger. Li Feng, that last move was excessively unfair. What was that? Both Goku and Vegeta voiced their confusion. Take it easy. I recently learned a new technique, but first, let me heal you. With that, Li Feng cast white magic upon Goku and Vegeta, causing a noticeable decrease in his own energy once again. My body has healed. Goku exclaimed in astonishment. What trickery have you concocted? Vegeta retorted, maintaining his prideful demeanor, though he couldn't help but admire Li Feng inwardly. Destruction energy? That's a skill exclusive to the God of Destruction, but I inadvertently acquired it. God of Destruction? You mean that God of Destruction Beerus? Vegeta's face paled with fear. In his youth, alongside his father on Planet Vegeta, he had feared two entities above all, Frieza and Beerus. Yes, it is highly likely he will become our adversary in the future, Feng warned ominously. What? Vegeta gasped in shock. What's the fuss, Vegeta? Is that so-called God of Destruction truly formidable? Goku scratched his head, puzzled. Kakarot, you fail to comprehend. That Beerus possesses the capability to obliterate this entire place with but a mere finger. Surely, it cannot be that exaggerated. After all, we are all present here. Are we not? Moreover, should such a formidable adversary truly exist, would it not be exhilarating? Goku exclaimed once more, brimming with excitement. You speak the truth. Beerus is indeed powerful, yet we have ample time to train, Feng added. According to the regular timeline, it will be at least a decade before Beerus makes his appearance. While his strength remains a mystery, with diligent effort, one can surely narrow the gap. I am utterly exasperated with you Saiyans, perpetually engaged in combat, Bulma lamented. What does it matter? The thrill of battle is undeniably exhilarating. Then tonight, let us forego dinner for Son Goku. No, Bulma, I was mistaken. Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted among the group. That evening, the group of warriors feasted heartily, devouring their meal with great enthusiasm. Feng recounted his experiences over the past year, traveling across various universes and battling formidable foes. His storytelling was captivating, vividly depicting the intensity of the battles, even catching the attention of the usually aloof Vegeta. Although it was Bulma's second time hearing these tales, she could not help but feel anxious, especially during the harrowing encounters with Broly, as she grasped Feng's hand tightly. The group was moved, particularly in reflection of their counterparts in other universes. Next time, I shall bring you to your knees. Vegeta retorted with his usual pride. Goku also bid his farewells, and soon others departed as well. Feng cautioned them about the impending arrival of the androids in 2 years. Despite the protagonist's combat prowess far surpassing that of the androids, striving for greater strength is always a worthy pursuit, particularly as the storyline may diverge from their understanding. Once the others had left, only Feng and his family remained in the house. After cherishing some quality time and soothing his son, Xing, to sleep, he and Bulma rekindled their marital bond, leading to another night of passionate intensity. The following day, Feng resumed his usual warm-up routine before spending time with his family. A balance of work and rest is essential for both body and mind. Over the next year, Feng dedicated his time to his family, engaging in daily training. His efforts bore fruit as he not only deepened his familial bonds, but also acquired substantial technological knowledge from Bulma and Dr. Brief, enhancing his space converter. The upgraded version 20 of the space converter could now accommodate the transport of 100 individuals, with an extended range capable of reaching any corner within the solar system. However, as the regions beyond the solar system are inhospitable to human life, identifying a second planet suitable for habitation became paramount, particularly to avert the annihilation of Earth by formidable foes. Chapter 78, The New Dragon, West City. Feng, are you certain you wish to proceed with this? On the plains, Bulma addressed Feng, as 7 shimmering dragon balls lay upon the ground. For the sake of Earth and the future, this course of action is imperative. Though I am uncertain if the dragon can fulfill this function. Arise, Shenron. Swish. 7 shimmering dragon balls ascended into the sky, radiating a brilliant golden light. A magnificent azure dragon materialized before them. Speak your wishes. I can grant you 3. Dragon, could you perhaps create a new space within the room of spirit and time that mirrors the external environment? Feng inquired, envisioning the capability to manipulate space, a power beyond his current abilities. His aspiration was to harness the vast expanse of the room to forge a second biosphere. Regrettably, I cannot fulfill that wish. However, I can bestow upon you the ability to open spaces. Then grant me the skill to create spaces. Feng exclaimed, elated. Teaching a man to fish is surely more beneficial than merely providing him with fish. With this newfound ability, he would become even more formidable. With a flash of red light from the dragon's eyes, the dragon proclaimed, your wish has been granted. Knowledge regarding the creation of space flooded Feng's mind. Though he did not delve into it deeply, his second wish was to fortify the Earth. The poor planet had suffered under the relentless assaults of Saiyans and various formidable foes. Without an upgrade, it might not withstand the increasingly fierce battles to come. That is a simple task. Once again, a red light flashed, and the ground became more resilient. You still have 1 wish remaining, the dragon reminded him. I wish to possess the ability to create Dragon Balls. With another surge of red light, new knowledge and abilities emerged in Feng's consciousness. Your wishes have been realized. Farewell. With that, the dragon transformed into 7 stones and scattered into the ether. Feng, is it truly necessary to create new spaces for humanity to inhabit? Bulma questioned, still unable to grasp the gravity of his intentions, believing he was overreacting. The foes of the future are formidable, and Earth is perilously vulnerable. I am merely paving a path for everyone's safety. Is your strength not sufficient? Bulma embraced Li Feng from behind, her voice gentle. You do not understand. The powerful adversaries I encountered in other universes will also exist in our future. I am still far from their level. For the safety of everyone, I must take action. What of the God of Destruction and the Omni King? They can easily obliterate Earth, even the universe. He was determined not to be subservient. Having entered the realm of Dragon Balls, he aspired to become the strongest being. Whatever you decide, I will support you. Thank you, Bulma. The following day, Li Feng ventured alone to the plains to commence the creation of Dragon Balls. According to the knowledge he had acquired, crafting Dragon Balls was relatively straightforward. But the true challenge lay in the dragon's capabilities. The strength of the dragon depended on the initial power of its creator. His current abilities surely surpassed those of the former Supreme Kai, at the very least ensuring that the dragon would not be easily vanquished. Thus, he infused his essence into the model of the dragon, bestowing it with life and power. The sensation of creation was extraordinary. For a fleeting moment, he felt omnipotent. Yet in the next instant, he sensed his power draining dramatically, as if sealed away. Ultimately, he succeeded in crafting both the dragon and the Dragon Balls. Gaining comprehensive understanding of his own dragon, he created the Dragon Shenron, which possesses 3 wishes and boasts greater power than the original Shenron from Namek. As long as the wishes are not fantastical, such as claiming to be the strongest in the universe, they can generally be realized. The limitation on resurrecting the deceased has been lifted, and most significantly, the time required to make another wish has been reduced from 1 year to a mere 100 days. Furthermore, Shenron now possesses combat capabilities. Should a genuine crisis arise on Earth, he will engage in battle. His combat strength equals 1% of his creator's, amounting to a staggering 10 billion. At the very least, he possesses a combat power equivalent to that of a Super Saiyan at the initial stages, and his strength will increase as his creator grows stronger. Theoretically, anything Shenron can accomplish, Li Feng can also achieve. However, it remains uncertain whether the powers of the dragon god Salama impose restrictions on him, as Li Feng can only manifest his abilities through Shenron. Nevertheless, this is a significant improvement. After completing the creation of Shenron, he flew once more to the heavenly temple of this world to prepare for the expansion of the inner space. Dandy and Bobo welcomed Li Feng to utilize the hyperbolic time chamber. As the door of the chamber closed, Li Feng was once again enveloped by the thin air and harsh environment. Excellent. Let us first ascertain the extent of this place. Upon voicing his thoughts, Li Feng promptly set up a spatial translocator in the hall to begin mapping the area. With a swift motion, Li Feng took flight, even at his remarkable speed. It took several minutes to circle the chamber. According to his calculations, the space within the hyperbolic time chamber is at least as vast as Earth itself. This implies that the combined area for cultivation and living is still less than Bulma's home. This certainly warrants thorough utilization. Consequently, Li Feng began absorbing the knowledge imparted by Shenron regarding spatial expansion and familiarizing himself with his newfound spatial abilities. Time swiftly passed, and unbeknownst to him, he spent a month within the hyperbolic time chamber, gaining a preliminary understanding of its principles. Essentially, this place is another dimension where the flow of time differs. It is merely an exit established by the deity within the temple. Thus, he too could create another exit, connecting it to the outside world and enlarging the transitional space, allowing the flow of time and environment to synchronize with the external realm. With mastery over energy and spatial abilities, Li Feng had become an adept in spatial control. With a sudden burst of energy, the ground trembled and the air quaked. He pushed further. Veins bulged as he instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 2. The overwhelming force of 10 trillion in combat power shattered the space, creating a miniature black hole. Splendid. This is a new exit to the outside world. Li Feng swiftly used his spatial abilities to stabilize the entrance. Now, to see what lies beyond. With that, Li Feng stepped into the black hole. As he emerged, a robotic patrol confirmed, detected, Master Li Feng, access granted. To his surprise, he found himself in his own backyard. Li Feng, how did you come out from here? Weren't you in that hyperbolic time chamber? Bulma, who had just appeared nearby, asked curiously. Li Feng proceeded to explain the events that had just transpired. How intriguing. I, too, wished to experience that marvelous abode. As a scientist, Bulma's spirit of exploration ignites once more. Chapter 79, Androids number 19 and number 20. However, it is not yet feasible. That space remains unstable. Although Li Feng can traverse the realms effortlessly, it is contingent upon his own physical resilience, and the average individual might encounter unforeseen hazards. Nevertheless, I can measure the parameters of that location, Li Feng proposed sensibly. You are truly diligent. Bulma bestowed a kiss upon Li Feng. Presently, Li Feng has become a competent scientist. The pursuit of technology is indeed quite fascinating. While energy may reign supreme in the Dragon Ball universe, the technological advancements are remarkably high. Did not Goku transform into Super Saiyan Blue only to be ambushed by a laser gun in Dragon Ball Super? The various androids are astonishingly formidable as well. Enough of this. Let us continue our labor. Clang, clang. Bulma's robots commenced the construction of various devices outside, and the duo busied themselves. Time flew by, and 2 years passed, yielding substantial rewards for both of them. Firstly, their relationship blossomed further, with increased moments spent with their child. Secondly, the development of the hyperbolic time chamber progressed. Through over 2 years of research and development, Li Feng successfully established a space equivalent to West City within, transforming the previously barren area into a livable environment. Harsh climates, intense gravity, and thin air have all been effectively mitigated. This is thanks to Bulma's advanced technology and Li Feng's spatial abilities. More importantly, the space behind has begun to autonomously expand, no longer requiring Li Feng's direct intervention. In essence, witnessing the gradual emergence of a small city fills Li Feng with immense satisfaction. Beep, beep. Li Feng's phone rang. Bulma, what is it? Dearest, the androids you mentioned 2 years ago seem to have appeared. Son Wukong and Gohan have already rushed over. Bulma's voice resonated through the receiver. At that moment, Bulma was in the outside world, promptly informing Li Feng of the news regarding the androids. Their technology has now advanced to enable interdimensional communication. Understood. I will head over immediately. Please stay safe. Has it truly been 2 years? How swiftly time has passed, Li Feng marveled. Let us see how much everyone has progressed. Whoosh. Li Feng teleported away. Indeed, 2 years had elapsed since they last convened, as Li Feng had been engrossed in his new space. Li Feng's baseline combat power stood at 20 billion, having merely doubled. This was insufficient for him. System, why not try being human? Do you dare to send yourself to the God of Destruction's universe? Li Feng, I would not dare. I was mistaken and shall continue my leisurely existence. Whoosh. Upon arriving in the outside world, Li Feng sensed the auras of his companions once more before teleporting to their location. In a desolate desert, Son Wukong, Gohan, Vegeta, Piccolo, Krillin, Tien Shinhan, Yamcha, and Kairatsu had all gathered, their gazes fixed upon the two figures before them. The target has been identified. It is Son Wukong. A plump man clad in light yellow attire remarked. Humph, but that is not all. Vegeta and the others have also arrived. How splendidly they welcome us. An elderly man with long hair, dressed in orange, chuckled. Go forth, number 19, and greet them properly. Yes, number 20. Number 19 soared before Wukong, confronting him. Are you the androids? What business do you have with me? Wukong inquired solemnly. 2 years prior, he had been forewarned by Li Feng that androids would seek him out. Thus he dared not neglect his training. Humph, Son Wukong. Do you recall the Red Ribbon Army you vanquished in your youth? We are the creations of Dr. Gero. Androids 19 and 20, here to exact vengeance upon you. Dr. Gero declared. No way, Wukong, Krillin muttered, astounded by Wukong's nonchalance. Humph, how arrogant. Do not presume your strength. Soon you shall be begging for mercy and despair. Dr. Gero sneered. Hey, Kakarot, are you going to fight or not? If you're not, I'll handle those two. Vegeta crossed his arms, observing. Hey, don't say that. Vegeta, they claim to be here for me. Upon hearing of a battle, Wukong's excitement surged. Vegeta, allow me to join in the fun. With a grin, Dr. Gero darted to the opposite side, establishing another battlefield with Vegeta. Huh, you actually know who I am. Vegeta followed Dr. Gero to another peak, perplexed. I not only know you, but I am also acquainted with the likes of King Piccolo, Gohan, and Krillin over there. Moreover, I have thoroughly recorded your battle data. You are certainly no match for us. Dr. Gero scoffed. Humph, and what of it? I am eager to see just how formidable these androids truly are, as Li Feng claimed. Vegeta remained dismissive. Despite his haughty demeanor, he was exceedingly cautious. After all, androids possess no energy signature, making it impossible to gauge their strength. Thus, he had diligently trained over the past 2 years to become even stronger. Arrogant. Dr. Gero seethed, then vanished from sight. Humph. Vegeta, too, disappeared in an instant. Boom. Vegeta and number 20 commenced their battle. Meanwhile, Wukong and number 19 engaged in combat as well. The four warriors divided into 2 fierce battlegrounds, each embroiled in intense conflict. Gohan, it has been quite a while. You seem to have grown significantly stronger. I fear I may no longer be your match. Piccolo greeted Gohan with a warm smile. Oh no? Gohan excitedly replied, greeting Piccolo. My father and I have been training diligently over the past 2 years, striving to grow stronger to defeat these formidable androids. Furthermore, my father mentioned that Uncle Li Feng would likely become even stronger in these 2 years, hence his relentless training. By the way, what has Li Feng been up to lately? Krillin inquired of Bulma beside him. He and I have been creating a new world. Creating a new world? Everyone expressed their bewilderment. Bulma explained to the warriors the endeavors Li Feng and she had undertaken over the past 2 years. What? He astonishingly created a new world within the hyperbolic time chamber. The most shocking revelation came from Piccolo, who, after merging with the Supreme Kai, became aware of the existence of the chamber and was astounded that someone could manipulate its space. It was truly incredible. Krillin marveled, noting that what Uncle Li Feng had accomplished far exceeded his imagination. Uncle Li Feng is so amazing. Gohan's eyes sparkled with admiration for Li Feng. Others felt a sense of awe without fully grasping the situation. So, does this mean we can also enter that world to train in the future? Tien Shinhan inquired. Of course, we are all friends. Haha, I really want to see the cities inside. Are there any bars or beautiful women? Yamcha said with a mischievous grin. Bang. Bulma playfully smacked him on the head. What are you thinking? There aren't any residents there yet. It will open after this battle concludes. That's wonderful. The group continued their light-hearted conversation. Chapter 80. Annihilation of Androids 19 and 20. Swish. A whooshing sound echoed as a handsome figure appeared. Ah, my dear, you've come. Bulma's face lit up with a sweet and shy smile as she leaped into Li Feng's embrace. The pair showered the others with affection. Long time no see, everyone. Li Feng greeted them warmly. Incredible, Li Feng. You're actually creating worlds now. You've truly surprised us, Krillin remarked. Most of this is still the power of the dragon. I'm merely providing humanity with a fallback option, Li Feng replied. Uncle Li Feng, are the enemies in the future truly that formidable? The current androids don't seem so terrifying, Gohan questioned. Gohan, can you truly see their movements? Bulma, the only normal person among them, asked. Yes, these two androids couldn't even match my dad or Vegeta. I alone could handle them, Gohan stated matter-of-factly. What? Is that really true? Gohan, Piccolo exclaimed in shock. Although he had observed the earlier battle, he was uncertain if he could confidently defeat either of them. Indeed. You have all grown significantly stronger, but these androids are merely an appetizer, Li Feng said, affectionately ruffling Gohan's hair. Never underestimate your opponents. There are always those stronger than them. Yes, Uncle Li Feng. Bang, bang. At that moment, two loud explosions reverberated, and the figures of four individuals separated. I didn't expect you to be so strong now. This is truly unexpected, Dr. Gero laughed. That was merely a warm-up. Soon, you shall meet your demise. Is that all? You robots lack any aura and are not particularly strong, Vegeta said, sounding disappointed. The game is over. Vegeta bellowed, unleashing his power. Thunderous roars filled the atmosphere as a fierce energy swept across the battlefield, shaking the earth. The winds howled, the ground lamented, and fissures began to appear. Vegeta's iconic blue battlesuit tightened further due to his transformation, his muscles becoming more robust, while his golden hair stood erect, radiating a dazzling golden light. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Goku similarly transformed into a Super Saiyan, unleashing a terrifying golden aura akin to a divine warrior. It was time for Li Feng to assess their power levels. Gohan, 1, 3 billion, normal state. Goku, 1, 2 billion, normal state, 8. 4 billion, Super Saiyan full power. Vegeta, 100 million, normal state, 7 billion, Super Saiyan full power. Android 20, 7, 5 billion. Android 19, 700 million. Piccolo, 700 million. Two pillars of golden energy surged into the sky, the overwhelming force creating an oppressive atmosphere that left the onlookers gasping for breath. Whoosh. With a wave of his right hand, Li Feng conjured a protective barrier around the crowd. Phew. Krillin gasped for air. So this is the result of Goku and the others' training? This pressure is nearly suffocating. Krillin thought, his heart racing. Such immense power. Piccolo was once again taken aback. He had fallen far behind the first tier of fighters. Not bad, Gohan. You all have trained remarkably well. Li Feng praised. You should be able to transform further, right? Li Feng was curious whether they would ascend to Super Saiyan 2. As for Uncle Vegeta, I can't say. Dad told me to keep it a secret. Gohan replied with an embarrassed smile. It seems they are indeed on the verge of becoming Super Saiyan 2. Li Feng deduced from Gohan's reaction. It appears the butterfly effect has indeed altered the course for the main characters significantly. Now, I'm somewhat concerned about Cell. Cell, waking up to face 4 Super Saiyan 2s? How am I supposed to fight that? What? Dr. Gero detected the energy levels of Vegeta and Goku post-transformation. His face paling in shock. Weren't you supposed to have our battle data? How could you not know we can transform into Super Saiyans? Vegeta sneered. In this world, Dr. Gero's collected data only extends to before Li Feng and the others ventured to Namek. The disparity in information is staggering. You fiend. Dr. Gero, both terrified and astonished, turned to flee. Do you think you can escape? Vegeta crossed his arms and, in a flash, appeared before Dr. Gero as he fled. Vegeta delivered a swift kick to Dr. Gero's waist. Crack. The sound was akin to shattering glass as the once formidable android's body was sliced in half, plummeting to the ground. Dr. Gero screamed in midair. Boom. Meanwhile, Android 19 was smashed by Goku into a mountain peak, exploding upon impact. A resounding explosion echoed as Android 19 was obliterated into fragments. The disparity in power was simply too vast. The transformed Super Saiyans annihilated the androids with ease. Why are they so weak? Goku wondered aloud. It's simply that we are too strong. There's no challenge at all. Vegeta flew over to Goku's side. Oh ho, Li Feng has also arrived. This time, they can engage in a truly exhilarating battle. Wukong immediately flew over to Li Feng, exclaiming with excitement, "Damn it, Kakarot." Vegeta muttered under his breath, yet his body followed suit. "Hello, Li Feng. It's been a while." Wukong greeted him warmly. "Humph, Li Feng, let us battle. This time, it shall not be so simple," Vegeta declared with his typical pride. "No need to rush. I have a more suitable place for our duel." Li Feng informed both of them about the hyperbolic time chamber. Vegeta was astonished. Having traveled to many planets and being familiar with various cultures and technological advancements in the universe, he had never heard of a space that could be opened up like this. "I don't comprehend all that. I just want a place where we can fight," Wukong said. His mind solely focused on the impending battle. "Everyone, come over and witness our world of mental time." With a wave of his hand, Li Feng conjured a transparent barrier that enveloped them all. With a snap of his fingers, they collectively vanished, reappearing at the entrance of the new hyperbolic time chamber. Li Feng's mastery over space had grown remarkably. Now, he could teleport others without physical contact. Tap, tap. The group entered the realm of the hyperbolic time chamber. "Incredible. Is this the world inside the hyperbolic time chamber? It's enormous." Gohan exclaimed in awe. "Yes, this is the living area, that is the training zone. And over there is the combat area." Li Feng and Bulma briefly introduced the newly constructed city. Gasps of amazement echoed among the group. "Enough talk. Where's the combat area?" Vegeta scoffed at the other areas, having just transformed and still craving more action. Chapter 81. Intense Battle. Li Feng and the Three Super Saiyans. This way, Li Feng led Wukong and his son, along with Vegeta, through a spatial gateway. After his modifications, the stability of this space was exceptional, ensuring it would not be easily destroyed by explosive forces. Meanwhile, Bulma and the others sat in the audience, ready to watch the fight. Indeed, Li Feng had transformed this place into a stage reminiscent of the Tournament of Power from Dragon Ball Super, specifically designed for these fervent Saiyans to clash. Tap, 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 tap. For figures landed on the ground. As per our usual custom, "You all come at me at once, and let us see how much you have progressed in these 2 years." Li Feng boasted. "Stop underestimating us." Huh. Vegeta's veins bulged as he launched the first attack. Wukong and Gohan quickly followed suit. "Bring it on." Li Feng intercepted Vegeta's right punch with his left hand, blocking the strike. However, this was a brawl. Wukong and Gohan's attacks followed closely behind. There was no choice. Li Feng was simply too formidable, and they needed to join forces to have a chance of defeating him. Tap, 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 tap. The trio unleashed a flurry of fierce attacks against Li Feng, with countless blows coming from all directions. The increase in combat strength was not merely a result of enhanced ki and physical prowess. Their consciousness, insight, perception, and other abilities had also significantly improved. After more than 2 years of spatial exploration, Li Feng's understanding of energy has deepened once more. Now, he can exert his maximum strength without the need to unleash his aura. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Li Feng perceives the trajectories and directions of the attacks with clarity, evading them with minimal movement. Astonishingly, none of the 3 assailants can even graze the hem of his garment. Bang, bang. Vegeta and Gohan collide, while Goku is sent flying. Li Feng effortlessly dominates the trio. "Show me what you've got." "This is far from sufficient," Li Feng remarks with a smile. The 3 regroup, exchanging glances before unleashing a simultaneous roar. Ah, ha, ha. A tempest of terrifying energy erupts in the air, shimmering with golden light, resembling 3 miniature suns ablaze. Goku, Gohan, and Vegeta simultaneously transform into Super Saiyan at full power. What an overwhelming aura. It seems Goku and the others did not unleash their full strength during their battle with the androids. Krillin exclaims incredulously from the audience. Is Gohan really that powerful now? The Saiyans are indeed a formidable race, Tien Shinhan comments, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Unbelievably, Li Feng stands his ground against 3 Super Saiyans without faltering. Just how strong has he become? Piccolo expresses his shock, feeling the widening chasm between himself and them. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the transformed trio launches their assault. Goku's figure vanishes in an instant, followed by Vegeta and Gohan charging fiercely. Their combined combat prowess far surpasses that of the original series' Perfect Cell. Whoosh. Goku reappears behind Li Feng, delivering a powerful punch. Bang. Li Feng deftly blocks the strikes from Vegeta and Gohan with his right hand and left knee, respectively. Ah, da, 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 da. The onslaught begins. The Saiyans unleash a furious barrage of blows. Surrounded by the 3, Li Feng finds himself under relentless, rapid-fire attacks. Unlike the initial encounter, the trio in their full Super Saiyan form overwhelms him, and many of the strikes he could previously evade with agility now demand desperate blocking. Whenever Li Feng aims to counter one opponent, the other 2 swiftly provide cover and support from optimal angles, preventing him from gaining any advantage and even landing several sneak attacks. Li Feng, you 3 have transformed into Super Saiyans just to bully me? System, come on. Not transforming into Gogeta is already showing you mercy. Bang. This time, Li Feng is sent flying, and Goku instantaneously teleports above him, aiming to slam him into the ground. However, as Goku's fists descend upon Li Feng's head, his figure suddenly blurs and vanishes. It was an afterimage technique. By the time Goku realizes, Li Feng has already landed on the ground. Humph, Li Feng, it's been 2 years. Have you become complacent in your training? Or have you lost the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan? Vegeta taunts, witnessing Li Feng's disarray. Indeed, you have become considerably stronger. Yet my progress surpasses yours by a significant margin. Huh. Li Feng clenched his fists, gathering his energy. He had not transformed into a Super Saiyan. Yet his aura continued to escalate, a white whirlwind ascending to the heavens, rivaling the golden tornadoes of the 3 others. What? Li Feng can elevate his energy to our current level even without transforming into a Super Saiyan? Goku exclaimed in astonishment. Initially believing Li Feng would need to transform before engaging them in combat, but now, even in his base form, he exuded such strength. How infuriating. Vegeta gritted his teeth, recognizing that this individual had grown exponentially stronger than before. Uncle Li Feng is incredibly powerful. Li Feng garnered unanimous recognition from the 3 Super Saiyans. However, I shall not be defeated. Gohan's gaze hardened, filled with unwavering determination, as he charged forward once more. Come. Li Feng surged ahead to meet Gohan in a clash of fists. Boom. Following the resounding impact, shockwaves rippled through the air, sending tremors across the previously firm ground, which began to exhibit fine cracks. Undoubtedly, Gohan was the strongest among the trio at this moment. In this world, Gohan had been profoundly influenced by Li Feng, his belief in growth and determination far exceeding that of the original narrative. With his immense potential unleashed, his combat prowess surpassed both Goku and Vegeta. Currently, Li Feng's full power in his base form was 20 billion. He was only utilizing half of his strength in battle against Gohan and the others. Although his battle power eclipsed that of any one of them, the combat remained evenly matched due to their exceptional teamwork. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the 4 figures vanished, reappearing 100 meters away at astonishing speed, followed by a series of deafening explosions that sent the earth trembling, their formidable auras instilling fear in all. This is terrifying. This is the essence of Saiyan combat. Yamcha could no longer perceive the movements of the 4. Even from the audience, isolated as he was, he could feel the overwhelming energy emanating from them. What is the current situation? Is Li Feng alright? Bulma's concern for Li Feng lingered. Do not worry. That guy hasn't transformed into a Super Saiyan yet, Krillin said, wiping the sweat from his brow. Chapter 82, Son Gohan. Super Saiyan 2. Boom, 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 boom. The air was still filled with the sounds of terrifying collisions. Even the reinforced ground was cracked under the sheer force of the Saiyans. Li Feng in his base form could still hold his own against the 3 who had transformed into Super Saiyans. Unable to contain his impatience, Vegeta, finding little advantage in close combat, quickly distanced himself and began charging energy blasts. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Here they come. The classic Prince's tactics have emerged. Vegeta executed his moves with unparalleled flair. He spread his arms wide in the air, rapidly forming yellow energy blasts aimed directly at Li Feng. Li Feng erupted with energy, skillfully evading the attacks. However, Goku and Gohan surged in from either side, simultaneously charging their energy blasts to pursue. Thus, the situation unfolded as follows. Vegeta acted as a stationary turret in the sky, while Goku and Gohan functioned as mobile artillery, akin to radar, pinpointing Li Feng and unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks. Goodness, such ferocity. Li Feng expressed his astonishment, realizing that the prince's strategy proved effective when employed by multiple fighters. Hey, Li Feng, where do you think you're running off to? Goku chuckled, yet the energy blasts in his hands continued to pour forth ceaselessly. Li Feng, not one to be foolish, evaded rather than bracing himself for the onslaught, with the 3 of them unleashing a storm of energy blasts. The rate of fire soared into the thousands per second. A single hit would surely lead to a relentless sequence of assaults. Li Feng erupted with energy, accelerating his speed and instantly shaking off the pursuing father-son duo. Whoosh. Goku immediately utilized instant transmission to appear before Li Feng. Noting that he was intercepted, Li Feng disregarded the obstacle and swung a punch at Goku. Boom. The shockwave from their collision sent the approaching energy blasts careening away. Goku ensnared Li Feng, preventing his escape. Vegeta roared, his body once again engulfed in a golden aura, and with a swift motion, he raised his right hand, conjuring a golden energy sphere laced with blue arcs that seared the air. Final explosion. Vegeta unleashed his signature move, the final explosion. Boom. The massive energy sphere surged toward Goku and Li Feng with lethal intent. The 2 combatants swiftly parted, allowing the energy sphere to dart between them. Boom. The energy sphere advanced relentlessly, creating a colossal crater upon impact with the ground. Hey, Vegeta, are you trying to take me down as well? Goku complained to Vegeta. Kakarot, you were just obstructing my attacks. Otherwise, Li Feng would have been overwhelmed by my countless energy blasts long ago. Vegeta retorted, voicing his grievances against Goku's earlier interference. What are you talking about, Vegeta? At the onset, you could have easily blocked Li Feng's initial strike. Why did you evade? Goku shot back. If that's the case, you two could have charged in earlier. The two clowns began to bicker amongst themselves. Wait, Dad, Uncle Vegeta, stop arguing. We seem to be in trouble. Gohan interjected. What? What? Both turned their gazes toward Gohan, who pointed at their surroundings. All around them, countless white energy spheres hovered, emanating a terrifying energy. Yet they remained dormant and did not explode. Humph, such an attack can be easily dodged, Vegeta scoffed, attempting to use instant transmission to escape, only to find himself unable to move. Cold sweat broke out on his brow. Quite simple. I've sealed your spatial movement. None can utilize teleportation now, Li Feng grinned. When did these energy spheres appear? Goku inquired. Right when you two began squabbling. I'm going all out, Vegeta declared, contemplating a charge. You enjoyed the fight earlier, didn't you? Now it's my turn. Li Feng's lips curled into a smirk. Magic Void Surrounding Bomb. Ah, the long-awaited Magic Void Surrounding Bomb made its appearance. With a swift motion of his hands, the previously suspended energy spheres hurtled toward Goku and his companions, detonating with a ferocity akin to atomic fission. Once the explosion commenced, it continued to propagate relentlessly until it ultimately subsided. Boom, 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 boom. A cacophony of explosive sounds resonated through the air and ground, transforming the battlefield into a veritable feast of energy eruptions. Initially, the three warriors managed to withstand the assault, even managing to deflect Li Feng's energy spheres. However, as the number of spheres multiplied and the explosive force intensified, they found themselves overwhelmed, resorting to absorbing the blows with their bodies, which elicited agonizing cries akin to that of a slaughtered animal. Indeed, this technique proved effective, Li Feng mused, recalling its prior use against Gogeta, where it had been rendered ineffective due to Gogeta's overwhelming strength. Goku, Gohan, and Vegeta, however, were different. They were not far removed from their usual selves, and it was implausible that they could emerge unscathed from such a formidable onslaught. The bombardment persisted for nearly a minute, culminating when the once smooth terrain was marred by numerous craters, leaving the air thick with residual heat. As the smoke began to dissipate, the silhouettes of the three Super Saiyans emerged, their garments tattered and their bodies marred by wounds. Did you enjoy that? Li Feng chuckled. It seemed this battle had reached its conclusion. Thud, thud, thud. The three descended from the sky, panting heavily upon landing. Would they face defeat once more, deprived even of an opportunity for Li Feng to transform? Vegeta ground his teeth in frustration. No. I must prove to Uncle Li Feng that I have surpassed my limits over the past 2 years. Gohan stepped forward, and under the weight of his resolute conviction, his aura intensified, causing the ground beneath him to buckle. Huh! Gohan roared, an astonishing energy surging from within him once more. Ah! Boom! The golden aura blazed fiercely, radiating intense energy, transforming from a mere flame into a jet-like eruption, as if venting the fury within his heart. Sizzle! Sizzle! The jetting energy underwent vigorous friction, producing arcs of blue electricity, a hallmark of Gohan's successful transformation into Super Saiyan 2. His appearance underwent a dramatic metamorphosis. His once golden hair stood upright, save for a single lock that cascaded down, his muscles slightly enhanced yet perfectly controlled, with a resplendent golden aura erupting around him, accompanied by arcs of blue electricity. Gohan had transformed into Super Saiyan 2. What? Gohan in this state? Has he truly transcended Super Saiyan? When did he become so powerful? Krillin exclaimed, taken aback. Well done, Gohan. I knew you could do it. Goku smiled proudly from behind. Chapter 83, Li Feng and Son Gohan. Well done, Gohan. I knew you could do it. Goku beamed with satisfaction from the rear. A year prior, Goku and Gohan had been training on the planet Yardrat. The rationale for their training was partly due to the immense destructive force their battles had inflicted upon Earth. On the sparsely populated planet of Yardrat, chaos ensues. The inhabitants express their gratitude. Thank you for the meals and the destruction. Goku responds modestly, no need for thanks. I've also dealt with quite a few interstellar thieves for you. To which an Adration retorts, I'll return the favor. Regardless, the duo continues their training on other planets. Gohan gains a deeper understanding of his energy and learns the rudimentary technique of instant transmission. Armed with the memories of Vegito, Goku recalls the power Vegito exhibited during his battle with Li Feng, allowing him to grasp the concept of transforming into Super Saiyan 2 without the aimless struggles depicted in the original narrative. Thus, Goku swiftly masters the Super Saiyan 2 transformation, and Gohan achieves it as well, albeit with some instability. In contrast to the extreme rage transformation scene in the original, Gohan's transition into Super Saiyan 2 is fueled by his desire for recognition from Li Feng and a fervent ambition to grow stronger. This kid can transform into Super Saiyan 2, Vegeta exclaims in astonishment. Upon sensing Gohan's energy and comparing it to his own, he is shocked to discover that Gohan's Super Saiyan 2 form surpasses his own. Vegeta, possessing Vegito's memories and a natural talent for combat, is also capable of transforming into Super Saiyan 2. Now, both Goku and Vegeta tacitly allow Gohan to take center stage in the battle, eager to witness the prowess of this young Saiyan. Excellent work, Gohan. You've finally achieved the Super Saiyan 2 transformation. You've grown remarkably strong, and I am delighted. Li Feng praises him. Now, unleash your full power. Yes, Gohan declares, vanishing from sight only to reappear beside Li Feng, suddenly sensing a perilous threat. Li Feng's hair stands on end as he instinctively blocks. A resounding crash echoes as Li Feng's left arm absorbs the force of Gohan's powerful strike. Yet, in the next instant, he is propelled backward by Gohan's overwhelming power, retreating at an alarming speed. Gohan has now surpassed Li Feng. In a flash, Gohan appears where Li Feng is being sent flying and delivers a swift kick, propelling him again. With his transformation into Super Saiyan 2, both his speed and strength have escalated dramatically, rendering Li Feng utterly outmatched. Finally, Li Feng is slammed to the ground, creating a massive crater that cracks the surrounding earth like a spider's web. Incredible! What just happened? Krillin in the audience gasps, his eyes wide as he witnesses Li Feng being struck down. Gohan is truly formidable. Piccolo beams with a paternal smile. Is Li Feng alright? Gohan's strikes seem too fierce. Bulma expresses her concern. Suddenly, a noise erupts from the crater. A blinding white light shoots into the sky as Li Feng's formidable energy surges forth. Li Feng unleashes his power once more, elevating his energy to match Gohan's level. Just how strong is Li Feng in his ordinary state? His energy now rivals Gohan's. Piccolo's complexion turns a deeper shade of green, astonishment washing over him. Come at me again. Li Feng's fighting spirit began to ignite, signaling the onset of a vigorous and exhilarating battle. With a resounding roar, the two adversaries, one clad in gold and the other in white, collided with tremendous force, producing a thunderous sound. The relentless exchange of their fists created a symphony of energy shockwaves that ravaged the surroundings. The howling winds and trembling earth bore witness to an earth-shattering confrontation. Eschewing all defense, the two transformed into berserk warriors, their Saiyan blood boiling with fervor as their combative instincts surged, showing no signs of fatigue. Goku and Vegeta were left in awe by Gohan's astounding performance. Had they taken the stage, they would not have been able to execute such a magnificent display of combat. Humph, Gohan seems to surpass you now, Kakarot, Vegeta remarked. Indeed, he has always harbored immense potential, and now it has finally erupted, Goku replied with a smile. With another clash, both fighters were propelled back by the sheer force of their encounter. Elation coursed through Li Feng as every cell in his body yearned for battle. However, noticing Gohan's labored breathing, he recognized the toll on his stamina. Continuing in this manner seemed futile. It was time to revert to their tried-and-true tactics. Gohan, let us settle this with your strongest strike. All right, Gohan declared as he planted his feet firmly on the ground, beginning to gather energy. The earth beneath him began to bow under the weight of his formidable power. Kamehameha. The final move was indeed the Kamehameha wave. Li Feng mirrored Gohan's actions, channeling his own energy. Kamehameha. The white and golden auras expanded once more, and two azure energy orbs began to swell. Now, they shouted in unison. The two brilliant beams of blue light surged toward one another, creating a cataclysmic explosion at their intersection, momentarily forming a vacuum as their energies intertwined fiercely. The law of never contesting with a Son family member in the Kamehameha was rendered moot in this instance, as the energies of both warriors were evenly matched. Gritting his teeth, Gohan tightened every muscle, veins bulging as he pushed his energy to new heights. In an instant, his Kamehameha wave thickened, breaking the stalemate and forcing Li Feng's wave back. Li Feng would not yield, amplifying his own Kamehameha's energy. You're formidable now, Gohan. I am proud of you, Li Feng remarked, genuinely impressed by Gohan's remarkable advancement. But it's still not enough. I must surpass my limits. Gohan roared, erupting with renewed vigor, transcending his previous capabilities and momentarily eclipsing Li Feng's power. What? Li Feng exclaimed in astonishment, unable to fathom how Gohan had once again surpassed his own limits. With a crushing force, Li Feng's Kamehameha wave was overwhelmed and consumed by Gohan's brilliant blue wave. The combat barrier of the hyperbolic time chamber was shattered by Gohan's terrifying Kamehameha, causing the entire space to tremble. A resounding explosion ensued, shaking the very earth and sending dust swirling into the air. Gohan, now exhausted, reverted from his Super Saiyan 2 transformation and collapsed, panting heavily. Li Feng, is he alright? That power was utterly terrifying. Bulma clenched her fists, hurriedly activating the damaged protective barrier of the audience stands. As the dust settled, a golden aura quietly flickered, revealing Li Feng transformed into a Super Saiyan. It must be noted that even at full strength in his normal state, he could not withstand Gohan's maximum output in Super Saiyan 2 form, forcing him to transform into a Super Saiyan for defense. In truth, Gohan emerged victorious from this confrontation. Li Feng, are you okay? Bulma rushed to his side, her voice laced with concern. Li Feng, having reverted from his transformation, reassured her, I'm fine. It was merely a friendly spar, but the commotion was quite significant. Meanwhile, Goku praised Gohan, well done. Your strength has surpassed both mine and Vegeta's. Even Li Feng needed to transform into a Super Saiyan to withstand your attack. As the crowd exited the stands, the battle came to an end. Subsequently, Li Feng and Bulma continued to guide everyone through the cities within the hyperbolic time chamber, culminating in a delightful feast where several Saiyans transformed into gluttons, indulging in a frenzied banquet. Chapter 84. The Despairing Universe 1507. In another universe, on Earth, smoke lingered in the air as once thriving cities appeared ravaged by warfare, reduced to ruins and debris. In a suburban area, a middle-aged woman conversed with a young man with purple hair. Trunks, the future hope rests upon your shoulders. Stay safe. Trunks. Bulma cautioned before taking refuge in a sewer. Trunks, filled with rage, prepared to enter the time machine. Suddenly, loud footsteps echoed behind him. Who goes there? Trunks instinctively tensed, focusing on the approaching shadow. Humph. As expected, you are the Trunks recorded in my computer. A figure emerged from the darkness. It was a grotesque monster, resembling a large green insect, covered in dark spots, with a long tail that ended in a sharp, cold stinger. Who are you? Trunks felt a cold sweat bead on his forehead, sensing the creature's terrifying aura. I am Dr. Gero's perfect creation, the ultimate android cell. The creature boasted with a sinister laugh. What? Trunks gasped in shock. The androids 17 and 18 in this world were already overwhelming. When did such a powerful entity emerge? I care not who you are. All of Dr. Gero's creations must be destroyed. Trunks roared, unleashing a golden aura as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Is this what the database reveals as the Super Saiyan? Cell marveled. With a fierce shout, Trunks propelled his golden aura towards Cell. Whoosh. Trunks unleashed a powerful punch, yet Cell's figure suddenly vanished. What? Trunks was taken aback, completely unable to perceive how Cell had disappeared. Whoosh. In an instant, Cell reappeared behind Trunks and delivered a brutal kick that sent him soaring into the air. Pain shot through Trunks' back as he cried out in agony. Zing. Cell teleported above him and elbowed Trunks down to the ground. Thud. Trunks was brutally slammed, creating a deep, human-shaped crater in the earth, fissures radiating like spider webs. You scoundrel. Trunks shouted in fury, struggling to rise and unleash his rage once more. Cell continued to toy with him. Whoosh. Cell teleported again, reappearing behind Trunks. This time, Trunks was prepared, swiftly turning to throw a punch at Cell. However, Cell's speed was unparalleled. He deftly dodged Trunks' strike and retaliated with a powerful right hook to Trunks' abdomen. Trunks sustained another severe injury, the force of the blow jarring his insides and causing him to spit blood. Is this all you can muster? Well, I have yet to experience absorbing a Super Saiyan's power. Cell smirked coldly, then materialized in front of Trunks, wrapping his arms around him from behind. What are you doing? Trunks exclaimed in rage, struggling desperately, but to no avail. Surrender to me and become my sustenance. Cell grinned, his tail piercing Trunks' neck. What? My power? Trunks was horrified to realize his strength was rapidly dissipating, his Super Saiyan form fading as his consciousness began to blur. Am I to perish? I refuse to accept this. Tears of despair streamed down Trunks' face, but he was ultimately unable to escape Cell's grasp. With a final crack, only his clothing fell to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The fate of this world as Trunks was tragically sealed, utterly absorbed by Cell. At that moment, Cell reveled in the newfound power he had extracted from Trunks. Boom. With merely a burst of energy, he sent the surrounding rubble and debris flying. The golden aura surged skyward, exuding an overwhelming presence. How impressive. Truly, the energy of a Super Saiyan. I am now exponentially stronger than before. Cell exclaimed with exhilaration. Initially, he had intended to secretly absorb the energy of the Earthlings, but unexpectedly discovered Trunks and acquired this new strength. Androids 17 and 18. Your time to become my nourishment draws near. Whoosh. Cell immediately soared towards the smoke-filled area. At this moment, he had vastly surpassed both androids 17 and 18, ready to absorb their energy. Meanwhile, on the other side, boom. Help. Once again, there were explosions and cries, yet to androids 17 and 18. It was a magnificent symphony. Help me. I'll reward you. At that moment, a person pinned beneath a lamppost grasped the hind leg of a figure passing by. What reward? I'll give you money. What kind of monster are you? The individual looked up and was met with the sight of a grotesque green creature mocking him. How about your life as the reward? With that, Cell absorbed the unfortunate soul with his tail. Who is that? At this juncture, androids 17 and 18 sensed an overwhelming energy ahead. So it's 17 and 18? I am Cell, The ultimate bioengineered being created by Dr. Gero. Ultimate bioengineered being? Just a repulsive insect. Android 18 retorted with disdain. Humph. Soon you will become one with me. Quit disgusting me. Android 18 unleashed a ki blast directly at Cell. Boom. However, the ki blast missed its target, obliterating the buildings behind him and causing them to collapse. In an instant, Cell teleported in front of Android 18 and delivered a powerful punch to her abdomen. Pua. Like Trunks, she was forced to expel a mouthful of anguish. Solar flare. Cell spread his arms wide beside his head, invoking Krillin's technique. What? A blinding white light surged forth, dazzling Android 18. Ah, she screamed in horror. Become my nourishment. Seizing the opportunity, Cell's tail expanded into a gaping maw and directly consumed Android 18. Boom. Following the flash of white light, an even more potent energy erupted. In the air, golden light flickered as Cell transformed into his second form. What? Android 17 had yet to comprehend the situation when Android 18 had already been absorbed. Ha ha ha. Now it's your turn, 17. Cell grinned wickedly. I will never allow you to absorb me. Android 17 shouted defiantly, preparing to self-destruct. He understood that even Android 18 had been no match for this creature, and now that he had absorbed her powers, survival was futile. Self-destruction was his only option. Boom. A nuclear-like explosion left a deep crater in the ground, stretching for miles. Humph. Quite decisive, Cell emerged effortlessly from the blast. At this moment, his combat power rivaled that of his fully formed self from the original narrative, thanks in no small part to Trunks' energy. Oh, it seems there is something over at Trunks' location? Cell recalled how Trunks had been about to approach a machine before being interrupted. Laughing maniacally, Cell immediately pressed the button to activate the time machine. Whoosh. The time machine ascended into the air and promptly vanished, leaving behind a world ravaged by destruction. Note, this universe is 1507, not the 1207 that Feng had previously traversed. Chapter 85, Dr. Gero's Demise. The androids emerge. Whoosh. The time machine ascended into the air and promptly vanished, leaving behind a world ravaged by destruction. Meanwhile, in the main universe 1807, crack. Beneath a massive boulder in the desolate expanse, there was a faint rustling sound. Cough, cough, cough. Dreaded Science. It seems imperative to activate androids 17 and 18. The voice belonged to the infamous Dr. Gero, who had recently been cleaved in twain by Vegeta. Remarkably, he had not succumbed to death. Despite being severed at the waist, his enhancements as an android had preserved his upper body and brain, allowing him to function, albeit precariously. Awaken, Android 17. Android 18. Go eliminate those insufferable Scions. Dr. Gero pressed the activation button for their stasis pods. A chilling mist emanated from the capsules. As the doors hissed open, a man and a woman emerged. The man possessed an elegant visage, clad in a simple shirt, adorned with a red scarf. The woman was strikingly beautiful, her porcelain skin aglow, with radiant golden locks cascading down her back. Androids 17 and 18 had awakened. 17 surveyed the surroundings, noting the dismembered Dr. Gero, who was eagerly clutching a remote control, gazing at them with fervor. At last, Android 17, Android 18, you have been resurrected. Dr. Gero exclaimed with palpable excitement. Quickly, go vanquish those detestable Scions. I have just transmitted the latest data to you. Oh, Super Scions. How intriguing. 17 mused with a subtle smile. But I find myself lacking interest at the moment. What? Dr. Gero was taken aback. His creations were not supposed to defy him. Indeed, I wish to explore this world, 18 chimed in, crossing her arms in dissent. Are you not afraid that I might annihilate you? Dr. Gero brandished the remote, attempting to assert control. Humph. In a flash, 17 darted forward, snatching the remote from Dr. Gero's grasp with astonishing speed. What? Dr. Gero was stunned, unable to comprehend their audacity, let alone their remarkable velocity. Such devices should not exist. With that, 17 crushed the remote in his hand. Dr. Gero, now devoid of control over his creations, was alarmed. What do you intend to do? Humph. Dare you threaten us? A glint of cold light flickered in 17's eyes. In an instant, a flash of white light surged, severing Dr. Gero's head, which tumbled to the ground and rolled several times. What? Unbelievable. 17, how dare you? Dr. Gero was horrified, never imagining that 17 would turn against him so violently. Dear Doctor, to prevent you from being a threat to us, it is best for you to perish. With a resounding blast, 17 obliterated Drive Gero completely. It seems we have a fellow companion, number 16, nearby. At that moment, 18 noticed a stasis pod labeled 16 not far from them. This should also be our ally. Let us awaken him. 17 pressed the button to open the pod. The door hissed open, revealing a towering figure. He stood at 2 meters tall, adorned with a striking red mohawk, clad in a green jacket. The scan confirmed the presence of Android 17 and Android 18, creations of Dr. Gero. It's merely the startup mode, stated Android 16, devoid of emotion. Android 17 interjected, no. That's just the initial phase. Gradually, Android 16 began to exhibit feelings. Now that Dr. Gero is deceased, where shall we venture? Are we to settle the score with those Saiyans? Android 18 flicked her golden hair. I have no desire to provoke them. You are all aware of their combat data. Are you not? We stand no chance against them. Android 17 chuckled. Indeed, I am not particularly enthusiastic about fighting. What about you, Android 16? My internal programming instructs me to eliminate Goku, yet I too have no inclination to engage in battle. So, where do we go from here? Inquired Android 17. Let us walk along the way, avoiding flight. I wish to experience life as a human, suggested Android 18. A splendid idea. And you, Android 16? Will you depart alone or accompany us? I have no particular plans. I shall join you. Excellent. Thus, the trio departed from the base, aimlessly wandering as in the original tale. Meanwhile, on an open plain, a sleek egg-shaped spacecraft materialized, landing with a thud. With a resounding crash, a green figure burst forth from the hatch. Ha! I have succeeded. Is this the scenery of the past? Such refreshing air. Cackled a grotesque green creature with a red sausage-like mouth. It was Cell, who had just traversed from Universe 1507 to Universe 1807. Unlike his original counterpart, he had absorbed Trunks and Android 18 in the future, granting him perfect control over his body, free from the forced regression of his original form. Now, let me ascertain their current location, Cell mused, swiftly scanning the database in his mind and pinpointing Dr. Gero's laboratory in this world. With a surge of energy, Cell propelled himself toward his destination. In midair, Master Roshi felt a cold sweat trickle down his brow. He sensed the presence of Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, Piccolo, Krillin, and other warriors, their energies suddenly merging into one. Earth is in peril once more. In the heavenly temple, Dend, equally anxious, inquired of Popo, this is dire. We must urgently summon them for assistance. Fear gripped Popo as well, prompting him to rush into the room of spirit in time to relay the news to Li Feng and the others. Suddenly, a figure sliced through the ocean surface, parting the waves with ease. Moments later, Cell arrived at Dr. Gero's laboratory. With a casual blast, he sent the sand-covered structure flying. How did Dr. Gero meet his demise? He noticed fragments of the doctor's clothing scattered nearby. Then, he observed that the hatches of Android 16, 17, and 18 had been opened. It seems I have arrived too late. They must have killed the doctor and fled. Cell's internal chip utilized its formidable computational power to analyze the situation. Does this imply that my past self was also present here? What if I were to absorb my past self? To what extent would my power then grow? A sinister smile crept across Cell's lips as he dashed towards a concealed laboratory. Chapter 86. The Absorption of Android 17. Perfect Form Cell. Cell emitted a chilling laugh as he raced into the hidden laboratory. With a mighty crash, he effortlessly shattered the door of the concealed lab. Within the biological chamber, a green liquid enveloped an embryonic creature. This was the embryo of Cell from this world, still in its formative stages, undergoing cultivation. Ah, my past self. You should be grateful for the contribution you will make to my future. Fear not. I shall wield your power splendidly. Cell proclaimed as he pierced the chamber door with his tail, causing the green liquid to cascade out in torrents. With a swift motion, Cell absorbed his past self through his tail. A violent tremor reverberated throughout the laboratory. Having assimilated his former self, Cell's aura surged to unprecedented heights. Boom. A golden beam erupted, piercing through the underground lab and breaking through layers of earth, soaring towards the heavens. The mountains trembled and the ground quaked. As if ignited by the explosive energy of a Saiyan, Cell, too, possessed Saiyan cells and erupted in golden flames. Ha! Is this my power? He bellowed in laughter. Feeling invincible at that moment, he had surpassed the theoretical perfect form envisioned by Dr. Gero. Now, with a combat power of 9 billion, this newly transformed Cell was only slightly weaker than the resurrected lightning Cell from the original story. Ha! Androids 17 and 18 of this world, your time is up. With a surge of energy, Cell set off in pursuit of androids 17 and 18, ravenous for their absorption, aiming to achieve a truly perfect form. Meanwhile, the three androids leisurely traveled by car, oblivious to the approaching threat. Detecting a massive energy signature approaching, Android 16 alerted. Why is there suddenly such a powerful presence? Android 18 sensed the aura that Cell had just unleashed. Could it be Goku and his companions? How amusing, they are actually coming our way. Let us greet them. Android 17 suggested nonchalantly. Wait, 17. That energy is formidable. Neither of us can contend with it. We should flee, Android 18 warned. Beads of cold sweat forming on her brow as she sensed a terrifying entity drawing near. Don't panic, 18. Aren't there three of us? Surely we can handle them, 17 retorted, disregarding 18's advice as he leaped from the vehicle, heading towards Cell. Wait, 17. Seeing his reckless abandon, 18 followed suit. While 16 remained silent, yet also pursued them. Swish, swish, swish. The two sides closed in rapidly. Cell spotted the trio approaching and halted midair. It's androids 17 and 18. His excitement surged, and he laughed maniacally. To my astonishment, you all have arrived here without any effort. Huh, who are you? You are not Sun Wukong and his companions. The sight of the green creature before her left number 17 in disbelief. Number 18 expressed her disgust and fear towards Cell. Ha! Since you have inquired so sincerely, I shall graciously enlighten you. Cell, reveling in the prospect of his prey, took his time. I am the ultimate android, created by Dr. Gero, born to annihilate all scions and conquer humanity. And you, number 17 and number 18, are the keys to my perfection. Come now. Allow me to absorb you. Let us become one. What ultimate android? With such an unsightly appearance, you think you can absorb me? Number 17 retorted with disdain. Begone. While I am in a good mood today and have no desire to kill. Ha! Excellent. It seems you remain unaware of my power. Ha! Without further ado. Cell erupted with energy. Whoosh. A golden aura burst forth, a terrifying presence sweeping through the air, akin to a Super Saiyan transformation. What? Number 17 gasped in horror, realizing that this monster's aura was even more formidable than he had previously sensed. It is no longer your turn to speak. Before he could finish, Cell vanished and reappeared before number 17. Bam! Cell's massive fist collided with number 17's abdomen. Gah! Ah! Number 17's eyes bulged. His body arched in pain as he spat out bitter fluid. Huh! Cell kicked number 17's right side, sending him hurtling like a cannonball. Boom! In a flash. Number 17 was propelled into the rocks. Damn it! Witnessing number 17 being pummeled, number 18 charged forward to attack. However, to Cell, her strikes appeared to be moving at a snail's pace, easily evaded. Huh! Seizing the opportunity, Cell swiftly maneuvered and elbowed number 18's back, slamming her into the ground. Boom! Another massive crater formed beneath them. Damn it! Number 17 soared into the sky, furious as he unleashed the prince's technique. Boom, 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 boom. Yellow energy blasts rained down upon Cell like meteors, the terrifying energy rippling through the surrounding peaks, causing them to collapse and the earth to tremble once more. Cough, cough, cough. What has become of that monster? Number 18 crawled from the debris, anxiously watching the smoke. Alas, the laws of the prince's technique and the smoke and no harm principle are still inviolable in Dragon Ball. As the smoke cleared and the dust settled, the terrifying figure remained unscathed in the dented earth. What? Number 17 was struck with dread. This monster was even stronger than he had imagined. If it is to be like this, then there is no need to waste time. Let us conclude this. Cell sneered. Just then, a green figure suddenly surged towards Cell at an incredible speed, delivering a punch aimed at its neck. Bam! The horrifying impact sent sand and stones flying in all directions. Number 16's fist throbbed with pain, yet he was even more astonished. A punch struck Cell squarely in the face. Yet his body remained entirely motionless as he disdainfully gazed at himself. Who are you? A worthless being I've never heard of. Go die? Cell swiftly gathered energy in his right hand, launching a powerful energy sphere towards Android 16. Boom. The unfortunate Android 16, just as depicted in the original narrative, had half of his body obliterated and embedded in the mountain behind him, revealing the mechanical components within. You should be grateful. I grant you the mercy of a painless demise. Cell spread his arms, positioning them near his temples. Solar flare. Whoosh. A blinding white light erupted from Cell, radiating as brilliantly as the sun. Androids 17 and 18 were temporarily blinded, hastily shielding their eyes with their hands. In a flash, Cell appeared before Android 17, extending the tip of his tail, transforming it into a massive absorber, and engulfing 17 entirely. Boom. This is my perfect form. Cell laughed maniacally, having completely surpassed Goku and Gohan from the data he had assimilated. Chapter 87, A Hero's Rescue. Cell continued to laugh maniacally, fully transcending Goku and Gohan from the records. 17. No. Android 18 cried out in despair, unable to fathom how that monster could absorb 17 in an instant. Ha. Don't be anxious. Your turn is coming soon. Cell fixed his gaze upon Android 18, eyeing her like a delectable prey. Android 18 strained to rise, preparing to fight to the death. Beep. Suddenly, a sound of breaking air resonated beside her, and a tall green figure embraced Cell. 18. I will self-destruct to slow him down. You must flee. It was the injured Android 16, desperately clinging to Cell to restrain his movements. 16. You. Hurry and escape. Android 18 cast a sorrowful glance at 16 before gritting her teeth and taking flight. Ha, Android 16. Do you really think your battered body can hinder me? Cell. We shall perish together. Android 16 activated his self-destruct mechanism. Boom. A thunderous explosion erupted, the ground resembling a nuclear blast site, instantly forming a massive mushroom cloud. The tremendous energy caused the terrain to sink, creating an unfathomably deep pit. In this world, Android 16 had not undergone Bulma's modifications. He still contained a bomb within. Fortunately, they fought on a plane, Otherwise, such a powerful explosion could have obliterated an entire city. As the smoke cleared and dust settled, a green figure stood resolutely at the epicenter of the explosion. Android 16's explosive power is commendable. Cell had intentionally endured the blast to test his physical resilience. The result was that Cell's left hand, chest armor, and left side bore wounds, far less severe than the injuries he sustained from Vegeta's final flash in the original story. It is worth noting that this was Android 16's self-detonation. If such force had been unleashed upon the original perfect form of Cell, it could indeed have led to his annihilation. Haha, Android 18, let us see where you try to flee. Having absorbed the powers of multiple beings, Cell's enhancements transcended mere strength. His speed, physical resilience, stamina recovery, and cognitive calculations had all significantly surged. In an instant, he calculated every possible escape route for Android 18 and launched himself forward. That detestable creature is back. How does he know my whereabouts? Android 18 grimaced, feeling the lingering pain from her wounds as she continued to fly low, desperately seeking cover to evade Cell's relentless pursuit. Meanwhile, a sudden crash echoed as Dandy hastily opened the door to the hyperbolic time chamber, urgently contacting the main characters. This is bad. Mr. Li Feng, Mr. Goku. A formidable monster has emerged outside. Green monster? Goku queried, perplexed. Ding. Mission accomplished. Save Android 18. Eliminate Universe 1507 Cell. Reward. Time Fragment X1, Cell's learning ability. Would you like to claim it? Yes. Without a second thought, Li Feng accepted the mission and addressed the group. With a swift motion of his right hand, Li Feng harnessed his spatial abilities, enveloping everyone before teleporting them to the outside world. Goku sensed the overwhelming energy from below and gasped in astonishment. No time for explanations. Kakarot, that guy Li Feng has already taken the lead. What? As Li Feng transported the group, he promptly utilized instant transmission to reach Cell's location, determined that Android 18 must not fall victim to Cell's absorption. On the other side, Cell laughed maniacally. Android 18, surrender your struggle and unite with me. Just as 17 did. Approaching her, he unfurled his tail, releasing a grotesque slime. Android 18, reeling from Cell's indiscriminate attack and nursing injuries to her back and right leg, found herself unable to fly and was forced to retreat in despair. Is this truly how my story ends? I have only just awakened. She cried out hopelessly, closing her eyes in resignation at the grotesque absorption device looming above her. Die. Cell's repulsive tail was about to envelop her when, bang, a yellow energy sphere struck Cell's tail, sending it flying. What? Cell exclaimed in shock, bewildered by the sudden appearance of a human before Android 18. As she awaited her demise without any reaction, she finally opened her eyes to see a striking figure standing protectively in front of her, instilling a profound sense of safety within her. Who are you? Li Feng turned, revealing a confident smile. I am Li Feng, here to rescue you. No, you must flee. You are no match for this monster. Android 18 urged. Unwilling to see more innocents harmed because of her, two comrades had already perished that day. Fear not, as long as I am here. Cell will not lay a finger on you, Li Feng asserted resolutely, though she felt Li Feng was overestimating his capabilities. His unwavering confidence sparked a flicker of belief within her, stirring unexplainable emotions. This is a Senza bean. Consume it, and flee as far as you can. Li Feng tossed a magical bean to number 18. With a satisfying smack, she was astonished to find her vitality completely restored and her injuries vanished. There was an inexplicable allure in Li Feng's words that seemed to cast a spell on number 18, making her trust him unconsciously. Be careful now, she said reluctantly, retreating while her gaze remained fixated on him. Meanwhile, Cell was not angered by Li Feng's rescue of number 18. Rather, he was delighted to discover a new source of amusement. What a fool to come here seeking death, he exclaimed. Suddenly, three whooshing sounds pierced the air as three figures appeared beside Li Feng. This creature possesses our energy, Vegeta questioned, arms crossed in disbelief. Who is this? Such a powerful presence. Gohan was taken aback by the energy emanating from Cell. Li Feng, your speed is astonishing, Goku joked. Oh, so there are three Saiyans backing you? Cell remarked, scanning the trio with a calculating gaze. Greetings, I am Cell, the ultimate android created by Dr. Gero, with the sole purpose of annihilating humanity. A refined smile graced Cell's features as he introduced himself. Chapter 88, Vegeta's Super Saiyan 2. What do you mean by android? I hope you can endure a bit more this time, Vegeta declared, stepping forward to confront Cell. Vegeta has once again been outmaneuvered, Goku scratched his head, aware of the fighter's eagerness to engage their opponent. With a swift gust of wind, both Vegeta and Cell vanished, engaging in a fierce aerial battle. Why is Cell in his perfect form before absorbing number 18 in the Dragon Ball 1507 world? Li Feng pondered, having been preoccupied with heroically saving the damsel. Now he noticed something amiss with Cell's form. Ding. In Universe 1507, Cell has already absorbed number 18 in Trunks, while in the main universe 1807, he has absorbed number 17, Li Feng reflected. He then activated his power scanner to gauge Cell's combat strength. Cell's perfect form, 20 billion, with a startled spout of water. Li Feng exclaimed, "What? What's wrong, Uncle Li Feng?" Gohan inquired, puzzled. "Nothing's amiss, but Vegeta is likely to face another tragic fate," Li Feng teased. "Is that truly Cell at 20 billion? System, you must be mistaken." Li Feng frantically questioned the system in his mind. Even after absorbing Trunks, his power should not have skyrocketed so drastically. He recalled that the original series depicted Lightning Cell at only 10 billion. Ding. Scanning indicates that Cell in Universe 1507 has absorbed his counterpart from the main universe, significantly amplifying his abilities. How formidable, Li Feng marveled, relieved that he existed in this universe. Otherwise, it would be a world ruled by Cell. Boom. At that moment, a tremendous sound echoed as a figure crashed into a mountain peak, sending debris cascading down. "Humph, Vegeta, is this truly the extent of your power?" Cell taunted. As Sharu crossed his arms, he sneered, "Let Son Goku take the stage. According to my data, he surpasses you slightly." Suddenly, a blinding white light erupted, sending rocks flying in all directions. Vegeta, consumed by rage, felt the sting of comparison with Kakarot, a persistent source of torment in his heart. "Sharu, die!" he bellowed. In an instant, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan, his golden aura igniting fiercely, enveloping the battlefield. In a flash, the transformed Vegeta wasted no breath, appearing behind Sharu in an instant, delivering a powerful elbow strike that sent Sharu hurtling away. His body soared like a meteor, crashing through several mountain peaks before being buried beneath a pile of rubble. "Humph, what are these so-called androids? Mere trifles," Vegeta proclaimed, basking in the glow of his golden aura. With a crack and a boom, Sharu retaliated, sending stones flying as well. "Is this what a Super Saiyan is? A decent warm-up, I suppose," Sharu remarked with a wicked grin. "What?" Vegeta's muscles tensed with fury. "I shall witness your true capabilities," he declared, rushing at Sharu in a blaze of golden light. With a casual punch, Sharu unleashed a tremendous collision, and to Vegeta's astonishment, it was he who was sent reeling backwards. "Nanny?" Vegeta felt a tingling numbness in his right fist, the pain and shockwave coursing through his body as he was propelled away. He could scarcely believe he had been struck back while in full power as a Super Saiyan. Before Vegeta could regain his composure, a green figure materialized before him, delivering a flurry of blows as he continued to fly backward. Bam! 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 Vegeta endured merciless strikes to his abdomen, chest, arms, and legs, as if he were being relentlessly hammered by a pile driver, the agony overwhelming him. Sharu delivered a powerful kick, slamming Vegeta into the ground. The impact created a massive crater, fissures spiderwebbing across the earth. Coughing and spluttering, Vegeta struggled to rise from the pit, spitting out blood. "Damn it! Why is this Sharu so formidable? Next, who shall it be?" Sharu remarked dismissively, his complete form and immense power rendering him uninterested in finishing off Vegeta. "How dare you ignore me?" Vegeta's pride was wounded. Despite Kakarot, Li Feng, and even Gohan surpassing him in strength, they were all Saiyans. Now, even a wretched lizard dared to humiliate him? This was utterly intolerable. "You have enraged the prince. Wretched lizard, you will regret this." Sharu, offended by the insult, felt his composure shatter. "What did you say?" He would not allow anyone to tarnish his perfect physique. "Wretched lizard," Vegeta roared defiantly. "Vegeta, you seek death." Sharu, provoked, felt his rage boil as he prepared to charge at Vegeta. However, Vegeta's aura erupted in full force. The golden flames expanded once more, igniting the atmosphere around him. "Yeah." Vegeta continued to roar, his aura escalating with ferocity. The ground trembled violently, rocks swayed and collapsed. Finally, a radiant golden light erupted like the sun. Vegeta's form transformed. His previously form-fitting battle suit now showcased bulging muscles, and his golden, fiery aura erupted into a vigorous blaze, producing arcs of blue electricity amidst the intense air friction. Super Saiyan 2. Vegeta had finally transformed. He laughed heartily, pointing his right thumb at himself, exclaiming in triumph. Li Feng, witnessing Vegeta's iconic gesture, felt a surge of excitement. "Die, Cell." In a flash, the blue arcs of electricity surged as Vegeta teleported behind Cell, unleashing a relentless barrage of strikes, treating Cell as a mere punching bag, returning the damage he had sustained twofold. The transformation into Super Saiyan 2 had significantly amplified Vegeta's power and speed, allowing him to dominate Cell utterly. With each blow, Cell's body contorted and deformed grotesquely. Finally, Vegeta brought both fists together, slamming Cell into the ground. Big Bang attack. Without pausing, Vegeta swiftly gathered energy in midair, extending his right hand to release a yellow energy sphere. The ground was once again ravaged by an explosive attack, creating a bottomless pit that billowed dark smoke. This is me, Super Vegeta." The golden light radiating from Vegeta in the air seemed to proclaim his victory. Previously, he had been suppressed by Goku and his son, along with Li Feng, harboring resentment from years of oppression. But now everything changed. As a Super Saiyan 2, his combat power soared, effortlessly toppling the so-called ultimate android, allowing him to finally express his long-buried rage. Vegeta laughed maniacally. Crack. Cell slowly crawled out of the crater, his body battered and unrecognizable, oozing purple blood. It's over. Android. Vegeta roared once more, gathering energy as blue and golden whirlwinds intertwined, pulsating with terrifying power. Ultimate flash. With a surge of energy, a golden beam surged towards Cell, its incredible force scorching the air and carving deep marks into the ground. No, Cell shouted, seemingly helpless. Boom. Another thunderous explosion reverberated as world-ending energy flattened the ground beneath Cell, creating a mushroom cloud that sent dust swirling into the air. Ha! Behold, this is my power. The strength of Super Saiyan 2. Vegeta laughed triumphantly, looking skyward. Indeed, it appears that this transformation has significantly enhanced his abilities. Amidst the billowing smoke, the chilling voice of Cell reverberates. How is this possible? Vegeta is astounded. Logically, Cell should have been obliterated beneath his most formidable strike, yet he still possesses vitality. In that case, I shall engage you earnestly. A smirk creases Cell's lips. Boom. In an instant, Cell unleashes a surge of energy, dispersing the smoke. How can this be? Wasn't he severely injured before? How has he completely recovered now? Gohan, observing from the sidelines, expresses his astonishment. Huh. Cell bellows, his entire being erupting in golden flames, his aura escalating with relentless intensity. The fierce winds howl, stirring up clouds of dust, toppling trees and boulders, while the ground quakes violently under the onslaught of energy. A golden vortex spinning ceaselessly. Cell undergoes a dramatic transformation. His veins bulge, muscles swell to their perfect form. The golden flames that once flickered now burst forth in a jet-like eruption, intertwining with fierce energy that crackles with blue arcs due to the intense friction with the air. Cell has now assumed a form reminiscent of Super Saiyan 2. Lightning Cell. What? Vegeta's eyes widen in disbelief. Cell can transform into such a formidable state. The realization strikes Vegeta with dread. This is a predicament indeed. Cold sweat beads on Goku's brow as he gazes solemnly at Cell. Hey, are you surprised? After all, I am the ultimate android, Cell. With a graceful smile, Cell continues, allow me to enlighten you. I possess the energy of all of you, which grants me the regenerative capabilities of Piccolo, as well as the powers of the Saiyans. I must admit, the potential of the Saiyans is quite formidable. Had you not unleashed this form, Vegeta, I doubt I would have transformed so soon. The once proud expression on Vegeta's face vanishes, replaced by incredulity and horror. Come now, Vegeta. The warm-up is over. Whoosh. Cell instantly teleports before Vegeta. Before a word can escape his lips, Cell's massive fist collides with Vegeta's face, sending blood gushing from his nose. Bang, bang, bang. As he is propelled backward, Cell relentlessly pursues, delivering a flurry of strikes mid-air, reminiscent of how Vegeta had treated him moments prior. In a mere second, Vegeta endures hundreds of Cell's blows, his vision blurring with stars, his body racked with agony. Boom. Ultimately, Cell delivers a decisive kick to Vegeta's left arm. Vegeta's left shoulder dislocates, a scream escaping his lips. Poor Vegeta, his left arm has been grievously injured. In the original tale, Vegeta's left arm was shattered by Android 18. Now, it faces a similar fate at the hands of Cell. Fate truly plays a cruel jest. The impact reverberates through Vegeta, as though his very organs have been displaced, sending him hurtling through the air. Humph. Cell snorts disdainfully, teleporting behind Vegeta once more, then delivering a powerful elbow strike. Crack. Cell's fierce blow instantly shatters Vegeta's spine. Once again, a classic scene unfolds. After Vegeta strikes a pose of defeat, the iconic moment arrives. Vegeta coughs up blood, plummeting directly and crashing through a mountain peak, ultimately embedding himself into the ground, unconscious from the pain. His once golden hair reverts to black, signaling his complete withdrawal from the Super Saiyan 2 form, leaving him sprawled on the ground, in a state of oblivion. Vegeta. Goku, witnessing Vegeta's grievous injuries, instantly teleports to his side, followed closely by Gohan and Feng. Vegeta, what has happened to you? Here, take this Senzu bean. Goku supports Vegeta, attempting to place the Senzu bean into his mouth. Yet the unconscious Vegeta lacks the capacity to chew. What to do? Goku's heart races with anxiety. Allow me, Feng interjects. His recently acquired white magic coming into play. He extends his right hand toward Vegeta, casting a spell akin to Buu's healing beam. A gentle white light envelopes Vegeta, visibly mending his wounds. Ultimately, even Vegeta's arm is restored, and the bleeding ceases. Is he alright, Feng? Why hasn't Vegeta awakened? Goku inquires, his urgency palpable. His body is intact. However, he may have suffered a significant mental shock, causing him to faint. Feng assesses Vegeta's condition and concludes. Then I entrust Vegeta and Gohan to you. Rest assured, Feng replies, and with that, Goku soars towards Cell. Oh, is it Son Goku this time? Cell scoffs. arms crossed, a cold smirk on his face. Possessing Vegeta's cells, Cell is equally formidable, eager to engage in battle with strong adversaries. Cell, while you have yet to commit any malevolence, I suggest you vacate the earth. What foolishness are you spouting? Though you possess strength, you are far from being our match, Goku calmly advises. Even with Gohan and I combining our full strength, you might not prevail against us, let alone with Feng on our side. Cell bursts into boisterous laughter as if he has heard the most amusing jest. You Saiyans are truly arrogant. Come. Let us see if you share Vegeta's obstinate spirit. Chapter 90. Son Goku vs. Cell. You Saiyans are truly arrogant. Come. Let us see if you share Vegeta's obstinate spirit. Cell retorts dismissively. Goku bellows, gathering his energy. Acknowledging that even Vegeta in his Super Saiyan 2 form cannot contend with Cell, he realizes he must not hold back. With a thunderous roar, golden light erupts, shaking the very earth beneath, as a fierce aura surges upward, piercing the clouds. As the golden flames surrounding him shift into a jet-like state, crackling blue lightning dances around. Son Goku transforms into Super Saiyan 2. Come on, Son Goku. Cell taunts, beckoning with a curled finger. Goku roars, his right fist imbued with a terrifying aura. Striking towards Cell. Boom. Cell counters with a punch of his own, the explosive energy creating ripples through the air. As Wukong entered his battle roar mode, he furiously unleashed a flurry of punches upon Sheru. Yet, Sheru's smile remained unwavering, as he effortlessly countered each strike with precise blocks, including jabs, elbow strikes, and knee attacks, neutralizing Wukong's relentless assault. Currently, Wukong's combat power stood at 13 billion, while Sheru, in his lightning state, possessed a full power of 20 billion. However, he was only exhibiting 15 billion at the moment. Nevertheless, he faced Wukong with remarkable ease. With a thunderous clash, both fighters synchronized their movements, retreating to opposite mountain peaks, locked in a tense standoff. Sheru, you truly are formidable. No wonder Vegeta is no match for you, Wukong remarked, wiping the blood from his mouth in admiration of his opponent. Son Wukong, you indeed surpass Vegeta slightly. However, such strength is insufficient to prevent my annihilation of the earth. Wukong's gaze hardened, and a surge of energy erupted from him once more. In a flash, Wukong teleported behind Sheru, fists poised to strike him into the ground. Yet, just as his punch descended, Sheru vanished. Only for Wukong to sense a powerful aura looming behind him. Bam! Sheru materialized behind Wukong and, in a similar fashion, slammed him into the earth. Wukong, reacting with lightning speed, utilized the momentum of his backward flight to curl into a roll, landing gracefully on the ground. He looked up, only to find Sheru's figure had once again disappeared. Sweat beaded on Wukong's forehead as he sensed Sheru's presence all around him. Yet he could not pinpoint his exact location. Where are you looking? Sheru's voice echoed ominously in Wukong's ear, a chilling force surging toward him, promising grave injury if struck. However, as Sheru's hand reached for Wukong, the figure before him began to fade away. Sheru expressed surprise, bewildered by the unfolding situation. Seizing the moment, Wukong executed his afterimage technique, reappearing behind Sheru. Bang! With a powerful kick from his right foot, Wukong sent Sheru soaring into the sky. In an instant, he teleported to intercept Sheru's trajectory, fists raised to deliver a crushing blow. Swish! Yet, Sheru quickly adapted, his form dissipating once more. What? Wukong's pupils constricted in disbelief. Was this not the very afterimage technique he had just employed? How could Sheru learn it so swiftly? Bam! Wukong was struck down again, his feet digging deep into the earth, leaving a significant indentation. Huff! Wukong steadied himself, gasping for breath. The speed at which Sheru had mastered his afterimage technique was truly terrifying. Uncle Feng, has Dad's technique been learned by Sheru? Gohan, astonished, inquired of Feng. Indeed, Sheru had indeed acquired Wukong's afterimage technique. He was a prodigy of learning. Feng could not help but commend him. Yet, the thought of acquiring Sheru's abilities after completing his own mission stirred excitement within him. With an extraordinary capacity for learning, Goku was able to master techniques with mere observation, significantly enhancing his combat prowess. Son Goku, I must commend you. You are indeed formidable. But this is where it ends, continued Cell with derision. Goku clenched his fists, radiating golden energy. He swiftly gathered energy into a ki blast, unleashing the prince's technique. A torrential downpour of golden meteors, infused with immense energy, rained down upon Cell, overwhelming him. Enough. Just as in the original narrative, Cell activated his green energy shield, effectively nullifying Goku's ki blasts. Gasping for breath, Goku, mirroring his original counterpart, halted his assault, hands on his knees, panting heavily. In contrast, Cell showed no signs of fatigue from the energy expended in erecting his shield. He merely glistened with a light sheen of sweat. This iteration of Cell had grown exponentially stronger by absorbing Trunks and his former self. Observing from the sidelines, All present experts recognized that Goku was no match for Cell. Son Goku, it ends here. Cell's devilish voice echoed as he reappeared before Goku. With a resounding thud, Cell's right fist struck Goku in the abdomen, forcing him to double over in pain. Without granting Goku a moment's respite, Cell delivered an uppercut, sending Goku flying. Goku coughed. Propelled backward, his energy depleted, leaving him unable to execute his signature instant transmission or afterimage techniques. Relentlessly, Cell seized Goku's leg mid-flight, spinning him like a top. Dizziness engulfed Goku, rendering him incapable of any response. As Cell spun faster, akin to a tempestuous wind, he ultimately released Goku, who crashed through several mountains, embedding himself in a boulder and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Ha ha ha! Son Goku, I am the strongest being in this world, Cell proclaimed, reveling in his victory over Goku. Dad! In a flash, Gohan teleported beside Goku, furious, and struck Cell with a powerful blow. I will never forgive you for harming my father, Gohan shouted, seething with rage. Chapter 91, Son Gohan breaks through his limits. Father and Son Kamehameha. I will never forgive you for harming my father. Gohan yelled defiantly at Cell. Humph. Son Gohan, son of Son Goku? Just another Saiyan brat, Cell scoffed, dismissing Gohan. After all, he had easily vanquished both Goku and Vegeta. What could a mere child possibly achieve? With a roar, Gohan began to transform. The Saiyan transformation was always a grand spectacle, and this time was no exception. A terrifying aura and energy erupted from Gohan, shaking the very earth beneath him. As Gohan's golden hair stood upright, a single strand cascading down, his body radiated with golden energy, crackling with blue lightning. These symbols heralded Gohan's transformation into Super Saiyan 2. This kid? Cell was astounded to witness Gohan's ability to ascend to Super Saiyan 2. Cell, die! With a surge of rage, Gohan charged directly at Cell. Boom. The two commenced a titanic clash, shaking the very earth. Meanwhile, Feng resumed his role as caretaker, escorting Goku and Vegeta to safety and administering healing to Goku. Cough, cough, cough. Goku's condition was notably better than Vegeta's. After Feng's white magic treatment, he regained his strength, though the pain still lingered. Is it now Gohan battling Cell? He immediately erupted with power upon seeing you injured. Hee. Gohan has finally decided to unleash his true potential, Goku chuckled. Did Goku intentionally lose just like in the original story to let Gohan take the stage? Did you deliberately allow Cell to defeat you? Not quite intentional. I merely wanted to give Gohan a chance. But Cell grew increasingly fierce, and I truly ended up knocked out. Goku sheepishly scratched his head. Fool. Gohan has long surpassed you both. He can unleash his full power at any moment now, Feng remarked. However, Cell is undeniably formidable. In the end, Gohan will surely triumph. Goku held unwavering faith in his son. In the sky, two figures flickered in and out of sight, unleashing terrifying impacts and generating astonishing energy shockwaves. Their silhouettes clashed with ferocity, the golden aura intertwining with the blue arcs of energy. The battle raged intensely. Although on the surface, Cell appeared to possess a slight edge, Gohan remained undeterred, growing more valiant with each exchange. This time, Gohan was not relying on the emotional boosts from Android 16 or Piccolo. It was fueled by the wrath of his father. Conversely, Cell grew increasingly alarmed. This little brat's energy far surpassed that of the Goku and Vegeta he had fought earlier. And it was on the rise. Seizing a moment of vulnerability, Gohan unleashed a powerful punch. Thud. Gohan's iron fist struck Cell's abdomen with tremendous force, creating a dent. Gagging, Cell felt as though a tempest raged within him and promptly spewed forth purple blood. Gohan, of course, would not squander this opportunity and immediately pursued his attack. Bang, bang, bang. Gohan relentlessly pummeled Cell's body. Under the terrifying power of Super Saiyan 2, Cell was left gasping, blood flying. This time, Gohan wasn't sparring casually as he had with Feng and the others. He struck with intent, leaving Cell bewildered and disoriented. Enough. Cell, reeling from the blows, felt immense humiliation as his pride was shattered. He activated his green protective barrier and, fueled by rage, sent Gohan flying. You little brat, don't get carried away. With a crackle like lightning, Cell's fist struck Gohan's face, creating a resounding explosion in the air. Gohan remained steadfast, refusing to retreat even a single step. As he met Cell's fist with a piercing gaze, it seemed he had temporarily lost the sensation of pain. The Saiyans' fierce battle spirit surged within him, his warrior's blood boiling as he transcended his limits once more, surpassing Cell. At that moment, Gohan's combat power soared to an astonishing 16 billion. Furious, Cell's veins bulged. He would not allow himself to be humiliated by a mere child. Ha. How amusing. Yet, in the next instant, Cell's rage dissipated, replaced by a booming laughter. Very well then, I shall unleash my full power. Boom. With clenched fists, Cell once again erupted with energy, his golden aura expanding, his presence overwhelming Gohan's once more. The blue arcs of electricity multiplied, the wild energy scorching the air as a tempest howled around them. The energy in the atmosphere trembled, akin to a small stone dropped into a tranquil pool, sending ripples that resonated from the heavens to the earth. Rumbling, the mountains crumbled, rocks flying in chaos. As the terrifying energy penetrated the crust, reaching the core, causing the entire planet to shudder. This was the true might of Cell. The commotion he caused was far more terrifying than that of his perfect form in the original tale. What? This energy? Gohan's pupils contracted as he sensed Cell's terrifying aura, far surpassing his own. No, I cannot delay any longer. It must be settled with a single strike. The astute Gohan recognized that a direct confrontation would lead to his defeat, thus he resolved to unleash his ultimate technique. Whoosh! Gohan instantly descended to the ground, gathering energy. Swish! 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 Gohan's aura erupted once more, his hands drawing close to his waist. Came. Very well. Is it time to determine the victor? Observing Gohan's stance, Cell mirrored him, placing his hands at his waist to gather energy as well. A brilliant blue light began to flicker from Gohan's palms. As an astounding blue energy coalesced. Cell's azure energy sphere also swelled in his grasp. Power. Radiant blue light emanated from both heaven and earth. Wave. Gohan and Cell simultaneously unleashed their Kamehameha waves. Boom. The two streams of energy collided in midair, forming a colossal sphere of energy. Once again, it was Gohan's classic beam struggle. Die! Cell roared, intensifying the energy in his Kamehameha, forcefully pushing it towards Gohan. Yeah! Gohan gritted his teeth, exerting every ounce of strength to resist. Futile. The ultimate victor shall be me, Cell. With a mighty shout, Cell amplified his output. Gohan, you can do it. The voice of Goku echoed through the chaos. Kamehameha. Boom. In a flash, Goku appeared, transformed into Super Saiyan 2, and joined the fray, launching his own Kamehameha at Cell. It was a classic scene, the father and son Kamehameha. What set this moment apart was that Goku was not merely a specter of support. He provided real strength. A tangible ally in this fierce battle. As Gohan and Goku's Kamehameha merged into one, it instantaneously transformed into a far more potent Kamehameha wave, forcefully repelling Cell's own attack. What? Cell could hardly believe that Goku still possessed the strength to assist Gohan. Boom. This time, Cell unleashed his full power, his muscles bulging with energy. As golden and blue lightning intertwined, amplifying his output yet again. Both sides found themselves locked in a stalemate. Since this was a classic scene being recreated, was something crucial missing? At that moment, Feng recalled. Of course, a surprise attack. In an instant, Feng teleported behind Cell, unleashing a massive wave upon his back. What? Cell, fully concentrated on his own wave, was utterly taken aback by the unexpected assault from behind. His focus shattered in an instant. Now's the time. Gohan. Goku seized the opportunity, shouting to Gohan. In that moment, Gohan broke through his limits once more, doubling the Kamehameha wave in his hands, pressing it down upon Cell. No. Cell cried out in despair, as he was engulfed by the terrifying Kamehameha wave. Chapter 92, Cell's Resurrection? Feng's instant defeat. No. Cell bellowed in hopelessness, consumed by the dreadful Kamehameha wave. The immense blue shockwave mercilessly enveloped Cell, causing his form to gradually disintegrate. Energy soared into the heavens, arching through the sky and leaving a long trail behind. Clap, clap. Well done, Gohan. We have finally defeated Cell. Goku said, ruffling Gohan's hair with a smile. Yes, Daddy. Gohan beamed with excitement. At this moment, Feng's pupils constricted. What's wrong? Feng, why are you still so tense? Cell should be eliminated. Goku looked at Feng, perplexed by his tense demeanor. No, it's not that simple. Cell possesses Piccolo's cells, granting him extraordinary regenerative abilities. Feng meticulously scanned for Cell's energy. What? Goku was utterly shocked. Despite their combined efforts to annihilate Cell, he could still resurrect? This was outrageous. You both did splendidly. Now it's my turn. Feng's eyes sharpened as he instantly teleported away. Wait, Just as Goku attempted to rise and teleport as well. His body cried out in agony from the previous injuries and the tremendous effort exerted in unleashing the Kamehameha. Father, let Uncle Feng handle it. Gohan too felt utterly spent. Ultimately, it was up to Feng. Yes, but we will undoubtedly grow stronger in the future. Indeed. Whoosh. The massive Kamehameha wave continued to slice through the sky, piercing through the earth, and traveling until it nearly reached Mercury, before finally ceasing. Amidst the vast, dark expanse, a small mass of white substance floated. Creak, creak. To their astonishment, the grotesque white mass began to wriggle, gradually taking shape until it transformed into Cell. Cell gasped for breath. What is this? He marveled at his body post-resurrection. Ha. He then erupted into maniacal laughter. Unexpected, isn't it? Son Wukong and Son Gohan. I have not perished. In fact, I am now far more powerful than before. Cell exulted with glee, unleashing his might across the cosmos. shattering the asteroids that floated nearby. With a sinister smile, he placed a finger to his forehead, preparing to employ instant transmission. Why can I not sense their energy? Am I too far from them? Ha ha ha. It matters not. I shall reach them in no time. With a surge of energy, Cell prepared to soar directly to Earth. Cell, you truly are alive. A voice echoed in his mind at that moment. What? How is this possible? Cell was taken aback. Before him stood a formidable figure obstructing his path. You, possessing Piccolo cells, should be capable of this form of telepathy, right? Li Feng crossed his arms. Indeed, sound cannot travel through the vacuum of space. Yet telepathic communication is possible, a technique Li Feng had surreptitiously learned from Piccolo during their previous sparring sessions. It seems you are not simple at all. You have indeed located my position. I assume my inability to use instant transmission is also your doing, though my future database lacks your data. Your recent ambush suggests you are no weakling. Cell complimented. Alas, before your demise, allow me to reveal a secret. My power has grown even stronger since my resurrection. At this moment, even if Son Wukong and Son Gohan were to unleash their previous assaults, they would not affect me in the slightest. After you behold my ultimate form, prepare to meet your end. Cell's energy erupted, a terrifying aura cascading through the vast expanse of the cosmos, akin to a twinkling asteroid, relentlessly releasing its energy. ZZZZ. ZZZZ. Golden and blue lightning intertwined, the energy radiating from him effortlessly tearing apart the drifting asteroids and space debris. If we were to adhere to your nomenclature for Super Saiyans, my form should be classified as Super Saiyan 3. Cell boasted telepathically. What? Is that Cell's energy? He truly has not perished. The terrifying aura of Cell surged from outer space to Earth, immediately perceived by Goku. Moreover, Cell's energy now appeared significantly more powerful than before. Gohan was taken aback. The outcome now rests with Li Feng. Goku lamented, for he could only rely on his energy perception at this juncture. Meanwhile, in the void of space near Mercury, Li Feng utilized the system's power detector to assess the transformed Cell's battle power, 40 billion. This was equivalent to Goku's power when he transformed into Super Saiyan 3. Cell had forcibly upgraded himself through his Saiyan physiology. However, with Li Feng present, I shall not waste any more time. Prepare to embrace your fate. Li Feng did not hold back this time, transforming directly into Super Saiyan 2. Boom. While sound could not traverse the vacuum, an overwhelming aura erupted from Li Feng, tearing apart everything around him. If Cell's earlier eruption resembled a small asteroid, Li Feng now radiated as a blazing supernova, illuminating the space beside Mercury as if a brilliant new sun had emerged. In a state of utmost power, Li Feng's combat prowess reached an astonishing 20 trillion. The formidable aura he emitted erupted, instantly suppressing Cell's presence. What? How can this be possible? Cell's body trembled involuntarily. To him, Li Feng appeared as an invincible golden war deity, instilling a deep-seated fear within him merely through his fierce aura. The disparity in combat strength, a staggering 50-fold, could only yield one outcome, annihilation. Without uttering a word, Li Feng teleported before Cell and unleashed a powerful punch. The mere strike caused the fabric of space to tremble slightly, creating delicate fissures. With a resounding impact, his fist struck Cell's abdomen, piercing through it completely. Cell's eyes bulged as he spewed forth a stream of purple blood, incredulously staring at Li Feng. In a swift motion, Li Feng executed a side kick directed at Cell's waist. This seemingly simple kick acted like a slicing blade, cleaving through all solid matter with ease. Cell was bisected as if he were mere butter. The battle was decisively one-sided. Kamehameha Wave. Li Feng swiftly unleashed his maximum power Kamehameha Wave, obliterating Cell entirely. Cell opened his mouth in a silent scream, but this time the Kamehameha Wave left no room for reprieve, eradicating him completely. Chapter 93, Strategy for Android 18. Ding. Mission accomplished. Rescue Android 18. Eliminate Universe 1507 Cell. Reward obtained. One-time fragment. Cell's learning ability. Would you like to claim it? Upon hearing the system's melodious notification, Li Feng confirmed that Cell had indeed been vanquished. Yes, he promptly accepted the mission reward. This sensation. This is Cell's extraordinary learning ability, a photographic memory. Additionally, with this time fragment, he now possessed 3, yet he remained unaware of what would transpire upon gathering all 7. Regardless, the system would not remain idle. Whoosh. Crack. Boom. Just as Li Feng teleported away from the space outside Mercury, a sound akin to shattering glass echoed. The spatial device he had created was damaged. His spatial apparatus had been deployed within the solar system, serving not only for spatial transmission but also to obscure energy signatures, effectively segmenting space for a brief period. Should an immensely powerful aura erupt in the cosmos, it would attract the attention of either the god of destruction or the angels. As Li Feng sought to remain concealed, he had to isolate the solar system. However, the isolated space might not withstand forces exceeding level 3. Thus, Li Feng refrained from engaging with formidable foes as he had previously, opting instead for swift resolutions. Fortunately, his prompt actions prevented premature spatial rupture, which would have inevitably awakened the god of destruction. Huff, was that astonishing aura emanating from you? Is Cell still alive? Goku inquired, lying on the ground as he looked at Li Feng. Indeed, it belongs to us, but it was swiftly vanquished by me. Remarkable, Uncle Li Feng. Wu Fan exclaimed in admiration once again. This is a Senza being. Once you recover, do come to my home, for today we have once more saved the earth. And Bulma's family will be hosting a grand feast. Hurrah! Bang! Initially perplexed, Bulma soon erupted with excitement, throwing herself onto Li Feng like an octopus. Well, the matter is resolved, and everyone is unharmed, Li Feng remarked with a smile. That is splendid. The tension and worry within Bulma dissipated entirely. Although she had Li Feng's assurances and immense faith in his strength, she always felt a profound fear whenever witnessing him in battle. I have invited Goku and the others to my home for dinner tonight. What are your thoughts? Certainly, having once again averted a crisis for Earth. It is indeed worthy of celebration. I might also invite a new friend. I wonder if you would approve. Li Feng scratched his face, speaking with a hint of shyness. A new friend? That is most welcome. This friend is likely a girl. Bulma raised an eyebrow, fixing her gaze on Li Feng's eyes. Li Feng hesitated, initially intent on concealing his feelings for Android 18, but realizing that life is fleeting and one must seize the moment, he decided to be forthright. After a pause, Bulma chuckled helplessly. You, truly, are difficult to praise. As long as you live well and treat me kindly, that is sufficient. Indeed, Bulma acquiesced. In her interactions with Li Feng, she had subtly recognized his formidable charm. It was not unusual for powerful individuals to have many companions, and the Dragon Ball world was not strictly monogamous. Rather than allow him to stray, it was better to display the magnanimity of a leading lady. Well, thank you, Bulma. She is a kind-hearted girl, and you both will surely get along splendidly. No need for banter. Subsequently, Li Feng ventured out in search of Android 18, while Bulma took charge of contacting their other friends. Meanwhile, in a distant cave, Android 18 sat on the ground, hugging her knees, her mind swirling with the images of recent events. Who is that young man? Why did he protect me so fiercely? What is his current state? Why has Cell's presence vanished? Android 18's thoughts were in disarray. Arise, Shenron. Not far away, Li Feng was summoning his dragon. Whoosh. The 7 orange Dragon Balls radiated a golden light, soaring into the heavens. The day swiftly transformed into night, and then a magnificent golden dragon emerged. Li Feng's Shenron was even larger than the Namekian dragon, shimmering with golden brilliance. As Li Feng's power escalated, so too did the dragon's strength, reaching an astounding 20 billion. Its fierce aura enveloping the surroundings. What a terrifying creature! Android 18 gasped in astonishment. Having never encountered Shenron before, her fear was tempered by a deep curiosity. Slowly, she approached the dragon, only to recognize the unforgettable silhouette before it. Just as she was about to rush forward, Li Feng spoke. Shenron, please revive all the innocent beings that were slain by Cell, including androids 17 and 16. As you wish, Creator. The divine dragon bowed slightly in a gesture of respect. And then, with a flicker of its eyes, a crimson light shimmered. What? Number 17? How can number 16 be revived? Number 18, peering from behind a boulder, widened her eyes in disbelief. Your wish has been granted. Please state your next 2 desires, the dragon humbly declared. The second wish is to restore Earth and outer space to the state prior to the invasion of Cell. That is simple. Whoosh. The power of this dragon is indeed real. How is this possible? Number 18 remained in astonishment, her mouth agape. The third wish is to dismantle the self-destruct devices within the androids number 16, number 17, and number 18. The dragon summoned its might once more. Why? Do I have a self-destruct device within me? Why would it assist us? Number 18 inquired as she touched her body, realizing something indeed seemed to be missing. Your wishes have all been fulfilled. I bid you farewell, esteemed Creator. The dragon humbly stated, before transforming into stone and plummeting to the ground. As the creator of the dragon, the rules governing the scattering of the 7 Dragon Balls no longer applied to Li Feng. Why did you do this? Number 18 could no longer contain herself, stepping out from behind the boulder to confront Li Feng. Because I believe we can become friends. You saved me from Cell. I should be the one expressing my gratitude. Number 18 stepped forward, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. It's nothing. I am quite strong. Cell has been vanquished by me, so you need not fear any longer. What? You actually defeated Cell? Number 18's mouth fell open in shock once more. If you don't believe me, then so be it. I shall take my leave. Li Feng feigned sorrow with the finesse of a master actor, pretending to walk away. Wait, I believe you. At the moment number 18 saw Li Feng turn away, it felt as though something within her had shattered, a wave of discomfort washing over her. Observing number 18's hesitance, Li Feng felt a secret satisfaction rising within him, though he maintained an air of nonchalance. Come join me for a banquet to celebrate the defeat of Cell. Very well. For reasons unknown, number 18 blurted out her agreement. Chapter 94, Lazuli. Is she the android number 18? Upon arriving at his grand villa with number 18, Bulma inquired skeptically. Yes, but they no longer pose a threat to us or to Earth. But they are androids? Could it be? Yamcha hesitated, wanting to intervene. But upon seeing the cold glint in Li Feng's eyes, he refrained from speaking further. They are now normal beings. I just wish to the dragon to dismantle their self-destruct devices. Li Feng explained the origins of the androids and sell to everyone. I see, number 18. You are truly unfortunate. Consider this place your home. Bulma, hearing that number 18 had only just awakened to be pursued by the terrifying Cell, felt a surge of sympathy and compassion, momentarily forgetting her jealousy, and immediately grasped number 18's hand in comfort. Li Feng also encouraged her, hoping she would reside in West City. Still the innocent girl, number 18 could not resist their persuasion, feeling a warmth within her heart akin to that of home. Yukon, Gohan, Vegeta, and the others paid no mind, continuing to devour their meals with fervor. However, when Krillin caught sight of the golden-haired beauty, Android 18, his heart fluttered momentarily. Yet, upon witnessing her bashfully gazing at Li Feng with longing eyes, his heart shattered, as if something precious had vanished. Li Feng and Bulma exchanged a knowing glance, their connection palpable. As night fell and the gathering dispersed, only Bulma, Android 18, and Li Feng remained. Bulma arranged for Android 18 to stay in a villa adjacent to theirs before retreating indoors. Thank you, Bulma. You are my greatest love, exclaimed Li Feng, lifting Bulma into his arms and planting a fervent kiss upon her lips. Oh, stop it. All men are the same, humph. But I demand the largest portion of your affection, Bulma retorted, her cheeks flushed as she turned her head away in playful defiance. Haha, my dear wife. Tonight I shall reward you splendidly. Wait, I haven't bathed yet, came a delightfully cheerful response from within the house. Meanwhile, Android 18 was still acclimating to her new surroundings, preparing to rest when suddenly, she was taken aback by the unexpectedly blush-inducing sounds emanating from the adjacent room. A flurry of emotions surged within her, excitement, curiosity, shyness. She longed to peek but felt too embarrassed, ultimately spending the night with her cheeks aflame. The following morning, Android 18 emerged with dark circles under her eyes. As Li Feng attempted to greet her, he was met with her weary and melancholic gaze. What's wrong, Android 18? Did you not rest well last night? Humph. It's nothing, she replied, unwilling to admit that she had eavesdropped on their intimate concert. Then accompany me to the city for shopping today. Bulma said she was too tired yesterday, Li Feng proposed. All right. Android 18 was eager to spend more time with him. Meanwhile, within her own villa, Bulma muttered to herself. That insufferable Li Feng, why was he so aggressive yesterday? I'm utterly exhausted today. I must hasten to integrate Android 18 into our lives. Otherwise, I cannot withstand his advances. This is paper currency, used for purchasing items. Oh, you can try this. Li Feng diligently taught Android 18 about common knowledge. After all, it was no surprise that she, having just awakened, was unfamiliar with many things. Her immense strength posed a potential threat to ordinary individuals. Despite being an android, at her core, Android 18 was merely an innocent girl, possessing traits of youth, naivety, kindness, purity, and charm. Fortunately, this version of Android 18 had not fallen under the control of Dr. Gero, or she would have been transformed into a ruthless demon. This is so sweet. Li Feng, you should try it too. Android 18 laughed as she offered him a piece of cotton candy. Li Feng grinned, enchanted by her radiant smile, leaning closer to take a bite of her treat. Their proximity grew ever more intimate. With a soft kiss, Li Feng pecked Android 18 on the cheek. Why did you do that so suddenly? She asked, astonished by his unexpected gesture, her face turning crimson. Because I like you, Android 18, Li Feng confessed. But what about Bulma? Android 18 hesitated. She also cares for you and hopes you can become part of our family. Li Feng received Bulma's approval and boldly declared, in the realm of Dragon Balls, I shall be the first to establish a harem. Razili? Li Feng could not quite hear the words of Android 18. From now on, call me Razili. Android 18, or rather Razili, blushed as she lifted her head. Very well, Razili. The two moved closer once more, their lips finally meeting in a sweet embrace. Ah, I have now officially changed my name to Razili. Oh, is that so? Then call me Sister Razili, Little Xing. Bulma gently cradled little Li Xing, her voice soft and affectionate. Li Xing, now 3 years old, was remarkably clever, her round, sparkling eyes shining brightly. Sister Razili hug. Razili's heart melted, unsure of how to embrace the child. She ultimately managed to hold Li Xing tenderly with Bulma's assistance. Good girl. Seeing the warm scene before him, Li Feng felt an overwhelming sense of emotion and happiness. He joined the embrace, whispering, Thank you. I will protect you both and this planet. All right. Bulma and Razili exchanged smiles. In the year that followed, the bond between Li Feng and Razili rapidly deepened. Razili seamlessly integrated into the family, while Li Feng reduced his training sessions to spend more time with them. Occasionally, he would take Razili to the hyperbolic time chamber to train. When Razili fought seriously against Li Feng, she realized that he had not been boasting. Even when she unleashed her full power, his clothing remained unscathed. She truly comprehended the extent of his strength. Meanwhile, significant advancements were made in technological research. The space created within the hyperbolic time chamber had expanded beyond that of an entire nation, capable of accommodating at least 1 billion inhabitants. Under Bulma's promotion, many people relocated there, eager to experience a new and refreshing environment. Li Feng gradually opened the low-gravity training space to more Earthlings, enhancing their combat abilities. Of course, any criminal activity was managed effectively by professional security robots. While Bulma conducted a health examination on Razili, she repaired the issues that had previously afflicted her, simultaneously acquiring data from the androids. Consequently, the robots crafted were formidable, yet lacked the intelligence of Razili, possessing only a combat strength in the thousands, sufficient for general law enforcement. With Razili, who was now flesh and blood, the emotional richness of their lives grew deeper. She understood the sacrifices that Li Feng and Bulma had made for her, truly becoming part of a loving family. A year later, Razili gave birth to a daughter, whom Li Feng named Li Yu. Chapter 95, A New Journey Through Time. Universe 2207. Time flew swiftly. In the year following the birth of his daughter, Li Feng spent most of his days at home with his family, occasionally venturing into the hyperbolic time chamber for training and development. Compared to earlier times, his progress had slowed without combat opponents. Ding. Unknown energy detected. Scanning in progress. One day, while training, the long-dormant system activated. Is there something new afoot? Suddenly, one of the time fragments within his possession began to shimmer, emitting a brilliant white light. Upon reflection, aside from the initial time fragment that clearly indicated a journey to Universe 1207, the subsequent 2 fragments lacked explicit guidance. The universe of Broly was an anomaly into which Li Feng was inadvertently drawn, without the aid of time fragments. Seeking assistance from external sources, Li Feng surmised that significant events were transpiring in other universes, which triggered a resonance with the corresponding time fragments. Might we venture forth? Indeed. Li Feng promptly contacted Bulma and Lazuli, informing them of his impending departure, assuring them there was no cause for concern. They expressed understanding, recognizing Li Feng's penchant for secrecy, yet acknowledging that his commitment to safeguarding the Earth and cherishing his family sufficed. After cautioning him to remain vigilant, the call was concluded. How intriguing. I am eager to discover which universe I shall explore. A long-forgotten thrill surged within Li Feng, blending excitement, anxiety, and anticipation. With a flicker, the time fragment in his possession radiated with brilliance, enveloping him in a luminous glow until he vanished from sight. Ding. Detection in progress. Ding. Host has arrived in Universe 2207. The sensation was unlike that of traveling via a time machine or traversing temporal rifts. It felt akin to instantaneous teleportation, remarkably effortless. Before Li Feng could fully comprehend this phenomenon, the system had already identified the universe. What universe is this? It is the universe of evil thoughts. The universe of evil thoughts? This pertains to the narrative of the original work, Resurrection Fusion, Goku and Vegeta, which recounts an incident where a staff member in the underworld inadvertently toppled a device brimming with malevolent intent, culminating in a catastrophic outburst of malice throughout hell. Coalescing into a singular entity known as the Evil Thought Wave, chaos ensued in hell, leading to the resurrection of the deceased on Earth. In the underworld, Goku and Ribrian struggled against the transformed Evil Thought Wave, ultimately culminating in Goku and Vegeta merging into Vegito to vanquish the threat. I have often pondered how Goku and Vegeta from this realm, despite their encounters with Majin Buu, failed to resurrect, even as Earth persisted. How did they prevail against Majin Buu? In this universe, Gohan diverged from the original narrative, transforming into a mysterious Gohan and swiftly defeating Kid Buu. Oh, this elucidates my long-standing curiosity. If the original storyline unfolds as anticipated, Vegito will obliterate the foe instantaneously. What need is there for my intervention? Li Feng posed another query. Ding. Task issued. Exterminate the super evil thought wave. Task reward, 1-time fragment. Space-time traversal ability of the evil thought wave. Do you accept? Yes, given my presence here. I shall not concern myself with the circumstances. I shall boldly proceed, even if it means seizing Vegito's glory for myself, Li Feng mused. First, to ascertain my surroundings and the progression of the narrative. Li Feng immediately sensed his environment, confirming he remained on Earth, detecting the auras of Gohan, Goten, Trunks, Krillin, and other warriors still present. The Earth was at peace, indicating that the plot had yet to unfold. Thus, off to hell I go, for that is the true battleground. Li Feng swiftly located the North Kai's planet and executed a high-level instant transmission to depart. A powerful aura seemed to manifest on Earth just moments ago, but now it has vanished. Was it merely an illusion? Gohan furrowed his brow, his expression solemn. Brother, I believe I sensed it too. It appears that something significant is afoot. He gazed at the ominous clouds above, speaking to himself. Indeed, brother. The two swiftly parted ways. Huh, whose energy is this? It feels remarkably potent. It seems we are on the brink of something momentous. I have a foreboding feeling. The other warriors on Earth each felt the disturbance. With a swift motion, Li Feng teleported to the planet's King Kai's realm. The North Kai was startled by the sudden appearance of Li Feng, falling to the ground in shock. Who are you? How did you suddenly materialize here? He inquired anxiously. My apologies, North Kai. I am Li Feng, from another universe. Here to assist you in overcoming this crisis, Li Feng explained. What crisis? The North Kai expressed his confusion. Li Feng briefly recounted the impending emergence of the evil energy wave, deliberately omitting other crucial developments. Ha ha ha. You are quite the amusing fellow. A ride in hell? The dead rising again? Ha ha ha. This is the funniest cold joke I have ever heard. The North Kai laughed heartily, clutching his stomach as he rolled with mirth. This. Li Feng was at a loss for words, rubbing his forehead. He nearly forgot how easily the North Kai found humor in such matters, particularly his fondness for cold jokes. Even when Goku sought training, he had to regale him with such jokes to gain his consent. All right, North Kai. Please stop laughing and tell me how to reach hell, Li Feng implored, exasperated. Wait, let me finish laughing. Ha ha ha. The North Kai continued to chuckle. What's this? A ride in hell? Suddenly, the North Kai's antennae twitched. He immediately stood up, his demeanor shifting to seriousness, cold sweat beading on his forehead. What you just mentioned is actually occurring. Who are you really? The North Kai questioned Li Feng, anxiety etched on his face. I urgently need the precise location of hell. Hurry, or it will be too late. You boom. Li Feng released a fraction of his energy. Even this slight surge caused the entire King Kai's realm to tremble. The ground caving in significantly, nearly splitting apart. Wait. I understand. I know where it is. Over there. The North Kai quickly urged, providing Li Feng with the exact coordinates. Without wasting another moment, Li Feng soared towards hell. What a terrifying young man. That energy must surpass even Goku's. The North Kai thought, wiping the sweat from his brow after Li Feng departed. I sincerely hope this calamity comes to an end soon. The North Kai gazed at Earth with concern. Chapter 96, Son Goku's Super Saiyan 3. Tap, 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 tap. The incessant sounds of gunfire and explosions echoed as cities across Earth once again fell victim to the ravages of war. Many who had perished suddenly found themselves resurrected, plunging various regions into chaos. Ha ha ha. I, Frieza, have returned. My minions, conquer the Earth for me. Eliminate those detestable Saiyans. On a towering edifice, Frieza, resurrected from the depths of hell, shouted with fervor. At his command, numerous soldiers clad in combat attire surged forth, a dark mass rushing in all directions. In that moment, a chilling voice echoed, Oh, is there truly someone in this world who recognizes me? How fortunate I am. Frieza elegantly extended a welcoming gesture. Frieza, I fought you in my youth. Have you forgotten? Gohan removed his sunglasses. You are that little Saiyan brat. Frieza exclaimed, recognizing Gohan. Who would have thought that little rascal has grown up? Very well, I shall eliminate you, and then deal with Son Goku. Frieza roared, charging towards Gohan. Gohan mirrored the charge. With a single, effortless punch, Gohan pierced through Frieza's abdomen. In an instant, Frieza transformed into a wisp of resentment and vanished once more. My father and the others are gone. I shall protect Earth, Gohan declared, gazing steadfastly at the sky. Aside from Gohan, nearly the entire world was engulfed in chaos, with once fallen foes wreaking havoc. Warriors such as Piccolo, Krillin, Goten, Trunks, and Tien Shinhan fought valiantly against the onslaught. Meanwhile, in hell, a myriad of colorful, bubble-like entities floated in the sky, and the underworld itself was ensconced within a gigantic bubble, severed from the outside world, rendering it unable to eradicate the resurrected souls that should not exist. I have triumphed. Go Ribs Rice. The liberation of the underworld is entrusted to you. I shall engage him. Goku won the rock paper scissors and earned the chance to confront the evil wave. Ribs Rice attempted to shatter the barrier encasing the underworld. Hello, big guy. Look over here. Goku, a halo hovering above him, descended to the ground, greeting the evil wave. The evil wave, a towering monster exceeding several meters in height, appeared rotund and massive, with short horns protruding from either side of its head, pointed ears, and stubby limbs, while its tail was thick and swayed ominously. Most strikingly, it bore several pitch-black circular orifices on its shoulders and abdomen, exuding a terrifying aura. Despite its seemingly cute, plump exterior, it was a malevolent and vicious creature. What is your name? Evil Wave? Come play with me. Goku spoke as if coaxing a child. The evil wave, devoid of intelligence, merely repeated its name. With a flick of its palm, it cast a spell, summoning hundreds of smaller evil waves that surged towards Goku. Goku shouted, lifting his right leg, and, using the center of his body as a pivot, executed a whirlwind kick, sending the oncoming evil waves flying. The evil wave continued to cast spells, causing the floating bubbles to cascade down around Goku. Then, with a clap of its hands, the bubbles encircled him. Tap, 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 tap. Subsequently, the massive form of the evil wave swiftly dispersed those bubbles. This is bad. Goku assumed a defensive stance, yet he was still easily knocked away. But soon, Goku regained his composure and seized the opportunity to charge at the evil ki wave in midair. Bang! Unexpectedly, the massive form of the evil ki wave proved to be remarkably agile. It executed a swift kick while on the ground, sending Goku flying. As Goku attempted to launch another attack, the evil ki wave retaliated with a powerful palm strike, sending Goku reeling. Goku spat out a mouthful of bitter water. However, the evil ki wave unleashed a punch into the air. Boom! The atmosphere trembled, and ripples surged through the fabric of space. In an astonishing display, the evil ki wave's hand traversed the very dimensions, appearing directly beside Goku and knocking him away once more. The evil ki wave continued to unleash a flurry of spatial punches, leaving Goku in a state of disarray. Yet, in a moment of clarity, Goku seized upon a weakness. As the evil ki wave's fist descended, he withstood the onslaught. With both hands, Goku thrust the fist aside, the tremendous force rebounding onto the evil ki wave's core, causing it to lose balance and crash to the ground. Kamehameha. Seizing the moment, Goku unleashed his signature move. A brilliant blue beam infused with astounding power hurtling towards the evil ki wave. Yet, the evil ki wave remained unfazed, flipping its palm and casting a spell of its own. A magical doppelganger of Goku appeared, mirroring his Kamehameha. Boom. This counterfeit Kamehameha effortlessly negated Goku's genuine attack, redirecting its force back onto him. Goku, enveloped in black smoke, gazed at the evil ki wave in disbelief. Though it appeared foolish and brimming with tricks, it undeniably held the upper hand in this battle. With a fierce roar, Goku decided to get serious. A powerful aura erupted, golden flames igniting. Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan. However, the evil ki wave began to gather energy, unleashing a barrage of yellow energy blasts from the black holes on its abdomen and shoulders. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Like a meteor shower, the energy blast sped towards Goku with incredible velocity. Despite his transformation, Goku found no opportunity to counterattack, forced to evade under the relentless onslaught. Boom, 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 boom. A plethora of energy spheres exploded overhead, further devastating the already chaotic terrain. Goku instantaneously teleported to a distant location, realizing that mere Super Saiyan power would not suffice against the evil ki wave. Goku shouted towards the heavens. This time, he would unleash his full potential. Thunderous roars accompanied Goku's surge of energy, as his aura suddenly swelled, a formidable presence enveloping the battlefield. Golden flames soared, transitioning from a burning state to an explosive eruption, with the air igniting in blue arcs due to the terrifying energy friction. Moreover, Goku's physique underwent a tremendous transformation. His muscles grew more robust. His golden hair cascaded down to his thighs, his eyebrows vanished, and pronounced cheekbones emerged, rendering him more formidable and merciless. Rustle, 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 rustle. Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 3. Instantly, the terrifying aura of Super Saiyan 3 swept across the arena, as Goku coldly fixed his gaze upon the evil ki wave. Clap, clap, clap. The evil ki wave, finding the spectacle amusing, applauded enthusiastically. Swish. With no hesitation this time, Goku teleported directly in front of Evil Bu. Bang, 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 bang. His iron fists, imbued with terrifying power, struck fiercely against Evil Bu, causing a concave deformation in its chest and sending it hurtling backwards through the air from the immense impact. Goku let out another furious roar, each hand forming a massive energy sphere, propelling himself once more toward Evil Bu. Boom. The violent shockwave collided with Evil Bu, causing its hefty form to crash to the ground. Chapter 97, Son Goku and Vegeta defeated. The ferocious shockwave struck Evil Bu again, knocking its cumbersome body down. Initially, Goku believed that his recent blow had vanquished Evil Bu, yet the rotund creature underwent an astonishing transformation. The previously punctured belly of Evil Bu writhed continuously, rapidly contracting until it morphed into a humanoid form. Evil Bu's second form emerged as a sword-wielding demon, with orange skin, pointed ears, and a pair of beastly horns adorning its head, rendering its appearance both fierce and malevolent. It possessed a robust, tall physique, a long, lizard-like tail, and white bracers encasing its wrists and calves, all exuding an utterly terrifying aura. Whoosh. Transformed, Evil Bu charged aggressively at Goku. Bang. However, Goku, now in Super Saiyan form, drew upon his extensive combat experience, sidestepping and executing a swift kick that sent Evil Bu flying, followed by a series of powerful punches directed at Evil Bu. Initially, Goku held the advantage, but Evil Bu, with its uncanny ability to anticipate and learn, swiftly deciphered Goku's attack patterns. When Goku attempted another kick, Evil Bu blocked it with its left hand, successfully deflecting the assault. Goku was taken aback, as the previously dominant situation was abruptly disrupted, forcing him to create distance and launch a ki blast toward Evil Bu. Whoosh! Just as the ki blast was about to strike Evil Bu's face, it spread its hands, transforming its visage into a small spatial portal. The ki blast passed right through. Yet, Evil Bu's counterattack was imminent. With its right hand, it conjured another portal, this time positioned beside Goku's left, and lunged forth from it, forming a massive purple wave. What? Goku had no time to evade, resorting to blocking with both hands, bracing for the impact of Evil Bu's attack. Boom! The terrifying energy sphere of Evil Bu struck Goku with tremendous force. Hiss! Goku staggered backwards, his feet digging into the ground, carving deep furrows in the earth. His attire was shredded, and smoke billowed from his chest. Haha! Evil Bu casually seized a stone from the ground, crushing it in its right hand until it transformed into a sword. Whoosh! Evil Bu emanated a formidable aura as it swung the sword forward. An astonishing release of energy manifested, with green energy waves slicing through the surroundings like lasers. Goku hurriedly fled, the sword energy narrowly grazing his hair, cleaving the terrain and bubbles in its path. Whoosh! 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 The malevolent energy unleashed a flurry of sword strikes, the verdant blade aura slicing through the earth with ease, creating deep fissures. Meanwhile, Goku fled in a frenzied panic. Ultimately, the malevolent energy raised its sword high, preparing to deliver its most formidable blow. Whoosh! 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 In an instant, the green sword aura split into countless attacks, raining down upon Goku like a meteor shower. Hee. The malevolent energy displayed a more sinister smile, swinging its sword once more. With each strike, the expanse of the blood sea surrounding Goku diminished. And as the next sword aura descended, Goku faced the grim prospect of being cleaved in two alongside the remnants of the blood pool. Yet, at that critical juncture, a blue energy wave surged from afar, crashing directly into the malevolent energy. With a thunderous boom, the sword in its hand shattered, reverting once again to stone. Upon witnessing the emergence of a new adversary, the malevolent energy erupted into sinister laughter. Indeed, the one who had come to Goku's aid was none other than his steadfast companion, Vegeta. Vegeta? What brings you here? Goku inquired in astonishment. Don't overthink it, Kakarot. I awoke amidst the chaos of this hellish uprising and found myself here. With a resounding shout, Vegeta ascended, golden energy erupting around him as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Wait, Vegeta. The malevolent energy is incredibly powerful. Its attacks are treacherous. You are no match for it. Goku urgently cautioned. Kakarot, is it not merely that bizarre space? Watch how I bring him down. Vegeta, brimming with confidence, charged toward the malevolent energy, propelled by his golden aura. Vegeta unleashed several energy blasts, but the malevolent energy deftly evaded them and retaliated with a flying kick. However, at the moment of impact, the malevolent energy transformed into a cube and vanished, reappearing behind Vegeta. Anticipating this, Vegeta elbowed back with precision. Yet, the malevolent energy once again morphed into a cube, retreating to a distance, where it conjured a portal, preparing for another ambush. The corner of Vegeta's mouth curled upward, having anticipated the malevolent energy's spatial attack. Spotting the newly formed portal beside him, he unleashed an energy wave toward it. Boom. Vegeta reveled in his apparent dominance over the malevolent energy, laughing uproariously, and charged forward to obliterate it. However, as he approached with fierce determination, the malevolent energy, undeterred, extended its arms several meters like Piccolo, seizing Vegeta by the neck. What? Vegeta gasped in astonishment, taken aback by this unexpected maneuver. With a swift motion, he was relentlessly slammed backward, crashing through bubbles, stones, and mountains of blades, ultimately collapsing weakly at the foot of the Blade Mountain, reverting from his Super Saiyan form. In an instant, Goku teleported beside Vegeta, helping him to his feet. Damn it! Vegeta clenched his fists, gritting his teeth in frustration. I never expected that even in death, I would still fall short of you. He could sense the formidable energy that Goku emanated after transforming into Super Saiyan 3. Quite naturally, I am training with my physical form, Goku explained. At this moment, our only recourse is to fuse together to confront him. Fuse? Are you suggesting that hideous dance? I would rather embrace death than merge with you, Vegeta retorted. But Vegeta, you are already dead. Goku revealed the truth. Chapter 98, Li Feng, Dark Energy Wave. How infuriating. Vegeta finally grasped that he had indeed passed away. Yet he remained reluctant to fuse with Goku. This is the last time. Although Vegeta vocally protested, his body obediently assumed the fusion stance. Fusion. Goku and Vegeta distanced themselves, positioning their hands appropriately before commencing the dance of fusion. Ding. Just as their fingers were about to join, Vegeta misaligned his fingers, causing the fusion stance to falter. Beep. A flash of white light erupted, accompanied by a surge of powerful energy. At that moment, Dark Energy Wave detected the sudden emergence of this energy and immediately flew over. Haha, Dark Energy Wave, you shall be vanquished by my Vegito. However, the speaker was a short, stout figure clad in a black and orange vest. This was not Vegito, but rather the failed fusion of Goku and Vegeta, known as Baekong. The combat prowess of Baekong had diminished compared to their individual strengths. The current battle power levels were as follows: Dark Energy Wave, second form 60 billion, Son Goku, 1. 2 billion, Vegeta, 100 million, Baekong, 50 million. Yet, Baekong mistakenly believed he had successfully fused, provocatively taunting Dark Energy Wave. Dark Energy Wave furiously launched a punch at Baekong, who, despite possessing the ability to predict his opponent's attacks, surprisingly found himself taken aback by Baekong's hefty body, which inadvertently tumbled to the ground after tripping over the terrain. Dark Energy Wave was utterly unprepared for such an occurrence and was knocked aside by the rolling mass of Baekong. Ha ha ha! Li Feng had been observing from a distance, suppressing his laughter, but could no longer contain himself at the sight of Baekong's antics. Baekong, I've tolerated you for long enough, always laughing. Li Feng, my apologies. We are trained professionals, typically not prone to laughter unless compelled. Dark Energy Wave roared, extending his right hand to grasp Baekong, but in a moment of panic. Baekong's corpulent form proved advantageous, allowing him to bounce away and narrowly evade a perilous grasp, albeit suffering a minor scrape. The ensuing skirmish, if one could even call it that, consisted of Dark Energy Wave's every prediction and assault being humorously thwarted by Baekong, eliciting uproarious laughter from Li Feng. Baekong, stumbling and careening, unwittingly entered the ruins of a knife mountain, holding his breath and puffing out his chest to conceal his ample belly as he evaded Dark Energy Wave's search. Dark Energy Wave advanced slowly, step by step, reminiscent of the tolling of Death's bell. Suddenly, it grinned widely, deftly snapping off a sharp blade and launching it towards a specific location, the very sanctuary of Baekong. It turned out that the malevolent entity had always known Baekong's whereabouts, toying with him. What to do? At this moment, Baekong found himself with no escape. Furthermore, unlike the original timeline, less than 2 minutes had elapsed, far from the point of disintegration. It appeared that in reality, Baekong could not even delay for 5 minutes, let alone wait for disintegration. This was precisely the purpose of my arrival. Li Feng instantly discerned the divergence within this universe. In a flash, he teleported before Baekong, deflecting the attack from the malevolent entity. Both Baekong and the sinister presence were taken aback by Li Feng's sudden appearance. Baekong, you should leave this place. I will handle the malevolent entity, Li Feng stated calmly. You better be careful. Malevolent entity, I'll let you off for now. An adversary of your caliber is no match for my subordinate. Seeing assistance arrive, Baekong regained his haughty demeanor, disdainfully gesturing at the malevolent entity. Although the malevolent entity could not speak, it understood Baekong's insufferable attitude, letting out a furious roar as its fierce aura surged. Impressive energy. You are worthy of my attention. Li Feng smirked, then clenched his fists, preparing to unleash his own battle cry. Boom. A white whirlwind erupted, sending nearby bubbles and debris flying. Li Feng took the initiative, eager to leverage this opportunity to elevate his combat prowess. The malevolent entity, sensing the formidable presence of Li Feng, felt its dominance profoundly threatened and retaliated with a punch. Bang! The clash of powers exceeding level 3 reverberated through the air, resulting in a massive explosion that caused the ground to crater significantly. After the exchange, realizing that the malevolent entity's combat capability slightly surpassed his own, Li Feng struck again, delivering a swift kick to the entity's face. Boom. The malevolent entity's visage appeared to be struck by a planet, leaving a significant dent before it was sent flying like a projectile. Swiftly, Li Feng refused to relinquish his advantage, teleporting behind the malevolent entity as it soared backward, and aimed a punch at its back. However, the malevolent entity's defining trait was its mastery of magic. Just as Li Feng's strike was about to connect, the entity transformed into a cube, vanishing into thin air. Resorting to this tactic, the malevolent entity attempted to employ the same strategy used against Vegeta, hiding within the spatial realm when overmatched. Setting aside the fact that my exceptional learning ability had long since anticipated this maneuver, I too was a master of spatial manipulation. How could I fall for such a ploy? Li Feng feigned ignorance, yet had already completely locked onto the malevolent entity's energy. The moment it reappeared, he would strike. Sure enough, upon its reemergence, the entity transformed again into a cube. Spatial lockdown. Beep. Li Feng unleashed his spatial abilities, his entire being radiating a brilliant blue light. Within a 10-meter radius centered around him, a transparent barrier took form, enveloping both individuals. This was a newly developed skill of Li Feng's, spatial blockade, designed to render anyone within its confines incapable of utilizing any spatial powers. Thus, Both the transformation of the malevolent energy wave into a cube and Li Feng's instantaneous movement were rendered ineffective. Bang! A heavy sound reverberated as the malevolent energy wave abruptly manifested before Li Feng. Bang! 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 Li Feng's gaze sharpened as he saw the sandbag emerge, prompting him to launch a fierce assault, his fists raining down upon the malevolent energy wave like a torrential storm. Chapter 99, Soul Punishment. Bang! 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 Li Feng's strikes were so rapid they were nearly invisible, reminiscent of Goku's attacks in the original narrative, leaving multiple imprints upon the malevolent energy wave's form. Arc. The irrational malevolent energy wave could only wail in agony. It attempted to escape using spatial magic, only to be horrified to find itself trapped. The malevolent energy wave could only roar in fury, forcibly breaking free from Li Feng's grasp. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Seizing the opportunity, Li Feng curled his legs and spun gracefully in midair before landing solidly on the ground. Gah! Just as the malevolent energy wave erupted, it managed to escape the confines of Li Feng's spatial blockade, allowing it to flee the battlefield. Crash, crash, crash. Like falling blocks, the malevolent energy wave transformed back into a cube, distancing itself from the conflict. However, the malevolent energy wave possessed predictive abilities akin to Bu. With an extraordinary aptitude for learning, it quickly realized that it could not use spatial magic near Li Feng anymore. Thus, it let out a tremendous roar. Bang! The ground beneath its feet instantly caved in under an astonishing surge of energy. The malevolent energy wave bellowed skyward, unleashing its full power. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A terrifying purple whirlwind ascended, its ominous aura sweeping across the battlefield, sending tremors through the ground once more. The malevolent energy wave was unleashing its full might. Swish! A streak of purple light shot forth, directly targeting Li Feng. Bang! The malevolent energy wave's fist struck towards Li Feng's chest. Yet, Li Feng's reflexes were extraordinarily swift, and he immediately retaliated. Boom! The air was once again filled with the sound of an explosion, this time Li Feng being sent flying. Hiss! Li Feng grimaced in pain. The enhanced malevolent energy wave's combat prowess was indeed overpowering him. However, this only heightened the thrill for him. Li Feng's long-dormant fighting spirit surged anew. He was ready to ignite his passion and confront a formidable foe. He was determined to surpass his limits once more. Yes, Li Feng was about to show off again. Not transforming into a Super Saiyan, but facing the challenge head-on. Quack! The malevolent energy wave emitted a sound that was somewhat nonsensical, seemingly mocking Li Feng's abilities, before charging towards him once again for a relentless assault. Tap! 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 The malevolent energy wave's fists and legs flailed in the air, launching hundreds of attacks upon Li Feng. Bang! 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 In a fleeting moment, the two engaged in a relentless flurry of attacks, their formidable strength causing the air to tremble and shatter nearby bubbles. The fierce winds generated by their blows crashed onto the ground, creating deep craters. Although on the surface, Li Feng's combat prowess appeared inferior to that of the malevolent entity, Saiyan, he possessed extensive battle experience. Several times, he anticipated Saiyan forthcoming moves. Gaining the upper hand, Li Feng declared, "You are on the 2nd level? I am on the 5th level." Saiyan responded with incredulity. In a fit of rage, Saiyan abandoned conventional tactics and lashed its tail towards Li Feng's face. The tail, embedded with sharp spikes, swept through the air, exuding a menacing aura that could inflict severe injury if it made contact. Yet, Li Feng was well prepared. As the crimson tail swung towards him, he grasped it firmly. With a roar of fury, Li Feng's muscles bulged as he yanked Saiyan from the air using its tail. He tightened his grip on Saiyan tail, pivoting around his own axis and began to spin it like a windmill. Any creature with a tail cannot escape the fate of being spun around, he proclaimed. As he spun faster, Saiyan's tail elongated, rendering it unstable in the air and unable to retaliate. Eventually, Li Feng released his grip, propelling Saiyan skyward, where it crashed through several floating bubbles. With a resounding crash, Saiyan plummeted into the ruins, producing a thunderous sound. Although Saiyan seemed formidable, its actual combat strength barely reached 5 trillion. Under normal circumstances, Goku in Super Saiyan 3 form would have been capable of defeating it. However, the complexity of Saiyan magical and spatial abilities led to excessive fatigue, resulting in its defeat. How uninteresting. It is merely that, Li Feng mused inwardly, contemplating the conclusion of the battle. Let us test the combo of the king. He chuckled to himself. With a powerful stomp, he created a significant dent in the ground and surged towards Saiyan with explosive energy. Boom, boom, boom. That individual's technique is indeed impressive. Let me consider how the ultimate move should be executed. A slight smile graced Li Feng's lips. This technique was one he had observed in a previous film where Gogeta employed it, and he had always found Gogeta's combination of moves to be remarkably stylish. so he decided to replicate it. Ultimately, he intended to utilize Gogeta's soul punishment. During his previous encounter with Gogeta in his own universe, Li Feng had felt the pure and powerful aura emanating from Gogeta. Employing this technique would not pose a challenge for Li Feng, who possessed the abilities of Shenron and Cell. Very well, let me test my soul punishment. Li Feng raised his left hand, concentrating his energy. Unlike the conventional Kamehameha, this required not only energy accumulation but also the infusion of soul erasing power. Do not doubt my capabilities, with the powers of the dragon and Cell. Can I not even mimic Gogeta's techniques? Gogeta retorted, you are impressive, but you have stolen my thunder. Buzz. A small white orb materialized above Li Feng's left hand, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors that shimmered like a tiny celestial body in the vastness of the universe. Suddenly, the malevolent wave of thought, agitated and furious, surged towards Li Feng. With a swift motion, Li Feng closed his outstretched left hand, shattering the soul star within, transforming it into a cascade of starlight that he flung toward the dark wave. The brilliant silver light pierced through the malevolent wave with resounding force. A moment later, the dark wave retaliated, launching a punch aimed squarely at Li Feng's face. However, Li Feng remained steadfast, and silver starlight enveloped him. The dark wave, mouth agape, emitted a silent scream, but it was rendered powerless as the malevolent energy was obliterated by Li Feng's stellar explosion, dissipating into countless specks of light. What remained before Li Feng was merely a small specter, a ghost from the underworld. Li Feng recognized that this little fiend's negligence had precipitated the disaster, leading to his own possession and transformation into the malevolent wave. You shall face judgment from Yama. Do not let this happen again, Li Feng stated coldly. Under Li Feng's formidable gaze, the specter trembled, collapsing to the ground, beads of cold sweat trickling down its forehead. In a flurry of panic, it agreed and fled in disarray.